You guys probably can't hear anything I'm saying.
No, I can hear you, man. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. There's so many things taking place dynamically that's changing from minute to minute, second to second, you know? And
So,
I think a lot of these people haven't really actually gone out and just observed things through a camera and realized, like, okay, this condition is going to give me this result, but I can come back, same focal length, same height, same everything, and I'm getting something completely different on a different day, hour to hour, minute to minute.
yeah, maybe with the same conditions. So
Yeah.
then yeah, right. So then there's no standard atmosphere per se, right? Because, for all intents and purposes, I think our bodies are a pretty good barometer. So last year when I was going out for 3 weeks in March, it was pretty much a constant. Like, it wasn't crazy, like cold one day, hot the next day. It was all pretty stable, pretty uniform. And then, so for 3 weeks, it was uniform and stable. And then the next day, I was like, man, I don't want to go out again because it's all been the same. But I got up, I went out, and it was all the same barometric. Like, I just felt like it was the same day, blah, 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 whatever. And yet there was something different, and I had a completely active, dynamic Fata Morgana event for an hour.
Wait.
Hey,
Did you just say that you felt? Did you just say that you felt it was the same barometric pressure?
No, I said that our bodies are a pretty reliable barometer that we can go out from day to day and say that it's relatively the same.
And by the way, just a quick update.
Let me predict where this conversation is going.
That's actually insane.
I'm in the middle of
with your body, you can tell all atmospheric conditions and control with it from your own perception. Wow.
But yeah. This is very new. That this conversation was going to go that way. We of course we couldn't predict that you would hone in on a certain word and super concentrate just to make him look like he don't know what he's talking about. And it's extremely creative and absolutely new.
It's the entire basis of his argument that he thinks it feels the same to him, so it must be the same.
Nobody was having
a incredibly scientific
or an argument. We was having a casual conversation. Now we know that you're searching for material for your boring ass channel, right? We get that, but don't come over here stirring up. I
don't have a channel.
Having a debate.
I don't have a channel.
Hey, quick little update. Dart mission. The Dart. The redirect mission is about to hit in about 10 minutes. Guess if y'all want to know, FYI.
What?
A what?
Dart.
Supposed
to be hitting I mean, man, they're up to date to the NASA shit, man.
Oh yeah, that's right. They're gonna redirect an asteroid with a missile strike.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's some kind of they're gonna hit a satellite to it. So yeah, it's about 10 minutes. They're counting down.
Nice. Well, they scrubbed Artemis again.
Yeah, not that Meisty deserves my additional information, but throughout that 3 weeks, I did take readings and found that on the other days, I didn't do it every day, but it was pretty much constant with the thermometer. So whatever, Meisty.
Yeah, he just wants to find one little word to try to turn a mountain into, or a molehill into a mountain or whatever.
I am looking for a squeaky voiceover, Meisty, if you're interested, though. I found a video that I could use your voice in.
I think he left. Don't worry about it, though. He left. He just came to stir shit up. We called him out. He got embarrassed, and he left.
So Elbow, something's taking place. They're gonna redirect an asteroid. Was it coming right towards us? Is this like?
That's like millions of miles away. They sent this thing like months and months ago.
But yeah, years ago. Actually, it was about a year ago.
A year. Okay.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be hitting today. It's like 6.8 million miles.
Yeah, there's that just crashing a little satellite into an asteroid and recording the data.
Live coverage on it.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
So they've got somebody else in another satellite filming it? What's this live coverage mean? It's just blips on a screen coming back and telling us what's going on.
No, I mean, like, they're streaming, the satellite is streaming pictures back as it approaches.
That's
But,
amazing.
Well, I only think it streams like maybe one picture a second. It's kind of like one of those little flip books that you can do.
Oh, cute. Is there stick figures?
I don't know.
I'm just checking. I'm watching this hurricane. That's what I'm doing. I might have to board up my house tomorrow, so.
Travis, I just am flabbergasted that you would say something like that on a live stream after you expect heaven and earth to be moved for anything to be accepted by you, yet you're willing to accept, oh yeah, I just kind of feel that it's the right conditions today.
Not what he was saying, but whatever. Straw man.
So, Meisty, can I borrow your voice for a squeaky little fairy?
You got out for everybody else?
No, he said, can he borrow your voice for a squeaky little fairy?
Say again? What's that, Travis?
I said, I'd like to borrow your squeaky voice for a voiceover for a fairy.
I'm sure that's the way you're going to need to create content, given that you can't respond to me destroying yours.
Yeah. As soon as you admit to everyone publicly that you lied about a comment that I made, and even though I published it unedited, you continued to double and triple down on that lie. So I have really no reason to even entertain anything that you have to say.
I'm sure you can't entertain anything that I'm saying, given that you've deflected twice from what I've actually said. Are you saying that your perception just with your body and no instruments is good enough to call for measurements of barometric pressure or atmospheric conditions?
As soon as you admit that you lied and doubled down on your lie, I'll carry on this conversation.
Travis, your obfuscation is absolutely amazing, especially given that you give doctored videos to try to milk people out of $500.
It's not milking you out of. I bet $250 and you doubled it. You doubled it.
Travis, I know you really want $500. I'm not giving you $500 because you didn't earn $500, Travis.
I know you're not. You're a fucking liar. I proved it. I went.
I absolutely quit. Travis, I know that you really, really, really don't want to answer my question. I know it's difficult.
You're breaking up, Travis.
Let everybody else see. Travis can't answer a basic bullshit question. He just has to go to him losing a bet, I don't know, a month ago.
Not. I'll send you this.
I know, Travis, you lost a bet a month ago. You're very bitter about it. Can you answer my question?
He didn't lose a bet. I was in the voice chat when that went on, and you were the one that lost the bet after you doubled out.
I did. Number one, I did.
But either way,
Number two, Travis. Never
We
to.
don't need to.
Travis
We
is,
don't need to
Travis is
have
very,
this
very
be
angry. And so he's
RC.
obfuscating.
RC. We don't need to have this be a
Oh,
conversation in
I
the
agree. I'm
VC,
not the one having
right?
it. I'm not the one having it.
No,
Travis
but you
is angry
can't.
because he really, really wants money, but he won't answer my question. And now
No,
everybody can hear how Travis won't answer.
no, no.
Does anybody want to know why Travis won't answer the question? It's because he can't answer.
So if I send you the text, will you just read the text that I want you to read in your squeaky voice for me so I can use it for a video?
Hey, Travis, if you would be as kind to answer my question, then everybody can see you're not obfuscating. But if you want to keep obfuscating, that's fine. It just shows you don't have an answer.
I told you I would be happy to answer your question as soon as you fess up.
Travis, then if you're happy to, then answer it.
As soon as you fess up.
Hey, Travis,
Or pay up. Either way.
I have nothing to fess pay. You're the one who owes me money, and that's fine. I'm not going to ask the money from you. But if you want to answer my question, that would be great. Silence is deafening.
Yeah, because I don't want to carry this drama on with you.
Hey, I didn't bring up any drama. Travis, I'm asking you the simple question.
Yeah, you did.
So,
yeah, you did. Every time you squeak your voice, drama.
All right. So, Travis, can you answer the question? Do you believe that your simple perception, no metrics, just your perception, is good enough to measure atmospheric conditions? Travis, is that an acceptable standard to you?
Oh, you want to talk about acceptable standards? Oh, that's rich. That's
Can you answer the question, Travis?
Yeah. Anybody else wants to have a conversation with this garden gnome, just pick it up from here.
I know, Travis. You
Hey,
gotta go.
RC Musty.
Gotta go at
How you
him.
doing?
Hey, hold up. Hey, Gio, I hope you're listening. Because notice how he goes at home rather than I have not ad homed in once with it. I'd like to hear him answer the question.
He doesn't want to engage with you,
I
bro.
don't think he wants to engage with you, bro. I want to engage with you, RC Musty.
Are you going to answer the question I asked Travis, or are you going to also accept that, yeah, probably just like licking your finger and putting it in the air, our bodies measuring the atmospheric conditions are probably not a good standard?
You're talking about using tools to measure things?
So are you saying that definitively that a human being cannot be accurate with maybe, licking his finger? Are you saying that there's no one that, because he claimed that he did it, you saying that no one out there, not even people that live in the wilderness,
I don't know what you're talking about, Matrix. I ask him, is your perception with no other metrics, is that a good way of going about and trying to actually make good observations?
but if you were to ask somebody that's in the wilderness, would it be a fair assessment from the other person?
No,
Or
that'd
you
be
saying that human beings can't do this at all?
no, that'd be a really dumb way to try to make specific scientific claims in the real world.
And was that the crux of his discussion that he was having, for you to hone on that specific word? Do you recall what he was talking about before that? Or you just took a word from the whole sentence that he was saying, started honing in on it to make it seem as if that was the point that he was talking about when it wasn't?
Definitely.
Really think about that. Think about that a little bit.
Hey, Matrix, I already did, and I've been asking about it for 20 minutes. So, but Larry, do you want to answer the question, or do you want to go to a different topic, since I guess Travis can't answer it?
Why would he be obligated to answer a question that he didn't make?
Nobody obligated him. I asked him, do you want to answer the question, or do you want to go to a different topic?
Why are you asking him to answer a question that he didn't make a claim about? Like, Like you're
I
just
did.
you're just freaking trolling right now.
All right, Travis. I know you don't want to answer the question. We all heard it 35 times.
No,
We get
I would be
bored.
happy to answer. I would be
Go ahead.
happy to
Go ahead,
answer
then,
the
Travis.
question.
We're waiting. We're waiting.
No,
Travis.
no. Yeah. If you would not interrupt me, I would be happy to answer the question with a sincere opponent, which you are not.
Go ahead,
So I
Travis.
have no.
We're waiting.
So I have no desire.
We're waiting,
to
Travis.
answer. So I have no desire
Just get
to
an
answer.
answer, Travis.
Okay, so I have no desire to give
Okay,
you.
I get it. You don't want to answer the question, Travis. I heard.
So I hope Gio. I hope
RC,
Gio's noticing.
You can't,
I hope
you
Gio's
can't talk
noticing the
over
fact
him.
that he keeps talking over me.
Yeah,
Right?
you can't talk over him, RC. Okay.
At this point, RC's just he's just attacking Travis. At this point, is attacking because he's already asked several times.
Hey, I haven't attacked Travis once. I've asked him.
Sorry, I'm gonna mute you there, bud, because all you're doing is talking over people. Matrix, did you have a point to make?
Yeah, it just seemed like it doesn't seem like he's trying to get a dialogue with Travis. It seems like he's just trying to attack him. And by attack him, I mean he's just simply trying to make him look stupid on something that Travis was not speaking on. Travis was not hinting to the fact that he can absolutely make a determination on this. This wasn't even the point of what Travis was talking about. He just came in and honed in on that word. And now conversation that didn't need to happen. And I would like to aggress.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, RC.
Yeah, Travis don't answer the question. That's fine. I'm not going to press him about it. He's been asked 35 times by me. He's denied answering it.
So we'll move past that then. Do you have anything else of value to add?
I was asking Larry before. Does Larry want to respond to the question, or would like another topic?
What is the question, RC?
Question is, do you think that the body with no other instruments is a good measurement tool for barometric or weather conditions?
Did you say the body?
Yeah, the body. Travis's claim was the body.
What do you mean by
our bodies are a good way to measure what the atmosphere is doing.
what do you mean by barometric pressure? Can you define that for me?
You want me to define barometric pressure?
Yeah, doesn't that mean humidity? That talking about humidity?
No, it does not mean humidity.
Okay, what does it mean?
It's the pressure that the air is exerting.
Okay, when there's lots of water gas or water vapor in the atmosphere, does that increase the pressure?
Typically, water vapor will decrease the density of the air.
Right, but okay, so if I got a balloon and it's got a bunch of CO2 in it, right, and then I add water vapor or water gas, water in a gaseous state. Fuck you, Dallas David. Does that increase the pressure?
If you add water, does it increase the pressure?
Yeah, if you add water gas, again. If you add water in a gaseous state to a balloon, does that increase the pressure of the balloon?
I add water in a gaseous state to a balloon, does it increase? Typically, by the act of adding something else into the balloon, you are going to probably increase the pressure. Actually, I don't know if that'll increase the pressure, like expand the balloon, but if the balloon is
Now
already
you're contradicting yourself.
elastic, if the balloon is already expanded to the point where it's, it can't expand anymore, then the pressure will slightly increase before the balloon bursts. But that's not analogous to our atmosphere, because our atmosphere isn't a balloon in a container.
All right, well, I'm about to say something that children probably shouldn't listen to. So if you have any children in the room, go ahead and mute for about 20 seconds. So I've always kind of joked around here in East Texas that I got a good set of barometers between my legs because I could tell when it's really humid by the condition of my, let's just say my barometers. Would you agree or disagree? Can you tell when it's humid outside? I can. And if there's a lot of moisture in the air,
can you tell if
that
it's
means
more humid than not? I mean,
so,
what are you trying to say? Are you saying, can I measure the humidity by how much I'm sweating?
Yeah, there's also
not sweating. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
there are certain health conditions that are connected to barometric changes as well.
Sure, but humidity is not the only factor in barometric pressure.
So how about these people that lives in the woods? Life, you detect the differences in temperature and pressure by just simply being in that environment their whole life.
Yeah, you can detect a difference, but you can't detect, like, a human is not going to be able to walk outside and tell me down to, let's say, the 10th of the degree what the temperature is outside.
I would beg to differ. I would assume that people that are in those environments, I would assume that those things that they would develop because they are in those environments. Their body will react to
Can you show me one person? Can you show me one person who can give me the temperature down to the 10th of a degree every single time?
Not a tenth of a degree, but that's I can get it to where it's negligible, right? You guys like to use that word. So me, I work outside, right? I go in and out all day long. I can usually tell you what time it is. Now I can't always tell you what day it is, but I can tell you what time it is by looking outside, and I can go outside and tell you whether it's going to be a humid day, and I can tell you the temperature within a certain degree of accuracy because I'm outside all day long,
Okay,
in and out.
can you tell me what the barometric pressure is down? Because barometric pressure typically, like, in inches of mercury, will vary maybe about 2 inches of mercury on like between seasons and between days. Sometimes, just depending on the conditions. Usually, we measure it to the thousandths or sorry, not the hundredths, really on inches. And so, could you go outside and tell me down to the hundredths of an inch how
No,
many bars of
no.
mercury got?
But I don't measure it in mercury, right? Remember, I just told you I measure it in testicular, and I'm
Okay,
being
so
serious. Like I can tell when it's
can you?
humid
Yeah,
outside.
I understand. Can you go outside and tell me, for example, like the change between your work and your home in terms of barometric pressure on the ground?
Work and home.
In any unit that you would like to express that in.
Like
Yeah,
this is like the biggest. In,
I can't hear
this
Travis.
is
Can anybody else hear Travis?
it's like the most insane waste.
Travis, your ad homs are only coming through in robots.
Gio, why? I have not thrown out one ad hom yet, and then I get accused of attacking him. Like, what up, man?
I'm channel.
I don't know that I heard anyone say you
Did
were
you hear
attacking him. I think you were interrupting earlier. We can't
Oh
hear
yeah,
Travis at the moment.
3 people. So Matrix said that I was attacking him, and there was one other guy who muted me. Said he agreed that I was attacking him. So Gio, what's up with that? Like,
I
you
muted
get
you
along
because
so
you
with
were
Travis like that?
I muted you because you were talking over Travis. You weren't allowing him to speak.
So Gio, I'm asking you, is that Gio specifically? You cool with Travis just acting like that? Is that just fine with you?
Are you cool with RC Meisty talking over me? Like, wait, like, are you gonna fling shit at me now? Like, let's fling shit at each other, RC. Let's go. How
Okay.
fun is
why don't
this?
y'all?
No,
Why don't,
I
Okay,
just
so
why
wanted
don't,
Gio,
my
I don't know
question.
if you was here during the whole time. So Travis, and I think Napalm, we were having like a discussion about temperature or whatever. The things that Travis do. MC Mike's he popped in, honed in on a certain word that Travis was talking about. He was saying that that he could almost
Hey Gio, have fun with these guys.
Can I finish? He was saying that he could feel the difference of the temperature that he was saying, right? But he wasn't saying that he can accurately hone in on the temperatures, right? He just felt the same, right? And he immediately started honing on that word and pressured Travis to say that, oh, could you tell me the accurate, like that wasn't what Travis was talking about. He was simply having a conversation. And this is why I said he is attacking him, because we all knew that wasn't what Travis was talking about. He didn't say that he could accurately predict the pressure with his body. He just said it felt the same. That's it.
Well, I know that I can tell you, judging by the sunset, whether it's going to rain over the next few days. And if I see a circular looking cloud around the moon, I can tell you that it's going to rain in the next couple of days. And if it's a clear sunset, it's probably going to be clear for a couple of days. So there's, what I have to take into consideration, there's weather manipulation, right? So when they spray the skies, I don't know how to determine all that shit, but for the most part, I can predict the weather pretty accurately because I like old people. I talk to old people. I don't usually like talking to young people, right? But old people, I like talking to. So I've learned a couple of things from these old timers. And, when I go to test their shit out, like, it works. If you see a circle or a ring around the moon, right, you can actually take a picture of it and see it. I don't know that it's a perfect cloud, but it's what it appears to be. But when that happens, it's going to rain over the next couple of days. And I can usually tell, by how comfortable I am, right, whether it's humid or not. It can be 110 degrees, and I played football, and I can run through it, and I can sweat. I'm just fine. 110, 115 degrees, I can run. But if it's humid, not so much. So the reason why I can run in 115 degrees is because in East Texas, on the days that it's, not a whole lot of pressure, not a whole lot of humidity, right? I can run, pretty decently, and the evaporation cools me down, and it's no problem. Other kids would be puking. Like, there was a lot of kids that played football with. They would just get too hot and puke, and I'd be just fine. But on the days where it's really humid, right? That's the days that I can't really run in the heat. I can't keep going. I have to, I'll get like a frozen bottle of water and put it in my hands. That way my capillaries, that are transporting blood, back into my body, it's going to cool down my, core temperature. But yeah, I can tell a lot of things with my body. Now, can I measure it down to the, mercury and all that stuff? Like, no, because I'm not using mercury for tools for different things. Am I the only one talking? Can I get a mic check?
You're good, Hank. Larry, sorry.
Yeah, would anybody disagree with anything that I just said?
Nope.
No,
I
I
like
think
what you said. We should be able to determine things like temperature and, pressure in the air with our bodies. Why not?
Now, if
I
you
think
put me in Florida
sometimes,
and you ask me the temperature, I can't tell because it's so humid there that I don't know what the temperature is.
yeah, I think sometimes, the more we rely on the tools, the less we notice the differences, right? And that can go for a lot of different things. The more we rely on GPS, the less we remember where to turn and our surroundings, right? So if we didn't have the GPS, it'd be very difficult for us to get around because we're so used to relying on it as a crutch. Same can probably be said for temperature, humidity, all the things that we might have used previously our body for to indicate whether inclement weather is heading our way. We're relying on other tools, so we're not paying as much attention. Does that make
That's what
sense?
I wanted to say. I think it's a slippery slope. Like, probably in 20 years, we keep this up. Someone's going to tell you don't know if it's raining or not until you look at a barometric pressure gauge.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's kind of like the cell phone. Like, remember when we used to have to write numbers down and memorize them? And now I don't even know my mother's number by heart because I'm just so used to having it in the cell phone. It's kind of like that. We
Yep.
depend too much on the technology to the point that it becomes convenient, but it also becomes detrimental.
Yep, I
So the
completely
final
agree.
point I wanted to make is that I think it's important that we can use our eyes to measure atmospheric differences in atmospheric conditions. We should be able to do that, right?
And I think probably the handful of phone numbers that I do remember are all ones from my childhood.
Oh yeah, 100% for me.
was having fun just looking at the Plain Truth channel. I'm your Copernicus. Man, that stuff is great. I don't know why anybody would try to, I don't know, come at you for that. Your channel's awesome.
Another problem is control of information. Everybody's relying on Google now so much on their phone. They're not going to go to a physical library where the real information comes from. So if Google's controlled, then we're getting just propaganda.
Well, I got to say that I can't always differentiate between Travis and Geo because they sound so much alike. But I definitely remember the Plain Truth channel, and it is a very good channel.
Yeah, you guys are probably talking about Jamie Lee and not my channel, knuckleheads.
No, I think I'm talking about your channel.
Well, then I'll take it as a compliment. Does anybody know if it snowed in New York? Because I just drove past this stretch of road. The road's wet, and there's like what would have looked like snow on the ground on the shoulder. It was
in the city
absolutely
right now.
Bizarre.
It rained last night, but it's like sunny day right now.
Yeah, there's absolutely anywhere here in New York, bro.
I'm on my way to Syracuse, so I'm going up 476. But I'm just saying it's wet out here. But if it was in the wintertime, it absolutely looked like snow would have looked on the shoulder. Crazy.
So can I change the subject from weather? I know you flatterers love talking about weather.
Hold on. I just wanted to ask him if there was any humidity in the air.
Very funny. I was trying to think of something funny to say like that, but beat me to it.
There's a lot of humidity in my area. We're getting ready for a hurricane, so yeah. Fun times.
So in other words, your barometers have turned into yak, right?
Pretty much. Pretty much. So yeah, if you guys don't hear from me on Wednesday or Thursday, it's because we got a direct hit.
Well, you have to worry about that Coriolis for the hurricane.
Get that Coriolis insurance.
Well, you know, if it was solely based off of Coriolis, we should just be able to know exactly where it's going to go, right? Where is it going to hit? Who's talking about Coriolis? Can you plot based on Coriolis where the hurricane's going to hit?
Like, you don't have to worry about a hurricane because of conservation of momentum. All you have to do is run alongside the hurricane. You're good.
All right, all right.
So nothing. You're going the same speed, so nothing changes.
All I know is if the hurricane goes up the East Coast, then Roger Waters is going to put on a show. And you guys are going to have a concert. But if it goes, you know, towards Texas and Texas gets floods out, nobody gives a fuck. I kind of feel like the rest of the world is like, good, maybe their guns will rust up.
Yeah, living in Florida, I feel like lots of times people just cheer on hurricanes completely eliminating us down here.
It's always exciting if you just Google Florida man and let it finish auto-finish the sentence. Or Florida woman, either one.
Does every state have that phenomenon?
I would say it's probably more common in the South because you can get that from, you know, Georgia man or Georgia woman, Mississippi man or woman. You can get some pretty dumb people.
Well, it's more common.
I thought it was man in Jersey.
Well, yeah, you know, all the crazy people from up north, particularly the Northeast, you know, they tend to migrate down to Florida. So why you get all the reports, you know?
Can we also put in Canadian man?
Might need to be a little more specific.
That's a
like
race. That's a racist
Alberta.
euphemism.
Alberta man. New Brunswick man.
It's okay to be racist against Floridians. You just can't be racist against Canadians.
Does anybody else call crazy drivers in Florida Floridians?
Well, yeah, there's definitely crazy drivers in Florida. Typically, it's not people from the state of Florida originally. It's people from all over.
No, but my question is the term Floridian used by other people? Because I feel like I made that term up, but I don't know.
Maybe.
Like up in Baltimore, they call them Baltimoreans.
Yeah, I think everybody has discrepancies with the way people drive depending on where you're from. Because you get used to a specific type of driving and then you go somewhere else. And you know, after living in Florida for 20 some odd years, I go back home to my original state in the Midwest where everybody's nice and courteous and generally doesn't drive quite as fast. And that almost becomes frustrating to me because I'm used to having to be on my toes, passing people in the right lane instead of the left, having to pay attention to, slow old people in the left lane. And then I know somebody's going to cut me off trying to get onto an on-ramp, all this kind of stuff. And then I go back to where people are courteous and it's almost annoying that people are too slow and courteous. So it's all relative.
So I was in New York maybe 5 or 6 years ago for about 6 weeks for work. I'm from Texas. And one of the things that I noticed that really irritated me was the way that they drove and the way they expected other people to drive. Because where I worked was right around the corner from a school. So from about 3 o'clock to about 6, all you heard was horns honking for about 3 hours. I mean, just constant. And one of the things that annoyed me was there's an intersection and lights there. And so the light would turn yellow and then you would, in Texas, you just stop and leave the intersection clear. In New York, they expect you to pull into the intersection and block the intersection. And if you don't do that, you get honked at. And they have 2 different types of honks in New York, too. So there's the one where they just kind of tap on it and they just, tap, honk, honk. You pay attention. Something happened, pay attention, move forward, whatever. And then there's the one where they really, just honk, just lay into the horn on you. And when that happens, you fucked up and did something wrong because they let you know. So I just didn't. Their driving up there is completely different.
I think I know what you're talking about. I didn't drive a whole lot in New York, but I did drive on the way back from Maine. And I kind of feel like that second honk that you're talking about is like, I'm driving here. Watch it. I'm walking here. Yeah.
I'm walking here.
So I want to tell a little story. I woke up in a flatbed after sleeping for like 8 hours, and I had to piss. So I go in the store, I take a piss, I wash my hands, I come out. Kind of, I've been awake for like 2 minutes, and I asked the lady behind the clerk, where am I? She's like, the pilot, and I was like, oh no, what state am I in? She was like, New York, and I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. Because if I were to go in any pilot in Texas and ask them where I am, it doesn't matter. They'll tell me exactly where I am. City, state, whatever you need to know. But in New York, it's like, a pilot? I was like, oh, jeez.
it really did annoy me when they would expect, because the thing is, when the light would turn yellow and you would go into the intersection, and now the cross traffic is green and you're blocking the traffic and they can't get through, and now they're honking the horn at you. But that was acceptable in New York. That's how you're supposed to do it. And I'm like, that's just dumb. Why would anybody do that? And why would you think that's a good idea?
You sound like you're from East Texas.
North Texas, Dallas.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. So
But,
does mine
I
and
grew
his
up in West
accent sound the
Texas.
same?
Mostly from West Texas. I grew up in West Texas.
I think Texas has about 4 or 5 different dialects. Does mine and his accent sound the same?
I'm just interested to know if either of you have one of those cowboy hats.
Hell no.
What the hell?
I don't
sound
own
like a man.
cowboy hat.
Yeah,
And I've never owned a pair of boots in my life. And the only stereotype I like to think that I don't like country music. The only stereotype that I fit for Texas is that I do drive a pickup truck.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I never owned a cowboy hat, but I did have cowboy boots. I did ride horses.
Last time I rode a horse, my testicles got such a severe beating, I'll never do it again.
Was that your barometers?
Yeah, but I understand why the Cowboys wear tight pants now.
Because they got no balls?
No, because, well, I didn't know how. I didn't know you're supposed to, like, slightly stand up. So I was just, like, sitting on the horse, and the horse had been locked up for, like, the winter. So he really wanted to run. So I get on this horse, and I'm, like, sitting on the horse, not realizing that I'm supposed to, like, slightly stand up, because I've done a little bit of research now. But, yeah, I was just like, boing, 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 boing.
So it's like you're on a space hopper.
I guess it was like riding like a beast that really wanted to let some energy out.
We just found something else where women have the advantage. Supposedly that their advantage, they have an advantage being an astronaut because the center of mass is more middle to their waist.
Wait, but like this though, my sister used to live in the Bronx, and she actually owned a horse in the Bronx.
How the fuck she on a horse in the Bronx?
Yeah, that's what I said.
She
When
got
I used to live in Texas.
In the Bronx, she used to own a horse in the Bronx. What the fuck?
Yes.
That, bro, that's crazy.
Yeah, when I was in Texas and I went to, and she's like, "You want to go ride my horse?" I was like, "Horse? New York?"
Yeah, you can own a horse and it not be physically like where you live. My mother owned a horse 3 counties over from where she lived.
Oh, but this horse was in Bronx too. I mean, it was in you could say kind of in the outskirts, a little bit more natural. But it was. Go ahead.
When I think about the Bronx, I think about I didn't see anything. I just saw that murder, but I didn't see anything. You know.
Do y'all run off of Xanax permanently?
Is there any anti-ether people in here?
I'm anti-ether. Fuck the ether.
There is
Cool. So, what do they pull those particles out of in the Big Think or Think Big? Think Big article.
Are you still on there? Making something out of nothing? Really?
Yeah. Did they pull it out of nothing, or did they pull it out of something?
They pulled the particles out of a field, a high energy field. You know. If you want to consider that as nothing because it's not material, sure. But at the end of the day, the headline is misleading. You know, it just sounds nice that we got something out of nothing because we pull something out of the quote unquote vacuum. But I mean, come on.
Did you get fooled by a clickbait title, Hank?
Yeah, let it go, man.
Maybe
You
they
know,
were. Maybe the particles were drowning in the direct sea. Maybe that's where they got pulled out of.
yeah, you know they make titles like that just so you click on them, right?
Yeah, I don't
Exactly.
literally
Just
think that they pulled it out of nothing. I think they pulled it out of the ether. But your guys' worldview, you know, it being a vacuum, as close to as a vacuum as you can get, you guys' worldview would be that it got pulled out of nothing.
Well, what is the ether in your opinion then?
yeah. Let's talk about this ether.
The
What
ether
is
as described by Michelson morally was proven to not be there.
Yeah, but maybe
How'd they
Hank's
do
talking
that?
about a different ether. Like, what are the properties of this ether you're talking about, Hank, that we pull particles from?
Okay, so follow along. It's a vacuum, right? So what's in a vacuum? Like almost nothing, right?
A lot of nothing.
Right. So they pulled all of the material out of it, right? As much as they could.
Yeah.
And then they introduced an electromagnetic field. Now an electromagnetic field, it's not like something physical like a pencil or a particle, right?
The field is part of the
What's to your point, Hank? What are the properties of this ether that they pull the particles out of?
Trying to get there, right?
Right.
So they pulled particles out of an area of space that has been evacuated. It's kind of like we evacuated the church when it caught on fire, right? But the firemen pulled 2 people out of there. Wait a minute. I thought you said you evacuated it. We did. But then you said the firemen pulled 2 extra people out of there. They did. Well, how are both of those true at the same time? How could it be empty of particles, but they pulled particles out of it?
So, what are the properties of this ether that you're talking about?
So I guess the properties would be there's a way that you can pull particles out of a particleless area, right? That would be the properties. There's particles in a particleless area with enough electromagnetic field.
No, because
between.
matter cannot be created or destroyed. So no.
Exactly.
That didn't even
Exactly.
make sense what
Right?
you said here.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm not really trying to talk to you Globers for the most part. I'm really talking to the anti-ether flat earthers. So what Godric just said is absolutely correct. You guys can still participate in the conversation, but Godric is absolutely correct. You can't pull something out of nothing. That would be a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. So for all the anti-ether people out there, does that mean that a vacuum is not nothing, that there's something there? And if there is something there and you could pull particles out of it, even though there are no particles there, would it be okay if we called that ether, or would you just disagree on like a philosophical level that we can't call it ether? We should probably call it virtual particles or quantum foam, or pick whatever you like to call it, but just don't call it the ether, only based on philosophical disagreements.
I'm still not sure I'm following exactly your train of thought.
Yeah, but he wants the anti-ether flat earth response.
Hang on.
So
If you have like a vacuum, right? You shine a light through. And it's still a vacuum, even though there's light, there are photons traversing the vacuum space. So I'm a little fuzzy on your quantification of nothing or a vacuum. Like sure, it's void of matter, but like photons, for example, are massless. So you still have photon traversing the empty space. Still empty, but it does have traffic going through it, if you know.
So wait, is a photon a particle?
Yes, sir. It's a boson.
Oh, so it's a massless particle.
Yeah, it's not the only massless particle out there. There are a few more.
So what would you say defines a particle if not its mass?
It's wavelength and frequency.
Wavelength.
Energy.
So what's
Yeah.
waving? If we have a wavelength, what is the medium that's waving?
What do you mean? What's the medium that's waving? I don't understand that question. What's
You don't
waving?
understand that question. So in order to have a wave, right? So are you saying a wave is something in and of itself, or is a wave what something does?
Wave and a wavelength are two very different things.
Yeah, wavelength.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what a wavelength is, Napalm? Well, what does wavelength mean to you?
I do know what a wavelength means, and it can be mathematical or it could be physical.
So what does wavelength mean to you?
Depends on the context.
In physics, when we're talking about particles or energy, or the transfer of
we'd have to be
energy,
specific.
what is the wavelength to you?
So if we're talking about particles, like actual particles, I guess you could plot the intervals in which those particles are hitting something in some sort of like wavelength type pattern. You could plot that mathematically, like the amount of impacts that these particles are having on something. But if you're talking in terms of energy, that would be my question to you. So if we're talking in terms of energy and wavelengths, what's taking place there?
Bro, you can't answer my question with the question. You even answer the question. What is a wavelength to you?
Dude, I did answer. I said it depends on what you're talking about, right?
And I told you we're talking about energy. When it comes to energy, what is a wavelength?
He asked you a question, and you asked him a question back.
No, I asked the question first, And he didn't answer.
Have you ever heard of a clarification question? Please continue,
He said, what is doing the waving? What's the medium to which is the waving? And then you came back and asked him, what is a wavelength?
Yeah, because I didn't understand the question. I told him straight, I don't understand your question.
So don't ask
I
him a
didn't
question
proceed
back.
to kerfuffle and throw out words
and
then
accuse him of doing what you did.
What do you mean? I'm not saying
Nate,
he did what I did.
Nate, let's get back on track. So
sorry.
You were talking about wavelengths, and we were talking about photons initially, right? So we have these massless particles that you're saying are defined by wavelengths. So what are you doing to measure these wavelengths? What is it that you're actually measuring?
I feel like if you knew what a wavelength was, you knew what. Not to be trolly or anything. If you're asking what you're measuring when you're measuring a wavelength, you clearly don't understand what a wavelength.
Can you elaborate then?
Well, are you willing to concede you don't know what a wavelength is?
Oh, I know what a wavelength is. So if you're measuring a wavelength and we're talking about, I don't know, choose anything on the electromagnetic spectrum. So what are you measuring?
Frequency.
He goes and turns a question that Nidhug asked him into a question. Nidhug asked you, do you know what a wavelength is?
Let's get back to a
And
start.
you haven't told us what a wavelength is.
We'll see with the ocean.
The photon is a particle because it has a wavelength, right? So how do you explain that? That's a simple question to you, bud. So why don't you just answer?
Yeah, that's the question to Napalm. What is a wavelength? We've been
You're the
asking.
one that said a wavelength is a photon. You said it's not a particle. It's a wave, or it is a particle. No mass, but it has a wavelength.
Yeah, don't lie about what I said. I never said a photon isn't a particle. I said it's a particle. I said it's a boson.
No mass. Yes.
Yeah, it has energy. It's pure energy. Now,
you said it is a wavelength.
Napalm needs to tell Nidhug and I what a wavelength is, since Napalm has said more than once he knows what a wavelength is. Please, Napalm.
It's an oscillation. Don't worry about that, Napalm. These people are just trying to put people on the spot. Okay, we know what a wavelength is.
Well, you guys
but
put
it's
us on the spot
motion-
as well,
It's the
Pete.
motion through a medium as a wavelength.
Are
How
we
can you
not
have-
putting each other on the spot here? Are we not asking each other questions and demanding
we wanna
answers
get-
from
no,
each
no,
other?
No, we don't want to get. We want to get to the
So
basics.
you guys
of
are
what a
the only ones
photon-
allowed to ask questions.
Want
We
to get to
shouldn't
the
dare
basics of
ask
what a
you any
photon is,
questions.
and you claim to know with
Fuck outta here.
Wow,
definitiveness,
Nate,
right?
you're on fire, buddy. I mean, you're just blasting away,
I'm
right?
sorry. I'm sorry. It's just, Pete grinds my bones. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Okay, let's just
I'll
get back
stop.
to basics. A photon is a massless particle. It has no mass, but it is a particle because it has a wavelength. Now, what do you mean by that?
That's our question to you.
Well,
No,
what
but
is
the
what
question
is the
was to
wavelength?
them.
I got it. Hold on just a second, Pete. So what is the wavelength of, right? So if I wanted to say that I'm measuring sound in wavelengths, which we can do, right? We're measuring the frequency or the amplitude between the peaks and the valleys of the agitations within the air as we're receiving them, right? So the frequency of the vibration of the air is what we're measuring when we're measuring sound waves. And we can say that they are sound waves, and those sound waves have wavelengths, right? Different wavelengths of the sound. And what's taking place is a perturbation of the air. So when I'm asking you about photons, you say it's a particle, right? And you say that there is some sort of wavelength involved. So what is the action? What are we measuring that's taking place that we have a frequency and amplitude of what? And how is it being measured?
Yes, and through what? Yeah. Simple question, because you know what a photon is, right? So please answer.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer questions if you guys want to answer questions. We're still waiting for Napalm to tell us what a wavelength is.
Just-
Oh, I already
It's
told. I
You shouldn't be allowed here.
literally just
Oh, I wasn't
said.
listening. I'm
Allowed
sorry.
here.
What
Hold
did you
on,
say it was?
Pete. I literally said it's just the measure of the peaks and the troughs of something that's traveling through a medium, right? We can say a sound wave. Do you think sound is wavelengths? Can we say a wavelength can be like sound can be measured in wavelengths? Would you agree?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
So that's a measurement of the frequency of the peaks and troughs of the agitation of the air as it hits whatever measuring device that you're using to measure the wavelengths. So when we're talking about light, what are we measuring the peaks and troughs of? What is the medium that is being agitated?
Yeah,
There is
measuring
no
the
medium. Yeah, you don't measure the medium being agitated.
Okay, so what's taking place? What is the wavelength function? Are we just saying, okay, we've got a bunch of these balls that are hitting our detecting device at a specific rate, kind of like you hit a drum with a drumstick, right? So I could measure my hitting the drum with my drumstick in a wavelength if I wanted to, because there would be some reverberation off of the drum head, right?
Mm-hmm.
So is that
agree
what's
with you.
taking place when you're talking about light? You have these little massless nothings that are somehow what are they doing?
I would say the equivalence between those two situations is you measure in the energy, the energy caused by the interaction between things.
All right,
You want
so
to measure in what happens to the medium. You measure in the transfer of energy. So with you hitting the drums, there's an interaction there, and that energy is released as sound. When it comes to light, the energy is released as radiation, and you are measuring the radiation, the electromagnetic radiation, which is what we see as light, and it comes in different forms depending on the wavelength and frequency. So a radio wave will have a different wavelength and frequency when compared to a microwave or infrared light or UV light or gamma rays, or X-rays.
Yep, I agree. So when we're beating that drum, right, and we're getting like the sound that comes out of it that we can measure in wavelengths, right? If we took that same drum and that same drumstick and we put it inside a vacuum, what would take place? Would we still get the sound?
Would be energy transferred, but you would never hear that energy because that energy isn't being transferred in a way that it becomes audible to your ears. Your
Correct.
ears need sound to be transferred through a medium in order for you to hear things. But
I
just
agree.
because there's no medium doesn't mean there's no energy transfer. You just can't hear it.
Right.
You can,
So within the idea of light, right? You were talking about the sound aspect of it, right? Within our analogy, you said, yeah, then it comes through as radiation, and that's what we measure as, wavelengths, frequency, amplitude. So what's taking place within our analogy that equates to the drumstick and the drumhead?
What?
Napalm, if I may just add something here. I think that they're getting triggered by the word medium when we describe, or how you were describing, how the transfer of the energy needs something to allow that transfer to happen. Even Newton said in his Principia that it would be ludicrous for any man with a reasonable faculty of thinking to think that spooky action at a distance can occur without some kind of a substrate for that transfer to occur. When you say that the sound wave does not reach your ear, that means that the energy was not transferred, as in the sound was not transferred to your ear. You can't say that the energy is still transferred, but I just didn't hear, because then your eardrum did not vibrate at the same frequency as the original sound, thereby transferring its energy to your eardrum, unless there was a medium which allowed the transference. And the easiest way to understand it would be swell height in an ocean. When you're looking at a wave, the amplitude or the trough of a wave, you look at the sort of middle ground average, or the height above the middle and the height below the middle, especially when taking an average sea level. You're looking at how much above and how much below. That's the amount of energy that wave can transfer. But that wave is the water. It is the medium. We can only have a wave at the ocean because of the medium, because of the liquid. So then when we start to describe light as something else, we call it radioactivity, or we call it some kind of other name, but it's still a transfer of energy, and that transfer of energy it's an antecedent to the transfer of energy, is that there has to be some conduit for that energy to be able to transfer.
The voice of reason, ladies and gentlemen, the voice of reason. Flat Earth Solar, I haven't heard your voice. I'm sorry, just give me a second. Saying hi to my buddy Flat Earth Solar. I know me and you don't ever talk very much, Flat Earth Solar. We seem to be on opposite ends of the realm here, but every time I hear you, bro, I'm just like, dang, that dude knows what he's talking about. Sorry, everybody else who was enjoying the conversation.
Yeah, I only found this group about a week ago, so this is where all you guys went.
Yeah, appreciate it, Solar. Exactly.
Solar, how you doing,
Ready to
man?
put
I
it-
remember you from the old times. Where did you come from? Are you over in 24/7? This is Pete Shea here, if you remember me.
Yeah, Pete, I remember you in Gem Panda's server.
Yeah.
Fighting the good fight.
Are you you weren't in Gem Pandas for a while? Were you over at 24/7, or did you take a little hiatus or a break from all of this?
Yeah, 24/7 when I can be. My business has taken off, so working my ass off, but
Okay, very good.
doing well. So it's
Good to hear.
it's exciting.
Nice to hear you. So I heard you were back to spinning. You're spinning ball earther again. I heard, just to finish up. Is that true?
Yeah, of course, and an ether denier. Why not? No, I'm firmly in the corner with old Witsit. Him and I were actually chatting about it a day or two before he went into Nathan's channel, and we were just saying that there's certain things that we can actually definitively show, such as that drift that we see above our heads. The sun and moon rise in the east and set in the west, and they travel at about 15 degrees per hour. So everything in the sky seems to have this 15 degree per hour motion in a specific direction. If we shoot light toward the west and we shoot light toward the east, there is a delay or a retardation of the return of the light when traveling eastward. So we pick up almost like a current The same way that if I sailed the boat eastward and I saw that I'm always losing 2 miles per hour when traveling against the current versus gaining 2 miles per hour traveling with the current, there is something, there's a current. So the same way that we can't necessarily isolate the ether, we can definitely pick up or register some of its effects that cause that drift on the ring laser gyro. We see it above our heads every day with the sun and the moon. There's definitely motion above us. And for anyone to claim that there isn't, or that there isn't something moving, or I don't know. I think it's just when you claim it as a medium, everyone gets triggered, because then how can you prove it's a medium? The ballers call it the fabric of space-time. There has to be some fabric on which all matter rests, or is the substrate to which all matter bonds. There has to be. Even the ballers acknowledge it, but fictitiously call it the fabric of space-time. But prior to that, it was the ether, and used for all of magnetism, all of electromagnetic theories was centered on this pivotal idea that there has to be some kind of a conduit to allow the transfer of that energy.
And of
then
course,
we
solar at
discovered
top
that
level.
we didn't actually need the ether, and that the ether.
Second, of course, solar at top levels, they know the ether is a thing. I'm thinking that the luminiferous ether, as applied to a spinning ball Earth and greater expanse, was said to be a stationary medium through which everything traveled, and it was almost infinite or vast in extent. Whereas coming to reality, or flat Earth reality, I view the ether, as being enclosed, first of all, and in motion as well, in tandem with these energies that you talk about. It's very interesting. And I will say another thing. It's so interesting as well that 24/7 or Nathan Oakley's hate the word ether. They would be in here right now arguing on the side of Nate here and Nudhug. A photon is the reality, a massless particle, and that quantum mechanics is kosher. Do you find that curious? Do you find it curious that people with so open minds to come to flat Earth and beyond have such a narrow mind about this most pertinent of topics?
It's almost like it's evidence-based versus Fifi-based.
It's the only thing that you and the ball and Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser and crew agree on. Only things, which is that quantum mechanics is kosher above board and ether is bollocks. So I find that funny.
Why don't you guys?
Yeah, it does seem like the ether is enemy number one for a good reason. It does seem like that. It really does.
Why don't we invite you and Nathan Oakley here and have like a debate about this? Because it
He
seems
doesn't do these
your
things.
piece
He
is
doesn't
more
come out of
with
his
them than it is with
Nathan Oakley would
Logan.
never come in here.
Nathan's got to make money on his
Nathan
show.
would never come in here.
Yeah, he
I
can't.
mean, he doesn't have to come here, but it could be like a neutral ground
Oh,
or
haven't
neutral
you seen
server.
it? Haven't you
He
seen his show?
conducts a debate.
He's like
He
tearing up the
conducts a
ether all the
debate.
time and talking down.
That's what
So
I'm
what is
saying.
it?
A neutral server.
You don't.
Well,
You don't
he
want.
conducts the debate daily. So you can
It's
go to
not
his
as
channel
known
daily
as
and debate him
Yeah, he won't
anytime.
debate anywhere else.
Nathan.
But that's not.
Then why don't you guys go to his channel then? He's a flat earther. He
So
would treat
we're
you
pointing
right.
out is that he's obviously unreasonable about it. He's not even wanting it as a topic of discussion, which is weird. Don't you think that's a little weird, Nate? It's not like one thing that's like oh well, this is a topic that we're going to talk about, and it's okay to look at the history of the ether and how Michelson Morley had a lot to do with that, and anything just for context even. But it's like this is like a non-topic that will not be discussed, and anyone that brings it up is going to be called a little boy and a shithead and all that kind of shit. It's a weird reaction, bro.
It really is.
Is that you don't enunciate or have clear demarcations between your idea of what the ether is and what our current understanding of relativity and space-time is. You guys kind of use them interchangeably when it suits your
Okay,
your
so
topic.
mention the difference. To be specific.
Ether, as described by Michelson Morley, a physical medium that things had to be inside, has been 100% disproven. Not there, not noticed.
Michelson Morley were
everything
not
works.
the originators of the ether. You are aware of that, correct?
So the fact that you guys try to say the
Are you
ether
aware of that? Are you
or another,
aware that Michelson Morley is not the originator of the ether, as you
I
just
don't
claimed?
I don't care if they were the originator or not. The ether as they thought they would
So
detect,
if they took a
they
flawed,
did
so
not detect.
second-hand individuals who take a flawed understanding of someone
So
else's research, you now
I'm
want to
pretty
base
sure,
all of your
I'm pretty
assumptions
sure
going
I was
forward
talking.
from.
You decided to interject in the middle of me talking. I don't
Yeah,
care if it was the idea. I don't care if they were the brainchild of it. What matters is that the ether, as they tried to find it through their experimentation, has been disproven. So if you're talking about a different ether, that's fine. I think you are, but I also think you're just conflating it with our understanding of space-time.
Well, at this point,
Michelson
though,
Morley, well, space time was conflated and jacked from the actual original ether, but Michelson Morley did not disprove the ether. You're incorrect about that. They were trying to discover they were trying to find the Earth's movement through the ether. That
Speed,
failed.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what
And they
failed.
found that to register as zero speed, and therefore they decided it's more convenient to just throw out the ether. And thus, I say, if you're basing your assumption on a faulty conclusion drawn from the Michelson-Morley, then that's why you are where you are.
Here's the
Neil,
kicker,
are you
Solar.
cool with Oakley and QE? Like, do you have some sort of rapport or communication line with them?
that's not important. We're talking about the ether and how that's an interesting idea that it's been misinterpreted, regardless of what you think about it. Just the fact that it's been misinterpreted, and it's a big point of contention between our argument in this discussion right now, because there's some major quote unquote experiments that have been reinterpreted or misinterpreted or whatever it was that one side is saying this is the results and this is what defines the ether, or this is what has made it obvious that it's something, or on the other side, on your side, it's saying this disproved it completely. And it's so interesting that there's such this line in the sand with this topic.
Yeah. And Nathan Oakley, Quantum Eraser is Nathan Oakley's guru. But just to say to Solar, I find it's so interesting that whether the Earth was moving or not, Michelson Morley and Einstein accepted that the Earth was a ball at the very least, and it was part of the solar system. So I think another little clue there for us when we consider what was the initial assumption which led to a spinning ball, Earth heliocentrism. And I say, of course, it has to be that the Earth is moving. Is that the Earth is moving, then the ball develops. So yeah, just a little note there. But absolutely, again, new perspective. Einstein killed the ether, but generated this space-time theory. Maybe one is connected to the other, and indeed, I think it is. We have to redefine what space is and what time is in the real world terms. You know what I mean? Oh,
Yeah, and it's interesting that the modern quantum physicists are all about the ether. That's like a main component of what they're talking about, and I don't know how that gets, and reinterpreted for it within quantum physics in a way that is also some kind of deception. But it seems like it's one of those things. You guys have to admit that even space time, you have to at least say that it's a concept, and it's hard to pin it down in the same way the ether is, I guess. So it's one of those topics that you can't say for sure about one thing or another with it. You can't say, oh, it disproved it, or this is the proof of it, because
But
the background medium.
the timeline elucidates a lot to this whole factor, is that when you go look back at the Sagnac experiment, which definitively showed that just simply rotating a board, splitting light, and then recombining it interfered with the recovery pattern. That interference or interferometry pattern was completely distorted with the smallest little motion. Then a couple of years later, Einstein comes out with special relativity, saying it doesn't matter if you even traveled at the speed of light, that the speed of light would still be a constant, still traveling ahead of you at the speed of light, even though you're traveling toward it at the speed of light. And the Sagnac experiment experimentally showed that you can discern almost accelerometer tests using light. And subsequently, that's how we get the ring laser gyro, which is incredibly accurate because of its splitting of the light and how light is affected when it's recombined in certain motions, but yet special relativity, which throughout the ether then said light travels at a constant regardless of your speed, and that you can travel away from the earth at the speed of light and come back in 1,000 years has passed, and it's all relative and all of this other bullshit, which is all theoretical. Whereas at the time there was already a Sagnac experiment which proved light can be manipulated in this way. So the way that the whole world went with Einstein, theoretical, over the physical, tangible, evidence-based Sagnac, it's just ludicrous.
Yeah, and just even just the interpretation of what the speed of light is an interesting factor in all of this. Was it a propagation of the background medium and the time that it takes to actually read the speed of light, determining the speed of light, or is there an actual speed of light? And that's another interesting idea that gets tossed around and redefined and combated even amongst ether quote unquote believers, that whether it's an actual propagation, if it's just the propagation of the field and it's a rate of propagation, is that rate then considered a speed of light, or is it just the time it takes for it to reach the outer extension of where it would propagate to? Is the light already there, or is it traveling? And that's the other interesting part about this.
There's different forms of that wave-like energy. You get longitudinal and transverse wave energy transformation. So longitudinal is up and down, the standard sine graph that we're all accustomed to. And then the transverse wave is like sending an impulse through a wooden rod. So if you had a 1,000,000-mile long piece of wood and you hit the one end with a hammer, the other end of the wood would instantly transfer the energy that the hammer just imparted on the one side of the wood through a transverse wave. So it's traveling horizontally through the object, rather than a longitudinal up and down sine wave pattern, which typically has some kind of a delay to it. So when it comes to the light, this is where it gets really interesting. I do listen to Ken Wheeler as well in terms of perturbation and propagation through a medium, that it's actually the rate of induction. It's almost the excitation of the molecules, or the speed at which the excitation can continue is the light, versus the mainstream media, which is saying it's a particle. And Nathan Oakley's side of this argument, which I have discussed this with him as well, he says when you get to wave function collapse, when you get down to shooting individual photons, that there is no longer a wave associated with the impact. When you get down to that reductionist level of a single photon, you can no longer call that a wave. Because if you're shooting out a single packet, where does the next impact occur? Is it above? Is it below? Is it exactly on the first impact? So you cannot project a wave or start plotting a wave when you have a single impact. And their whole point is that because of that single impact, it proves that it's not a wave. But as soon as you start stacking multiple impacts, you regenerate the wave-like distribution, or a probability distribution of where the light is impacting on that photosensitive plate, which then gets registered in our minds as a wave-like pattern, even though it's just a probability distribution. So it gets really complicated, but I can see both sides of the argument. I just wish we could have an honest discussion about it. I don't see why we have to cut off being negative towards one side.
It makes it almost suspiciously enemy number one.
Well, you want to try to figure it out, I would say. Yeah. You want to try to figure it out why that's the case.
So Elijah and I were talking about starting tomorrow morning, noon my time. We're going to start going into speculation at 24/7, and we're going to try to invite, the anti-ether and the ether people to have this civilized conversation. And we're going to hope that, we can, kind of keep everything chill and just kind of show people, the swinger effect that was recently discovered. And, we want to ask the anti-flat earthers, did they pull these particles out of a vacuum, out of nothing, or did they pull it out of something? Because if they pulled it out of nothing, then that's a violation of the first law, conservation of matter and energy. And if they pulled it out of something, well, do you guys mind if we call that the ether? Because the only way you could, say that you don't want us calling that the ether, you have to call it, virtual particles, because Lawrence Krauss is some kind of super genius. Well, I think that you're saying, well, virtual particles is a good name, but ether is not a good name based on like bias. And I think that if you want to call it quantum foam or virtual particles or 0 point energy, whatever you want to call it, like we're pulling something out of something, I think makes a lot more sense. And anybody who doesn't know about the swinger effect, if you type in think big and the swinger effect, it should pull up the article that I'm referring to.
Can you explain the swinger effect that you said was just recently discovered?
Yeah, they pulled some particles out of a vacuum, which is pretty much, they've done the Casimir effect experiment like a ton of different ways. There's a bunch of different ways to get the same effect. Well, when they did it this time, they used graphene, right? And when they used graphene, they created the super lattice apparatus. I think it's super lattice. And when they did that, at first they thought it was like some sort of superconductor. And then they realized that they were actually pulling particles out of what they called nothing. What they call nothing, I call the ether.
So this is where I've got a personal fascination in the distribution of energy over DC, direct current. When you go and look into Nikola Tesla and how he was able to power a light bulb plugged into the middle of a field, I think it was in France, and he was lighting it up from Europe. In power distribution, we've mostly been taught about the AC transference, where we need, again, a conduit or a wire to allow the power to flow on the outside of the cable, where with DC, we're actually passing that power from molecule to molecule through the air.
I posted it.
And that passing the energy from one molecule to the next molecule indicates that there's something that is creating some kind of a lattice or a conduit for the transmission of energy. It's why you can wirelessly charge your cell phone, or why you can wirelessly charge your earpods, or how they've allowed the consumer to play with this tech, but on a very, very micro scale. Whereas on a macro scale, you could be sending all kinds of things through the air. But
that's just electromagnetic induction. We know about that.
That's not what it is. Read carefully again. They proved the swinger effect. Electromagnetic induction is not the swinger effect.
Charging your phone with through the ether through a wireless charging pad is electromagnetic induction. It's not anything else.
So just giving it a name is not defending the point of what I was just saying, that all other transferences of energy require a conduit, like a cable. And then when transferring electromagnetic energy through the air, asserting that there is no conduit or no medium that is allowing the transference of that energy is where the fallacy occurs.
But you don't need a medium. You can wirelessly charge a cell phone in a vacuum chamber.
Then you haven't isolated the medium.
Yeah, the ether is there. You just isolate the atmosphere. Same thing as we rise higher. You just evacuate the atmosphere because there's an ethereal force that is pushing it away and pushing it down.
There's something that could be there. Then why would you believe it's there?
Why don't you explore possibilities instead of giving your own fantasy nonsense
haven't
out that
found
you
the
can't
invisible
understand, man?
Energizer bunnies yet. So
Why
that must
you
be
can't
really
understand, as Solar mentioned about space time, you're openly willing to accept all of these impossible concepts to the mind, but
not
yet when it
impossible.
comes to real considerations, you can't even expand your mind to consider alternatives.
Pete, I can say that the reason it happens is invisible Energizer bunnies. No one's ever seen them, so why would you think that's the case?
See, this is
Okay,
what they
so
call
you're
a
just
skeptic nowadays, ladies and gentlemen. You
oh
don't
yeah.
ever challenge the mainstream science, right? You only challenge people who are asking questions, even though the first step of their scientific method is asking questions, but they want to call us science deniers. Go ahead and
You can
work that
ask
out with,
questions,
hold
but
on, just go ahead and
you're
work that out,
adding
that logic,
variables
work
to
that
an
out.
equation.
Hold on, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Work that logic out for me real fast so I can like see, make the connection that I'm missing, because obviously I'm the idiot, right? Please work that
Yeah,
out for me.
easy.
I'll
You're
wait.
adding variables
And
to an equation that is already solved. We know how electromagnetic induction works. Adding an
Oh, so
additional
it's subtle
variable,
science.
aka the ether. I was in the middle of talking and answering your question. Adding a variable to electromagnetic induction doesn't do anything. It doesn't help. It only complicates
having a
a solution
diagram,
that's already
having a
there.
diagram for induction does not explain how you are transferring that energy between those two plate surfaces. So just having a diagram and showing that this is electromagnetic induction does not bridge the divide.
Right. Again, saying that the visible energizer bunnies are bridging the divide doesn't mean anything.
In all other applications, you need a conduit to bridge the divide.
Yes, exactly what I was going to say. In all terrestrial applications,
We
anything
have
we can detail.
electromagnetism.
The only exception is the exception that you're detailing now, which is energy transfer through empty space. So you are the one that is adhering to the absolute exception to the rule, Nuthook. And you're called what are you ridiculing ether by mentioning magical bunnies or something like that? What kind of nonsense is this, though?
He seems to be of the impression that if he gives you a nonsense reason, then there's no reason necessary. That doesn't make any sense.
Again,
Doesn't make any sense, man. And we know that by now. Everything has to be bullshit. Every single aspect of their model has to be a lie. It has to be, and that's what we're finding, right? These people come in defending every single aspect, and they won't offer up any question. Will you state your motivations for this? Not actually, I already did, didn't you? This is entertainment for you, so you don't mind if you lie or tell the truth, or do you maintain an honesty and dignity throughout your
well, again,
entertainment?
I have no reason to lie to you, but it's just proven fact that electromagnetic induction does not need any ether or any other special properties with it. You can easily see it work using our current understanding of electromagnetism.
So
There
the
doesn't
irony
need
was
more
lost on
variables.
you, right? So you raised the term electromagnetic induction, and then in a subsequent sentence you talk about invisible Duracell bunnies. So simply by stating a term, have you proven anything? Or are
Are
you
you
just
saying are
replacing
you saying we
the
don't
term
understand
electromagnetic
electromagnetism?
induction and you say Duracell bunny, and if you just create a term, you think that that's sufficient to answer the point? How is the energy bridging the divide?
Because it travels in a wave from one wire to another.
One wire
Just
to another.
like magnetism does.
Propagation of a
Which is
wave.
why it's called electromagnetism.
So it runs for thousands of kilometers on the exterior of a conduit and then just
No,
bridges the
that's
divide,
not.
and it no
That's
longer
not.
needs
That is
it
not
no
how
longer
conduits.
needs a conduit. But everywhere
That is
else it needs a
not how
conduit.
conduits
And
work,
since
dude.
2009 or 2008, where they started doing wireless cell phone charging, then it was like, oh yeah, of course, yeah, we can charge batteries through the air. Oh no, I've just paid my whole life for this expensive battery cable because I always had to charge my battery using a fucking cable. But we could have just the whole time been charging it through the air. Why was this not made aware to us 20 years ago, 30 years ago?
It has been known. It just wasn't very efficient. As technology has gotten better and more powerful electromagnets can be made in smaller sizes, it has commercial value versus non-commercial value. You say like it didn't exist. It did. There just was no residential commercial products made with it because the magnets required and the energy required was so high. We don't have that anymore because our technology's gotten better.
I'm talking even on a step-up transformer, a step-down transformer, which has been around since 1870, whatever, that they've had the ability to bridge the divide by passing current through the air from one coil to another. And everywhere else, it needs to be an interconnected system with the live and the neutral being in a completely closed circuit, except when I want to just pass it through the air through another conduit, but you guys can continue to claim that there isn't one.
Well, it's been proven that you can pass an electric current through a wire that is both open and closed before you should technically get a signal back, because electricity propagates through wires in a wave, not through a conduit.
That's just wrong on so many levels.
It's a
You can
propagation of a
register
wave,
voltage.
right?
You
Not
can
wrong.
register voltage on an open circuit,
You can
but you
watch
are not going to be
Veritasum's
registering
video on it
current
because
on an
electricity
open
is so
circuit.
poorly understood. Go watch Veritasum's video on how electricity propagates through a circuit. It doesn't
You
propagate
can
through the
register
wire.
voltage.
It
You're not going to
propagates
register
as a
current.
wave out from where the circuit starts.
And it travels on the exterior of the cable, not through the cable.
No, it doesn't
So
travel along the exterior of the cable at all. It passes through the cable. You can
false.
see it. Just watch the video.
You can Google that in 2
8-minute long
seconds
video.
and see that you're wrong.
Nidhogg,
All right.
weren't you just the other day saying it's interesting they just discovered recently that electricity doesn't actually go through the actual wire, it goes around the
What I'm
wire?
talking about. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. This guy's denying it, which is fine. He just doesn't
No,
know or doesn't
you were
understand.
saying the opposite just now. You said it goes through it, it doesn't go around it. That's what Solar was just saying.
It passes through, like, so the experiment that they did, they have a huge closed circuit, right? And at one end there's a switch, and then and then you have, like, say 50 meters of wire, and then exactly opposite of your switch, because it makes a big horseshoe, on the exact opposite of your switch there's a light bulb, right? And then it goes back the other way to complete the circuit. When you flip that switch on, the basic principles of how we understood electricity was that it passes along the wire and it reaches the light bulb, turns the light bulb on, goes past the light bulb back to the circuit to complete the circuit. That's not how it works. As soon as you flip the switch on, the energy propagates out from the circuit and it actually lights the light bulb up faster than it should if it traveled through the wire. And that's what the experiment shows.
That's what Solar was just saying.
No, that's not what he was saying.
You were saying it goes through the wire. He was saying it goes around the wire.
No, he was saying it travels on the outside of the wire.
Yes.
It does, actually. Yeah, that's actually true. If you look at the Leyden jar experiment, it's well proven that that's a fact. Your copper wire, the energy doesn't pass within the copper wire rather than on the outside of it. And this is why if you were to take a metal rod, go out to the power cable attached to your house and get within 2-3 feet of it, you'll get electrocuted before you even touch it, because there's an electric field around the wire rather than within it.
Yes, I don't, maybe we're talking past each other. It's literally what I'm talking
about. But that's the thing, is that the way you're explaining it is exactly how we're talking about it, because you mentioned it just the other day that they found this new thing. It's funny that you come in and say it's proven fact about anything when you just said the other day there was something that we thought was proven fact that's no longer the case, that the energy actually travels around the wire instead of through the wire. You were saying that yourself.
I'm not sure who you're referring to. If that's me.
No, not you. It was Nidhogg that was saying that.
I think the nomenclature of through and around is what's confounding right now. So I'll cede the point as long as you understand that the electricity does not travel and propagate through the entire length of the wire before it can activate something on the other side. It travels through 3D space from one end of the wire to another end.
So
And,
why,
but you're
why is
agreeing
that?
it's
Hang on, Ned,
agreeing
why
it's
is that?
instantaneous, right? You're agreeing it's instantaneous, Nidhug?
Not instantaneous.
Well, but
It's
if
quicker
you're
than
talking
expected,
about a
though.
particle traveling from A to B, it couldn't possibly be even close to instantaneous. If we're talking about traveling over the expanse of the flat Earth,
Nothing is instantaneous, and the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah,
well, you
so
know it
Actually,
is.
there are things that are
No, it isn't.
instantaneous.
Oh yeah, what's
Well,
instantaneous?
we were talking about bridging the divide. So once
Yes.
you leave the cable and you go through a transformer, step up or step down transformer, or electromagnetic induction, at that point you're transferring energy through another conduit from one place to another. And like I said earlier, there's transverse waves and longitudinal waves. The longitudinal waves are the up
Correct.
and down waves, but the transverse wave can travel incredibly faster than the longitudinal
And
waves,
it's
which everyone studies and thinks of.
non-lossy.
That's
It's
not
not lossy when you're dealing with transverse waves. Furthermore, just look at Chernikov radiation or scalar wave technology, i.e., wireless DC transmission. This is all instantaneous action at a distance.
No, it isn't.
Correct. Yes,
Are
it
we
is.
talking to each other instantaneously right now?
No, we're not.
It's not
Delay.
instantaneous.
And you all
Also,
spoke together. What did you say?
How is Cherenkov radiation instantaneous action at a distance, Dysla?
Because it disproves the rate of C. It's actually 50 times faster than the rate of C.
No, it isn't.
Through a medium, yeah, but
What's
it's only through that medium.
funny?
It's not in a vacuum.
Yeah, you can slow C down. That doesn't and you can slow C down to the point that other things are faster than it. But the actual constant of C, nothing is faster than.
Yes, this is faster than the constant of C.
How
So
fast?
this
In
variable,
a
this
medium.
variable
In a
thing is now a
medium.
constant. This variable thing is now a constant.
Hmm? Yeah, the speed of light is a constant in a vacuum, but in a
But it's
medium,
variable, right?
oh.
And most variables are
It can
constant.
slow down. No one thinks it can't be slowed. That's just silly.
Then it's not constant. I think maybe
In a
you don't
vacuum.
understand the word of constant
You're just
or definition.
misunderstanding what the constant of speed of light is.
Do you understand the definition of constant?
Yes, I know what the definition of the constant of speed of light is. Do you know what that is?
No, not the constant of light. I'm saying, do you understand what the definition of the word
I don't
constant?
care what the etymology of the word constant means. In the context of the speed
As
of
in
light,
unchanging.
it is a well understood definition. It is a certain speed limit that the speed of light goes at in a vacuum that nothing else can go faster than.
Which has been disproved.
Hasn't been
Do you know
disproved.
what I actually wanted to say was that a funny thing is that if you say to a normie like the guy we're talking to, if you say to him the butterfly effect, that a butterfly flapping its wings on this continent can cause a hurricane or a tsunami or something on the other side of the earth, they'll nod their head and say, absolutely. Yeah, of course. You know, everything's connected. If a butterfly flaps its wings, the butterfly
Don't
effect
you
says
think
it's going to happen.
everything's connected?
But
Given
yet,
enough
when you
time,
say something
monkeys
like
can type out
a
Shakespeare.
DC wave, you say
Random
like a
word.
DC wave transmission or some kind of a
Yeah, but
direct
it's
energy
flat Earth
transverse
solar.
wave.
Don't you think we all
Hey, wait,
connected? Don't you think
let Solar
everything's
finish.
connected
He's in
to
the middle
something
of
else?
saying what he's trying to say. Let him finish, please. Go ahead, Solar.
Biggest gish gallop I've
Yes.
ever seen.
He's not.
I'm trying to be succinct, but you know, everyone wants to get their point in. So
Yeah, but
You
I
have a
just
man
have a
of
question,
science here
Solar. Don't
challenging
you
you.
think
Ask
we all
Solar.
connected somehow by the ether? Doesn't the ether connect us? Or are we all disconnected? I don't know.
if you look at the most advanced mathematics, quantum field theory, right, which is our best understanding of combining relativity and quantum mechanics together. It states that because these two fields can interact, every single interaction, right? Like what it is the butterfly effect mathematically. It states that one photon interacting with one electron 160 million light years away could cause a whole bunch of events, right? And that each event is the most common or most probable event that would happen in that exact instant. So yes, the butterfly effect is actually proven to be real. And the whole idea that a butterfly flapping its wings in South America can cause a hurricane in Australia or whatever is a little far-fetched, but the principle does apply.
Thank you for
And
proving my
but
point.
the butterfly effect speaks more to chaos theory. It's more the idea that from initial states, you can predict. Well, not predict, but after a while, it gets difficult to predict what future states might be. But I just find it interesting that Flat Earth Solar doesn't think we're all interconnected. That they, even if it's the ether or if it's space time
I
or it's
haven't been allowed to
particles
respond
between
yet.
us,
I don't
that
think he
there
said that,
isn't
Nick.
some
Yeah,
connection between us.
he hasn't been
That
able to respond.
something on one side of the flat Earth couldn't affect something on the other side. It's pretty interesting.
It is
I've never heard
interesting.
a flat earther
That's
say
what
that.
he said, though. I've let Solar talk. I
If
think
I
that's off. He didn't say we're not all connected. Go ahead, Solar.
Yeah, I think we're connected on a far more incredibly fundamental level. And yes, definitely what happens on one side can affect other sides. And I think even just the energy of people and how people can transform places, I think it's far more magical than we've even been told.
Well,
But
you're leaving
I
out a
think our
key point.
connection lies in the resonance of water. Water's always been used as an amplifier. That's why an amphora was the name for holding liquid. Water is an amplifier. And when you realize that you're 70% water and the other person you're talking to is also 70% water, you can use your amp to affect their amp.
Well, I'm
And
not
that's
sure if you missed it, Flat
With the
Earth, but
butterfly effect.
he said connected through the ether. How do you feel about a connection through this ether?
so I know that there's this vibrational state that all of us are submerged in that we cannot get out of. You cannot isolate the electromagnetic field. You cannot isolate the magnetic field. While we're here on the earth, we're subjected to those fields. So you're kind of like at the bottom of the ocean and you're saying, how do we keep the ocean out? Well, you're at the bottom of this place. And therefore it's
Why
going to
are you
be
avoiding the ether?
incredibly but
Yo,
in
don't cut
terms
him
of
off.
the
Come on.
in terms of the etheric field,
Let him monologue.
I think that the etheric field is something that we must be careful not to claim as fact until there's substantial enough evidence for it to stand on its own. I think that there's a lot of correlative evidence which proves that the ether has to be there, or that there has to be some kind of a medium, and that medium has the ability to interlock us all on a level that we can't even imagine, us to plants to sky, maybe even ground to sky. We could be linked on a really incredible level. But with all capacitance plates, you've got a positive and a negative. We've got our ground plate, which is the negative horizontal. There is a positive horizontal plate above us, allowing this capacitance to exist, which is the increase in voltage that we can measure. It is determinable. So there is this entire field, the soup that we're in.
Yeah.
And I think that we haven't isolated all the variables yet to be able to definitively put the peg on the ether.
Solar, I just want to pick up on
Why
one
can't
thing.
the
You
soup?
said we're at the bottom
What?
of the ocean in a sense, and there's no way of dealing with this soup that we're under. But if we think about churches and their copper-lined roofs, and we're just talking about electricity, how the energy flows
Pete,
around the wire as opposed
Pete,
to through it.
you're derailing, Pete. I'm
not
staying
shut your mouth.
to
I'm
the
not
ether.
derailing. I'm exactly
I
on
have a
point, and I
direct
was going to keep
response.
it quick.
I have a very
boy.
direct
So,
response. Why can't
All right, I'm
this
out of here.
medium? Why can't this
Excuse
medium be
me, was
space
I
time?
not talking quickly to Solar, please?
Instead of
Shut your mouth. I'm
the
not to be on the
ether,
timer.
why
Can
can't it
I
be space
finish my
time
point before
that
someone
connects
jumps
us?
in? What's the hurry here? It was on point exactly. Who jumped out of there?
So the guy who's asking about the space time was one of my
Okay.
points earlier. Was that the ballers do call the fabric on which all propagation and matter existence occurs? They call it space time, the fabric of space time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Now,
Solar,
with
if you
Can
believe
can
that
I
the
finish
ether
my point,
connects
please?
us,
Now the other interrupter is gone. I just wanted to make a brief point to Solar. So I think
go
this is
ahead.
the purpose of copper-lined roofs on churches where you
Oh,
have
yeah.
calm
Fucking man.
areas beneath. Who the fuck is talking, please? Unless
I'm
you've something to
talking,
say,
you goddamn nubbin.
unless you've something to say that I
Who the
have to
fuck is
say,
interrupting my
please bear
interruption?
with me, whoever's talking.
Yo,
Now,
it's
that's
my
all I
turn
wanted to
after
say.
you. I'm after
That's all I wanted to say. Solar. So the cover line roofs of the churches, then you have a calm area beneath. You have all of the organs then generating this differing sort of sheltered vibration within. And I do think, in that sense, that they have, of course, some way of manipulating or controlling this soup that we're in. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Sola, if you feel the ether connects us at some fundamental level, then what are your issues with the butterfly effect and chaos theory? I don't get it.
No, I was saying that because we're all connected and because of the nature of transverse waves, things can occur way faster than we've been told they can. Yet it's normally frowned upon when you start to talk about DC energy or transverse waves being able to impact other locations or being able to astral travel or anything that's slightly
That's not
questionable.
answering the question. When someone brought
But
up the
yet,
butterfly
but
effect,
the point,
you
I
dismissed
brought it
it.
up.
Why?
I brought it up and I'm busy answering it. So
Okay, but
I
speak
brought
to the
up the
butterfly
butterfly
effect.
effect when I said, if I bring up the butterfly effect, I will probably get many people in the room to agree with me that the flapping of a butterfly wing can cause something on another continent. But if I start telling you that my
I what you said?
personal task to change the world could start to cause an effect on other continents, people will say you're crazy. When Tesla said he could power a light bulb from another continent, they said he was crazy. So when you postulate it in one way, the baller mindset will say, yeah, 100%. Butterfly wings, flapping, tornado, hurricane, great, makes perfect sense. But if you start putting it onto other topics, there's going to be disagreement. So I never once said we're not connected. I never once said that it can't travel. I was simply saying that we get a lot of objections to that type of thinking, and that the ability for that energy to be transferred is over something. It's over a medium or over a substrate or over a conduit. The ballers who call space time, space is physical, time is a constant to which we measure other things against. So if I asked you how many kilometers in a minute, or I asked you how many hours in a mile, it's nonsensical because you can't put time and space together in that way. But when you call it space time and you move on without dwelling on it, you accept it as something that's logical. But if I ask you how many kilometers in a second or how many billions of light years in a minute, you can't push those two ideas together.
Now, Solar, I think it's most pertinent on ourselves as investigators to at least paint some picture for ourselves for progress of what might be going on with Earth. I think we have to assume that the truth is well known about the nature of our reality, at least to a much greater degree than what we, as we come out of the cave, are becoming aware of. But do you have a picture in mind of what you've replaced the vacuum of empty space with? Because we know there's a fixed reality, at least as we perceive it in play, a communal reality shared. And if so, have you decided on some sort of a barrier or the nature of some sort of a barrier and how that might be in some way connected with the flow of ether?
Yeah, I'm in two minds about it because we get taught about the firmament, that the heavens are rolled out like a tent under which we dwell. But yet, like I was just explaining, with capacitance, and for us to register 100 meters, 100 volts per meter rise as we elevate above the surface of the earth, for that voltage field to be stable and constant, it has to be two parallel plates. They cannot be anything but parallel. If one surface is slightly closer than another surface, there's going to be a higher voltage potential, and you're going to start to measure deformed voltage rings. It's almost like a magnet holding two ends of the magnet, two flat magnets, and then putting one side a bit closer, and then dropping iron filings. You're going to see a lot of compression at the two magnet points that are closest, and you're going to see a lot of scattering at the other two open surfaces. So that same effect, when we measure it here on the Earth, it is stable. It goes up by 100 volts per meter, and it goes up to hundreds of thousands of volts above the Earth. The amps are really low, so you can't really generate current. But there is this voltage potential, and because we're measuring it evenly, it means that there has to be a parallel surface. So then that means the sky must be parallel to the ground, which means that level must be level. That the sky must be something that's level to the surface to allow this voltage potential to occur. When you start to study the ionosphere, you'll see that signals are bounced at about 100 kilometers. When you look at some of the science journals, they call it an impenetrable dome. So we bounce out these radar waves, and they always seem to bounce off of a certain point, start returning. Radar wave or signals don't typically bounce off of air. And you can say that there's a layer of ionized particles. No one's gone up there, shown that there's this layer of ionized particles. They just know the signal is returning as though it's a physical surface. Then you look at the common line, it's about 100 kilometers.
that go through
When you look at the highest point that a balloon's
Yeah,
gone, hold
but
on,
come on, bro.
one more
You
minute.
can't just monologue. Like share the mic. Pete, go ahead.
I'm
But I'll go after.
As
I'm
opposed to
presenting
develop
why this
You're here
point
to knock and
has
stuff.
factual validity.
Yeah,
Hey,
but
Nate, you
Pete
can't
wants
ask
to
for
get
Stop
it.
talking over people.
Go ahead, Pete.
Okay, I was just going to say that doesn't necessarily. So if we have a barrier that's like 60 miles up solar, but it's thousands of miles and expands, but it curves towards ground level, north and south, or is a continuous sort of curve. For all intents and purposes, it would be a parallel plane to the sky. The way I look at it, just briefly, is I've replaced the vacuum of infinite space with waters, and there's an energized barrier emanating from the north, holding the waters back, and we're underneath the ether flow in the air, and the tidal flow then at ground level. I'll just say something. You might find this very interesting. I hope you do, because I certainly did. The guy who taught me a ship's navigator for 25 years, who taught the idea of a flat Earth station, it was ridiculous, but he did give me one thing. He said, in open ocean, all tides surge from the north. So for all intents and purposes, it seems like there's a massive, giant, swirling pool at the north, and everything has been generated from there, as above, so below. So, yeah, off you go now, Nate.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask Solo. What about electromagnetic signals that do penetrate the ionosphere? Because not all of them bounce off. What about those ones?
I think he will say when he comes back that these are stories. There is no beyond. There seems to be a capability of going beyond 100
Yeah, can you demonstrate that?
You made him leave.
So,
I mean, are you implying that if you
my
don't?
information blew his mind.
Oh, you there?
Are you
Yeah,
implying? Are you
Sola's
implying
back.
that
If
if
you
you
can answer
don't
my
get?
question. So Sola, Elijah, come on,
Yeah,
relax. So Sola, what
I
about
mean,
the
I'm trying to
electromagnetic
point out the
fields that
problem
do
with your
penetrate the
question.
ionosphere?
Yeah, Elijah's going to say the same point that I'm going to say. Go ahead, Eli.
All right.
I mean, because your question supposes that it's going through still. Like, how do you know that just because you haven't received
like all of the signal back, I guess, that it permeated something.
Correct. So
Well,
when you're sending a signal, it's very precise angles that you have to set up your dishes, normally line of sight, to be able to receive your signal. So when you're aiming up at the sky at a specific angle, it's going to be bouncing off at another predetermined angle away from you. So you're not even receiving the signal. Now, if you made a tiny miscalculation and your radar dish is like half a meter off, say 5 meters off, and you're not lined up to be receiving that signal, then you would assume you've sent the signal through something.
yeah, but that's why you shoot out the signal more than once, right? You don't just shoot out one pulse. You shoot out multiple over a short period of time to see how many you get back. And the ones you get back, you can time how long they took to return to you. And number two, you know how fast they're traveling, so you know how far away they went, you know? So that's one thing you can do. The second thing is that we also have electromagnetic radiation coming the other way. We have electromagnetic radiation from beyond the ionosphere coming to us, such as radiation from the sun or, you know, just radiation from out there. So my question still stands. What about the
Same question, how do
electromagnetic
you know it's
radiation
beyond?
that,
How do you know it's
I'm
coming
still
from
talking.
beyond?
Look,
Because I just
I think
said
it's a good
we can
question.
time how long it took to reach us, and we know how fast it's traveling, so we know how far away it came from. So my question
How do
still
you know that?
stands. What
How
about
do
the
you know that?
electromagnetic radiation that
How do you
does
know
go
that?
through
I
the
can't answer your
ionosphere?
question until all of your
But I'm not
premises are
asking
clear.
you the question,
How do you
Elijah. I'm
know that?
asking Solar. I'm asking
All
Solar,
right,
not you,
whatever.
bro.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
How do you
just
know?
Solar,
wanted to say
I hope you heard.
same point is that I would like to see some kind of evidence, but let's just say that what you've said is correct. That you
No,
line up,
but Solar,
you
I'm
line.
doing
No,
it
no.
the same way you
Let
would
me say.
do it.
It's a good question. It's a good question. If you've got evidence that you line up this radar or this transmission, and that you bounce signals, so you know you've got your lining up, everything is spot on. The signal is transmitting, and then you start using specific bands or specific frequencies that don't return. Then you know
No,
you're lined
they
up,
do
so it
return.
can't be an angle.
But
So, but
but
then
that's a
if
straw
they
man,
return,
Solar.
then they're bouncing, and then they're not penetrating what you initially said. They're penetrating that zone.
Yeah, but Solar, that's the straw man, because I never said they don't return. They do come back. I'm doing the same thing you do, right? When you bounce something off the ionosphere and it comes back, you know how far away the ionosphere is because number one, you've timed the signal, right? You know how long it took to hit the ionosphere and come back to you, and you know how fast that signal is propagating at. It's propagating at the speed of light. So you can determine the distance to the ionosphere. Now, what I'm doing is I'm
You can
shooting
estimate.
something. I'm still talking. I'm shooting a frequency. I'm shooting a, you know, like a pulse that's at a higher frequency, and this pulse takes longer to return to me. And I know it's traveling at the speed of light. So because it took longer and it's traveling at the same speed your pulse is traveling at, my pulse has traveled a further distance. It's gone beyond the ionosphere. So how do you explain that happening?
Yeah, as I said, I would need to see some kind of evidence for it. But if you're shooting different bandwidths or different frequencies, they've got different travel speeds. And
No, they don't.
assuming that
They
you
don't
know,
propagate at the speed of light.
the air mixture between you and the ionosphere and returning, and that there's not going to be any interference, and that you can just use the constant and get an answer, is again using mathematics and just trusting it, that it is a constant, even though we know it's a variable based on the medium that it's transversing. So if we shoot light through a solid, it slows a lot down. And then when it exits a solid, it speeds back up again, even without new energy being imparted to it. So there's a couple of peculiar things that happen with light, and we don't know what's between us. There could be crystals that slow the path, or slow the transmission speed of that specific bandwidth. There could be different temperature pockets or different
So if there
barometric
are all these
pressure pockets.
variables, why do you
Each of
believe the
those could
ionosphere
affect,
and a dome?
well, you bounce signals off of it. And when you look, what goes up must come down. And
Yeah,
that's
but
been a
what if my
fact
signals
for
don't bounce off
centuries.
of it? Let me give
What
you a
goes up
scenario, sir.
must come down.
You and I,
So
yeah, okay, but let me give you a scenario now. You and I are standing next to each other. You have a radar gun, no, a radio gun. I have a high frequency radar gun, all right? And we both point our guns at the sky, and we shoot it, and we're going to time how long it takes for our signals to return to us. Your signal, and let's say we both aim our guns at the moon. Your signal returns way sooner than mine did, right? Wouldn't that tell you that my signal has traveled further than yours has, even though we're pointing it in the same direction, it's going through the same medium, whether it's crystals or the ionosphere or the dome, whatever you want to call it? It traveled through the same thing. We did the same mathematics, same calculation, and the result we got is that my signal took a longer time to return to me. What conclusion do you get from that?
faulty understanding of the entire setup. In that, if you're shooting a signal 60 miles up and it's bouncing off of a surface and returning back to you, and then to shoot it at the moon and assume it's gone through that object that's stopping the signal at 60 miles, and then assuming it's gone all the way to the moon, bounced off of a reflector that's like 2 meters large, then over that whole time there's path loss. So your signal's getting weaker and weaker and weaker as it transverses. And then it bounces off of that little 2 meter diameter reflector and then starts to travel all the way back to you. And you've got some mathematics that's told you that at this time you need to register a beep, and that beep is 1/1,000,000th of a photon. But you're told that that's a returning signal from what you just shot. And then the computer waits for some background static, and suddenly you get a little beep, and you say, "Woo! I got a return signal of 1/1,000,000,000th of a photon from my 10-watt laser that I shot out initially. That's now traveled a return distance of 500,000 miles." And if you go and look at any kind of a transmission, you're going to put up a radio tower, and it's going to transmit just 100 miles or 200 miles. It needs hundreds of kilowatts of energy to be able to transmit that signal for a couple of 100 miles. And you're saying you shoot a signal for 500,000 miles through this really difficult region called the ionosphere twice. It goes through it once, and then when it's weakened, it travels back through it and then gets back to you, and you received a return signal off of the moon, and you still believe that fairy tale.
Drop the mic.
You said a lot of nothing, bro. But it's
I
whatever.
knew you
You
were going to
you
say that.
don't you don't want to
Destroyed you,
really
bro.
answer the scenario I presented, and I'm not gonna push you, man. If you don't want it, it's fine.
That's all you have an answer in terms of, he gave you a very, very specific answer, and that's all you have to say. Don't you work in science, bud? Is that the best science has to offer in terms of
He
your response
made
there?
up a scenario from nowhere that had nothing to do with the scenario I presented to him. So he
But he
doesn't
was
want to answer
asking you by
the question.
way of example
I'm
to
not gonna force
justify
it.
your belief in this.
Bouncing a signal off the moon is exactly what you just said. And I was so
I
grateful that you
never
took it
said
there,
that signal
because
went
we
to
were
the moon.
originally just
I
talking
just
about
used the
bouncing off the
moon.
ionosphere.
That's a straw man. That's a straw man and a lie.
No,
I never said
false.
we
You
bounced a
brought it up.
signal off the moon. Hang
You
on,
brought
hang
it
on.
up,
I
buddy.
never said we
You
bounced a
said you
signal
and
off
your
the moon.
friend
That's a
point
straw
the
man.
radar
I just
at the
mentioned the
moon.
moon as a reference point. We're both aiming our guns at the moon. That's all. I never said
So,
anything reaches the moon or bounces off
and
of it.
do you
All right?
remember my first answer? I said it was flawed assumption based on a faulty conclusion. That was what when you asked me, how does that happen? How do I get a return signal slower than my friend? And I said, it's a flawed conclusion for how you presume it's occurred. That's the only answer. Firstly, when you're shooting off the ionosphere, you're not receiving the signal back at you. They don't shoot it straight up and send the signal back to themselves. They send it off at about a 45 degree, and it makes landfall several hundreds of miles away. So you're not sending the signal up, bouncing it back, and you and your buddy receive different amounts or different speeds of the same signal as your imagination wanted you to believe can happen. In real life, the way it is done is that it is bounced at this angle, and the amount that returns is almost 100% of the signal strength. So it is almost like it's bouncing off of something physical, because we've got a fantastic transmission. But once it reaches ground, it doesn't bounce back towards the sky. It's received at ground. And if there's a transmitter or an extender or a repeater, it's going to now reshoot it up at the sky, and then it's going to bounce once again back down to ground. But in our imaginations, we think, no, it just bounces off the sky and the ground, and then it bounces around the back of the ball and comes all the way back up on the underside, and that's how we get the signal to Australia. And it's not the way that it occurs. But if we're bouncing off of something physical, and remember, in your model, the air gets thinner and thinner and thinner as we go up. There's less and less molecules. So your signal's gone through all the densely clustered molecules, no problem. And as it gets to less molecules, no problem. And as it gets to the point where there's like a single molecule left per square meter, it suddenly returns and travels back to the Earth.
What?
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because that's not what.
The
amount
issue I
of
have, Solar,
molecules,
is
the
that
density
okay,
of
okay,
it
Solar, you went on for
has
a while.
become
If I can just,
thinner and thinner and thinner.
if I can just provide a
The
brief
way you
response.
put that, Solar,
The
is
issue
like,
I have is
well,
that
duh.
somehow all of this stuff works if I'm bouncing something off the ionosphere, but if something goes beyond the ionosphere, it's assumptions, it's crystals, it's we don't know what the medium is, this, that, and the third. That's what I don't understand here, you know?
No. If the ionosphere is comprised of one molecule per however many whatever, then it's ridiculous to think that the signal traveled through all of those molecules, but then where there's barely none, we get almost all of the signal back. That's at least what I'm hearing from him. What is that?
Correct.
No.
Yeah, but if
Your
I
idea
use
of the
a
ionosphere is
monochronic
ridiculous. Something
light
possibly
ray,
solid isn't ridiculous.
yeah, but if I use a monochronic light ray, I'll get most of the signal strength back. There'll be no issue. You know, it's. I mean, I
Are
don't
you
see
missing the
what
point?
the
Yeah,
issue is here.
we know. So,
Are
You
you
know
missing the
what?
point?
What do you know? Do you know what a
no, I mean, you just told him his point. Yes. So, what's your point?
A lot of what he said is
my
wrong. Like radio telescope doesn't. You don't shoot something out and then hope a buddy gets it. Radio telescopes point in a direction and they get the signal right back at where you're pointing it. This other guy is just mischaracterizing how radio waves work. Not you, Nate. The other guy.
Yeah, it's just I don't know for some reason for him all this stuff he's saying would work if we're trying to aim something at the quote unquote dome or ionosphere. But the moment we try to do it for something beyond the ionosphere, it just don't work anymore. You know, we're throwing in assumptions, woo woo.
So
We
he
don't know
just
what the
straight up
medium is.
missed
This, that,
everything
and
I
the
just
third.
said
It's like,
Are you
to
increasing your action?
reintroduce.
Is it Rosh Hashanah? Is that what's going on?
huh?
So he just ignored everything I said to reassert what
Usual.
didn't
It's
make
the
sense.
I'm
usual
not
here.
really listening to you,
He's
Elijah.
not
I'm
really
sorry.
listening. There's no point in him being here. Anyway, can I throw my 2 cents just briefly? Yes,
Go ahead.
obviously on your side, solar, these impossibilities to the way the official story goes. But my thoughts on retroreflector, well, in retrospect, in hindsight, we've come to see that the moon is actually a reflection off of a watery, energized backdrop. That's my thought.
Thanks, Pete, for that nugget
You're
of
welcome.
unwisdom.
You're welcome, bud.
Yep.
Hey, is anybody watching the NASA live stream for this DART
I
thing?
am.
Okay, well, for all the flat earthers out there, or globe skeptics, you should check it out. It's pretty funny. They've got like 50,000 people staring at a CGI white dot with a black background. It's going to be pretty
That's
sweet.
fact, man. That's fact. When it
Pretty
goes to like
fucking
that
sweet.
that DOS version square block render of their now we're in orbit, because having a video feed from something as far away as like 500,000 kilometers, it's impossible when we've got satellites at millions of miles away transmitting live data back to Earth. Why would we not have just a live stream of it leaving the orbit, unedited, and we can just watch and marvel at space, feel the nebulas are something.
That's literally what the Hubble and the JWST is.
A live stream from the surface of the Earth on a rocket. That's exactly what Hubble is. Still images presented once every 10 years.
We have 6
Exactly the
minutes
same.
from launch to orbit for vehicles that are launched into space. And
What a
I don't know
fallacious.
I don't know what magical property of filmography it will take to suddenly make you not think it's CGI. I think you're just fooling yourself.
What a fallacious statement, thinking that the Hubble and the James Webb Telescope are just live feeding us images all day long. Why would you even claim that, NetHug? Why would you even say that?
Hubble, Webb, W-E, which is we, B-B. To be or not to be?
You also have the live feed from the ISS, which you guys flat out deny exists. So again, what's the point? What magical property of any uncut footage will suddenly make you believe it exists?
Wait, you say, hold on.
You're in a room full
You
of
say we
skeptics. Show some
also,
skepticism, bud.
Pete, hold on. You say we also have the live stream from the ISS, so you're saying we do have a live stream from the Hubble. Can you link me to the Hubble live stream?
We get pictures from the Hubble. We don't have a live video feed.
So you misspoke when you said that's exactly what we have with Hubble and James Webb.
Love it.
It's okay. You can say you misspoke. It's fine.
I did say I misspoke. We still have live feed from the ISS, and we still get pictures from Hubble and James Webb.
Surely some massive observatory, not your standard backyard telescope, which B-Ball, by the way, when he came on the scene, he asserted that you could go out with your own telescope that you buy for a few dollars and look at the flag on the moon that the Americans planted. But surely we have, on some of these high altitude, massively expensive telescopes honing in on the Hubble telescope in action. Surely we do. If you can look trillions of fucking years away, light years away, you could now trillions of miles away or whatever, surely you can see the Hubble in its pretty close orbit. I don't think there's any pictures available, though. Is there?
No, what? You would need a gigantic lens to be able to see the Hubble.
Have you guys ever been to a planetarium?
Like your own telescope in your backyard, some of these high altitude observatories have these things, right?
I mean, you can see satellites across the sky. You can see that with your naked eye.
I didn't ask that. Well, I
Ever been to a planetarium? Have you ever been to a planetarium? And when you stood inside and they shone lights on the ceiling in a dome shape, and it represented everything we see in the real world.
What of it?
Source was always at the center underground, wasn't it, bud? Isn't that funny, Solar?
That's the question, is that in a planetarium, the light source is coming from inside, shining on the ceiling.
Right.
And
I don't think any of us have any misconceptions of how a planetarium works.
And in the real world, we see exactly the same thing, But
No,
you
we don't.
assert the opposite.
No, we don't. The planetarium, you can clearly and easily see things across the way have a slight oblique or oblong shape to spherical objects. It's just geometry, dude. We don't see that in real life. The fact that you're trying to equate the two just means you know very little about physical 3D space.
Depends on the projector. If it's a three-dimensional projector, depends on the surface of the roof. But your point's valid. There would be optical distortion, and I didn't take that into consideration. So, good point. But the question that I was trying to pose was, how do we know whether the light is from within here, this realm that we're on, that we see the stars because of this realm? Or how certain are we that it is really the infinite blackness out there, and that they go up there and then take photos back of us? How 100% certain are you of that?
100%.
99.99999%.
Very 100%. So he's hang on, that's his answer. So he's 99.999% of that the latter is true here, so that we're dealing with an external sort of influence in our reality. That's a bit fucking cocky. If I was to ask you about everything that there is to know, Nuthug, what percentage would you claim to know? Do you go the opposite extreme, 0.000001 or something like that?
You know very little about everything.
That'll do.
What a dumb
Come on, I was expecting a 99.9 from you again. Come on.
The best I got, Solar, was about 5% from Biodual, who comes in here regularly. I said, you fucking ass.
Pete, I wanted to say to you earlier about the whole copper roof and giant organs and stuff in the cathedrals. I think that's got very much to do with the sound wave, the cymatics. So it's when you actually look at most transmission of power, you don't put a little dome on top of your roof and then access it. I think if anything, there was another device which has been hidden from us. But effectively, all the cathedrals, the architecture, the cymatic architecture that we see everywhere is all sound based, and our ancestors had a far greater understanding of the sound wave and about the propagation of using sound to achieve a lot more. We now can do acoustic levitation, where just through sound we can cause levitation. So we're doing it now still on small micro scales. But I believe that our ancient ancestors knew how to do that almost as like a standard rule of thumb. So once you understand the power of the sound wave, you can start to fathom why they built the way they did, and a lot of the original layout of cities and towns was always cymatically inspired. But when we discovered electromagnetic fields and waves, I don't see a lot of ancient information about that specifically. So I think that might be a new transition. The whole mainstream electricity grid that we've got now has only really come in since 1890. So since the 1900s is when we've all lived on power. But prior to that, it was a very different world. So I think we have made some advancement, but pulling DC power, when you realize that DC is all around us and that you can manipulate DC currents with all kinds of coils, magnets, all of these things create this interference on the DC side. To me, it's almost as obvious as anything that there has to be a substrate. There has to be something that I'm manipulating, how I can pull DC energy out of sunlight hitting a solar panel, how I then store that DC in battery that's DC, how most things on the earth seem to function in this really interesting interplay between DC and AC and the conversion of those two types of power, the straight wave versus sine wave. And it's such a, it's the straight wave or the transverse wave has almost limitless speed, but we've all become accustomed to the sine wave. So it's an interesting thing that I think, again, we've completely been misled, that it's not an important thing to focus on. Staring up at the sky with a long tube that's got two pieces of polished glass, suddenly you can look back in time. You know, as long as I've got this tube with two pieces of glass, and I stare at a star, I'm looking back at time, which is moronic.
I think it is moronic if you take it literally, but maybe there's a deeper layer to all of this, and I do actually think there is, Solar. Everything that's given to us via official science has to be decoded. We can only assume that there's millions in the know now at the upper echelons regarding flat Earth. Who knows how many always knew about it, or who were let in on the nature of our reality, who's controlling it. I do agree that I think for the individual, the more fundamental questions now is how far do we go back and trust history? What is the true nature of this realm? Who can we rely on? And this is, I think, where we have to use our own intuition. And I think if we ask appropriate questions, at least we get some sort of appropriate answers for our own satisfaction. You know, it's better than asking no questions at all. So I think that that's what we're actually charged with. Not to go, I think I understand why Nathan Oakley Quantum Eraser have this such a barrier against even the mere mention or an open, honest discussion about this thing for so long. Yeah, we have to realize that ultimately we're sort of on our own here, but we are at least offered, I think, the ability via decoding, via looking at the clues given us, to come closer to the truth. And I think that's ingrained in us. It's part of who we are and why we're here. So that's my thought.
Yeah, disagreement is strength. You want disagreement because that's how you're going to find truth. If it was truly an echo chamber, then you would see everyone jump on a bandwagon simply because the leaders told you so. And that's the fundamental about this whole flat earth journey, is that for you to understand the truth that you're living on a plane,
Well, it'd be great if you guys found
you
the truth
have to go through
sometime
a
soon.
process. And once
We
you've
notice
gone
a
through that
carpenter
process,
uses.
You guys are
you
reading
will be able
notice
to
those.
discern the truth.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. 1 second, Nutthug. We know you just the way you said plane. The carpenter uses a plane, a solar, the sun associated with Jesus, the Son of God. Jesus himself is a carpenter. We know a carpenter makes a living out of felled trees. Jesus himself associated with the divided tree of life or promised reunification in Revelation 22. Isn't it all very interesting? And I meant to ask you about No Forest and Flat Earth, how seriously you took that when it came out or when you saw it, and did you expand upon it in your own thoughts in any way? But other people are trying to get in as well. Maybe if you get back to that in your own time. I know there was a lot there, but yeah, I know it's a sort of a busy juncture here. I know Nate is trying to get in. Chirality. What does chirality mean? No, chirality. No, I'm not sure what that means. Chirality.
Chirality?
Chirality. Like, chivalrous is what I'm sort of reminded of. Like, you know, polite.
No, it's a chirality.
Chirality. It could be CH as well as in church, but okay. Kai, you say Kai, I say sh. Like Aristarchus, it could be cuss or chus, right? Aristarchus. But what does chirality mean? Does it mean like a sort of a chivalrous nature to you, an honest and polite, gentlemanly demeanor?
Yeah, that's exactly what it means.
Nice one. Who did you steal that name from?
I'm joking. Yeah, I'm joking.
Who did you beat up in Mug and steal that name from?
No, that's not what it means. Something, you know, it's a property of certain you know, atoms or molecules. You know, when they chiral, when when you can't superimpose them on a mirror image through any type of translational symmetry, you know, so rotation, translation, or something like that. And like a simple example I can give you is like your hands. You know, your hands look similar. You can impose through a mirror translation your left hand right onto your right hand, and it will look the same, but they are just certain fundamental features about them which make them different. So it's not perfect, perfectly superimposed one on the other, if that makes sense. You know, it's like a handedness of molecules.
Just trying to get that straight. I'm always confused. Anytime I think of mirroring at all, it's very fucking confusing, isn't it? It is very confusing, but I think I get what you mean in general. And that's a property of atoms. Is that a fundamental problem in your line of work, your line of inquiry? Is it insurmountable? Heisenberg's principle sort of thing.
No, it's more to do with chemistry.
Okay.
So it's just like, you know. I don't know what's a simple way to explain this to you.
Is it like the Luciferian obsession with mirroring everything?
If you want, Nate, I'll save you the trouble. Pete won't remember any of it.
What do you mean? What do you mean I won't remember any of this?
Pete, you don't remember conversations from 2 days ago, buddy.
Who's speaking now?
That's Nick Tug.
Exactly.
I was kidding. I remember. Hang on. I remember everything. What don't I remember now? I remember I challenged you to, and I was going to get you to admit that every direction is down in a ball, but I didn't hear any more from that challenge. But yeah, what don't I remember now, bud?
Yeah, you forgot about it, didn't you?
But you're not being specific. Plenty of things have happened, and I've said plenty of things over the last couple of days. Did you remind me of something?
Why is it my job to remind you?
What are you trying to remind me of, dickhead?
You issued the challenge. That is exactly what I was referencing. The challenge you issued. You never brought it up again.
Man, that was weeks ago, and I hadn't really spoken to you one-on-one, and I did mention it to other people, and it was actually mentioned the other day as well. So yeah, let's bring that up again for another day and renew it. We'll have to have some sort of forfeit as well, because I know I can get you to admit that everywhere is downhill on a ball with a scenario I've devised. So
You haven't devised the scenario yet. It's been a month.
just said you're a fuck. There's some pull out the wool out of your ears, bud. I just said with the scenario I've devised, I know I can get you to admit that everywhere on a ball is downhill, right? But
you wanted to kick the can down the road just now. Let's hear it.
Oh no, it's too late here, man. I'm hitting. It's after midnight here, so I'm hitting the trail shortly. But it's definitely worth an hour or two. Just in terms of the greater consideration, because we can involve flat earthers, we can involve spinning ball earthers or ball earthers, and we can involve concave earthers, and all of us will have to answer the same question according to our experience. And then, yeah, it'll take about 5 minutes to lay out the scenario. You're free to ask me any question you like, but then I can get a chance to ask you questions directly as well. So let's do that for the next time I see you, or maybe tomorrow night if you're around. Around tomorrow evening, maybe after tea time.
So it's not going to be tomorrow.
Okay, well, there's no hurry, bud. But I didn't forget that. Absolutely
I know there's no hurry. It's been a month.
Yeah, but I didn't forget that. I just hadn't been speaking to you. I actually mentioned it a few times on air here, so I didn't forget anything. So you can take that back.
No, I'm not gonna.
That's all right. But there's plenty of people talking here 24/7, so just the opportunity didn't come up. But it was touched on the other day, actually, in a different sense, which was interesting. And I didn't want to sort of continue it as well because I knew I had my own scenario in play for you. So yeah, next time we talk, let's go through that, but just not now. But it's after midnight here.
All right, peace out, Pete. If there are any ether people still here, like, how does ether explain, nuclear reactions in nuclear physics? That's a question I've been asking for a long time, and I've never got an answer for.
Myself, I wasn't going anywhere. I was just not getting involved with that scenario. Not hug. I'll leave
Oh,
in a
okay.
few minutes after I have a cigarette. So before anyone else answers, myself, I would say it's all about interactions. We have to think about what material world is and all the solid materials. I believe that everything is an aspect of the fell tree. So we're actually living evidence of the fell tree of life, and all of the different materials are all the different detritus parts of the tree itself, from gold, silver to flesh, carbon-based life forms, sand, everything. Sand is the sawdust of the fell tree of life. That's why we have it on every beach across the world, across the perimeter between the water and the land. So yeah, that's my answer. We have to get back into the composition of the elements themselves and their interaction then with this prevailing energy, and you'll get more or less reactive interactions.
Was that a satisfying answer, Nate?
Well, I got a question. Wouldn't you have to know the chemical makeup of the tree of life to say that the sand is the sawdust of the tree of life? So you would have to know what the tree of life was made of originally. If not, it's just an empty plain.
We're a carbon-based life form, so silicon-based life form before that. Silicon-based, so everything is in a fallen state. But that is
Well,
not
you'd
then
have
the
to,
core.
you'd have to
So all
show.
of the different elements found in nature then are aspects of the tree itself and interactions between the core energies, the ethereal energies, and the whatever, the detritus, as I said, of the tree itself, the remnants of the tree.
So, what's your evidence that the first life forms were not carbon based? What's your evidence?
Well, first of all, you have to. What are you going to say? Evidence for the tree of life, evidence for giant trees. Do you go along with the idea, or do you not? If you don't, well, then there's a stumbling block that we're never going to cross. If you go along with the idea, then you have to sort of go along further and hear it. It's not about evidence in that
Well,
sense.
I'll embrace.
Okay.
Well,
Can
I'll
I
embrace
answer
the
first,
evidence
Pete?
if you show it for me. So you made a claim that the tree of life, the stand of the seashore, is the sawdust of the tree of life. Well, to make that claim, you'd have to know what the tree of life was made out of. But you're saying, but you don't know, so you're just making an assumption without any evidence.
So what I think Pete was alluding to there, Pete, if you don't mind me stepping in
That's
here,
off you go.
is the petrification of wood, is the conversion of a carbon base into a silicon-based matter. And therefore, looking at the fossil record being in silicon or silica layers, they have postulated that there could have been silica-based life forms, but the whole petrification of wood into rock is what Pete was saying in terms of that the tree of life may be the thing that deposited large amounts of rock and sand, which is crushed rock, all over
No,
the earth.
I get the idea. I get the idea, but either way, they see that making the argument that petrified wood, but we know at least they say they know how petrified wood is formed. So you'd have to say, well, say it's petrified, you have to know what the wood is, and then how it transformed into petrified wood. So you'd have to know the state before and after. So in either case, but even when I've cut down trees, usually the sawdust rots. It doesn't petrify. So you'd have to also show how that. Either way, there's a lot of things you have to show.
It's got to do with humidity.
The sand is to the giant tree as sawdust is to the wooden tree. So there's a difference. The sand in the beach doesn't rot, doesn't decay, because it's of a different form. It's of a superior form in a sense. We are the carbon-based life form. And if you're so stringent on your evidence, when I already told you, you just have to listen to the story. Am I going to hold you to your own standard when it comes to your Bible literalism? How can I do that then? You won't get beyond square one, bud. Won't get beyond
So
square
with the petrification process, it shows that it's a remineralization process. Because the wood is porous naturally, it's going to want to absorb or accept into it the other minerals that it's found adjacent to. So when wood is buried or submerged, such as at the sea where it's covered in sea sand, or in other areas where it's covered in sand, a remineralization process can occur whereby it exchanges the carbon for other minerals. And that's how that process occurs. And sometimes it happens in a matter of decades. It's not even millions and millennia like we were taught. There's places where they cut down the trees, come back 30, 40 years later, and it's turned into petrified different gems. The petrified forests in the US is one of them, whereby it's turned into multicolored gems. But I think it's got to do there. It was even subsurface. So it's sitting on the surface, it's petrified.
So that even that may be true, but most of the places I know about petrified wood, it's in the desert. But you just said that things rot, and now you're arguing that if I apply that principle to the seashore has a lot of moisture. So wouldn't that cause things to rot if it was a tree? So that's back to my original question. I mean, I don't have a problem with petrified wood. I don't even have a problem with what's occurring, but that's not the nature of the claim. It sounds like if it's a scientific claim, which means this is this, and this we know what it is, then it's a cause and effect thing. So how can you prove that? It's a science question. It's not a theoretical question, or a theological question, or a philosophical question. None of that.
It's a speculative answer is what we're given. So it's beyond flat earth, Paul. And I know how stringently you will defend a literal Bible, and you will go against the idea of ether or any ideas that are outside the realm of
you're assuming.
You're assuming. That are outside the realms. I know you long enough that are outside the realms of the story encompassed within the book, right? Now there's a problem there.
Yeah, but Pete, we just want to understand what pieces of evidence have you seen that lead you to this hypothetical? Like what have you seen that leads you to the idea that the tree of life could have possibly existed?
Considered all of these things along the way. So yeah, I know the objection, the same objection I get from you, Shirality, you get from the likes of Paul here.
But I'm not giving you objection, Pete. I'm asking you a question.
So any point that you bring up, it'll be met with this sort of insistent opposition.
No, I'm not trying to oppose anything, Pete. I'm just asking. I don't know why you guys get so defensive when it comes to being questioned on your views. I like myself and I think it's Larry. I'm not sure. Or Rags to Riches. We just want to understand what pieces of evidence have you seen that lead you to the conclusion that this tree of life idea is a viable possibility.
Okay, I get your question. If I was to ask Paul, how far does trust history to go back? It'll go back at least, 5,000 years. If I was to ask you, Nate, you trust history back to the beginnings of origins of Homo sapiens, right? Or possibly, whatever, But it's still vast swathes of time. You have a belief system in. If there's a completely different story in play, you can't go about it by fucking trying to compare it against your official stories that ye hold dear. That's why I don't like talking about these things and ask for proof or ask for evidence that this. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. Of course, I could go into lots of detail, but you have to hear the fucking story first. Hear the story and try to put it all together. If it makes sense to you, fair enough. If it doesn't, then you can obviously ask questions at any time. But do it with a good heart.
That's why I'm asked. That's why we ask questions.
The difference between Paul and you, Nate, is you're a ball earther, spinning ball. He's a flat earther, so he should know all the lies that we have been told. And the only way to put this truth together is by taking the lies and dismantling them. That's all.
Okay, but Pete, that's why I'm asking these questions, because I don't understand how this tree of life thing works. So you've told me the story. It sounds fascinating. I don't understand it, though. So now my question is, do you have something tangible I can work with that would lead me down this road to a conclusion where I feel this idea is plausible?
Absolutely. Of course I do. I could write about 5 books and all of this. But here's the thing, where I wouldn't bother my whole. What's the best effort you've gone to present to question the ball earth and to present your own picture of a flat earth setting in some way? What's the best effort you've got to? What did you make the sun? What did you compose?
You can't answer my question.
What did you put the whole setting in? That's all I'm asking you. Yeah. So how serious have you taken this?
Yeah, but Pete, we've talked about the globe, like till it's dry, man. Like I just want to understand your viewpoint now. I've never really got a chance to question you about this tree of life thing. It's new to me. It's fascinating. It's novel to most people. Let's talk about that. Let's not talk about a globe most of you don't even believe in. Let's talk about this tree of life.
I'll cut my story short. As I have read the story, Yes, Earth is not flat. Earth is not stationary because we failed to define what Earth is. Earth is everything within this realm. It's the waters, it's the atmosphere, it's the barrier, it's everything that separates us from what's beyond. It's the soil, it's what's beneath us as well. So the idea is the tree of life. We are greater than the material. We've ventured into this material world as immaterial beings, as we would consider material, for the purposes of division. The earth itself is divided. We're reflecting our own division, which is male from female, self from self, in a spiraling fashion down the spine. Now, the tree is cut this side. The tree is intact the other side. That's what the dodo bird represents when we look at the Gleason's map and we turn Australia, so it's at the bottom where it should be. Then a certain bird jumps out, which never existed. It represents the cut tree, the felled tree of life. We live in a fractally expressed reality. But what the core of it is sticking, the root is sticking through, jutting through from the other side, which is providing the collapsed barrier, like a tent, like an umbrella top. But there's two barriers: there's an outside barrier, an inside barrier, then which we're under, which is low at the north, highest at the equator, and lowest at southern peripherals as well. All invisible, energized barriers. Now, the idea is when the tree was cut, the roots stuck through, so it keeps moving around and around to give us the skylights, right? As there are projections, like in a planetarium, around these barriers. It moves in and out to give us the moon phases on a monthly basis, and it moves up and down, which is spring and fall, on an annual basis, which gives us the passage of the sun in and around or greater encompassment. We are, all of us, in Underland, and where I think we need to get to is beneath us. That's where heaven lies. Hell is above us, which is the cold waters beyond. And I think we have to come and realize that everything is inverted and turned on its head purposefully. Be simple in your questions, and if you want an answer, I think the answer will turn up. It might have to make sense to anyone else, but as long as you ask an honest question, I think you will get an honest answer. I go much further with that as well. I can name the tree like I named it. I always say the dodo leads to Aristarchus. So Aristarchus is that tree itself. Its primary projection is Polaris, Polaristarchus. Polaris's chief focal point reflection then is the sun. Then we have the sun and its reflections, which we call the heliocentric planets, and then we have the backdrop of the stars, which are all circular. They form in circular rings, by the way. Take away all of the lines that man has superimposed. So there's an ether going around, like if you cut off your hand, the blood would shoot upwards like a fountain of UTH. Yes, so the energy created through the air is giving us the ether, because the ether is a pressing force from above as it holds back the barrier and then reacts down. That's why we have an evacuation of atmosphere as we go higher, which is only about 60 miles or something like that. And then the atmosphere thickens out as ether lessens as we come down to ground level. As the tides and the motion of the pillar itself, the root itself, is what's causing the sloshing of the tides. Every tree rots from the center out, so there's a giant hollow, a giant crater at the north center, which is inundated with water. So last thing I will say, when we look at the moon, it's a direct reflection of the sun, and all of those craters are one crater alone. It's like a kaleidoscopic expression in a hole of mirrors. So how about that for a complete answer?
Pete, I got a question.
I haven't even talked about
yourself. Really good.
We are the son of man, but that's okay. How's that for an answer?
Horrible. That was a really good answer, Pete. Have you ever spoken with QE? And did you record it?
I've spoken with QE loads of times. Usually ended up with him shouting at me and banning me from places. No, I never recorded.
No, I really liked what you said.
I don't care for recording anything, or making any money.
I mean, can I say something? I heard all that, and I had no idea what he said.
Yeah, but if I was speaking in riddles from the Bible, you'd get every single word, right, Paul?
No, it's because
Jesus is the divided tree of life. Lord God comes along in Genesis 2, right? And then he talks about all of the precious stones. Well, see, the precious stones only came from
Paul
the tree
wasn't
being
done
cut.
talking.
So it's
Come on,
all
man.
of the detritus from
You
the
kinda
tree
cut him
being
off.
treasured and being valued. Now, when we come to Revelation, last thing I'll say, when we come to Revelation, we're promised reunification with the tree of life, which is actually Jesus, which is the earth itself. There you go.
Yeah, so this guy in particular, I don't even know how the fuck he gets to any of his points. I'm not trying to.
I don't know either. I mean, honestly. Okay, that's fine, Pete. Can I respond? Pete, can I say something? I mean, literally, Pete, you might have had wonderful things to say, but honestly, you went from one topic to the next one topic to the next, one thing to the next, and I saw no connection. And I tried, and I listened very intently.
But the question was asked by Schiller. What is it? Schillardry. Okay, what the fuck ever his name is. So how did you feel I answered the question? Nate, how did you feel I answered the question?
I'm with R2R. I totally agree with him. It didn't make sense, Pete. I feel.
I answered your question. I tried to paint every word I said.
If you can let Pete calm down and let me respond, please.
He doesn't know how to listen either. You guys have to be careful.
Yeah. So the question asked was, what pieces of evidence have you seen that led you down this road? And instead of providing the pieces of evidence, you just added more to your story. Everything is inverted. Man is woman. The sun is a reflection of the moon.
Didn't you say you were
just
fascinated?
added more.
Didn't you say you were fascinated by it? And I tried to give you a sort of compressed answer as to where I'm at. Some people said
doesn't know how to
other
answer
people
that
then,
question.
it made no sense whatsoever. Now, why? That's why I asked you at the start, if you remember, and I will stop talking. But I did ask you at the start because I wanted to test it, how serious you take your flat Earth and beyond. You don't take it seriously at all. So I knew exactly the answer I was going to get back. There you go.
Well, here's the thing, though, Pete. Can I respond something? Can I say something? See, the thing is, though, is they always say the devil's in the details, and I'm not. That's more of an expression, not true. But I mean, I asked a very specific question, and everything you said when I asked my question, you went off on a tangent. You attacked me instead of answering my question. You didn't. And then when he even Charity or Nate. Is it Charity? I'm not sure who it was, but when he asked
Just call me by my name.
Okay, but I mean that's fine. I mean, Nate. Okay, is it Nate? Right? I think I heard you say Nate. You can call me Paul, by the way. The thing, if I don't understand one concept, right, and you go through 20 concepts, and I have no idea of any of the 20 concepts. And then I asked you a specific question to one of the concepts, and you can't answer the nature of the simple one concept. How do you expect me to understand anything else?
Yeah, it's a fair enough point when made like that, but we are hardly new to this arena. When I mentioned and I asked Solar earlier on, had he seen No Forest and Flat Earth, I wanted some sort of a backdrop to where you were at. And that's why, for me to talk about this, it's already fantastical, Paul, but the only way that you will deem it to be so fantastical that it's unbelievable is against a fixed story that you have in your brain. So it's a much more difficult question to answer simply than just, what do you call it? Where do you think all the oil comes from on Earth then? Answer me that question.
Okay, so now that's a red herring. Okay, so that's the thing what you do, Pete. Yeah. You red herring it. Now we're talking about the oil. And see, I've watched that video. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Pete. I said, I've watched the video about no trees on flat Earth or whatever you want to call that. I've watched that video. I've seen it. But even watching that video, I have questions. Okay. And it looks good on the surface, but here's the thing. And I'll say this till the day I die. If what you're saying is true, whether it's a glober, whether it's flat Earth, whether it's anything, if what you're saying is true, no amount of scrutiny or questions will disprove it. So so even what I believe, if it can't withstand the questions, then it may not be true. So you should not be offended when I ask the question. When you say the sands of the ocean are the sawdust of the tree of life, then when I ask the question, well, you have to know what the tree of life is to be able to say that the sawdust is it. So you'd have to know the nature of the tree of life and be able to say, well, this is the nature of the tree of life. It matches. Yeah. But if you can't do that, that's just an empty claim. That's just an empty claim.
I didn't quite say what you said. I said sand is to the crystalline tree of life as sawdust is to the tree. There's a distinction made, and you asked about, well, why doesn't the sand rot away like the sawdust rots away? And I gave you I said that They're different forms. One is silicon, the other is a fallen form of the silicon, which is the carbon. So now to develop it upon there, and you ask all of these questions about the tree of life, will I start talking about what I think the oil is? I already mentioned about what all of Lord God's treasures are. They're all of the looting from the destruction of the earth, right? So they're part and parcel. All the materials on earth are part of the tree of life. Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be? To go further, as I say, when you look at the Gleason's map, when you look at the Gleason's map and you rotate it so the what do you call it? Australia's at the bottom, you drain some of the water away pre-flood, then what looks like a dodo bird jumps up, and in other words, it is the stump of the tree of life. So you cut the fucking tree, and it's what is jutting above the waters. Now, I know it's fantastical, but I don't know how I could prove anything in a few short sentences to you. I think it's much more interesting just to hear the greater story rather than just being hung up like Nathan does at every single point and asked to prove it. Who am I going to prove this shit to, Paul?
Let me look at your logic. Let me analyze your logic just for a second. Okay, this is me analyzing it. If I take what you just said to be true, which means you're looking at the continents, you're looking at Australia, you drain it away, and it has this image of a dodo bird, and your next step is.
You drain the Philippines, you drain the Mediterranean Ocean, you drain the
fine.
what do you call it? You
That's
drain
fine.
you drain the Gulf of Mexico away. Then the body
That's
of a
fine.
bird jumps out. A non-existent bird. Do you believe the dodo bird existed, Paul?
Okay, I don't know. I've not even looked at it, so I can't even make that. I'm not even going to answer because I have no clue. But just bear with me. See, now you're. See, hang on a second. See, this is the thing. I'm trying to analyze your thinking. I'm trying to analyze your thinking. I'm trying to analyze your thinking, and I'm trying to show you an analogy where I think the thinking may be flawed. For example, I can sit on the back of my deck with my girls, look up at the clouds, and see things in the clouds. We can see hearts and dogs and all kinds of things. Everybody that's been a kid has looked at the clouds and saw something in the clouds. Does because I see something in the clouds make it real, or is that truly a dog, or is that truly something? No. So just because you see something that looks like something doesn't mean that is that thing or it was that thing. You can't make that leap logically. I can't. You have to show me other evidence. That's why I said if it's the tree of life, you have to know what the tree of life is, analyze it chemically or whatever you want to do it, and say, look, this is what the tree of life is, and this is evidence or remnants of that. That's what a crime scene does. When someone's investigating a crime scene, they say, well, this artifact is this, then you have to show how there's a connection to that, whatever the thing they're trying to connect it to. And just because it looks that way doesn't mean anything. Because a lot of things look like things, but that doesn't mean there are anything.
Yeah, that was a horrible response.
Who might to me? This is
yeah.
How is this a horrible response?
I'll explain to you.
It's not. The issue here, man, is that you're trying
to take it away, bro.
Reasoning, and Jin, the dodo, doesn't subscribe to reasoning. Like whether you're a flat earther or a glober or whatever you want to be, you should be able to respond to questions directly. So if I ask you how many pennies are in the jar, you can say 18. When you talk to Jin, and especially, I don't know where the answer comes from. Like I've been trying to do the exact same thing you do. I realize how these stories come to be, how people reach the conclusion. But as I build my hypothesis, I see that those who reject information, right, usually are incapable of providing any information themselves. I've yet to see anyone really say, here's what I've done to prove or answer a question I've asked. And Jin is probably the worst culprit of that. Sorry to call you out, man, but you say any of this shit from.
So I want to explain to me why my response is the worst response ever. I want to know.
It could have been worse. It was pretty bad. Not the worst.
So what's wrong with it? Tell me what's wrong with it. Explain it to me.
Right. So it was just a whole different conversation you're having than having the same conversation with him because of what you said compared to what he said. He said that the continents drained have the image, appears to be in the likeness of a dodo bird, but he explained he doesn't think the dodo bird ever existed. So he's already saying that the likeness of a dodo bird is an invention. However, what you said about just because something looks like something doesn't mean it is that thing, and that was like your big point that you went on and on about. However, that would only be relevant if what he said was the continents are a giant petrified dodo bird because it looks like one. That's not what he was saying. He said that's the
I know what he was
cross-section.
saying.
Yeah, he said that it just so happens to be the the image or likeness of a dodo bird, even though he thinks it's a decapitated tree, and so it doesn't matter if it looks like a dodo bird. It has nothing to do with him seeing something and saying it is what it looks like. Like you were saying, is a cloud that looks like a dog a dog? No, well, he doesn't think that the land is a dodo bird. So it's just a whole different conversation.
I did.
Now, if you wanted to say just because it looks like a tree trunk doesn't mean it's a tree trunk, now that would have been more on topic, but he hadn't even made that point yet.
Oh, I'd like to have a one-on-one conversation with you one day.
You was roboting me.
Yeah, he roboted out.
Sorry, I got interrupted. I was actually just got home and everybody came out and said hi to me. I say, well, even no matter what. See, but the thing is, if you're saying this thing that you're drained is the tree of life, but you have to know what the tree of life is first to be able to make that claim. Second, but even say the sawdust or whatever the remnants of it is that you'd have to know what it, no matter what. And using something as an image to say it looks like something is not sufficient proof. That's ultimately what I'm trying to say. Not sufficient proof.
Yeah, I mean, we just want to know, where does Pete get this idea from? Did he just make it up? Did he read it somewhere? Does he have any bit of evidence for it? Why does he believe this to be true? And instead of telling us any of that, he just adds more to the story,
Yeah, I'd say at the core of it, because I've tried to ask him about this stuff before. I'd say at the core of it, he thinks he's caught on to an inside joke, and that the dodo bird is like the decoder ring to gathering all sorts of puzzle pieces hidden in plain sight. I think is what he thinks, and that it all stems from the fact that the dodo bird never existed, and that it's like if you're like aware of the inside joke, then you can use that knowledge to like spot clues. That's what he does. He kind of just like spots clues everywhere, with this insider knowledge. And then I'd say all of those clues go in, like they come together at a focal point and then explode. I think one of those like big focal points for him is this historical figure Aristarchus. So if you really wanted to get down to like what he's trying to say, where it comes from, you just got to ask him about like dodo bird inside jokes and Aristarchus.
Hey, can I be heard? My check.
You roboting me.
I've never been like satisfied with trying to get more details than that, but that's what I've gathered so far. And that the clues are all around us on Time magazine covers and
I'm sorry
movie
I got cut
scenes.
off. I'm sorry about that. My computer went off, so I'm sorry about that. If there was anyone aiming questions at me, so please continue if you're on a different topic. But if you'd like to get back to it, I don't mind. But sorry about that. Yeah, my fault.
So they're hiding the dodo bird joke in magazine covers and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and all sorts of places, right?
You're looking in chat. You're looking in chat at the minute. sums it up, actually. This sums it up. If you're looking in chat, let me just post it for you. But remember, this is all within the context of a certain thinking. It's not that it's so fucking hyper out there. It's just the context of a certain thinking. So if you're looking in chat, this is a great clue for us. Now, you have to wade through it. You have to see everything in the right context. Even all the songs will give us the story. Give us the story in the fall. After the flood, it opens up with. But there we go, Missing Pieces. Talk Talk album, 2001. Same year as 9/11. Everything's connected in that way. But there we have the dodo bird Earth. If you believe the dodo bird existed, well, more fool you. It didn't exist. It didn't exist. It's a greater metaphor for a greater tale being told. You are the fucking dodo, dickhead. Excuse my language. That was to no one in particular, so I didn't break any rules. But yeah, we are the dodo in a sense. That's the context. So don't be telling me there's no clues there. Michael Jackson faked his death and came back as the Five Alive dodo. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Others said that. And the pieces, the clues together that he left apparently. But I had the context for it with Flat Earth and beyond. Paul / McCartney with I solved that. Paul is the dodo. Dodo representing the divided state of man. The divided state of Earth reflecting the divided state of man, because we're greater. We are male from female, self from self, inspired and fashioned down the spine. So we are peace with putting the pieces together and taking it from there. But if you're not interested, if you're just scoffing, another person who's the dodo, by the way, is Tom York from Radiohead, nicknamed the Dodo and Salamander as a young fella. It turns out that their Kid A album was the soundtrack to 9/11. Everything, the movie that we thought was live, was prepared a year in advance. And the album was released in October 2000 as well. Song number 10, final song, parting song, motion picture soundtrack. Yeah, so put the pieces together if you dare. Can I just say another thing? Another clue for us. It's too obvious. It was put in an omitted verse from the album to this greatest blockbuster of our times. Beautiful angel, pulled apart at birth, limbless and helpless. I can hardly recognize you. I think you're crazy, maybe. I will see you in the next life. What might they be telling us there? Who knows? Anyway, so.
Hi, Pete. I was only calling you Pete because everyone else was. Would you rather me call you Dodo?
It's up to you. Piche is the channel. Just we Dodo. I don't mind, bud. I don't mind. Up to you. Whatever you're more comfortable with.
Well, I was just say that it seems to me that if you can imagine a big field with a big, I don't know, tube down there, you know, the rabbit hole, so to speak. These deceivers, the deceivers have decided, you know, this hole basically tells us everything. It connects everything together. And what they seem to have done is put 1,000 holes around it. Wouldn't you agree? That just lead to nowhere.
Yes. Now,
I'm not saying, Pete, I'm not saying what you were saying is that, but it sounds like that to me. That's all I'm saying.
Fair enough. Very interesting that you use the term rabbit hole and 1,000 rabbit holes. I like different layers of the onion. But the creator of and how is this for an answer? The creator of Alice in Wonderland, or Alice Through Looking Glass, is Charles Dodgson. He was said to be nicknamed Dodo because he was said to have a stammer. He was highly educated. I think he was a chaplain in a church or something, university lecturer, but he was said to have a stammer, so they called him Dodo Dodgson. His most favorite character that he produced within his works, in all of his success he had, was said to be the dodo character, which is most sort of mysterious considering the very limited part that the dodo bird plays. So yes, this is the main rabbit hole. This is the chief rabbit hole. All of the other rabbit holes were told in chapter 1 of Alice in Wonderland how ridiculous the fucking spinning ball Earth is. So what else is there to learn throughout the books? Not to mind not to mind what we make of the omitted chapter or the little mysterious puzzle that I have solved, but has been in operation for 150 years. So not to mind that. You got to decide what the real rabbit hole is, right, bud? I just gave you ample evidence there that all roads lead to the dodo almost. You just got to figure out what the dodo means. Yesterday, suddenly I'm not half the man I used to be. There's a shadow hanging over me. Go and read the lyrics of Isis by Bob Dylan. Anyway, that's a different story. You know what I mean. That's a different story. But the context is there for further thinking and putting all the pieces together, and that's what flat Earth and beyond occupy. What are ball earthers always looking for? Flat Earth map. Well, the Gleason's map is one representation that's offered, isn't it? And we know that's wrong. Any circular map is wrong. But yes, it's a clue along the path. When we rotate it around, then a certain bird jumps out. We understand then that the bird didn't exist, so a greater story is told through it. And can I just say this as well, in case you think I'm fucking bullshitting? This was all covered on the 2015 front cover of the Economist yearly magazine, where there was a massive flat Earth puzzle awaiting us. If anyone hasn't seen it, I'd be happy to post the picture itself and the solution to it, which I believe I'm the only man on Earth, to figure what the solution is, and that's not even the end of the story. But yeah, so all of the clues line up. But I'm not selling anything to you, you see, bud. If we're in a treasure hunt, well then you're trying to you're in not in competition with others, but you're on your own path and you're trying to put the pieces together. You're not concerned about what's going on 5 or 6 steps behind where you covered already. You know what I mean? You want to figure out, well, what's the end of this, and then what awaits, I guess. You know what I mean? I'll post that image of the 2015 Economist cover, and if you want the puzzle solution, I can give you that as well.
Yeah, please do. I'm open-minded, dude. I enjoy all that stuff. It's fun to play with ideas. It's fun to get my Deerstalker on and, pretend to be Sherlock Holmes and put these pieces together. It's a good laugh. But
Can
yeah.
you, for a
Sorry, go on.
moment, can you understand how potentially harmful this kind of thinking is?
That was my point. That was my point, dude.
So don't insult my intelligence. I understand exactly what everything I say is fucking crazy. Everything I say is fucking crazy, but that's I like to think that I'm talking to people who understand that this whole world is crazy. You know what I mean? If there's a different coherence though behind everything, and there's nothing new under Aristarchus, well then there's an onus on us, isn't there, to come to some sort of terms with it. I'm not looking for any brownie points. I'm not looking to sell anything to anybody. But if you're on this path, you're already after overturning pretty much everything, and you know that whatever the truth entails, it's going to be something wondrous or something maybe before our eyes all along. Right, that's all. I've heard all the talk before. I'm the sanest man I know. Now, there's the image at the start, and let me tell you briefly how it connects with flat Earth. If we look at the turtle at the center there, we see the Vedic representation of the universe and life, the universe and everything. We have the turtle with the elephants on the back and the disc earth on top. If you look in at the images, that the turtle is missing its payload. So that means the elephant and the discotab has to be found. The discotab may be representing the map, the layout of the land. Yeah, so I have the whole solution to that. And I won't give it away yet, but I think you probably know where it ends up. But yeah,
Shay, did you know that some people actually claim that America it was a turtle island?
Did you say a turtle island? I think I heard
you
mention
that. Yeah, America used to be called Turtle Island.
Very good, bud. Very good. I get that. Let me tell you what the turtle represents. So the turtle represents self-containment, longevity, saline waters in general, right? So waters beyond. The elephants then represent solidity, strength, memory, and then the disc on top represents the layout of the land as it juts above the waters within, I guess, to put it like that. That's what a map fundamentally is, isn't it? We understand that there's so much water everywhere. The layout of the land as it juts above the water is what we're concerned with. So yes, that's the 3 things. And as I said, in that 2015 puzzle, remember back in 2015 we had Mark Sargent, Patricia Steere. Patricia Steere had the Beatles' guitar on the wall. If we look at the left side there, we can see the Beatles' guitar. Remember Mark Sargent had the Globe Earth microphone. If we look at the right side near Alice's feet, it is a cricket ball, but very much reminiscent of Mark Sargent as well in his microphone. And back in the day, they were Mr. and Mrs. Flat Earth. They still are Mr. and Miss Flat Earth, but they were most predominant characters. So yeah, all of this connects.
What's especially creepy about Mark Sargent is the way he holds his microphone as if he has to contain himself from, I don't know, maybe fucking masturbating on air or some shit. Like he has some compulsion and he has to hold the fucking mic. It's so fucking weird.
He's a clue giver, bud. Mark Sargent, he was a prepper, the most unlikely prepper you'd ever meet. So the clue is a Mark Sergeant Pepper. Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, which is one of the most famous albums in history by one of the most famous bands in history, the Beatles, where we find Paul / Paul McCartney, who's the dodo, who's the one who's suspected of being dead or replaced, right, or mirrored somehow. So yeah, Mark Sargent, definitely a clue for us. Miss Steer, Patricia, Magical Mystery Tour, another reference to a Beatles album, Magical Mystery Tour. So yes, we're being encouraged every way. And just in case you didn't know, Sergeant Pepper's a walk through Alice in Wonderland. So once again, we're brought back to Alice in Wonderland. And I have more links to post.
Steer,
Yeah,
Patricia Steer, that name of Patty Steer, Pat Steer,
Yeah.
it seems to be a very radio station friendly name, you know. So maybe there's a correlation there.
All actors, bud. They're all picked for the spot years ago, probably born for the role, as this is so monumental. You know what I mean? Mark Sargent tells us he had a inspiration, and he woke up with the clues one night out of nowhere, and he spurted them all out, and before you knew it, he was on every major TV station on every continent. Yeah, nice one. That's a nice rise to success. But he was a prepper, by the way. So yeah, that's okay though. But yeah, there's so much more to this story. But ultimately, yeah, Alice in Wonderland, Alice Through the Looking Glass. I actually have a link to post as well. This is another brilliant, just supporter of what I'm talking about, because
how about Pat?
Because it all, I'm just gonna say it all reverts back to the same thing. And as I said, this is only half the story. The solution to that 2015, the disc Earth, the map of the Earth, is only half the story. So yeah, it's not the end by any way. But here's another. If you haven't seen it, here's another massive piece of the puzzle. I take it that this is the greatest lost treasure in existence, and I found it. I found it. But there you go. If you're interested in these sort of things, have a read of that. And there's one missing particular engraving, and you'll never guess which one it is. So if you found it, it would reveal something. And indeed, it does reveal a whole hell of a lot. But I went through this a few years ago on my own channel as well.
Hey, you're basically talking about gematria.
No, I'm not. You have to go through the link. I don't want to. I think if you're interested, you're definitely worthwhile going through the link. But pretty much as an initial draw, all the initial drawings, the one of and etchings, I should say, they were all etched. One of them went missing. They all went missing for a while. Some were recovered. Then most of them were recovered, but one of them was still at large, and that was the etching from Chapter 3 of Alice in Wonderland, where the dodo met Alice. Alice encountered the dodo after her tears, after Alice or all of her tears, and she flooded the place, and then the dodo led them to dry land and got everyone engaged in the caucus race. So that particular meeting the etching was lost, and every etching you see now, or every representation you see now, was based off of a replication. They took the original etchings, which were in wood, engravings in wood, and they transferred them to metal for greater mass copy. But yeah, so all you have now is the much degraded transfer as opposed to the original etching. But I found the original etching, not in person, but on the computer in one particular area. And I could go in, I see this is what I'm talking about with Geo. I know I fucking can talk a lot, but there's no one else talking about the stuff that I talk about, and I already have been through this long since anyway. But ultimately, what it is
actually, Pete. There's a lot of people that talk about those things.
So if you found the original image, a certain face appears underneath the dodo's wing.
I guess you just want to have a conversation by yourself. Go ahead, bro.
Well, I'm done now. Ultimately, that's what it is. A certain face appears underneath the dodo's wing, and would you believe this is where the difficulty comes into it? It's the face of Paul / Paul McCartney. It's the place, and how you're going to say, how can that be when the Beatles only existed 100 years after Alice in Wonderland or these engravings? That's the whole trick. That's the whole key to it. They were fabricated on the works themselves. They're works of fiction fabricated on the greater story being told through Alice in Wonderland and Alice Through the Looking Glass.
So Pete, I agree, and I also. I would agree with a lot of the information that you have to say, but I don't know that, man, that realized this, because what you're doing, you're basically taking the that they give us, which is what humanity has done since the beginning of time, and I'm thoroughly convinced that it's the only way to convey the truth to the masses without making the writer without making himself a martyr. You understand? So I'm thoroughly convinced the only way to convey message is through this art form, right? And there's been people writing about this. But this is not a new thing.
What can I say to that? I guess it all comes back to who do we think we're talking to here? What sort of force do we think we are in greater influential terms? Matrix. I'm sure we have a power. Flat Earth is known by across the board now, and of course, not to mind what the greater power is in play, no. But who are we ultimately talking to? I'm aware that when I speak, I pretty much lose everyone. But I'll still insist on saying what I have to say because I'll say it's my view of it. When I bring up things like the cut tree of Christmas being replanted on the X marks the spot, reconnecting it to what it was once connected to before, this is all sort of circumstantial evidence in this greater fantastical story making up our actual true reality, which has to be wondrous to begin with. Or else, well, what are you going to do? Revert back to heliocentrism and beyond, where everything is ultimately meaningless? No, we can't do that. So I would just say, if I am encouraged to speak, I will speak. But it's not. I'm just not just saving this for here on the internet. If I talk to people, it won't be long before I get in the divided tree of life according to what I think. Anyway, if I'm wrong, so be it. But I have a pathway and a logic and a coherence, especially beyond myself, because I'm following the clues that lead me to that, to these points.
Right. It's a little like quasi-luminous, sort of.
I had a moment of inspiration I'd love to share with you. I was laid in my back garden, sat on my lovely deck chair, lovely day. And suddenly I started thinking about that. I stopped watching telly in 2015, November 28, actually. But I was thinking about the Batman with the Michael Caine thing, can't remember the guy's name, whatever. And he gets on that plane, remember? And he's just come back from somewhere in the east. And he said something like, as one man, I can't do anything. Remember this scene? And he's saying, but as a symbol, then I can really do something. I know you remember this scene. And it suddenly occurred to me, that's what the Illuminati is. And you may disagree, but it makes it so. Excuse me, dude. Excuse me. Point at anything in particular, doesn't it?
I think they kind of have to be that. Anything other than that, they can't just bluntly tell us things because we should be perfectly aware of what happens to speak. So there has to be a way to at least give people the impression of truth, right? They have to, because why would you write? Why would you want to write? What do you have? What does anyone have to tell anybody unless it's some form of truth, some path, right? Why would you want to write?
Could it be a ruse, Matrix?
I mean, what do you mean?
It could all be a ruse, could it not?
I don't understand. What are you? I am talking about the hidden messages writers or overall entertainment puts in their messages, and you're talking about a ruse. What would be the rules exactly in there?
I'm talking about the very wealthy people inventing a game for the very poor people to look into and find nothing and point to who's actually this foot stepping on a human face. But I don't know. I can't point at them because I can just keep looking at these fucking symbols endlessly. That's what I'm talking about. Do you understand?
So one second.
Like a magic
how far
trick.
have you come in your
Like
own
the magic
investigation?
I would definitely disagree with that.
How far have you come in your own questioning, bud? Are you a flat earther, first of all?
Yes.
Hold on.
I've been down every rabbit hole.
Let me answer.
One second, Andy, though. 1 second, Matrix. I will just be very brief. So you are a flat earther. Well, that's good, bud. Let's take it from there. Off you go, Matrix. I have a few questions for Andy afterwards.
Okay, so you would say you would assume that looking into these, you would assume that that's some sort of scam, but just the simple fact that you are on these servers talking about theories, right? This would be the scams that you speak about, right? How does one encounter a conspiracy, or how does one encounter information? You know what I'm saying? Why would you call it a ruse?
Because it's fun for them. I don't fucking know.
How would you know?
They get the kicks out of it. How's that?
I understand, but how would you assume that that's the? How many of them have you associated yourself with? What kind of picture of them do you have that hasn't been presented to you by some sort of conspiracy that they're baby eating fucking demon hunt fucking people, right? What do you really know what's going on other than conspiracy videos?
Well, I've been down every rabbit hole there is to go down, and I've had enough on it. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to go down anymore.
Trust me, I've been there, done that, bro. To the point where I went over the right. Obviously, the truth is out there, and somebody's telling it to us, and it's definitely can't afford the truth.
You're coming in and out every couple seconds, Matrix. Sorry, maybe reconnecting with help. I'm not sure.
Mic check. Any better?
At the end it cut out. It's like in and out every once in a while.
Yeah.
I got a question for Andy, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Actually, not actually a question. I just wanted to make a comment on that Batman quote where he said, "As a man, like I'm less powerful than as a symbol, more powerful." And there's, funny enough, there's another masked hero who has an extremely similar quote in V for Vendetta, right? He wears the mask, dresses in black, and he says, the dude's got a pistol aimed at his chest, and he unloads the whole clip on him, shoots him, and he's like, "Why won't you die?" And he shoots him a couple more times. He's like, "Why won't you die?" And he keeps walking towards him, and V says, "Because behind this mask is not a man. Behind this mask is an idea, and ideas are bulletproof."
Oh, that's so good, dude. Thank you for that. Yeah.
But you can you understand the psychology behind why it has to be a symbol and not a man, right? Because a man could easily be destroyed, discredited. It's very get somebody to turn on a symbol, on a myth, bro. Very difficult. Once a myth is out there, it is out there. But a human being could be destroyed by mere just talking about just discrediting him.
Well, that's exactly my point. All ideology is extremely dangerous.
But what do you think? Hang on, forget about that for a second. What do you think words are? Do you think how do we formulate ideas? What's the structure within? I mean, if you're saying that symbols can lead you nowhere, well, surely words are just representations of symbols. A picture paints 1,000 words. Well, how many pictures does one symbol paint? Maybe 1,000, maybe more. Who knows? It just depends, doesn't it? But what are you going to trust then? If someone comes along and tries to decode a different symbol that you're not accustomed to communicating in, well, you're going to see everything as nonsense, right? You're going to see everything as left path. You won't be able to relate to it, which is fair enough. But it's just, you have just one way of thinking. You think in terms of words. Remember, the power of a symbol, again, to paint 1,000 pictures, every word paints at least one picture. Well, I think most words anyway, I think get you to think of a bucket right now, you know what I mean? Or any word you choose to say.
Yeah, it's just more of the magician's trick, isn't it, Pete? That's where I see it. It could well be, especially our language, English, is such a mutt of a language. I do sometimes feel that perhaps it's just more trickery to take people into the left brain, as Seamus likes to call the left brain prisoner. Wouldn't you agree?
Would it be fair enough to ask you, who do you think the magician is?
Well, that's the point of the symbols. That's why I told the story, because we can't point to them. All we get is these fucking rabbit holes that lead to nowhere, and it's annoying.
Yeah, but what if they do lead? This is what I'm talking about. The symbol, the dodo is probably one of the greatest symbols in existence. But you don't understand it. Whereas pretty much every child has been taught about the dumb dodo bird. But so it's there in our consciousness somewhere. Can I say something as well, which I wanted to say, was that I don't think that these people lie to the children. Adults lie to the children. The parents lie to the children. Because it's what they refuse to inform themselves upon, and what they then continue to bring their children up within. This is the corruption. And we're told to become like children. And I think when we look back at all of the different offerings, the ditties,
the children's nursery rhymes, etc. Within there, the truth is told to us. We just got to go back to that prior state. And I will just say as well, a perfect example of what I'm saying is the lullaby, rockabye baby on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. When the bough breaks, the cradle will fall. Down will come baby, cradle and all. We've probably all been sang it or sang it ourselves to our children. And yeah, horrific lyrics in a sense, very violent, dramatic lyrics, but a most wonderful lullaby. Maybe the truth has been transmitted via these forms, and we're led into the bittersweet nature of what's to come. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's about the context of everything, and this is what flat Earth. If you're a flat earther, then everything you have two choices. Everything still means fuck all, like, which is what I came away from, or everything has the potential to mean everything within the proper context of our renewed thinking. So that's all I would say. That's all I would say.
I was just going to say that I'm in a really good place at the minute, and I remember on the 24/7 Clay Understeel, I think his name is big with the Bible and all that stuff, and I asked him, "Do you think you can know God without any words?" And it really kind of stumped him,
Mm.
And it's funny because I went back and I started thinking about it afterwards, and what occurred to me is that I needed a lot of words to reach this spot where I am now, and I mean thousands of words from every spiritual text, all the ancient, God, Laosa, and Buddhism, and etc., etc., etc. So it took a lot of words. So there's definitely a paradox, isn't there? And I do wonder that people will be born. People will be
Danger of
born.
knowledge, right? Knowledge. Very
People will be born, I'm sure, that don't need words if you understand what I'm saying. And I'm sure they have been in the past too. But for me, I needed lots and lots of words.
I know someone else is trying to get in, but I've told this story many times as well. It's almost as if I remember snapping into existence. I was a young baby. I was very young when I was a baby, but I was a young baby in the pram, and my mother told me she just parked me in a certain area. And how could I remember back to that time? But I was very young. I don't know, maybe a couple of months or something like that. Who knows? But I suddenly remember, and this is true on topic. I just remember sort of snapping into awareness, right? And I looked up at the right-hand corner of a room in the distance, and I looked over to the other side, and I had the distinct thought, where am I? What's going on? Now, as I had no English words, I had nothing like that. I wouldn't have been aware of what language my parents were. So I think, but it was specifically no language or whatever. It was just that thought came to me. Where am I? What's going on? And
That's brilliant, Pete. That's so good you shared that. I had a similar moment as well. We'd just come back from my dad. He died in a car accident. I was 7 years old, and we'd just got these videos when I was very young, and I was really into like videos were all the thing, Betamax and all that. And I leant over the seats as I used to as a kid. I used to get out to all my shackles and whatnot, and leant over and I said, "Can we get a video?" And my mother sort of went, "Not right now." We had all family car, She went, "Not right now." And it suddenly occurred to me how inappropriate that was for the thing that we'd just done. Very interesting. And that was my little moment where I was like, oh shit. And, just to line it up a little bit, Louis C.K. talks about doing a shit in his pants as a 3-year-old was his moment to suddenly waking up.
In a way, these thoughts have influenced my thinking now. Bring me back to significance, right? So everything has a greater significance to it, and we wouldn't have been thrown into this without some sort of consolation. I think I look at it as it's a greater game of life, and the best we can do, given these technologies' ability to seek out, search all manner of information, and communicate especially, and challenge our own view. Well, we have to come to understand that we can only ever learn anything. The thing that we can offer is our own sort of inimitable self. No matter what song or what book you write or what poem you write, all the words have been written before. In general, all the letters have been strung, all the notes have been strung together individually. But you add your own sort of inimitability to it, you know, and that's what makes the difference. If the same story is there for all of us to read, well, isn't this what we're doing as flat earthers and beyond? That was given to us on a plate. The one thing we can assume now is that the truth of our reality is absolutely known. It has to be. When it comes to, I mean, you can't just limit yourself to one thing. 9/11 being you have to understand all the fakery, and behind the fakery then there's a greater symbolic tale, connective tale that's been told. But yeah, we go back then and question the whole nature of history and what we can trust, what we can't trust, and where does that leave us? Where it's left me anyway is that everything is meaningful. I don't go the opposite way. I've already been there. Everything is absolutely meaningful if only we choose to snap into it. Yeah, that's what I
It's
think.
a very good show that speaks about what you're talking about. I think it's called Westworld.
Okay.
It's a very interesting show on that there was like humanity that became so advanced that they developed like these synthetic humanoids that they put them in like another piece of land somewhere where the humans went and messed with them and these robots, right? They thought they were human. They lived a life. They had families, and these people were doing this to these people, and they were doing them to, like, let's say the Americans, and then they would the same thing to like the Asian people, the same thing to the Indian people, the same thing to the same story that one culture was going through. They were writing the same plays out for every other culture. If it was the same story, just different characters, the same story, and this is what you're talking about. That it's been written about. I think same story again and again and again.
Well,
Incidentally,
I think we
Pete,
reached
can I
a
just say
symbolic.
this?
We reached
Can I
a
just get
symbolic
this
moment.
in,
Let me
dude?
just say, because the Queen is dead. Long live the Queen, but the Queen is dead, so that might mark and the breaking of the wand. That might mark the end of the British, Roman, Washington setup. Of course, we're all members of the UN now, and the UN have their flag, the dodo. If you turn the UN flag around, so you break apart the olive leaves like a combination lock, you turn the whole 33 segment around, then the dodo bird jumps out. But yeah, maybe we're going from the frying pan into the fire, or maybe now we can come to wake up to our own true natures. Or we'll have to first realize that we're on a stationary Earth surface. This is important. Then you can assert your sovereignty over the land under the Creator, and you know if that spreads, then who knows where that'll go. So either we're in for a land of beauty and plenty, or else yeah, we're going from the frying pan into the fire with the death of the Queen. So sorry about that, Andy. I just thought
No,
I'd
it's
get
all
that.
right.
I know
I'm
you're
just going to
into
say,
it.
dude, there's many reasons why I can prove that Paul McCartney is McCartney, but there's no better reason, there's no better proof than this song right here that John Lennon wrote for him. How Do You Sleep? He's directed directly at him as a scathing attack. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever saying to Billy, but it makes perfect sense saying to Paul.
Okay.
Andy, one of your points that you made that kind of started a lot of this off was about like the several false holes dug around the, say, ideal true hole to go down, right? And going and investigating everyone is obviously a waste of time, right? But it's kind of a difficult situation to find yourself in, because if you're going to respect yourself and seek the truth, as I feel we should, then you find yourself in the situation where you simply don't know which direction to head in. So it's like you're a pirate hunter, or you're a pirate looking for treasure, but you have no treasure map. That's what we all are. We're looking for the treasure, but we have no map to it besides some sort of feeling in some sort of internal compass that kind of plays a hot and cold game with ourselves. I'm feeling warmer. I'm getting closer, but that feeling, that compass, can be swayed by the influences you've grown up and had put on you, that have calibrated you to think certain ways under your paradigms of culture and thought that you've been indoctrinated with. So then I feel like the only right thing to do is to come and, really bounce mindsets and ideas off of people who you respect. And I don't think we'll ever find it, but maybe we'll get closer and closer if we work together and stay as honest as possible with each other.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I'm really, happy for Geo. This server's popping all the time. And the other day, even the second one was full as well. Brilliant to see.
Did you say a second one? What's that?
The number two, number two, the whatever it's called. I'm kind of new to Discord. Livestream 2 was full as well.
Oh, cool. Yeah, good on you, Geo. You made something. You made a good thing.
You made something of yourself, kiddo. Good on you.
Don't they say if you build it, they will come?
That's right. Although that's a popular Mandela effect because when you go rewatch the movie, it says if you build it, he will come. That people explain as being in reference to his, dead father coming and playing a game of catch with him at the end of the movie. Even though the way that we all remember it does seem more appropriate, And especially with the ending shot of the movie being, the baseball field with all the lights on and a whole, traffic jam line of cars coming to watch the game. That was the ultimate goal of, doing this and making a profit off of it or whatever. It being a good idea versus a bad idea. But he keeps on hearing the voice. If you build it, they will come. Go ahead and build that. Go ahead and make the investment. It'll pay off. Not this weird miracle at the end. It is a little strange. It's one of the Mandela effects that does make me scratch my chin a little bit.
Yeah, I don't believe in that whole Mandela thing. I think it's all bullshit. Personally, no offense.
It's no offense to me. I don't know what to make of it, and I have serious philosophical issues with entertaining it. But at the same time, there are just a few examples that make me scratch my chin. The ones that kind of stick out to me, but I'm not sold on it yet.
Well, I was just going to say I'd highly recommend the streams Owen Benjamin did on this because he really covered it a lot and fucking just destroyed it. So I don't know if you know when Owen Benjamin is. He sort of moved to Sticks and,
Oh, no, I know all about him.
Yeah. I enjoyed his streams about, but I thought it was bollocks before he even started doing that. So it was good to see.
I think it's really easy to attack the Mandela effect because, most examples, if you watch some sort of compilation, some sort of hour-long compilation of people confessing their memories or experiences or opinions on it and stuff, most of them look like damn fools, and the community gives themselves a bad reputation. They bring it upon themselves. The concept in general is also something that no one, unless it makes you feel good in some twisted way. It has implications that are deeply unsettling and go against all sorts of other, things that we hope to hold true. It kind of takes into a nihilistic, if things can just be rewritten, then it sort of destroys the concept of an absolute truth to reality. And so it takes you to this whole.
Really well said. Really well said, dude. Think about it from the scammers' point of view as well. Fundamental. Think about it from their point. They get to change whatever the fuck they want.
I have a Mandela effect that you mightn't have heard of, and as far as I know, I don't know if anyone else has mentioned it, and it sort of is and isn't a Mandela effect. But anyway, apparently now it's commonly understood, it's accepted science, that when we look at Polaris, it itself is not central, But not only is it not central, it swings around like the rest of the stars in the northern hemisphere, the rest of the skylines do, around the north center in a radius which is 0.75 degrees. Now, the sun and the moon, 0.5 degrees, so 1.5 times the diameter of the sun or the moon, angular size wise, either side of the north axis. Now, if that's not a shocker for anyone, I don't know what is, because it certainly is a shocker for me. I always knew that it moved in circles. A lot of confusion about that, whether it was absolutely still or not, but I knew it moved in circles around a central point, but not to the degree of 1.5 times the sun or moon's radius. But apparently now this is accepted standard science, known forever. Have you heard that fundamental?
No, I haven't.
Would you be shocked if that was
that Polaris is not
officially listed?
exactly at the pole? It's observable, Pete.
Okay, I'm not saying that. Okay, I'm just saying that's why I said it's a Mandela effect. So now, not only, so this will be a double shocker, double whammy, double Mandela for some people, flat earthers, I'm thinking, and I also a few ball earthers as well. But yeah, not only is Polaris moving in a small circle like the neighboring stars are moving in a larger circles, etc. as you move out, but not only is it moving around the central pivotal point, but it's moving to such an extent, 1.5 times the sun, moon diameter in radius around it. That is a double whammy for some people. But yes, I'm glad you're here, Ruth, to say that that is established, and I can check this myself. Very good.
I'm gonna try and take a photo through my equatorial mount.
Well, you can't see Polaris, bud.
I'll try and take a photo through it. Hold on, give me a second.
Unless you're in the northern hemisphere, you can't see Polaris, bud.
Polaris. My equatorial mount can be used in the north or the south, and it has a little inlay or overlay or whatever to align you with Polaris or the South Celestial Pole. I'll try. Hang on.
I tried to find the SCP once when I was down there. It was a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
So what do you mean by that? Okay, but what do you mean? Do you actually get a visual on what Polaris is doing right now? You can't do that, right? Is it sort of a computer-generated representation? Stellarium on your...
Just I'll post it. Hold on.
Okay, well, I mean... I'd love you to do a GIF then showing the sun and the moon angular size, so 1.5 times radius around the north pivotal center. That's amazing. You know what I'm seeing here? I think I'm looking down a toilet bowl here or something, is it?
Well, you're looking down my equatorial mount, right? That's the printing on the sort of the eyepiece you use to align it to the poles. Right.
Reminds me of a hole in the ground I saw when I was in Paris. I was going, what the fuck do I have to shit in the ground for? Where's the toilets? Anyway, sorry. I'm with you now.
Anyway, so I obviously only use the octans, the sigma octantis alignment. This is how you point something exactly at the celestial pole. With the north, the bit on the right tells you how much Polaris is moving, and you got to align it on the rotating track.
Well, fair play and fair dues and all that, but I'd definitely like to see someone in the northern hemisphere who could actually see Polaris and could take this image directly.
It's not about. This is how you align it. This little overlay thing is built into my equatorial mount. If I used it in the northern hemisphere, and it's telling me where Polaris needs to be relative to the actual pole, the north celestial pole.
Okay, fair enough. But where it needs to be, but that's not to say where it is, right?
No, it's observably not at the actual celestial pole. It is 3/4 of a degree off.
As I say, you're in Australia right now, and you can't see it directly, so you're relying on technology to sort of extrapolate for you, which is fair enough. I'm not taking away from what I'm sure someone in the northern hemisphere who's looking at it directly, that would be a more representative.
I'm in the north. Everything
someone in the northern hemisphere will have to use we have to use Polaris on that little wheel, right? And I use, because I'm in the south, I use sigma octantis. So I line up sigma octantis with that little diagram on the left, And that's how I know I'm pointing at the south celestial pole.
What's
People
this?
in the north have to.
What's this heading towards?
Sorry, what's in the crosshairs?
No. Like, what's this like topic heading towards? Like,
Okay. So let me just
Oh yes.
fundamental. Remember my Mandela effect. So I said that not only does Polaris move, which might be a shock to some people, and it moves not only in small circles but big circles. At least a moon. Are you paying attention? Fundamental. A moon and a half diameter around the central pivotal point. And Ruhif came in and said, "Yes, I can clarify. That's the case. You can prove it yourself." And he showed through his equatorial mounted telescope. This representation of what we would see at Polaris based on its mirroring of the southern star, which is Polaris Australis.
so you're saying the diameter of Polaris's circuit is 0.75 degree?
It's the radius, I think. The radius, and it might be the diameter, but I think it's the radius.
It's a declination.
Which is 1.5 times the angular
degree
diameter of the sun or moon.
Yeah, declination would be the radius.
Yeah, I didn't expect Polaris's little circle out, star trail to be that large.
Oh,
to me,
yes.
I've heard it wiggles. I've heard it goes in a little circuit before, but
Yeah.
I didn't think it was to such a large degree.
Yes, so that's another Mandela effect, as I said, and Ruhif has just come in here and clarified that is indeed the claim or the stipulation. We can
There's no
test for ourselves
Mandela
as well.
effect. I think teachers just
Yeah, it's
simplify
not
it.
Mandela effect at all.
It's just
That's,
talking
what,
about
that's what I'm
vocabulary.
saying to flat earthers, not to everyone. Mandela effects don't apply to everyone. People remember things differently. But I guarantee you, if there's flat earthers here, that'll be a shock to most of them. That it sweeps such a wide arc or circle.
Well, there's been
Are you sure that?
there's
Hey,
been
hey, hey, 1
propaganda
second.
shared. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry to cut in, but I don't hear you guys talking about Ursa Majors, the Big Dipper, going counterclockwise around Polaris, because it does every single day, every 23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4.9 seconds. And I just recently learned this. So if you're saying that the North Star, the Polaris, which it's rotating around, moved, then would Ursa Majors do the same thing? Because of course, I think it's moved throughout the ages a teeny bit or something, but I'm not understanding why you're not mentioning the Big Dipper that goes counterclockwise every single day.
Address that?
Yeah.
Everything in the northern sky goes counterclockwise around Polaris.
Yeah, all the constellations.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that it's a tight little circular thing. So if you guys were talking about it's moving, then wouldn't Ursa Majors be moving with it as well?
It does.
You see, first of all, their claim would be that the Earth is
no.
moving. So we're experiencing this deviation from Polaris from the central northern axis because the Earth itself is moving. But otherwise, all the stars would move just in conjunction with one another in the same direction around Polaris. But the jump is so. I think you're making the point as well that you thought it was tight little circles around the northern axis, but that the jump is so big, it's 1.5 times the moon's angular diameter.
But where are you getting that? So I don't
That's
understand.
the official story, dear. That's what I'm saying to you. Mandela effect. Ruhiv's just after coming in here saying, "Yeah, that's the story. It's always been the way."
Well, the reason I don't think it's a Mandela effect is because I think it's only flat Earth propaganda, because such things do exist. That we've all heard the claim Polaris stays perfectly still. However, I don't think anyone's really thought that was the absolute, case of it all. I think it just moves so little that especially if you're watching it throughout the night, it's there's nothing you need to concern yourself with in treating it as if it does tight little circles. You can just treat it as something that stays in the center of the sky, even though it does deviate just slightly. Nothing you'll notice with your own eyes, barely something you'll observe even with a time-lapse camera, especially since you're only going to get at most 14 hours. You're never even going to get the full circle of a star time lapse. So That's something a lot of people don't realize either. The night only lasts so long, and so the most you're ever gonna get out of a star trail of any particular star is like 190 degrees tops on the
I
longest
thought the
of
night
nights.
lasted all day as well. That's just some days, though. Okay, I'm with you.
Well, in some places, sure, yeah, not where most of us live, but really,
Listen,
you know,
the
But didn't
point
they
is
use
here.
that?
Yeah, yeah. Go
Didn't they
on.
use that for navigation and to tell the signs of the seasons? The Ursa Major's
Exactly.
going around the Polaris.
Polaris was the chief. It was the constant in the northern sky. If it was to move, imagine you relied on navigation in the old days via Polaris, and it moved to such a degree on a nightly basis. I think if on seas, rough seas, if you were out by 5 or 10 miles, that could be the death of you. You know what I mean? So it can't have
That's why
been
they
that
had to
fixed
account for it.
for close call calculations and travels.
That's why they
Something
needed a
else.
clock on board.
Not talking about that. Fundamentally, though, I think Polaris then can't be said to be stationary and fixed. If it's doing such a sweep on a nightly basis, this is going
No,
against the grain of understanding.
no. Part of
Yeah,
celestial navigation is to account for that.
They couldn't find their longitude without a chronometer.
Oh,
Chronometer.
that's a different matter. I know that. That's a
Yeah.
different matter.
No, there's a small correction for Polaris too. If you really want to get your latitude accurately, you have to account for it where it is in that little circle.
Jeremy, is that news to you, Jeremy? That first of all, did you, as a flat earther, did you think that Polaris was absolutely fixed? Remember, Whitsitt saw Polaris through the hole in the Georgia Guidestones. So is it absolutely fixed, or did you think it moved in circles like Ursa Major or any of the other northern constellations? And the other question then would be, did you realize that it moved in such big circles, which is 1.5 times the angular size of the moon or the sun, either side of the central axis or around the central axis? Did you realize any of these things?
Yes, as soon as I learned the globe model, I learned 0.7 degrees off north, geographic north. Yes, Pete. Colloquial growing up as kids, we all think Polaris sits in the sky and doesn't move. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No, I wasn't. I just wanted to know, and you knew it moved to such a degree as well. So as we look at the sky, you can't look at Polaris as a fixity because it itself swings in smaller circles than its immediately neighboring stars do, which are just bigger circles. But it's still to a substantive degree. I never would have believed it, man. I never would have believed it.
1 degree every 72 years.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
Can't
on a
be, no.
nightly basis around the central axis. The Polaris is as such variance from it. 1.5 times the sun's radius, the diameter. 1.5 times the sun's diameter, swirling around the central pivotal point. That can't be said to be fixed on a daily, nightly basis, as it appears to us. And of course, in reality, all of these stars move over our heads. So whatever is happening at the
Oh, you're
ground
saying
level in the
Polaris moves
planetarium
on a
is giving
nightly.
us this projection of stars, Polaris Starkus.
Shorter sentences, Jesus
I
Christ.
know. I know it's tough.
Oh, yeah,
Gambino. How much does Polaris move on a given night?
Indigo.
What's
My
up?
favorite color. My favorite color is indigo.
Indigo. Yeah. How much does Polaris move on a given night? Though?
Makes a complete circle over 24
no,
hours.
no,
In
no.
24
Yeah,
hours, it does
24
a whole
hours.
circle.
At
Yeah, it makes a
night,
small
it's going to
circle.
depend on the length of the night, but the real question is in arc seconds or degrees or whatever. What's the radius that Polaris is at compared, from the true sort of location of the central
0.75
rotation
degrees.
point?
0.75 degrees
0.75 degrees?
approximately. Yeah,
Like
technically it's
75. I was close.
So the diameter is 1.5 degrees.
Yeah. Let's see here.
Okay.
Declination is. Oh, I have to convert it to degrees, but yeah, it's 15 minutes past 89 degrees. So, yeah, about 0.75 degrees.
That's massive. That's 3 suns diameters across. Or see,
Yeah,
yeah, 3
that's
suns
true.
diameters across is the diameter of the radius of Polaris
And
around
it's
the
getting
central
bigger.
pivot.
It's getting bigger over the years.
Can you see it in a star trail? Can you see it in a star trail?
Of course.
What's the
Depends
problem?
on your FOV. I don't know.
Can you see the
There's no
moon?
problem.
Can you see the moon in the star trail? If you have a star trail which shows Polaris and the moon in its transit, then we could superimpose like 3 moons across the center of Polaris, and we could see then that Polaris moves that relative distance. That'd be a great project. That'd be a great project.
Don't even
What's
need
it,
to.
Gambino? Hold on. What's it move? It keeps moving south every year.
No, its declination is just increasing over the decades.
Yeah, 1 degree every 72 years, right?
No, it's not that much.
It's precisely.
That's a different thing going on. That's
Yeah,
just that's
we're
just
talking
a,
about. Yeah.
yeah.
We're talking
That's
I
just
thought
the
it moved out of
relationship
its
of.
position. I thought it moved out of its position 1 degree every 72 years, and because it
That's
took a
the
whole
precession of
cycle.
the Earth. Yeah.
It took a.
Yeah,
It took
that's a relationship of that's a relationship of the speed at which the sun travels across the sky versus the speed the stars behind it travel across the sky. The stars cross your head a little bit faster than the sun crosses over your head, and so in a sort of way of averaging things out, every 72 years, the sun moves back by 1 degree in its like race around the track. But there's a middleman layer between it because the sun is already the sun is already losing 1 degree every day compared to the stars. That's why there are different months, different zodiac signs. That there's a different constellation behind the sun for every month, right? But then 1 year versus another year, that's kind of what you're talking about. There's a slight, like, they don't reset to their same starting positions every year. It sort of accumulates where it's just about this ongoing race around a track where for every 365 laps the sun makes around the sky, the stars do 366 laps, but not exactly. They actually do 366 point whatever 001, and so that extra day and that extra little tiny bit more percentage of the day creates like two extra cycles. The sort of yearly cycle and then a greater cycle. They call the year and then the platonic year.
Yeah, but those figures are only used based on the solar idea of time. So this is all skewed to begin with. And when we're talking, Jeremy, it's specifically about what we observe on a nightly basis from the ground. Of course, the ball earthers will have an explanation. Flat earthers will have a different explanation as to what's going on. But that the Polaris is so astray from the central pivotal point, I'm definitely sure will be a shock to many people. Flat earthers especially.
It's not a shock to anybody who studied astronomy, Pete. Not remotely.
That's fair enough. And that's why I mentioned about Mandela effect. It's about the things that we think we understand, we have a grasp on, where it turn out to be, according to the fish story anyway, absolutely in opposition. So I'm not making any point on that, Paz. I'm not taking away that is the fact. That even shocks me, though. That even shocks me. It shocks me that it's so at variance from the central pivotal point. And of course, I'm looking for a flat Earth explanation, which I'm okay with as well. I'm okay with what I think about it. I always knew Polaris moved in circles, just like the rest. The sun is connected directly with the motion of Polaris. So as Polaris moves, as if there was a tether attached to the sun, it moves in tandem. Of course, you know what I say about that. One is just a focal reflection of the other. But yeah, that Polaris moves around the central pivot. I think what we have to do as alternative thinkers, anyway, Paza, if you're capable of it, all of the motions attributed to the Earth, try to attribute them to something that's going on in the center, that's creating all the motion and is generating the sky, or the skylights seem to move in tandem. I think that will serve us well to try and do that. And then actually, let me give you a hint. All it's to do is move in 3 fundamental directions, in and out. Around and around, first of all, to give us the motion of the sky, in and out, to give us the moon phases, and then up and down on an annual basis, monthly, daily, monthly, and yearly, annually. So yeah. But I know that you don't like going there, Pazza. You want to come in and defend your own model.
No,
I'm going to leave you to it.
No, I was just saying to you, Pete, that's pretty much what the Almagest was.
Exactly what you just described there.
Almagus. I've heard that word before. Where have I heard that?
Did any of the
The
Glovers want
largest.
to play a game?
That's Pete. It's worth having a look at. It's the largest treatise from Ptolemy.
Oh, that's
From
okay.
the geocentric model. For the geocentric model. For the
Oh,
geocentric.
the Almagest. Okay.
Almagest.
Do any of the Glovers want to play a game? I made a clip, and it's a compilation of 12 different clips, and it's for the Glovers to pick which ones are real and which ones are fake. Just number, like make a real list and a fake list, like 1, 7, 9 is real, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
I'm a flat earther, but I'd play.
Yeah, we can all have a go because, frankly, all of our ability to determine fake from real is just the same in that respect.
Oh, well, so you admit you can't tell if it's real or fake?
What, by looking at imagery?
Yeah, that like NASA and people show us, you couldn't tell if it was real or fake just by looking at it?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, so they could all be fake then.
They could all be fake, yeah.
Nice. So when Glovers bring up pictures from NASA, that's not very good evidence, is it?
Yeah, I don't know if you've spoken to Pazza before. Pazza actually has the capacity for intellectual honesty. Not always, but often enough that it's.
Well, you said
normally
that. That was the truth moment right there. And once he answers it, so Pazza, then when when Globe Earthers bring up pictures from NASA, it's not very good evidence, is it?
It's evidence that NASA are showing us something. That's all it is, isn't it?
Yep.
You have to take on faith that they're presenting you something purposeful.
Ooh. So it's a religious belief that these things are correct or accurate.
Not in so much as it's dogmatic. If NASA started bringing stuff out that was revealed to me to be bullshit, then I would consider everything else they've told me as well to be bullshit, or at least I'd be more suspicious of their position.
There are actually 13 videos. Yeah, my bad.
I'll give it a go. Me saying, me getting them all wrong or me getting them all right won't change, won't robustify or dismantle any position of anybody in any.
No. It's only to elucidate the disingenuous and dishonest nature of the Globers. Like, for example, like they claim that they shot at that asteroid today, and I was like, I laughed at it, and I'm like, wow, that looks so fake to me. And then they all freaked out in the chat, prove it's fake, and I'm like, dude, you're asking me to prove a negative. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're claiming it's real. So can you prove it's real? No, you're the one claiming it's fake. Prove it's fake. I'm like, I'm just saying that it looks fake to me. Like, it just looks like a cartoon. It doesn't look real to me. And it looks like a picture of rocks like slowly stitched together with like a bunch of glitches. It doesn't look like they went to some asteroid. It looked like CGI to me.
I get what you're saying. I mean, if you had access to a reasonably sophisticated telescope, I'm talking top of the range telescope, you could have been monitoring that particular asteroid pair on their recent transit across the sky, and arguably, if you had a good enough equipment, you better see the cyclical nature of their orbits. Yeah, the reason those two asteroids were chosen is because the eccentricity of the smaller one is quite low, so they're in a circular pairing. The premise behind what they're telling you they've done is smash something into the smaller one to retard or slow down its orbit, in which case from here on in, if you observe it, you would, if it's what they're saying is true, then you would see a consistent characteristic difference in that orbit. That's potentially an evidence that something has interfered with it.
I think this is crazy. Like, you can't see the alleged asteroid that they just hit, and they claim it's super far away. They claim they shot that freaking thing like months and months and months ago, right? And then they publicly announced it like right after the Netflix movie Don't Look Up, which is literally about that exact same thing. They came out and publicly announced it like right after that. What a coincidence! But anyway,
well, you'd understand that's been in the astral catalogue as 65803 Didymus since 1996.
that's irrelevant.
Right. Well, that's when they've got records of its, observation of it and its daughter.
Okay, that's cool. But my point was that when the Globers, like, they try to say that we have to prove it's fake, right? That's wrong. We don't have to prove alleged pictures are fake. Okay?
You don't know. You don't.
Yeah, and that's my point. A lot of the Globers in here were saying that I have the burden of proof and I have to prove it's fake, which is very ignorant and remedial, right? Like, the positive claim is that it's some real picture out in a space vacuum, right? So, if anything, that would have to be proven. And I was making a point. What's funny is, like, I made some like blatant CGI videos, and they were afraid to answer whether or not they thought it was real or fake because they needed the source, because they can't tell, but they can't admit that they can't tell. It's just like dishonesty. At least you admitted this, so I'll give you respect for that, right? Like, so I just now
Well,
put a mixed video together to see if the Globers can tell, and they're afraid to even play the game. And an honest person would be like, yeah, sure, I'll play the game. What's innocent? What's it matter, right? Like, it doesn't prove either way. But they're all afraid to play the game because they have this little worldview where they think everything that NASA gives them is definitely real, and then that we're stupid for not believing it. So they have to defend that narrative, so they can't play the game. It's hilarious.
Well, I'll happily play the game. I mean, let's say it's not really a question of proof either way, to be perfectly honest, because you can't prove it's fake and they can't prove it's real.
I don't have to prove it's fake because they're the one claiming it's real. So,
No, but they can't. You can't disprove. You can't. There's no proof one way or the other, just from observation, just sitting down looking at the stuff that's passed
yeah,
us.
usually there's not. Like there's a couple times we've proven they're fake, like where they use cloning tools on clouds and stuff like that. Right, where like that's impossible to have the exact same cloud formation like 8 times on one side of the Earth. But yeah, like most of the time you won't be able to really tell, which is why I think like that's why I was just like I just laughed at it. I think the asteroid thing today looked really dumb. Like that's my honest opinion. Someone can disagree, but it looks stupid to me. And like,
Pazza, I don't know if you were around on 24/7 when I pointed out that it was the Electro 1 satellite, I think it was, that claimed to take pictures of Earth. On the press release for it, they accidentally left the Photoshop grabby hand somewhere off the coast of Saudi Arabia.
They could have done. I don't know. I've not seen anything.
Yeah.
On that.
And then when it was pointed out to multiple Globers, they were like, oh, no, that's just the Photoshop that the press release guys used, not the original guys. It's like, well, how can you possibly know that? It's just, you're just making shit up at that point.
They're acting in. If you take stuff from NASA, you are acting in good faith. You are presuming that there is a genuine intent to reveal useful information and truthful information to you.
Yeah, but I mean, if you see an image with a Photoshop grabby hand on it, you have to say, well, that's like, at the very least, you have to say 100% that has been in Photoshop, right? And at that point, why would you believe it as being an accurate representation of reality?
I mean, it's more likely to be a screen grab because the grabby hand cursor in most art packages can never permeate its way into the image, can it? So there's no way you can accidentally have the Windows cursor in an MS Paint saving. Same goes for Photoshop. If the cursor made its an 11th hour intervention into the image, most graphics packages should be fucking shit.
But how would you know when that? Like, how could you know when that happened?
Or if it's the grabby hand screen grab.
Seems like pissed on breadcrumbs, like something put out there to add fuel to the fire. Give us enough evidence to point out, like, look, this has definitely been in Photoshop. There's no way it couldn't have been. The proof is there. But also give them enough leeway to say, well, what kind of person would ever take a screenshot instead of export a file? But the truth is somewhere in the middle. It seems like a divide and conquer tactic, actually, to spark an argument over nothing.
Yeah, you probably are. I mean, my argument the whole time was that it was incompetence. So I mean, maybe it's deliberate, but I think it's probably just incompetent.
To me, it seems deliberate.
You can read it anyway, can't you? You can read it any way you want to.
Yeah. That's the clever nature, I think, of it being deliberate. That it can appear either way.
I mean, to be fair, if you go looking for certain certain things that NASA have got. There's a trove of there's a trove of data. It's not. Some of it is in the public domain. Some of it isn't. The stuff that is in the public domain, frankly, is unless you know how to evaluate it or what processes it's put through, it's pretty much fucking purposeless. A lot of radio telescope telemetry data and signal data is, until it goes through significant post-processing, might as well just be, it reveals nothing to no one who doesn't know what they're looking at, or propose that they know what they're looking at. So yes, it does beg a belief that they would be clumsy, but it may be that the screen grab wasn't actually from I don't know really. It's one of those things that could be read either way.
From the original Photoshopper, you're saying?
Yeah, it could have been someone who just took a snapshot of a screen. It literally physically took a photo of the screen rather than actually taking the screen. I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know.
but it opens
If it was
up
the only
possibilities, though.
It does, and if it's the only image that they've ever released, then that's clearly deeply suspicious. But then again, if they come up with a load of high quality images subsequently, you can make the argument, well, they've had more time, so they've prepped something more immaculate. But I'm always suspicious of the. Oh, look, here's a photograph where they've forgotten to put their helmets on, or here's a photo where they've clearly left. They've let a catwalk, and with these kind of conversations, it's like, well, if it is a nefarious multi-trillion-dollar, 10,000 person strong deception, there will be some. You'd like to imagine there'd be some quality control, surely.
That's where I'm a conspiracy theorist to the extreme, right? And so the way I address, the way I agree with you in saying, well, those quality checks, right? Those measures they would take to, be diligent in their deception. When things do come out, I think a lot of them may not be incompetence, but actually mistakes made on purpose.
Possibly. I think there's a certain. You can argue there's a certain utility in that kind of revelation, but it could be someone. You could strategize a whole load of reasons why someone's done that. They could be trying to be revealing from within against the remit of their job. That could be that the general consensus is that if they give snippets, they're kind of flashing out anybody who'd look at it in some respect. You could even dare I say it, suggest that they're watching to who's watching, sort of thing. But there's a whole load of things you can say like that, isn't there?
Can you do me a favor, dude? The video's just 46 seconds. Can you just watch it, and then I can tell you what the answer is, just so maybe it'll make you think.
Which one's that? Is that the 1.mp4?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll watch it now. Hang on.
Thank you. Sorry,
I'll get rid of the sound.
I'm about to say the answer, so I figured you might want to.
No, I'll get rid of the sound, because the sound gives you a bias. So, do you want to just shout them out as I go?
You can or you can't, and if any of the flyers just want to watch it, I'm just going to reveal the answer. So I couldn't get any of the other Globers to play. They're afraid to play, I guess.
Number 1, I'd say was fake. Number 2, just real. Number 3, what's it done? Number 3, I would say, Number 3, come on, what's it doing? Hang on, sorry, the video's jumping around. Hang on. 3 could be real. 4, God knows. 5 could be real. 6, nothing jumping out at 6. 7 could be real. Nothing really jumping out at 8. 9 looks like standard aerial nighttime photography. 10 looks like noisy heads-up displays. That could be real. 11 looks real. 12. I mean, that could be a close-up of a watercolor, apparently. 13. Shots in 13 look okay. Yeah, I mean, if I'm honest, most of those, if presented to me and I didn't, have any particular bias in investigating them, I would consider real.
Word. All right, so the answer is that
Take a
they're
guess.
literally all claimed to be real. There's a video right there. That's why it was so short. It was because it's just from a video that's compiled together on YouTube, as seen by NASA astronauts in space. Like every one of those are claimed to be real.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me. There's a few of them that looked a bit. Well, they had artifacts in it, which made me think, what could that be? There's
Yeah,
a bit.
like the ones
There's a
with
bit of double
like, the
vision.
space stuff and the the craft and stuff looks so fake to me. Like, cause I have a software and I can make that same thing with CGI so easy. And
Yeah,
yeah,
there was a bit of double visioning in some of them, wasn't there?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy stuff. But thanks for playing. I mean, respect. Zevi Tepi said, "Did I win?" No, you got it exactly backwards. They were all fake. I mean, they were all real.
Yeah, well, according to the
I
narrative.
think the best one for me is number 10. So Pazza, if you ever look at number 10, they've got the fakest, most 90s computer graphic looking lightning storm affecting like a third of the quote unquote planet. It's unbelievably bad.
Yeah, I don't know. See, it's difficult to know what range that's at. But the resolution is fucking appalling.
I have such a hard time believing that's an actual aerial photograph of Australia in 11, if that is Australia.
Yeah, I
I mean,
was gonna say number 11's awful.
yeah, the ocean looks like it's a one solid color blue. It looks ridiculous.
And number 1 is really awful to me too. And number
the thing
3,
about
I would say number 1, number 3, number 11, like those look awful.
I used to work for a lot of aerial photography, not at that height, but as a general rule, it was aerial photography from aircraft, taken for ground survey work years ago, and lakes and obviously rivers and lakes. They have loads of color banding in them for obvious reasons. Areas off of the coast of Europe also had very inconsistent patchy sea areas. Places like Australia, or we did some off the coast of North Africa, where you effectively have sodal continental shelf. It is surprising. So you can go from sea and transition to a really consistent color. If the weather's on your side, it does look like it's been flood filled in an art package at first glance. So that can happen. I don't know. It just surprises me off the coast of Australia because it does have continental shelving, but it was not beyond the realms of possibility. I have seen, even at the range of aeronautics, I've seen photography where the sea looks unnervingly, uniform and consistent. Other times it's just, choppy as fuck. But yeah, aerial photography can be a bit of a tricky one to discern.
And then look what's happened. So one of the Globers said that they're all fake and they were all real, right? Another Glober got some right, some wrong. That's kind of what you did. You got them decently right. The other ones were afraid to say it. Now there's dudes in the chat and said, because they said, oh, so they're claimed to be real, but they're all fake, huh? And I said, I think the aerial photography is probably a real picture. Yeah, and I think most of them are fake. They're like CGI probably. And now he says, back to square one. He says, okay, prove it's fake. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, bruh, you didn't even get the whole point of the game. My God, you can't prove that it's fake.
it's going to get increasingly more difficult as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because you know, I mean, you only got to look at the way that film and Hollywood's going. All the Hollywood stars now have been in sittings where they have had huge amounts of photography taken of the relevant parts of their face and their head in particular, because arguably in 100 years' time, as a top two head, Tom Hanks or Tom Cruise will be a product. You'll just insert them into movies. Actors will effectively be a single shot avatar, and you're going to get to a point where you're not going to be able to tell the difference. You're not going to be able to. You'll watch a movie with someone in it, and you will not be able, unless they want to put something in there that reveals it to you, will not be able to tell. You're not looking at an actual person in a physical set filmed with a physical camera.
Yeah, like what's crazy is also they kind of have an advantage because they're always gonna make it look a little bit less high quality, right? Like because to make it more realistic, it can't look like an actual 2022 movie. It can't look like Gravity or something, right? It has to look a little
Exactly.
bit more realistic, so they get to make it not as good of quality then they're capable of making it look like if they were to fake it, so they have like a pretty big buffer there.
Yeah, I mean, when you're making, there is a random and a noisy element in what we see in the world, and which is you could make a Blair Witchy type simulation of the world eventually, yeah, right. And to give it its full realism, you would have all the motion blur and all the exposure fading in and out, simulated, and that would make it far more realistic to you, because that would be your expectation of what a camera and what someone in that situation would do.
Yep.
So yes, there was always a, look at Terminator 2, yeah. I mean, we were all taken when that film came out. We were all completely taken back by the polymetallic shenanigans, all the morphing. But nonetheless, it demonstrably was an artificial representation, because it was perfect in its geometry and its smoothness, and it had no time or level of sophistication to make it behave more like a real thing.
Has anybody seen holograms in real life? Because I want to know how realistic those are starting to look. I've only seen videos.
No, not really been.
I think anyone has. I mean, not in the world, but in the group here tonight. I've never gone to like a Tupac concert or anything like that.
You saw that video though? The video of Pac.
Yeah, I've seen the video. I mean, it doesn't look like a real person on stage. Like there's obviously something weird looking to it.
Yeah, there's like a couple angles that it looks kind of real, but like usually you can tell that it's like, yeah, just
the colors. They're like they have a sort of white haze over them, like you're looking through fog or something.
It's
There's
like
been a couple of videos I've seen just real quick of in Asia, like whales coming out of the ocean or something. Everybody, yeah, how real that actually looks.
on video it definitely looks real. I don't know about in person, but like the ones that they do in China is crazy. Like it obviously doesn't look too real. There's like a well in the sky. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but I've seen them do like where they put all the sea creatures in the sky, but like they look like real creatures. It's kind of crazy. I've seen they did something at some Major League Baseball game. They had a dragon fly down, which looked kind of real. I mean, I don't know. I think it'll be not too long where they can make it look pretty damn real.
Yep. Entertainment.
Yeah, I think Flat Earthers, we tried to get it in while we could, man. They're going to come out and say that they went to the moon or something, and they're going to show footage that looks good, and then all the Glovers are gonna come and say, you know, like, ha ha ha, how does it feel to get proven wrong in front of the whole world, and blah blah blah. And are you coping? Are you still coping? You gotta cope harder. Stuff like that, you know. But what you gonna do?
I'm looking at this Seattle's virtual New Year's at the Needle show.
Oh yeah.
Welcomes 2021, and I had no idea that this technology even existed on this scale. I mean,
Yeah.
these are like 200-foot holograms. Like, it looks fantastic. Wow, I'm
Yeah,
impressed.
pay real close attention, and it's basically showing you a DNA strand. And this
Yeah,
is
I saw that.
right before the pandemic, and it's the Space Needle. So look at all the symbolism in that thing. It's pretty crazy.
Wait, hold on. It's not before. I mean, that's an entire year into it.
Are you sure?
So,
Before the jab though.
oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, before the, invention that none of us really heard much about before, gene therapy and all got released. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, weird stuff, man. Wow, I had no idea they could do this. I'm blown away, honestly. Like, is this real? Like,
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know someone in Seattle that said that it's definitely really happened.
that's mind blowing.
So is this on YouTube? Is it?
Yeah. It's flooded with symbolism, dude. It literally shows like the DNA and then like it taking different forms.
What am I searching for?
I'll post it.
Okay.
It's the first one that came up in my search results when I just looked for like hologram or something. But this is the one I'm looking at right now.
Oh, right, okay.
It's crazy.
I mean, I truly am blown away. Like, if what I'm seeing on my my telephone screen right now is, similar to what I would see with my own eyes in person, then I gotta admit, I didn't know that they could make holograms that are like 300 feet tall, or, I mean,
Right.
in
That's
this
the question,
detail.
is if it looks the same in person, you know.
Yeah, that is the question. Wow. Seattle. Why has nothing ever been done like this near me? I mean, I live in a city, like, huh. Probably some symbolism going on with the needle too. Yeah, and it's the it's the
DNA
Seattle
strand.
needle too. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Around a needle.
I just put that together.
Yeah. I covered this like on YouTube. I'm like, bro, this is so in your face, and 99% of people, of course, would have not even, I mean, not that much maybe, but 80% of people would not even get close to thinking about it. Pretty crazy. And that's actually, I want to say that's where Bill Gates lives, or he started Microsoft like right beside that place or something like that. So it's just crazy. It's like layered weirdness.
That one's cool, but the one that somebody was saying about the whale, I think that's in a tennis court. That looks like a real picture. Like, you see the whale coming right out of the floor, like.
And then it splashes back down into the ground.
Yeah. Yep.
Like it dives up and then splashes down, and it looks super real. Yeah, they had like the Tupac hologram performing. I think they're gonna have a Michael Jackson hologram. Probably Elvis, probably other people, a lot of rappers. You know what I'm saying, that have died or been killed or passed away. The record labels still own the rights to their image because they signed some fucked up 360 deal contract where they can create a hologram of them, and the record label can continue to make money off them, and they can still perform and have all the holograms and stuff, and be super realistic.
In
Brother,
perpetuity.
Brother Sanchez talks about this all the time, about the hologram thing.
Hey, if you guys are talking about the video I just posted, that's not hologram, that's CGI. I don't know if this is the one you're.
That's an augmented reality show, yeah.
Yeah, that's CGI, not holographic.
Yeah. That's rendered onto the broadcast.
Yeah, but even the so-called holograms that they might talk about with like Tupac or whatever, they're just basically projections onto a thin mylar sheet that has been spiked with iodine to create the reflection angle to capture the projected light, and it's made by 3M, I think.
I heard that they spray some sort of mist in the air. They have these machines, like these columns, and they make like a little mist where the laser could reflect off of.
I mean, yeah, these augmented realities. If you were there, you'd see bugger all, apart from a few fireworks and there's some light settings on it. And personally, what I find more impressive is the drone shows now. They are amazing.
Yeah,
that's actually a physical thing, and an orchestration of all those little machines with lights on them. That is really clever.
Yeah.
You wanna throw a link up for me?
What? Yeah, I could do that for you now. If I see one, I mean they have one all over the world.
I just want to point out, like, if you're looking for hologram videos, like I am now, and you get these like third-person shots where you're like seeing people in the frame, like interacting with the hologram or whatever, that is all just like that's propaganda footage right there. Those aren't holograms. They don't even the people it's like the weatherman, right? He's got a green screen behind him. He can't turn around and see what you're looking at, right? That's just superimposed to CGI, and they got some actors for some of this footage acting like they're actually like interacting and seeing it in front of them. That's total bullshit. The weatherman has to look forward to a screen in front of him to understand what they're computer generating on the green screen behind him. He can't turn around and see it actually, That's what a lot of the results are. And when I search up hologram, it's all this bullshit CGI where maybe you could see it if you wore goggles or something, but most of it's just just rendered videos. The people there pretending like they're interacting with they don't see anything. They see a hardwood floor.
That's the footage. That's the footage.
Yeah, like all those people in the audience, they either need to be like in this one that Faithful Phoenix posted, they either have to just be acting, or they have like a pair of like very advanced goggles over their eyes in order to see this happening. They're not seeing some whale come out of the hardwood floor of their gymnasium with their own bare eyes. Either wearing some sort of goggles, or they're just all acting like they're seeing something, or they're all looking at a screen somewhere. Plus, you probably got to be in a really dark environment for holograms to work anyway. It's not a fully lit room with sunlight coming through the windows and ceiling lights.
So guys, I just posted it in the live stream, but I don't know if you guys have seen this. It's like the Astartes project by a guy called Syama Pedersen. And like the things that people are able to do on their home computers now is absolutely crazy. Like this guy just animated like 13 minutes of it's just a really cool like animation from the 40k universe, if you guys have ever played Warhammer 40,000. And he posted this to YouTube like 2-3 years ago, and he doesn't have a supercomputer, he doesn't have a massive budget, none of that stuff. So it's really interesting to me that something can be done as a passion project and look that good on basically no budget.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, it doesn't surprise. I'm looking at it now. It doesn't surprise me. Some of the I've seen some stuff come out of universities and colleges now, which is absolutely astounding.
Maybe surprising is the wrong word. Maybe just like impressive is more what I was going for. But you then start to think, well, what can you do with a budget? You know?
Yeah.
And then people are like, oh no, how do you prove it's fake? Well, unfortunately, you now can't. Like, because when they were obviously faking stuff and we were finding it, they then just started to remove all of the issues that we found.
Yeah, and even whenever we found the issues, like the same people that are telling us to prove it was fake, like just hand waved, dismissed, ignored, and justified them anyway, right? So
Exactly, yeah. Like they're doing right now. You know, it's like, oh, prove it's fake, prove it's fake. Well, no, actually, you need to prove it's real, and nobody can because we can't go there because it's not verifiable. So
it's inadmissible, right? I mean, it's like it's crazy because it looks so dumb. Like that asteroid thing looks so dumb to me. Like I'm not just saying that. Like if they ever come out with something that looks like convincing, I'd be like, wow, that's pretty convincing. At least like it looks or like it could be real.
What do you find unconvincing? What do you find unconvincing about it?
It just looks so glitchy and stupid to me, bro. Like when it showed the asteroid from the outside, it just looked like CGI to me.
Yeah, I'm not. If it's at the distance it is and it's traveling the speed it is, and the camera is doing its best to get a high resolution image and transmit it traveling at those speeds, there will be concessions made. I mean,
I was trying to go back to the stream and take a picture, and they got it glitched out now, of course.
On the very end they have, obviously, but they're claiming that thing hit the asteroid at a speed of 4 miles a second. It was traveling when it hit the asteroid.
Yeah.
That's what that's the alleged impact speed. But like I say, if you got access to a an observatory, if you got you need a 1.5 I think meter resolution telescope at a suitable observatory, you'll be able to evaluate the orbit of that thing around the larger asteroid in the future. If it's changed, it was persistent and consistent beforehand with the bugger all eccentricity. If it's changed, then we know something has changed it. So even if you don't, from that you can draw your own conclusion. But if for coming on for 30 years they've been making periodic observations of those two bodies and planning with, and they plan this, and they've got all the measurements of the orbit of the smaller one around the larger one and the timings of it over a significant period of time, and can demonstrate, as can other agencies who look at it, that that's clockwork and consistent, and now it's changed, then at least you've got to concede there must be a reason why it's changed.
I'd have to look into the validity of
We shall see.
Allegedly seeing some asteroid in the first place.
Yeah, well, the trouble is like you say, is that the sort of telescopes you need that are like at Kit Peak or something like that in America, for example, in Arizona, aren't in the layman's hands. You can hire time on them, but would you, if you were able to, would you be able to discern whether the measurements they're alluding come from these things they're observing are accurate or true or meaningful?
Well, I don't know.
You'd have to be a fully qualified astronomer, or at least fully qualified in using that particular optical instrument to be able to evaluate anything from it, wouldn't you, really?
It seems pretty convenient. I mean, it seems like there's definitely a window there where they could just be bullshitting, right? I mean, there should be plenty of scenarios where that's just not even possible. Like there should be no plausible deniability.
It comes down to the fact that, do you believe that everybody around the world using such equipment is either deceptive or deceive themselves? It comes down to that, doesn't it, really? And that's the same with NASA. Do you hold any confidence in what they tell you or not based upon what you think they do and what they think that, you know, and that's that in that respect, that's where the two communities differ, don't they?
Yeah, you have faith in the priesthood and we don't. I just want to ask you though, do you not see? So you know the history of the church where the Bible was in Latin and then it was kind of translated later on. Yeah, do you not see parallels with this kind of access to the information is only allowed to the initiated kind of? Do you not see this parallel with the globe model?
Well, I know someone who went to college 3 years before me, who's now an astronomer and uses radio telescopes to look at things in the sky. So, I mean, I don't know what you mean by access. I mean, it's clearly you just can't walk off the street and use it, because what would you do with it? What would you know? How could it be purposeful to you? This sort of equipment.
And on top of that, actually, I'd like all my people to know you can go to a local library. They actually rent out telescopes. You can also go to your local astronomy club. They'll have telescopes. So we have a little bit of access. I don't know. They seem to have some really good equipment from what I've researched.
It's getting better all the time. Some of the mounts now that keep your telescope in an equatorial plane. And yeah, I know what you're saying. You can't. You're right. You've got to. There's a whole lot of people out there using a load of stuff that you haven't got access to for a number of reasons. A, it's costly. B, it's being used by the people who built it and own it and so forth. C, if you could get it, would you have the skills or expertise, or me, to meaningfully utilize it, validate what we're looking at, and validate the quality of the instrument? You know, it's one big spider's webs of things out of our you know, passive clarification domain, aren't they? Really?
Yeah, but it also comes into are you going to interpret things in a different way, and therefore be an issue?
Yep, I agree with that. It's up to you how you know if
I'm just asking if you see some parallels. If you don't, it's not a problem. It's, you know, I was just asking.
No, I totally see parallels. That there's you can make the argument, okay, that knowledge is power, and the restriction of knowledge to an echelon of society means it's empowered. I mean, like I say, when the Bible was first translated from Latin to I think it's from Latin to English, it was against the law to own a Bible. If the church owned Bibles, if you were caught reading the Bible, you could be executed at one juncture in Europe. It wasn't in the common man's vernacular to be able to read the Bible or own a Bible. Clearly, at that point in time, there was a power structure that was very intent on keeping the Bible to the smallest amount of people they wanted to, and a lot of the efforts to when the printing press was developed, there was an awful lot of kickback and a resistance, and some of it was almost psychotically nefarious from various religious institutions to try and stop it from actually putting the written word in the hand of the common man.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but that's kind of my point, isn't it? So it's kind of like you've got one rule for the kind of unwashed masses and one rule for the elites, haven't you? And that's never really changed. It's just how is that now formed?
That's true. I mean, you can frame it how you want, really. I mean, is it so much? Is there an element in which, you know, there may be protectionism going on. There's an element in which ultimately comes down to the practicality of evaluating anything within a degree of complexity. I mean, we all do this. We go when we go to the doctors or we go for surgery. We're out of the equation, aren't we? We hand ourselves over. We hand ourselves over to a process or an individual in a trust mechanism. We do that when we pick up a telephone. You know, I work in electronics and computing, and I've done for years and all kinds of stuff. Even, you know, whatever level you interface to technology, you're being presumptive that someone's giving you something of complete benefit to you without any physical detriment to you. You're working in a trust model. That's how the world works.
But even in those fields, the misinterpretation of data and information can give you a flawed conclusion. like in any field. Like you could gather information and data, but if you have pre-assumptions of where that data is standing on, you might have a flawed conclusion. And that's the same thing with the observations of the luminaries above.
That's true. I mean, the field I work in, the capacitive touch technologies for phones, we have to do everything we possibly can to make sure we don't put any presumptions into our research and evaluations. So we take an absolute fuck ton of data, we wiggle as many of the variables as we can. We try and elude if there's any pattern to any of these metrics that manifest themselves as something we can actually purposely utilize or counter against.
Did you guys see the footage from the dark camp? They crashed into an asteroid, apparently.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. I'll link the video. At like around 2 hours 28, you start getting like closer to the asteroid or meteor.
Now there's an
It's
example of a fake where people believe right there.
There's an example of just you instantly dismissing everything as fake for no reason.
It's an opinion. It's an opinion that's real, and it's a counter opinion that it's not real. They're just opinions.
Well, actually, you guys got auto belief, and we have auto doubt, I guess, speaking for myself.
But you dismiss it for bullshit reasons, right?
The issue is that
all the right reasons.
Phenomena that
Again,
is
that's your opinion.
observable from Earth, from the ground that you're standing on. If you utilize certain devices to observe something, and then you say, "Hey, because I saw this, that means that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space." That's totally flawed.
Okay, champ.
What's more wiser, to auto believe or to question?
No, I didn't say auto believe, right? I know that this is possible, and it's not. It doesn't strike me as an extraordinary thing to do, and I know it's possible.
So which one? It's a good question, okay, right? But answer me this, yeah. Which if you consider the Copernican model and the Ptolemaic model, which one were we auto believing, and which one were we investigating?
Well, the Copernican model is interesting.
Yeah. But you understand that it was auto believed that was the arrangement, which is why there are holes in it that couldn't be described. The Copernican model is the one that comes out of questioning, doesn't it? Arguably.
Well, you're familiar with the quote-unquote experiments they did with the cosmic background radiation, the axis of evil.
But that's detracting from what that's moving away from what was distracting from what we're saying. We're talking about Copernicus, the move from helio to geocentrism, which coincidentally has got nothing to do with the move from a flat Earth to a globe Earth perception of the world. Because even in Ptolemy's final and arguably his greatest treatise, the Almagest, which he catalogues his entire life's work, and also has the model of the geocentric model fully described, including the order of the things away, the order of the orbits of all the bodies in the solar system and the stars, as it was clearly defined at that time in the geocentric model. He throughout his entire life thought the Earth was a sphere.
They had 5 planets, I believe, in that model. Right?
5 or 6, yeah. I don't think they Neptune. I think Neptune, Uranus, and Pluto. However you categorize.
I'm pretty sure it was 5, but yeah, it could have been 6. It's been a while.
Yeah, I can't remember it either. But from his position, which was from the great line of Hellenistic astronomy and philosophy, coming off of philosophy, they still at that point thought the Earth was round or was curved.
Well,
so
if
they're
by
not. They're not.
they
They're not.
you... Sorry,
Sorry,
go
go
ahead.
on.
Let you finish.
No, go on. No, go on. You make your point. It's fine.
I was going to say, if by they you mean a few thinkers at the time, yeah, I will agree with you.
Sure.
But not as a whole. Like, people walking around in the streets did not believe that they were spinning around in balls and floating. I assure you of that.
No.
Well, I
No,
can't
that's
assure you, but I'm pretty sure to myself, let's say.
That's categorically true. What you're saying is categorically true.
Yeah.
But then, whatever age you look at, this is the question we always have to. We always make this comment when we talk amongst ourselves. Yeah, is would you agree that 95% of the people really don't give a shit about this topic? Really, they don't really give a shit. They're getting on with their lives. They've got a busy lives. They have their relationship with gods, or their lack of relationships with their gods, whatever their gods may be, which is where they seat themselves spiritually, and in terms of, and give themselves a philosophical foundation to determine how they should leave their lives to some degree, and what they think about where they're going after their life. But on the day-to-day basis, they're busy, fixing shit and earning money and stopping the kids bickering and trying to pay for all the ever escalating bills and all the bullshit you've got to put up in your life.
Don't you think that if it was any topic, let's say for instance that a person discovered was a lie, right, and actually understood, right, that would actually change the way that they actually thought about that topic? So it's fair to say that most people don't give a shit about this topic because they don't get it yet. All right, the penny hasn't dropped, because as soon as I realized that this reality was misrepresented to me, it threw me down that hole. Like, I had to go down. So the judgment that most people don't care, it's because the light switch hasn't gone on for them yet. Because if it did,
that's exactly what I was just about to say. This bloody heliocentric model's pushed everyone into that bloody, it veils covering their head, hasn't it? Into a nihilistic scientism. That's a fact.
I have a counter. I have a counter example to that. There's the movie Soylent Green, right? And the movie ends with the main character, whatever, discovering the truth, and he's getting carried away by the authorities. And he says, "Soylent Green is people." And so everyone heard him. Everyone knows he's correct. And what do? They don't do anything. They're happy to just carry on pretending like they didn't hear him, even though they absolutely know the truth, and there's no denying it. But they're not going to let the truth distract from their everyday lives and rituals.
Well, what the fuck are they going to eat?
Exactly.
Okay,
It's not worth the effort to care. Even if you know you're believing in a lie.
Even if they cared, why would they care? Like, they have to eat something, and in that society, agriculture has collapsed, so...
Pazza, can I ask you a question? Pazza?
Yeah, sure.
I was just going to add on to what you were saying as well. So I was going to ask you, do you think people care right now about the globe and or NASA? Meaning the Earth and what the Earth is, and in that case, outer space. Do you think they care about the globe and NASA? What do you think the care level is there? Because if that isn't true, then perhaps that same level of interest and passion and excitement for NASA and the globe would be redirected into what the Earth really is, right?
I think it's a good question. I think that, I was talking to some people today, and they were saying, "Oh, you're going to watch the live feed tonight? What for?" "Oh, they're going to smash something into an asteroid," which is, quite a significant statement to make about, that's an act, a feat. Because if you believe the distances, you believe the speeds, and you believe the technologies, that's some feat. Yeah, and most people are like, no, it's not. Most people didn't even know it was on. There's even people in some of the other discords who in astronomy was like, "Oh shit, is it on now?" sort of thing. So, ultimately, most people are kind of arguably their interest has been piqued with space, because I think if you to some degree follow what we're informed as the the nature of things and the scale of things, then it's abundantly clear they were not going anywhere really, or not anywhere in any meaningful time frame. And ultimately there's a utility in that. What that has been potentially purposeful to do is to make people more appreciative of where they are, arguably. Even if the whole narrative about the shape of things and the shape and the domain of the realm is a deception, there is an argument to say that it has made us more, on some level, as a society, more inclined to reflect inwards at where we are and the majesty of where we are and the delicacy where we are. And then you enter another conversation, talk about global warming and all that kind of stuff, and you can go off on that forks off into another realm of domain of contention amongst people. But I think most people are kind of, I mean, it peaked when did it peak? 60s, 70s with the moon. I mean, if that was all true and that all happened the way it did, I mean, most sensible people, if they thought about it, realise that, great. Where do we go from there? If the story's true, then you've got this. What we hadn't took place was this enormous pantomime, this ridiculously expensive propagandist, anti-communist, cock measuring competition between two superpowers, where ultimately ended up with half a dozen suicidal nutjob test pilots risking their lives to go somewhere that was of no pertinent value and then come home again 10 minutes later. I mean, it really, if you look at it, even if you follow that full narrative and you completely absorb it as true, it has a preposterousness to it, doesn't it?
Well,
I think, generally speaking,
how many hundreds of thousands of people, maybe millions, are paying attention to this DART mission thing? So my point is that all of those people that are interested in NASA, they have pictures of the globe on the background of their phone. They teach it to their kids. Their kids are looking at globes. They buy globe things that hang above their cribs for children. Yeah. They push it nonstop. It's all over the place. It's everywhere. We are the world, the globe, and the whole thing. All I'm saying is that there is a huge amount of interest in the Earth, I would say, in terms of that. All the people wearing NASA shirts, hundreds of thousands and millions of people that tune into the NASA news. All I'm saying is that, kind of like Travis was said, they may not care about the idea of the Earth not being a globe because they haven't even considered that, hasn't even come across their plate. They've been programmed to think that's insane. So all of their interest is in space and, the whatever about the globe, global warming or climate change and all that stuff. So I'm just saying, if that was all flipped in terms of the truth coming out, and of course I'm saying from my viewpoint, I'm not trying to imply that's what you think, but all of that interest would have to be redirected somewhere. And I would say, there would be a tremendous amount of interest in the Earth, not, on the other side, as it were, meaning not, all of the, I'm just saying the interest going into NASA and the globe would all have to be redirected somewhere into what the Earth actually is, as that comes out to not be the case.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it's like you say, it's a notion, it's a concept, it permeates our cultures completely. And you can make the argument as you have that people they wear the T-shirt, they got the poster, they watch the science fiction, and they get involved in the patriotism and the alleged majesty and complexities of it all, and they're tech. They're into tech, they're into all these things, and you are, as you correctly surmise, they could be wrong about all of it. They could be it's almost indistinguishable in some level to religion. Yeah, but you can make that argument about religion. Any religion. Clearly, there's lots of people in the world who think that the shape of the spiritual realm and the creator, if they put one in place or whatever, are radically different. Their prophets are different and their prophecies are different. Yeah. Now they can't all be right, can they? So you could argue that about all kinds of things in our culture. And so it's difficult to work out what it would be a sea shift. It'd be a paradigm shift in our way of looking at things if it was all revealed to be a complete deception. But it's a pretty enormous deception if it is one. I mean, arguably catastrophically enormous if it was revealed to be a falsity. It would create a great deal of instability in the world.
I think Roblox had better CGI than they do.
Minecraft.
Yo, real quick while I got a second. Elbow, I brought that shit over to them guys in Gems earlier. I have Veach, Gem himself, rocket scientist, who else? Curved. Right? They all agreed with me. The sun would still be rising 8 minutes later. Then these motherfuckers got in their head and they all changed their mind. Unfucking believable.
Well, I didn't follow what you. I didn't agree what you're saying. I knew exactly what was happening.
Bro, rocket scientist, literal rocket scientist, Gem, the head of the Glober Legion.
What did you say?
If the Earth suddenly stopped
God, here we go.
if the Earth suddenly stopped revolving, the sun's position would immediately stop in the sky. All the 8 minutes of light malarkey doesn't make a difference. The sun would immediately stop his movement in the sky. If you adhere to the mathematics and the geometry of the heliocentric model.
I tried explaining it to them like this. Were you guys in the middle of anything?
They agreed. They all agreed.
To be fair, there was a bit of toing and froing going on. Some were yay and some were naying.
I had them all on my side, bro.
It's a consequence of two
they flip flop. Sorry,
yeah.
I can see where they did it. It's a consequence of two ways of looking at things. In so much as like everything we know about the sun is 8 minutes old. Yeah, every perception you have of the sun is 8 minutes old in the sense that allegedly the light takes 8 minutes to get to you. So if the sun suddenly went out, the proposition is you have 8 minutes of sunlight and you have no notion that anything is wrong until you then catch up with the reality of as the light stops coming towards you.
Right.
Similarly, if the sun suddenly disappeared, you would still in that model be orbiting around the position where the sun would be for around 8 minutes, because the gravity well, as it flattens out, as a ripple would take 8 minutes to get to you, and at which point there'll be a catastrophic disintegration of.
But that's beside the point. But all things being equal, go ahead.
Alba, listen, I only got 1 minute. And I gotta
go ahead.
You're a photon, right? You just left the Earth. Sorry, you're a photon. You just left the surface. You stopped the rotating. Stop the Earth from.
Jeremy, you're breaking up, bud.
Never mind. I'll explain it to you.
The analogy I gave is imagine you're
the example and the analogy of the Alpha Centauri. Jeremy, it might be clearer to understand what happens.
Alpha Centauri. What was it? How do you mean
Well, I drew the analogy to thought experiment. Is if we were looking at Alpha Centauri and we see it in our night sky, and it's rotating around with the rest of the stars. All the stars are rotating. If, for example, the Alpha Centauri exploded and was gone, disintegrated instantly, we would still see Alpha Centauri circle our skies for over 4 years. You would agree?
Because it takes 4 years for the light to get here.
So you'd still see something orbiting the.
You would.
Let's say you're an Alpha Centauri, had some type of telescope where you could zoom in directly to an area. Could you see in the past, 4 years in the past?
You're looking at an image of something that's 4 years old. So we would see Alpha Centauri circle our skies for thousands of days. Correct?
You would.
A couple thousand days anyway. Maybe.
Think about how ridiculous that is.
1,200 days. Okay, 1,200 days. So then all of a sudden it would be gone. You see, like this explosion.
Hold on.
Be
It's
gone.
the model.
Yeah, but hold on to that thought for a second.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead, Zanik. I'm just trying to get everybody to be quiet.
Part of this thought experiment and analogy. Now, instead of Alpha Centauri exploding, the Earth is going to stop. So Alpha Centauri is spinning around like it always does, and as soon as we say so, we stop the Earth. And when we stop the Earth, all the stars are in positions where they are, even Alpha Centauri that we're seeing light from 4 years ago. And you point to it with his finger. Just as we stop, that's where it is. It won't move because that is where it is in the sky. And those photons have reached us, and all those light signals are going to you and from there to them as well in a straight line, straight as an arrow.
So, but what I'm
Nothing would
trying
move.
to, so
Just
you're an
like
Alpha
the sun would not
Centauri,
move if
and
we stop rotating.
if you're an
But
Alpha
the actual
Centauri, you look towards Earth. Let's just say hypothetically, you're watching Earth. Let's say you were able to zoom into Earth. You would be looking at 4 years in the past, also.
Right. But no matter where we are, the reason that the Alpha Centauri moves in the sky, similarly to why the sun moves in the sky, is because the Earth is rotating. So if it's not rotating, wherever you see an object, that's exactly where it is. There's not going to be any movement. It's not going to continue to set because the setting function and the movement function of Alpha Centauri, for the most part, within a few fractions of seconds of degrees, because we're also moving around the sun too, is all due to the Earth rotation. So when the Earth doesn't rotate, boom, that's where we are. So you can think of this light photon traveling toward the Earth, and it's spinning as it's spinning. When it hits the Earth, wherever it hits you in the forehead, let's say, that photon just hits you right in the smack in the head. Just happens to be like that, right? The moment where the Earth is rotating, and there you are. You see it? That's a straight line, and that's exactly where the object is in your field of view.
Okay, watch how you expose the fantasy with one question. Zanuck, pick a star, one that's any star. Let's say it's 4 billion light years away, right?
How about the Andromeda Galaxy?
Okay.
222 million light years away.
Wow. Okay, let's pick that one.
Trillions and trillions of miles away.
Right. Light years. You said
221 light years away.
220. Okay, we'll go with that number. 221 light years
You go
away.
there as a photon. It takes you 221 million years to get there.
Exactly. Okay,
221
now
years or 221 million?
221
billion
million.
light years.
Okay.
221 million
That was
years.
like 2 million light
At
years.
light speed, 221 million light years.
Okay, stop talking, Zanuck.
million
Stop
years.
talking for a minute. Stop talking. We pick a star that's
2.5
4
million
billion light years away. Is that easy for you to understand?
That's much closer.
Okay. 4 billion light years away. Now, that star goes out right now. Boom, it's gone. The light extinguisher. I have a fire extinguisher, a huge one, and I put it out. No light coming from there. It's gone anymore. Will we still see that light?
For 4 billion years, we see that light.
You guys heard that? That's the fantasy.
Everyone agrees. No one's going to disagree with me on that.
That's the fantasy. The light went out, but it's still going to be visible for 4 billion years.
Let me give.
Is
let me give you an
it
answer.
so hard to understand?
Well, I mean, it's the model. We're not debating flat Earth or not or anything anymore. We're actually just debating the model itself. We don't care about right. So that's what their models explains, and that's what the models. I mean, if it's true, their model will definitely happen that way, right? So the light goes off. I mean, it explodes. You will still see the light regardless of. Same thing with the sun.
Well,
We stop rotating.
We see something in telescope. We see a supernova, and then we measure gravitational waves right then as well.
Yeah, but do you realize the craziness of that? Never mind in their model. In reality,
No, there's no
you envision-
craziness on that.
There's no
Please have a
craziness.
better retort than just that's crazy.
Yeah,
Okay.
nuh-uh does not
In
work.
reality,
We're
this
tired
is
of
the
nuh-uh. We would like something
No,
more
it's
than
not a
nuh-uh.
good response. It's not. It doesn't make you look very good, SE.
Do you want to give you
It's
an
not
analogy?
crazy
That's quite
because
useful.
light takes 4 billion light years to come from that star.
2.5 million.
Actually, something
2.5 million
in
to
your
Andromeda
mind.
Galaxy.
This happens only in your mind.
We can see it. Hold on, SC. We can see the Andromeda Galaxy. We estimate it to be 221 million light years away. We know it
2.5
takes
million.
221 million years for that light to get to us.
That's just the story you've been told, bro.
If it evaporated, we wouldn't see that evaporation for 221 million years.
Right. Only somebody that's been brainwashed can believe such a story.
Okay.
I have a quick question.
We get your point.
Question.
Don't dissect the numbers. It's a story as far as you're concerned, and leave it there.
I have a quick
We
question
don't.
for Zen.
We're not.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
4 billion years for light to
No.
to be observed?
2.5 million. 2.5 million.
Right. Okay. How long does it take for gravitational waves to be observed?
Same time.
They'll have to say the same amount, yeah? You see, he said it.
We see that. We see supernovas, and we measure it at two locations in the world that those gravitational waves arrive at us. At the same time, we saw the visual supernova occur. That's why they built LIGO, for that reason.
Imagine they've convinced you that a candle that goes off, 4 billion years ago, is still going to be, the light is still going to be visible for 4 billion years after the candle went out. That's what you've been convinced.
Well,
we get it.
I know you don't big numbers and really far distances. So just go Alpha Centauri, 4.5 light years away. Just 4 light years away. It takes 4 years for that light to get to us. So yeah, that place in space in the universe explodes. Alpha Centauri is vaporized for some reason. We don't see that vaporization happen for 4 years. Is that a little more believable?
Exactly. You've been convinced of this.
That's not more believable for you?
What,
How about
24
this?
trillion miles?
Concept. Do you understand our model? That makes sense, though, right?
You've been convinced that an event could happen.
Just answer me.
All right, we get it.
I want to make sure you understand. Steelman me for a second.
Okay, I'll steelman you. You've been convinced that an event could happen, and you'll see it 4 billion years later.
No,
2.5 million.
Yeah.
4 years.
Or 4 years, whatever. 4 years. You want 4 years? I'll give you 4 years.
Miles.
It's ludicrous, bro.
I gave you 2 good numbers already.
How does gravity move?
4 light years and one was 221 light years.
Same speed as light.
It's all cosmological fantasy. You have no proof.
But you understand the model, though, right? You understand what we mean by that? When we say Alpha Centauri is 4 light years, what does it mean that something is 4 light years away? What does that mean to us?
That means it takes light 4 years to get there, dude.
Okay, so you get it. Good.
And how fast does light travel?
186,000
Say the number.
How fast
186,000 miles a second.
186,000 miles per second. Everybody heard that, of course,
But
right?
that's the two-way speed of light. That's the two-way speed of light, by the way.
Yeah.
That's fine.
That's sheer fantasy.
Okay,
Wait,
it's a fantasy.
We measure it all the time. We measure it in our fiber optic transmission. Hold on. We measure that in our fiber optic transmissions across the globe. When people are gaming, you guys are gamers, that latency when you're across the world with everybody you're gaming with, that latency is there. It's a fraction of a second.
Just to be clear, SC, what do you have a problem with? The 4 light years that it travels, or the 186,000 miles that its speed is? Which one do you have a problem with?
I have a problem with the fantasy that you've been sold. You've been sold a fantasy that you can look with a telescope and you can see back in time. Number one. Number two.
Do you have a telescope?
Number two, you've been sold the fantasy that an event could happen and you will see it billions of years later.
SC, do you have anything to back up your claim?
No, do you have anything to back up your claim?
Yes,
I'm laughing
we
at
have.
your claim.
Yes, we have.
I'm here and I'm ridiculing your claim. I'm calling out.
SC, have you ever looked through a telescope or no?
Yeah, I've looked through a telescope. Yeah. Why?
Did you see like Jupiter or any of the planets?
I filmed Jupiter. And I've seen the 4 planets. I filmed it many, many times.
What shape were they?
They were blobs of light.
Points. But I'm going to ask my question again.
Now listen to what you think you know, right? You asked me if I've heard of it. Yeah, and I told you, I filmed it. Seen it with my own eyes, up close, zoomed in. Now, what you believe is this is what you've been sold now that you're going to try to sell me. You believe that that's a giant gas ball in a vacuum. And rotating it are about 60 moons or something, 60 rocks.
That's for Saturn. But okay.
This is the fantasy that you've been sold.
But do you see the shadows on the surface of Jupiter and Saturn? Do you see Venus half illuminated, half of it's gone, like the moon?
I would like to ask my question again. He didn't really answer.
How does a blob of light have a line down the middle of it?
You tell me.
Well, it's illuminated by the sun, especially knowing where the angle is, what the angle is, and where the sun is with respect to Venus. So it's got a shadow on the back that you're seeing. You can't have shadows.
Is it a gas giant?
No, it's not a gas giant. But you said you're
Jupiter
looking
is not a gas giant.
You saw the four
SC.
planets. I imagine.
Answer my question: Is Jupiter a
man.
gas
Don't be
ball?
SC,
In space, yes or no?
SC, did you look closely at Jupiter? Because you could have seen the moons too.
Yeah, you said you saw a couple of the moons, right? You saw 4 or 5
Did you not hear my question? Is my mic not working?
Your brain's not working, but yeah, your mic's working fine.
So you guys are afraid to answer that question? Is
Okay.
Jupiter?
I want to ask my
gas
question again.
ball
Speaking of
in
unanswered
space?
questions, SC.
What's that?
Speaking of unanswered questions, do you have a problem with the speed of light being 186,000 miles an hour? Do you accept that? Or is the problem you have the fact that light can travel 100 million light years or whatever? I'm unclear on which aspect of this whole thing is the problem. The speed.
First of all, the speed of light has not been measured one way. It's two-way. That's the answer to your question. Is that clear?
No, that was. Let me ask it again.
Then research it. The second one is we have no clue how far light can travel. All what you think you know, which you know zero, absolutely nothing. You've been told how far light can travel, where it's been, and where it's sent, and where it came back from.
So, what is the limiting factor in light? If I shine a light bulb.
Now I'm going to ask you a question. I answered 2 of your questions.
Okay,
now,
fair
genius.
enough.
Is Jupiter a giant gas ball in space?
Yes, it is. And did you see the moons passing
I didn't
Jupiter?
ask you, sir.
Did you see the shadows
I asked
on
extremists.
Did you see the shadow on Jupiter from the moons?
So, extremists, what was your answer to my question?
I said yes.
Okay, so you believe that there's a giant gas ball that's formed a ball, a sphere, in a vacuum. And you believe 64 rocks or whatever are
Here we go.
circling it.
Jonas is going to say yes, and then SE is going to laugh. Come up with something new, please, SE.
Not only me. It's not only me that's going to laugh. It's everybody listening here is going to laugh.
We don't.
SE, I have a question for you real quick. Do you think we've measured the time it takes to go around the world on the fiber optic network that encompasses the entire world? So we can send us a message all the way around from San Francisco to the Far East, through Europe, and then back around and hit California again. That time would somehow represent and resemble the speed of light, one way, right? Or no? And this is
we're talking about a giant gas ball in space.
No, I'm just trying
with 64 rocks.
I figure we have a problem with just the speed of light.
64 rocks.
Whatever they are.
What's the point? What's the point?
To me, it's so funny. I can laugh at it all night long.
SC, you claimed that you were looking it by telescope, so you have.
No, I
seen
claimed
it.
I filmed it. I filmed it with my P900.
Okay, whatever.
Oh my God, that's like.
But you did quite bad job if you're still denying it.
I'm not denying it. I'm denying the story that you believe what we both see that, right? We both see that in the sky, right? We can agree on that, right? You have not been there. I have not been there. The only thing we can do is go to a telescope and have a look at it, right? You agree to this?
That's not all we can do. We can do much more.
What more can me and you do?
More can me and you do.
Spectrometer.
Would you like some nice coffee, Blue?
But you agree that the only thing we can do is observational things, right?
No, I don't.
Maybe spectroscopy. That's what you're trying to say. Is that the word you're looking for?
I mean, in all fairness, we just watched a video of a satellite hitting an asteroid, so there is that.
You're changing the subject again, right?
You said what else we can do. I said we can run an asteroid, a satellite into an asteroid. That is another option.
That's not what's in question here. What's in question here is you're questioning me how I don't believe in the story of Jupiter, and I'm giving you logical facts why I'm not believing in it.
No, you don't, because you don't count all the satellites that has been near Jupiter and which have been shoot to the Jupiter.
You're saying logical facts. All I've heard is nuh-uh.
Correct.
No, all I've heard from you is, look, this is it. This is the story. There's a giant gas ball in space, in the vacuum, with 64 rocks circling it. Now, you want me to believe that story, and I tell you, no, sir.
Okay,
I've
so that's
seen what you've
the
seen.
Earth explanation. What's the flat Earth explanation for that?
Why don't you go ask a flat earther or whatever?
What
There's
is
no
your
flat earth
explanation
explanation,
for
dude.
that, okay? What is your explanation?
My explanation is I
You
have
don't know.
no
That's your
clue what.
explanation?
There we go.
I'll tell you
He
my
wants you to
explanation.
pretend to be God.
I
to
have
answer
no
this question.
clue what those lights in the sky that I filmed. I have no clue what they are. But I can tell you one thing. It's certainly not a giant gas ball in a vacuum. That is
How do you know that?
physically impossible.
How is it physically impossible for it to be a gas giant?
Recreate. Show me, if you're so certain in what you're saying, recreate me a giant gas ball in a vacuum with rocks circling it.
How big
Venus,
a lab do you think
Earth,
I'd need?
Jupiter, Saturn. There's 4 examples right there. What's the problem?
Come on,
Right.
SC.
You
There's
see?
4
Look in the
examples.
sky.
There's 4 examples of lumpy gas in a vacuum. Don't you get it yet? It's a
These guys
Bible.
are all
You
NASA
don't get that?
fanboys. They have
Fucking
nothing.
It's I've told you a
Provide an
story.
example. I give you an example. You say nuh-uh.
You gave me an example. You pointed in the sky, dude. Extremis, you really are a joke. You know that, right? Seriously.
So
Yeah, replication.
Esty, what do you want us to do? What do you want people to do? Get several trillion tons of gas in a vacuum of massive scale and let it accrete into an equivalent to Jupiter? Is that what you're asking people to do?
No, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you, don't believe in a fantasy. And when I ask you to reproduce your fantasy, you're questioning me. You're telling me I have a problem.
Why should I have to reproduce it?
You don't have to reproduce anything, bro. You can believe in your fantasy. Just don't judge me when I don't believe in it. It's as simple as that.
You know lots of things are real even though you can't physically reproduce them yourself.
Like bending water, gas pressure without a container, gravity. Pretty much anything you guys claim can't be replicated.
It can't be replicated. It can be replicated at scale, but not on a smaller scale. No.
No, it can't. You can't replicate shit.
You can't replicate. You can't replicate the curvature of water that's proposed on the Earth at a scale.
You can't even show curvature, let alone replicate anything, dude.
They can show curvature has been shown. Do you know what D6 does?
Oh, and here's the issue. Here's the big issue. The way that this guy's talking, you can clearly tell that he has no interest in hearing any intellectual argument. We can show curvature, but what we show as curvature, you won't respect. We can show a lot of the different things. Like gravity is not really a force, depending on which mathematics you look at. But we can still...
dictate what it is.
So just for clarity, you gave up on your Jupiter fantasy?
No,
that's done
no
with?
one's given up on it.
It's off your head?
Given up on it.
No, you are just... I love how they say there's 64 moons around it, but they can only ever see 4. No matter how powerful of a telescope is on this Earth, you can't see more than 4.
Or what?
Go to a fucking space observatory, you're only seeing 4.
4
Jupiter?
What?
On the
you can see
the
more.
moons you claim are orbiting around Jupiter. You'll never see more than 4 of them. You could use
Can you
the
cite
fucking
that?
biggest.
Can you cite that? Can you cite that? Because I'm not sure if that's true.
Well, can you I haven't seen anything. I've looked at
No, but
like live
if
films
you're
from
I believe you.
observatories, and you never see more than 4 moons.
I think he means
That's
from
not
Earth.
true.
Just to be clear, I think he does mean from Earth.
Yeah, from the ground. Oh,
Yeah.
you're talking about like Sophia and like cartoon images? Yeah, well, that's all trash, dude.
You know.
Well, the thing is, like, if
we get it,
if I was to go to like, no, if I was to go to a like a observatory, and let's say they got what, a 10-foot mirror in their telescope, you're still looking through a physical eyepiece in it, and you're not seeing more than 4 moons with that thing. Everything's like, you have to go to Cartoon World, show me some cartoons and claim that that's a photograph or something, but I mean, it's not when you look into it.
I just posted the video that I took. That's how it looks like with a P900 in reality.
Yeah, I'm literally looking at it
because,
right now.
Because the P900 is a piece of shit for astronomy.
Yes.
But not.
I never said it was anything special.
Yeah, P900's got like a fucking 60 millimeter lens. Fucking nothing.
Yeah, okay, so even with the most powerful, what do you think you're going to see with the most powerful telescope? Tell me. What do you think you're going to see?
How big is it?
Nothing more than what I'm literally seeing right this very second.
What's the biggest telescope we have based on land?
Bro, the point is you can never go there and touch it with a telescope. You're just seeing an image. You're seeing. Let me remind you again. You're seeing an image of a gas ball in a vacuum. Physically impossible.
There's a 40-meter telescope.
You believe in a
40
fantasy,
meters.
bro. I'm sorry, man. Whatever that
And
is, it ain't that.
If you pull up a telescope and you look up with it and you see lights in the sky or balls in the sky, that means that you're standing in a ball.
Well done.
What?
Welcome to the globe. Welcome to the globe.
I mean, if I go to a forest and I see trees, that means I'm a tree.
Yeah. Welcome to the globe.
I'm with that one.
Essie, you've
what
got
ball are they even talking about?
Essie, you've got 2 choices here. You either completely outright dismiss it all as a fantasy, and that's fine, right? Or you actually dig into what's actually proposed in the model and actually disassemble it properly. Yeah, you're not doing the latter. You're doing the former, and that's fine. So just come on and say it's all a fantasy. You're being fooled, because any evaluation of the numbers you're doing is clumsy and wrong.
Bro, I've been into
don't
this
pretend
for
you're doing
years.
anything other than that, SE.
I've been into this for years. I was a NASA fanboy. I watched all the episodes, all the planets. I was into
You're not
it.
very good
It's
at
like
it.
you
You're not very
guys.
good at it, Essie. You're not very good at it, Essie.
Really?
Yeah, you don't lie
what's
to
your
yourself
opinion?
enough, SE. Sorry. You gotta lie to yourself better, dude.
You can see six
I can't lie to
moons.
myself. I can't do that.
You can see 6 moons on Saturn using 6-inch telescope, and Saturn is much further away than Jupiter.
Hey, you know Neil deGrasse
Hold on,
Tyson?
time out. You cannot see any moons of Saturn from Earth with any telescope. What the fuck are you
Yes, you
talking
can.
about? No, you cannot. Dude, I'm literally looking at it with the 6-inch Newtonian right now. There's no moons to be seen.
Yeah, 6 inches.
They don't even know how
right?
many moons. They don't even know how many moons Saturn has. It's not even a factual number.
There's a link in the chat that
number.
proves you wrong.
There's a link
You know
in the
how
what?
shitty 6 inches is to see something from Saturn?
Bro, we all know your fantasies. Quasars, red dwarfs, supernovas, black holes, dark energy. We know all that bullshit, man. And maybe even more. Have you heard of a white hole?
You
guys
just
heard of a
claim
white hole?
things. SC, you just claim things without backing them with anything.
You,
but
the
you're
one just talking
bullshitting.
now. Have you heard of a white hole? The guy just talking. I don't know what your name is. Sorry. Have you heard of a white hole?
Or a pink hole?
A white hole.
What is a white hole? I've never heard of that.
I know. A lot of people have.
The opposite of a black hole.
Even them, they don't know their own fantasy. Yeah, that's right. It's a region of
So it
space
spews
where
out?
nothing can enter. I told
they
you, I know
exist?
your fantasy inside out, bro.
Do they exist? Have we found any evidence of them?
No, it's a theoretical. bullshit. Just like all the other stuff.
That's true. Have we found evidence of a black hole?
Have you found evidence of dark matter?
That's a fair question. Have we found that evidence? Now, again, to be clear, I'm asking what the globe model says, not what you're saying. So the globe model says
what the fantasy says. You go based on the book. And you're like a character. You're acting like a character in a cartoon, and you're speaking from that standpoint. I'm a character.
Hold on.
Therefore,
He answered the question.
It's something.
Well, my question was speaking from because the question was, have we found evidence of a white hole? And according to the globe model, we have not. So we have evidence of a black hole on the globe model side. So I'm not saying from the flat Earth.
You want me to agree? You want me to jump into your fantasy and answer from your fantasy's point of view? I mean, do you think that's a reasonable question?
I'm not asking if you agree with it. I'm just saying if you understand it. Okay.
Didn't I just tell you I know your model, bro?
No, you can't stand under a fantasy because the fantasy is in your mind. And when you write a book and make all these fantasy things on writing, and you just read it, claiming it as it's factual, just because you read it in a book or someone told you so, it's like you're making up a language: black holes, white holes, exoplanets, billions of light years travel, looking into the past. You made this language and write it down, and then you want people to speak your same language and claim it as it's true, like you're doing, like a character in a cartoon.
No, actually, far from it. I don't want him to agree with it. His disagreement with it is okay. I accept that he does not agree with the model. He does not have to agree with it.
People don't have to agree, like you're saying.
I just want to know.
You are speaking from a fantasy land.
I just want to know, and he already answered it, so that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that he understood that from that side, the evidence does exist. He does not have to agree with the evidence, but he does accept that from that perspective, it does exist. That's okay.
You know what you just said, bro? You just said now, in Middle Earth, there are dwarves. That's what you just told me, bro. And you want me to agree with you that there are dwarves in Middle Earth. Okay.
See, that's
there are
rubbish.
Dwarves in Middle Earth.
See, that's rubbish. He didn't say anything like that.
Well, in not so many words, but yeah. He wants me to go in his fantasy.
No, try
and
to
agree to him that they discovered black holes.
Try to stay in truth. Don't lie.
What are you, his lawyer?
I'll tell you what. I'll not lie. We've seen through the magician's tree, and we won't be fooled again. How's that?
That's fair enough.
Look, you guys can believe in your model.
And
we're not going to take your model away from you.
You don't have to. But if you are claiming that the model is wrong, then you have to show some proof for it.
I just did. I just finished explaining
to you why
it's ridiculous.
You said it was a fantasy for 20 minutes. That's all you did. You didn't actually dissect any of the metric within inside the model and coherently disassemble it properly. You just said,
where do you want me to start? Where do you want me to start with dark matter? You want me to give you something coherent?
Why don't you go back? Why don't you go back to what was discussed earlier about the speed of light, and it's been measured. The speed of light has been measured.
No, the speed of light has not been measured. The two-way speed of light has supposedly been measured.
No.
No.
Yeah.
It's not even a supposition. It's literally a definition. Just to be clear on that.
So that's what's brought with all this that we've been talking about. The speed of light is stuck in your head, right?
No, it's just one example of something you said we can't measure. We clearly have.
No, we were talking about Jupiter, sir. We were talking about Jupiter, a giant gas ball in space in a vacuum.
Light. We can measure Jupiter. Systematic and careful observations is measuring it.
No, it's not. You're looking at it. And you're saying, you know what? That's a giant gas ball. And you see that dark spot? That's a storm that's been swirling around for 300 years. Bro, I know your fantasy.
No, listen.
You can't trick me, bro.
Okay. I'm not asking.
It's not going to work. Your magic.
How did he measure Jupiter? How did you measure Jupiter? Can you go
on
the steps of how you actually measured Jupiter? And how
What do you
big?
mean?
What's the specific of the measurements? How big is it and stuff?
Specific gravity, mass,
Which aspect?
reflectivity, albedo, circumference, composition.
You know all that? You know all that? All of it?
Not all of it, no, but I know some of it. It's
So
composition.
how big? You say you measured it, right? So what are the measurements
No,
of
I didn't
Jupiter?
say I measured it. I didn't say I'd measured it. It's been measured. 3 millennia of measurements have been measured or measuring these things.
They're
Astronomy
not
is quite
measurements,
old.
bro. They're calculations. They're observations.
They're observations, and observations that are systematically taken and collaboratively evaluated form measurements. That's how it works.
No, they're not. They're observations and calculations.
Yes, that's observations and calculations are measurements.
No, they're not.
Okay,
Not at
so
those distances. They're not.
What's a measurement?
Absolutely not.
They are measurements. I can measure how fast it moves across the sky. That's a measurement. You don't know what a measurement is, do you?
Oh, yeah, certainly do.
A measurement is a quantification of something in some sort of metric, which is easily translatable into some utility in science and maths. A measurement.
Look, you can say that in your mind to convince yourself.
Okay,
but
fine.
when you say we've measured something to be 4 billion light years away, I say to you, no, sir. You have not. You've bought into a story.
And I say, SC, you don't know shit.
Yeah.
How would you
say
measure
that.
something that far away anyway?
Well put, sir. Well put.
Well, there's a range of things you can do. One of the foundational things in astronomy was use the effect of parallax, observing it over many over years, looking at its position in the sky with respect to the things around it from observations at different parts of the Earth's orbit. If you believe the heliocentric model, of
Parallax
course.
of what?
Again, not a measurement.
So
It is a
see,
measurement.
I think he's right when he said you don't know shit about the distances to the luminaries, right? And he might be right, but he's claiming he knows shit that he
That's the
actually
thing.
knows how far they. So he knows the shit, but you don't know the shit. So
Exactly. He's got the shizzes.
so he's full of shit, and you're not. Basically.
No, I understand the principles that were utilized to get the first approximations to the distance of things like Polaris. Or
how do you know the distance to Polaris?
Lucky guess.
I've never measured the distance. I've measured the distance for Polaris, but they use comparative parallax of stars and astrological bodies over significant periods of observation.
Yes, between
Parallax of
330 and 400.
Related to what?
Don't you know the official story with the candles and this and that? We have to see. They don't even know their own model, man. This is what blows my mind.
Should we just all turn SE down?
About how far it is away. Parallax tells us how far it is using angles.
Parallax of what?
Parallax. Well, for example, when we see a transit of the moon by the ISS, we can get two spots on the Earth, get at different angles to the same spot on the moon that is crossing, and we can actually calculate using trigonometry how far away the object is.
And you can then parallax the moon. You can then parallax the moon against background stars and get how far away it is.
You take steps.
Isn't it amazing?
Then it's the moon, then it's the sun, then we can do stars in the distance.
You got to kind of know the distance to the moon, though, first.
You're a little. I can tell you, if I was looking at you, you'd look bewildered, SE. But this is how science and math and physics works, and you're not educated in the field, and that's okay.
Here comes the ad-homs. What do they say when they start the ad-homs?
You already admitted
what do they
you don't
say?
know this stuff.
You would only be doing comparative
distances. A billion miles away, or even a billion light years away.
Isn't it something like you lost the argument when you start the ad-homs?
These are things that you just don't know. It's not an ad-hom.
Well, you don't.
I mean,
you
really do not know what you're talking about sometimes.
Sure, I really don't know.
No, like,
I really don't know, man.
It's
Yeah,
like,
you're the one that knows what 4 billion light years away is, and you're sure that star is 220 light years away. I get it, bro.
No,
did you guys notice there how there was an actual conversation taking place, and all of a sudden Zanuck and Smooth just started personally attacking SE out of the blue?
Yep.
Well, they wanted to know how
That's what they do.
calculate a star.
They get ignored.
You use something called parallax. You're just describing it. He doesn't understand how it
They
works.
are mean girls.
Yeah, I mean, explain. I mean, yeah, Zanuck, if you have a point to make it. But just to talk about what you think SE does or doesn't know is pointless.
No, if somebody tells truth and it hurts, sorry about that, but the truth might hurt.
But he also said it's ludicrous and crazy to think that, Gio. So I was kind of throwing it back at him.
Anyway,
If it's still truth, that's your problem.
SE started off by calling us fantasists. What's that then exactly? Is that a dissection of the model, or is that just basically just calling people names?
You have to
Well, I mean, it
imagine,
is
you know, how
fantasies.
far these. You have to imagine, you know, how far one thing is to start your little, you know, imaginary game. So you have to.
I mean,
you have
if
to
I
imagine.
say your model is a fantasy, that offends you?
Okay. Remember baby steps? How
That
far is the
offends
moon?
you?
How far is the sun? Then how far is the
How
closest
far is the
star?
sun, Zanuck?
Click your heels and find out.
Roughly,
I'll tell you what,
93
guys,
million miles away from us, average.
How'd you come to that number?
How do you parallax the sun though? You got nothing to parallax it against.
As long as you know that the moon is only this far and that the moon is blocking the sun, then you can figure out how far the sun is. But then how do you know how far the moon is?
No, you can parallax the moon against background stars, and you can parallax the ISS against the moon.
Yeah, but gentlemen, you were saying measure. You were saying measure. That's how they started.
Measure how far the sun is away.
Parallax. Oh God, it's so difficult.
Not a big problem. You know, the Greeks did this thousands of years ago.
They measured, Zanuck. They measured.
Yes, they gave you a way to measure it, and one of the ways they can do that is if you can measure. Hold on, if you can parallax the moon, it says I think it was someone had asked that in the background, but how you would do a parallax on the sun. Well, you wouldn't really do parallax on the sun. You can measure it by measuring the moon by parallax on the surface of the Earth, and then once you have that, you have the sun in your field of view. You have the moon in your field of view, and you do it at a point where the moon is lit up half, a quarter moon. And that means that it's exactly 90 degrees opposed to the moon and to you. Then you just measure the angle to the sun, which would be 89.6 degrees. That gives you roughly 300 or 400 times further away. So that's one way you could roughly estimate the.
Sounds like you need 90
You're
degrees.
assuming.
Yeah.
Not assuming anything.
Right angle.
Well, we're assuming that the moon is actually a ball.
How do you know it's 300 or 400? How do you know it's not just 4 times away?
Yeah,
because the angle's not 84 degrees.
You can divide everything by 4.
You hear what I said? If you measure the angle of the sun, you, and the moon, and it's half lit, and it's 84 degrees, then it might be 5 or 6 times further away. I think Aristotle's.
How do you know the moon is not twice the size of the sun, but only 1 times further away? Like, I mean, come on now.
This is why we can't talk to you when you don't.
What do you mean because of the angles? How would the angles be different if the proportions are exactly the same?
If I look at my palm tree across my street and I measure a 45-degree angle, I know the distance to the height of the top of the palm tree is the same as the distance to the base from me, because that's called trigonometry.
Trigonometry.
In fact, by the way, Aristophanes did all this without even knowing trigonometry. He didn't. It was a ratio. It's a type of trigonometry, but it's not really trigonometry.
I think people get triggered when we say trigonometry.
I know. Yes. So it's not even use trigonometry. We know if that
anywhere near. Please say more, Terry, so Zanuck could say less.
It's anywhere between 20 times and 300 times.
Yeah, let's give Terry the mic.
What am I going to say? You're all wrong.
Let's let Terry drop.
Anything
you're all
listening to Zanuck will do, Terry.
What if it was 16 times bigger and 16 times further away?
And the angle
would
would be
different. Or what if it was 1 million times bigger and 1 million times further away?
Then the angle would be like 89.9999, whatever.
Really,
fucking trigonometry, Baxi.
Once we know how far it is away, we look at its angle of size, then we know how big it is. You see?
How do you know how far away the moon is?
It's just great about trigonometry. You got a couple angles on a side, a couple.
What was the first thing that you knew was
angle,
the distance
all
to?
that rules out everything. You know exactly what you're talking about. Well, you guys.
So what was the first thing? What was the first thing that you knew the distance to?
The moon.
I'm never going to spell trigonometry correctly ever again.
This is fascinating. Zanuck came in to tell us how we measure. How we measured a star 4 billion light years away. Fascinating. How you think you did, Zanuck?
You weren't paying attention. I didn't say how we measure a star 4 billion light years away. We can't see a star 4 billion light years away, but we can see a star We can see a galaxy 221 million light years away, or we can see a star 4 light years away. And if the star is 4 light years, how do we know it's 4 light years away? We can use parallax to do that.
Parallax off of
but
what?
not measuring, right? Not once did we measure, right?
We measured
parallax.
Measurement
is a
essay.
measurement.
For fuck's sake.
They got any other
It's
substitute
just
chemistry
like
teachers
a big
to throw
circle,
at
you
this
know what,
fucking
in here.
problem here?
You know, come on, guys.
So the distance to the sun is an assumption, the
star.
distance to Polaris is an assumption, and so on.
If you're not paying attention, we measure the distance to the moon, and we measure the distance to the sun. Then we use
How'd you
parallax
measure
to
the
see how
distance
far
to
the
the moon in the
star
first
is
place?
in the distance.
Parallax.
Not that complicated.
Pay attention.
Guys.
Parallax
If
to
you're
what?
if you're
To the
characterizing
background
measurement,
stars. Fuck.
if you're characterizing
And
measurement,
okay, how big are the background stars? Dude, where are you coming up with the size and the distance of the background stars?
All you need is something far enough away that it itself doesn't parallax against something else, right? The background stars are far away.
they're not going to get it.
How far?
just not gonna
How
get
far are they?
It doesn't matter. They don't have
Dun,
any
dun, dun.
parallax
Doesn't
artifact in them.
matter. It doesn't
Don't have
matter
any
how far away
parallax.
they are. You're trying to tell us exactly
No.
how far away they are.
No. The things that you see that don't demonstrate, that don't have a parallax in them, okay, the things that stay persistent are the things against which you do a backdrop for parallax measurements. You can do parallax measurements on a salt plane to a tree using the mountain as in the background as your parallax reference. It doesn't matter how far away the mountain is. You know it's consistent in the parallax measurement. I know you don't. This is very difficult for you to
So
get. I know.
that mountain could be 5 miles away, or the mountain
Yes.
could actually be 10 times bigger than what you think it is and be 50 miles away.
Yeah, absolutely. But the
Right.
mountains. I'm not measuring the
Okay.
mountain. I'm using the.
So how
I'm
the
using
fuck
the
do you know
mountain.
that things are trillions of light years away?
Yeah, you can't use parallax like you think you can, man.
Okay, fine. Listen. I'm not going to argue with you. 3 millennia of people have been using parallax to measure the distance of these things. Okay, right?
And they were all wrong.
Yeah,
How's that?
absolutely. They were all trained in mathematics.
Absolutely. They're using
astronomy.
parallax to measure distances. They're all wrong. Yes.
Of course.
The distance to the sun's changed how many times in the past 400 years?
Lots.
Lots.
Mhm.
I even have a meme on it.
Do you know why?
I bet you do, SE.
The value for pi has changed over 2 millennia. In the Bible, it says 3 and a bit, doesn't it, or 4 or something stupid. Things change as you get more accurate.
Yeah, not by the same degree. There's a small change.
What's a small
What
change?
I didn't even catch what he said changed.
He's talking about like 3.14 versus 3.2 versus 3.1. I mean, this is tiny compared to like the
Bible
compared
says
to
it's
the
4 or
Greeks
something,
who you're
doesn't it?
compared to the Greeks you were talking about earlier, who went from like 1,000 miles to now 93 million, and that's
There
a
you
much
go.
larger change.
I just posted a
6
chart.
million miles?
Great. They used a crappy
At one point-
approximation, and they got better.
I thought parallax was like, I mean, you couldn't get shit wrong with parallax and shit.
No, what you can do is you can use more improved instruments which enable you to quantify the measurements more accurately.
You mean you change your math?
No,
Over
yeah.
500 years,
doesn't
we developed better
change.
technology. That makes sense.
You refine the measurement. You refine the measurements you plug into the maths, and you also,
Yeah,
to
you
some
have a-
extent,
And
invent-
better technology.
And at some point,
Sounds like
and
you're
at some
trying to
point
make
in
the
that
solar
process,
system work with gravity.
and at some point in that system, you embrace fucking trigonometry properly.
Trigonometry.
You might want to look up the
Trigonometry.
history of estimates of the distance to the sun.
I know what the history of the measurements of the sun. They're all over the place.
Well, you're talking about the Greeks using parallax, like it worked for them or something. You said we've known how. Hold on. You just said we've been doing this accurately for 3,000 years,
No,
taking us back to some
We've
ancient
been
Greeks.
doing this for 3,000. I didn't say accurately.
Okay, well then we've been doing it wrong to such a drastic degree for 3,000 years. I mean, that's not even worth mentioning.
I was clear.
That's an insult to your own side, then.
I didn't say
He just
parallax,
damned
I said
himself right there.
A ratio for the
No,
sun's
not the
distance.
slightest.
So you guys are not listening and not paying attention to what we're actually telling you.
So
Look, dude, you're not teaching us anything. Stop taking the high
No, I
horse
know
and
that.
think
We
you're
all
teaching.
agree on that. We're
Stop
definitely
telling
not
us to
teaching
pay
anything.
attention, Zanuck.
we might have to go back to basics. We'll have to bring the crayons out.
Yeah, yeah, Terry.
So, Pazzo, have we been doing it inaccurately for 3,000 years?
We're doing it with increasing accuracy over 3,000 years. Okay. You don't have to be that disingenuous. You understand the precept I'm talking about. The idea that
yeah, but I just don't think
optics get better. Optics get better. The calibration of these optics and the measurement, the way you measure how you could set them up gets better and better, doesn't it? Clearly, a computer-controlled telescope and an astronomy, at an observatory on top of the Andes Mountain, which is built with the finest precision, is not going to be the same as someone in the Renaissance period staring through a telescope and measuring out with plumb lines. Clearly, you understand that, don't you?
Roughly the same as what I'm saying.
I mean, I'd like to be able to answer, but I'm going to be talking over this. Can I talk? Okay. Can I go? So I think someone's.
No one's talking, so go ahead.
Bring some sand.
I can't hear it. Is the celestial sphere two-dimensional, like the surface of the sphere?
I
don't understand.
Oh boy! Now we're talking about math.
You had to do that, huh, Brian? You just had to, huh? 2D, 3D. Here we go.
Hello?
I can't get a straight answer though. I'm genuinely curious.
What's the question again? Sorry, you broke up.
Is the celestial sphere two-dimensional?
What's a celestial sphere? Why don't you start off with that?
A sphere is not two-dimensional.
Well, in the globe world, they'll argue till the sun goes down that their sphere, the surface, is two-dimensional.
Yeah, the surface.
But you said celestial. Yeah, celestial is not what you said. You didn't say the right. You didn't say
yeah, I know.
right.
Well, it's the same thing. So if we look up at the celestial sphere and we're using freaking naders and zeniths to plot maps and all that, so I guess that would mean the celestial sphere is also considered 3D, right?
You just started off with a non-entity, Brian. You realize that, right? And you're asking us if it's 2D or 3D.
The celestial sphere is different
I'm asking
from the surface
the
of the sphere.
Yeah, but what are you asking exactly, Brian?
I'm asking them if they, because I'm trying to get an answer whether they consider the surface of the globe 2D. Okay, I'm asking them if they consider the surface of the celestial sphere. It's just a surface, basically. If they're using parallax, then it's a surface.
Yeah, but what is a celestial sphere?
What the fuck, Brian? You don't even know what question you're asking.
I'm asking is the surface of the celestial. Jesse, why are you jumping on me with them, man?
Can I pick up my?
All right, man. All right.
You can't even formulate.
It's a simple question, dude. It's a simple question. Is the celestial sphere considered two-dimensional, like the surface of the sphere?
I don't know what you mean by surface.
We already answered you.
We use.
Okay,
no,
I
you
got
didn't.
it.
No, I haven't heard an answer. If y'all answered, I apologize. I didn't hear it.
Well, I answered it first.
So to be clear, you asked about.
So
the
I don't get the answer.
I
I missed the answer. Is that what you're saying? You said it, but I missed it. So too late. I can't get the answer now.
I hate that.
I don't know what the question is, to be honest with you.
Is the sky three-dimensional or two-dimensional? When you look outside at the stars, are you seeing it in 3D or 2D?
Yeah, just the generic answer is a sphere is 3D, surface is 2D.
Yeah, you're looking at. But
you're having to calculate distances to all these stars.
You can't answer anybody. That's the trouble. You can't get word in edgeways, can you?
If you use it, go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, 24/7 is not too bad after all, is it, Pazza?
Sorry.
24/7 is not too bad after all.
No, yeah, no, quite.
Oh, you make a good point though. Now I'm starting to think it's two-dimensional when you look at the sky. And it's not like you're seeing like one star is clearly in front of the other and stuff. Everything's laid flat on the top.
Right, they're using parallax, so they got to consider it two-dimensional. If they're doing distances with parallax.
This is a parallax require a three-dimensional realm.
I don't think any of them have a clue, bro. To be honest, I don't think any of them have a clue. They're sitting talking about distances of stars and all that. They can't answer a simple question, though.
You can.
Well, they say parallax. But
the
then,
celestial,
you know,
the celestial
but then they
sphere.
pretend that you can't change the sizes of things and make the math still work. So it's stupid. They have no idea how far away it is. They're just dividing things into ratios and coming up with distances that way.
Roger that,
Like,
bud.
you know, they claim the moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, but the sun's 400 times further away. Well, why not 8? Why not 800 times the size difference in distance? It could be literally anything. They want to pretend that it can't, because they're fucking liars.
Yeah, it's Kepler's laws, though, man. They got to stick to the ratio.
You could come to that conclusion if you want to. That's fine. That's your conclusion.
It's a fact.
Absolutely.
You guys are
It's your
fucking
fact.
liars.
It's your fact. Yeah.
No name calling.
Sorry, but tell me how I can't make the sun twice as far away from the moon, but make the moon twice as small. Why is that not possible? Why not? Like, if it's 400 by 400.
Sorry. Is there a gap in the reason that ratio exists is just coincidental, isn't it?
Just a
Brian, I hate to do this to you, bro. Read what Extremis posted.
What, me?
I was trying to be gentle with you, Brian, but I'm sorry, man. I have to do this.
I only asked a question, bro. That was it. Nothing more, nothing less.
Read the yellow part. What does it say there, Brian? Read the yellow part.
I got it. Hold on. What is it? Extremis. What's it say? It says the celestial sphere is conceptual too. Yeah.
You get it, bro.
No, read it properly. It's a conceptual tool. It's not conceptual too.
Oh, it's a conceptual tool. Okay.
Yeah, that's not an exclamation mark on the end.
Celestial
That's letter
sphere
L.
is a the celestial sphere is a conceptual tool. Thanks,
Yeah.
SE.
Right.
Just like
You're
Brian,
welcome, bro.
you're a
Now,
tool.
please don't ask that again if it's 2D or 3D.
Hey,
Right,
got them for speaking all this condescending BS about the distance of stars, man.
Hey,
I was trying to help
you
it.
know,
Believe it or not,
look,
bro.
me having my binoculars supposed to be better depth perception and all that, right? The interesting thing is when I look at the sky, I don't see distance in anything. Like it looks like it's
not
on
at
a
all.
blanket. It
Right,
looks
Brian Leakey, real
brighter,
quick,
brighter light, dimmer light. It does orange light, blue light, changing hue light. They all look the same fucking distance to me.
Absolutely,
Brian,
and
Brian Leakey, and
and what you
okay,
are is you're
you can't
break
tell.
in here because I've been trying for the past 5 minutes to try and break in.
Go on, carry on. Go
All
on,
right. So Brian Leakey, I did post in the text chat something for the other people to hopefully read to you because I didn't really want to try and go outside so that I can make this announcement to you. The celestial sphere has 2 coordinates, okay? And that makes it, by definition, a 2-dimensional coordinate system.
That's what I thought.
That's an answer
Thank
to your
you.
question that you wanted.
Thank you.
Yeah, that means
Did
no
you hear
telling
what
me
he
that
said,
one thing's
Brian?
further away than the other.
I heard what he said. I think I can't believe the room getting. I can't believe the room getting blown up after he said that.
Right, I put it in the text chat. I was hoping somebody would read it, but nobody wanted to for some reason.
Oh, you want me? All right, I can read it. I mean, if you want, but just you said enough. If it's 2D, it's a 2-dimensional coordinate system. I'm sure that's enough to. I would disagree with that, but I'm gonna let them take over.
It's
Yeah,
a
there's
concept,
just two-
Brian.
just
I just
two
want you to
coordinates.
understand. It's a concept.
Yeah, I will agree with that wholeheartedly.
Okay, cool.
Well, the thing is,
Yeah,
if you
it's
have like a
just
dome
2 coordinate
ceiling,
components. One is right ascension and the other one is declination. And that's it. There's just 2 coordinate components is all.
I mean, if you have like a dome ceiling and you paint little dots on it, and then you can let's say it's like computer programmed or whatever, just like let's just say it's like a dome TV screen, and you can move those dots back and forth. Those dots are still 2-dimensional. Just because it's going up on an arch doesn't mean it's still not 2-dimensional. It could appear to look 3D, but
Welcome to the
thing is,
planetarium.
when you look at Jupiter and you look at Saturn, you cannot decipher which one's further away. They're all flat, straight lines from each other.
You're right. Welcome to 2000.
That's why I think
BC
parallax
astronomy.
is bullshit.
Right. Okay.
I would say this: let's say if Jupiter's over Los Angeles and Saturn's over Florida, I would say they ain't more than a few thousand miles apart.
Right. Well, I mean, you're gonna. Well, if you could see Saturn and Jupiter I mean, you're always going to pretty much see them simultaneously.
You're always going to see them simultaneously, are you? Are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, I've always seen them simultaneous, but I haven't been looking at them but for a few years. But I mean, that's the way I conceive it. It is a concept, though. I see you said it. It's a concept, and the way it works for me in my head, my concept is they're probably about the same distance apart as they are over the ground that they lay over. That'd be rational, logical thinking to me, but that's still just a best guess.
So these things,
like the width between them stays pretty constant. There's going to be times where Saturn's, because Saturn rises, and you're not going to see Jupiter for about another hour and 50. Well, at least tonight. I'm going by
Brian.
as of tonight.
If that's your assumption, why don't you go prove that trigonometrically? Oh, I said the word. Shoot.
So what good trigonometry going to do in our model? I mean, I'm just saying we could actually do some trig in our model. Your model is just bullshit, dude. You're calling the surface of a sphere 2-dimensional. You're calling the heavens 2-dimensional, and then you're talking about doing trigonometry. So do some trigonometry to tell me the distance to your sun, Zanuck. How's that work, buddy?
Look, we're making triangles on our fucking flat ball. Like, who cares, dude?
The celestial sphere is just a map. That's all it is. In the same way as a map America is a conceptual tool. You understand that, don't you? Conceptual tool means something that exists conceptually as a tool to help you visualize something.
And by the way, I think when they do that using the celestial sphere, they presume all the stars are at the same distance.
No, they don't.
It's actually a projection of the coordinate system. So,
yeah, it's a coordinate system.
Which is Cartesian.
No, right ascension and declination are definitely not Cartesian.
They're polar coordinates. It's a 2-dimensional polar coordinate system. It's not Cartesian.
It's not polar either. It's spherical.
Well, they're angular metrics.
Yeah, two angular coordinate components are by definition a spherical coordinate system.
Yeah.
You guys still haven't shown how you measured how far away something is, so I mean,
lunar parallax was mentioned earlier.
Lunar parallax. Yeah, you gotta just assume what the distance of the moon is.
No, you don't have to assume the distance of the moon.
Then how do you know how far away the moon is?
The stars is sufficiently far.
How do you know how far away the moon is? How do you know the size of the moon?
Okay, we'll try this again. We'll see if I can get it out without being interrupted. You don't have to assume the distance of the moon to do a lunar parallax. You just have to assume the stars are sufficiently far.
Oh man, don't make assumptions.
See, that's the whole point. Like, what if you don't assume they're far? Why would it not work?
Well, you can observe that the moon is closer than the stars. Foremost.
If we're going to do math without assumptions, we're going to get between about 35 and 4,000, between about 33 and 41, depending on where you're at.
Right.
Any units on that at all, or is it just numbers? We're playing bingo.
33 and 41.
Bingo.
But how do you know how far away the stars are? You don't even know what the size of the moon is. I don't understand that. Why do you got to first assume they're 327 light years away or whatever?
Remember, baby steps. Let's talk about the moon, or let's talk about a star in the sky, like the North Star.
No, just answer the question. Don't try to be patronizing. Just answer the question.
You need to think. People don't learn from just getting answers. They need to figure it out.
Don't skip any assumptions. Seriously,
I'll make my point. If you don't like it, just ignore me.
No, we'll clear the floor. I'll clear the floor for you, Zanuck. But listen,
you're on the 45-degree latitude. You look at the star, and you know that on a sextant, that 45 degrees.
He's gonna just steamroll right past it.
They're still talking over me.
No, hold on, Zanuck. Hold on,
10,000 miles or 5,000 miles, then that means it must be 5,000 miles high as well. So if you're measuring things on a flat Earth, that's one way you could do it. You find out the angle above the horizon, or deviation from vertical, which is a co-altitude angle, and you multiply that times 60 for nautical miles, and then you get the height of the actual object in miles. So 70 times 45.
Check this
You get
out, Zanik.
something around.
Okay, nobody heard
Right?
that.
So
I'm gonna clear the floor for you.
Brian,
Zanik,
you're
shut
saying,
up for a second. For fuck's sake. Listen, I'm gonna clear the floor for you.
Brian,
Zanik,
just stop for a
shut
second.
up for a second.
Oh my
Listen,
goodness.
Yeah, that's the only way.
Yeah.
That always happens with Zanuck.
I don't know, man. Yeah, you two really get into
Can I
it.
post something? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Sorry. Help me understand.
Yep.
What's that?
I didn't mean to yell over you, Brian, but I wanted to get that number.
What's that
Oh,
in the
Lord.
chat?
The number 3,000 miles high. Do you think the moon?
Teach me what that is in the chat, because it wasn't your turn to start again, Zenny. You're done.
Yeah, I was trying to clear the floor, Zanik. There was like a few people talking. Then it was just me. I thought I could get you to back off because we didn't hear the beginning. And I wanted to say just start over, but I don't know if anybody else wants this. But don't skip any assumptions at all. So if you're using an arc distance or arc length, if you assume anything at all, every
Because we've
assumption.
measured on a flat Earth.
Like if you're going to use a star and you're assuming it's
Yo,
you're
Brian and
assuming
Zanik, Sam, the moderators, do something. I don't know.
I can't get a fucking
Brandon
sentence out
interrupted
there.
Brian, so go ahead, Brian. I muted him so you can speak.
They interrupted
I'm almost
me.
done.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I
man.
didn't know if you were going to go. You seemed like you were pausing. If you want to go ahead.
I was
you're saying I interrupted you, buddy?
I said, what's that in the chat? Please educate me.
Did I interrupt you? I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
Anyway, you didn't come in right in the middle of my sentence?
No, I feel like he was right in the middle of a sentence and everyone else started talking. Because he was just
All right,
about
I'll
to
check
make
my
a point
connection,
about
bro. I
what he saw.
apologize. I'll check my connection. I'm sorry, man.
I mean, I'm still learning. I mean, look, what am I looking at here?
I don't know. I don't know if anybody else is looking at the same thing you're looking at.
what are you
just
looking
say,
at?
what is that in the chat?
Because he said it's not Cartesian, but that in terms of navigation, when you use the azimuth and you have to do all of this, how's it not Cartesian or utilizing a Cartesian
That
method?
question was related to the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is not Cartesian because right ascension and declination are both angular coordinates, and Cartesian coordinates exclude angular coordinates.
So then, what are they saying in this? What does this mean then? Here, excuse my ignorance.
What?
When they say, actually, I didn't include it in there. But it says right here, the celestial sphere on Cartesian coordinate system. What does that mean? So how do they do that? How does that work?
Where?
They basically build a celestial sphere off of the equator. Essentially, they use the equator, the plane of the equator, as a Euclidean plane, and then they build the celestial sphere around that. Well, they build the globe Earth sphere around that, and then they build the celestial sphere around the globe in their model.
Yeah. Good explanation.
They have to use that plane within a sphere.
Yeah, that's exactly how they got to do it. You're right. There's no other way forward to do it. Good answer, Gio.
I mean, look at the picture, fam. Like this. Look at the depiction. Like I'm confused.
What depiction? Are you in a different chat window?
Live stream voice text. I don't know.
You drinking?
Oh, I did post it in the wrong one. Hold on. Okay.
All right.
There we
To
go.
say there is a plane in a spherical coordinate system, I mean, obviously, if you have one of your angular coordinates set to 0 constantly, you will end up with a plane. That doesn't really mean anything with relation to Cartesian coordinates. It has nothing to do with
Right.
Cartesian coordinates.
They got planes on their 3D spheres, or on their 2D spheres. They have planes and everything, man. They've just hijacked it all.
It's flat with a little dome
opposite of what I said,
underneath where they're
Brian.
standing. That's flat.
So what? So then, since this isn't intuitive, I guess, and I'm terrible at look, I know what I know, and I don't when I don't. But when it says the celestial sphere on a Cartesian coordinate system, like what do they mean?
Methods of celestial navigation fix the ship. I don't see where Cartesian is mentioned here.
I guarantee you they're reading up on it right now, learning as we go.
It says it right. It says it. I just read it right there and from the screenshot.
Okay,
I don't even think you need to know specifically. But seeing as that this is saying this, I figure since it's not Cartesian that they mean this in a particular context. Do you not know?
Eli, you hear me? They
The
obviously
word
learning
Cartesian
as they
is
go,
not in
right?
the screenshot that you posted, however.
What? And I hear you, Brian.
Wait, okay, there we are. It's up there in the top. Okay, well, the publication's talking about something else.
Like what?
That doesn't even make any sense either. Because there's no coordinate component in a celestial sphere that fits Cartesian anything.
It's XY, ain't it? Ain't it XY?
Cartesian would typically, yeah, if you're doing 2 dimensions, that'd be X and Y, or if you're doing 3, it'd be X, Y, and Z. But a celestial sphere, the coordinate system for that are 2 angular measures, right ascension and declination. That's
So
not X,
ain't it
Y,
ironic
or Z.
though, Doofus? Ain't it ironic that you call the celestial sphere 2D, and yet everything in your system all of a sudden just skip the 3rd dimension and go right to 4D space time? Like, ain't that kind of crazy?
No, not really.
That's why I was telling you it's a concept, Brian.
Yeah, it doesn't look 3D to me.
And don't they use the Mercator projection anyway for navigate? So if they use the Mercator projection for navigation, and that's Cartesian, then and we need the sky, which they call the celestial sphere. Then wouldn't they, like I'm trying to figure out how they're not. You know what? Never mind. I'll bury myself in some books for a couple of weeks, and I'll come back to you on this.
That's a good
Right.
question, though, man.
Courses are typically not plotted on a Mercator projection.
What?
Courses are typically not plotted on a Mercator projection.
I don't know. It's not what I read. That's why I said I'll wait.
I mean, you can use a start or end centered AE projection, which is not going to be the one that you guys are familiar with, the Gleason. It's going to be something completely different.
Yeah, it's a positional.
Right. I don't like no, but see that like Nathan explained, the projection can be centered anywhere. I think he said I forget which president had the A centered around like Texas or some shit. So if you mean that, us not looking at the AE map from a world perspective, yeah, I know, 'cause that's the dumbest shit. Like it's like for educational purposes, I guess. In the sense that you would label something educational purposes, like that's specifically what a world map is for. It's not really good for. I don't even education.
No,
What we can't practically use a world map. Like
yes,
You
hey,
can-
like the
you would have
USGS.
to.
You're describing, Eli, what the USGS used and what they use for all the radar and everything. They use The AE, man. I'll post it real quick, man. That's one
centered
of
at
the
the
main things they do
installation.
use, man, because all the angles are correct.
Right. Well, more importantly, the distances radially from the installation would all be correct as well. And that's the purpose of one of those AE maps, is for distances radially from the starting point and the azimuths from that starting point as well.
Yeah, it's real.
The angles, the elevation angles off the plane. It's like it's crazy that's not. I don't know, fam. I don't get what I'm missing. If y'all really think I'm missing something, I don't get it.
Check this out. If you, Eli, go to Google, and I did this, man. I recommend everybody try this. Okay, go to Google, and wherever you live, let's say I live in Florida, and just draw a line to to anywhere, like say Hawaii or somewhere on the other side of the equator, and it's going to automatically draw you a great circle on Google Earth, so you know that you're looking in a straight line. So then scroll down. Zoom down to you're pretty close to the surface. Put it on 3D, and kind of park yourself, somewhere close to the ground. And that direction that line's going is your line of sight. So for me to look at, let's say, Tahiti, if I'm gonna look at Tahiti from Florida, I've got to look up toward like North Dakota. Is my direct line of sight to Tahiti. It's like not quite to North Dakota, but that's why they can't use a globe for shit like that. The angles are ridiculous, man. I think I don't know. I ain't saying it proves AE map, but it's definitely widely used for real life applications.
You should be looking slightly north, though, using a globe. It does make sense on a globe.
If you look directly east, well, you just got to play around with it. It might not be up to North Dakota. It varies, but it blew my mind. If you look directly east, you're looking at the equator at about 80 degrees or so. Not even a quarter away around the ball, you're looking at the equator, looking dead east. But anyway, I'd recommend everybody try it out. It's really crazy. I can't do it no justice by explaining it.
It'd be exactly 1/4.
Just remember, every line it draws is a straight line on a globe. It's always going to be a direct, straight line of sight. So whatever they want to say with their airplane routes and all that, that's one thing. But it is, in their model, a direct line of sight. So all these crazy lines, that's literally where they say you're looking.
You did a big disservice to that map. I just posted it in the chat, and this map is useful because it's saying from a certain point, whatever that center point is, everything away from that center point will be the correct relationship, but it's not used to measure anything. And on the globe model, we're saying that these lines are straight, but they're falling within a gravitational well, not gravitational well. They are relativity is basically the best way to express it, where it's going straight, but because of the mass of the planet, it bends space-time.
Oh my god,
that's too much.
Not really, man. That's
yeah. No, the lines are following geodesics on the surface of a sphere, but that doesn't have anything to do with space-time.
Well, why are there geodesics on a sphere?
Because it's an azimuthal equidistant projection from a sphere.
Oh yeah, sorry, I was thinking about something else. I'm really, really, really high.
Seems, yes.
Thank you for calling me out on that, though.
When your own side calls you out,
It's okay to be wrong. What's hilarious about you guys is that you don't allow yourself to ever be wrong or ever learn anything. That's why you guys think the way you think.
How far away is the moon? And how do you know how far away the moon is then?
Well, we were trying to do the lunar parallax thing earlier, which I know you didn't like. There's another thing you could do, which is the
Is that when you have to first assume that the stars are millions of light years away?
sufficiently far was the term I used, but you could also
Sufficiently
do
far is how far? And what's sufficiently far?
I understand that you want to talk over me. That's great, but I'm still going to keep on
Is
talking.
sufficiently far 4 light
I
years
understand
away?
that you want to talk over me.
Over 1 AU.
Oh, come on, one at a time. I understand that you want to talk over me, but I'm going to go ahead and keep on talking. Will you let him talk? Here we go. Let's continue.
I don't
But
think
you
anybody
could
wants
also
to talk
do.
over him.
We're going to just keep doing this, right? Jesus fucking Christ. But you could also do an EME bounce. That is something that a ham radio operator knows about. The amount of time it takes for the signal to get back, 2.5 seconds, you can figure out how far away the moon is.
Okay, so. But we could also bounce shit off the ionosphere too, though, right? And that's in front of the moon?
Yeah, way, way, way closer and at a different frequency. Not all frequencies are valid for an ionosphere bounce.
How they know before fucking ham radios existed then, dude?
How did they know before ham radios?
The only way you
Well,
were
that was
able
lunar
to figure out how
parallax,
far away
as
the
I
moon
mentioned.
is by using a ham radio. Yeah, the parallax, okay. So what's sufficiently far for the stars to be with
I
parallax?
think it's any over 1 AU, because the closest star is, I think.
What's an AU? Can you please explain to everybody?
Astronomical unit.
The AU is
And
the
how'd you
distance
get that?
between the Earth and the Sun.
Right, and how'd you get that?
Okay. It's a chicken and the egg argument with these
Game
people.
over, man. I mean, come on, guys. Stop.
It's
You're
not a
embarrassing
chicken and the egg
yourselves.
argument.
Well,
Can I ask
because we
that
know
you
how far away
guys
the sun is.
hang on? Can I ask that you guys listen to understand what he's telling you? Like what he's telling you is well, hang on, man. I'm not saying accept what he's saying at face value. I'm saying he's trying to explain something that's well recorded and documented and done time and again by hundreds of thousands of people. Right? Well, no. Drop the defenses, man. Like, let him listen, Tony. I'm going to challenge him. Okay?
Can I read something real quick, guys? Let me read something real quick. This was back from 2000, and I think this was 2009. I just posted it in live text. It says the speed of light is normally about 186,000 miles per second, or fast enough to go around the world 7 times in the wink of an eye. Scientists successfully slowing it down to 38 miles per hour. They did this by shooting a laser through extremely cold sodium ions, which worked like optical molasses to slow down light. So, isn't there a sodium? Isn't there sodium in the ionosphere? Isn't there a sodium layer? Ain't that funny how 15 years almost done. Ain't that funny how 15 years ago they slowed light down to 38 miles per hour by shooting it through cold sodium ions, and just so happens there's a layer of cold sodium ions above us. Ain't that kind of ironic, if nothing else, or coincidental?
Yeah, we had this discussion earlier, Brian. The density of the sodium necessary to produce this effect in the experiment that you're talking about is many, many, many orders of magnitude more dense than anything that is available up there in the upper atmosphere.
That's negative. That's a negative.
Yes,
they can't have it dense. They can't get the temperatures cold if they don't do it right. They're not going to achieve the damn near absolute zero temperatures, which is exactly what them rockets said, man. 3.
Oh boy.
What was the density they used, Brian, for their experiment?
3. Okay, when they say ions or atoms, listen. When they say ions, that means that they're charged, or when they say like atoms, that means they're small. They didn't say they're shining it through salt, bro. Okay, so when they're doing this shit in the lab, they're using.
Brian, you're not listening. What did he just say about the density? Can you repeat it?
What is the density of a sodium ion? I don't know.
No, that's absolutely not the question.
I know that any ion is going to be.
Yeah.
Any ion. You ask me a question, bro.
I know. Hold on, Brian. I'm just gonna mute you for 2 seconds, dude. Ed, you got something going on with your mic, man. It's like a really loud, like static thing. So just want to let you know.
And it says it's sodium atoms, not sodium ions in
Go
the
ahead.
text.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. I'll sodium atoms. So I'm pretty sure that they're, well, I read somewhere else it was ions, but I'll look that up, post it. But I know that anything ionized is definitely not dense. I mean, if you say the word ion, you're talking about, charged plasma. When we think of ions, we think of plasma, and they don't even ascribe densities to plasma. So I don't know why he would even ask that.
Yes, they definitely do have densities for plasma. Brian, when we say things like ions and stuff, we can actually, like computer chips and whatnot, we can have ions in solid form inside other solids. That's not a problem.
You are aware that the telescope rangefinders, like the ones in the mountains of Brazil, and you do realize that they're colliding their lasers off of the sodium layer, right? The one that you say ain't dense enough. They're using actual lasers to do the focus thing with the stars. I mean, we've all heard that story, and
they claim they can bounce ham radio signals off it.
Yeah, so it's just convenient that that very same thing slows down lasers, slows down light, and it happens to be the same element. You could at least say that's coincidental, just to keep the conversation.
When the moon's behind it.
Yeah, it's not really
you can bypass that and bounce it off the moon. I mean, come on now.
Right, but again, as Brian brought up this experiment, that the density of the material used is many, many, many orders of magnitude more dense than anything that's in the upper atmosphere.
Okay, how dense is it, Doofus? Wait, one more question. How dense is it, Doofus?
Right, any solid anywhere, doesn't matter what kind of solid it is, I hope you're aware, many, many, many more orders of magnitude dense than
I'm not asking. You already said that.
Atmosphere. I understand.
Asking how dense. You asked me how dense. I'm asking you, bud.
Use a solid to pass the light through, Brian.
Okay, well, how dense? You asked me, bro, so I'm asking you.
Jesus fucking Christ.
He's not going to answer, just like they won't tell you how far away stars are.
Right. We do know what a solid is.
Take my word for it, and that's it.
I mean, you could just go do it.
Yeah, what is a solid? I could
just go do what?
Just wondering how dense a sodium atom is. He asked me. It's only fair that I, try to learn. I didn't know the answer. I figured he'd have it.
He doesn't know either. It's not my job to tell you answers to stuff that I know. Fuck.
All right. We can all agree that any solid material is more dense than the upper atmosphere, correct?
There's a sodium layer up there, right?
Uh-huh. Okay, back to the question that I asked. We can all agree that any solid material is more dense than anything in the upper atmosphere, correct?
Probably, yeah, it would have to be, right? But how is sodium up there? I mean, I'm genuine question. How the hell is a sodium layer up there?
How are there little tiny atoms of sodium sparsely spread? I guess I might as well just say they could be charged or
that
something.
You could bounce ham radio signals off of?
No, because they're not bouncing off of something that close.
Well, the laser is, right?
No, radio wave bouncing off of.
Well, I mean, the thing that they're bouncing off of has to be about 250,000 miles away, because that's how long it takes for the signal to get back to us.
And unless, of course, the light slowed down, like everything does in cold.
The ionosphere, dude.
Yeah, no, it's getting past that. Ask me how. Ask me how I know.
You don't know how, bro.
It's getting past it. Go ahead. How?
Yeah. So the reason I know why it's getting past the ionosphere is because anything that bounces off the ionosphere is back within milliseconds, not 2.5 seconds later.
Okay, is it even possible? You do know this article was back in like 15 years ago. They've got it down to like I think about 7 or 8 meters per second. It might even be lower than that, but I don't want to sound like I'm lying. But I'm pretty sure
Right.
it's like 3 meters per second. But anyway, and where they're doing it is getting it colder and colder. Action Lab did something on this where you can just take a diode, and it'll literally change color. If you take a blue one, it'll turn like reddish or orangish. And if you take a red or orange diode LED and you put it in liquid nitrogen, it'll turn yellow. So it'll downgrade through the rainbow depending on what color it is, but it literally loses energy just from getting it that cold. And the light literally slows down. The wavelength slows down, and so by these ultra cold temperatures, which are found up there, and this sparse gas and stuff, man, is a fair way to say that it's slowing down up there. But I've never seen anybody do it. I've been asking and asking and asking, and nobody wants to show me how, bouncing the signals off the moon. I know radio bounces. That's how they come up with the ionosphere, is from Marconi sending signals across the Atlantic Ocean. So they said, well, we know the Earth's a sphere, so there's got to be something bouncing it. We'll call it the ionosphere. And now you're saying that, and then we know lasers collide at the sodium layer, but all of a sudden there's these ham radio waves that make it through, and we know that they have to, right? Because we know there's a sphere.
No, we know they get through because they don't take the short amount of time that it takes for something to bounce off the ionosphere. There are other reasons than the reasons you said why we know things.
I don't think the dude aimed at the ionosphere to bounce his signal off when he was trying to make a connection across the Atlantic.
The stated goal. What frequency does Marconi employ?
I don't know, but it's not suggesting that he bounced it off the ionosphere. Did he even know that could happen? Did they even know that existed when he did that? I don't think so. Could be wrong, but I thought it was like line of sight.
No, that's not how these radio waves work.
Not triangulating, not bouncing up, then bouncing down, making like a teepee with the signal.
Right. So the frequency that he used is in the kilohertz range. The frequency that he used was in the The frequency that he used was in the kilohertz range. That does bounce around just fine. He wasn't using microwave transmissions, which are line of sight, because they didn't have microwave transmitters back then.
What's a ham radio use?
I don't know, just under 100 megahertz, maybe? No, that's military. Over 100 megahertz then.
There must be there's a sweet spot, apparently. There must be a perfect little sweet spot for their ham to bounce off the moon and give them the perfect time when calibrated right. The problem is, I want to see somebody. I'll believe it. I honestly will believe it if somebody could show me hitting something terrestrial, like an airplane or something, that's moving. Unless you could find something faster than an airplane to compare to the moon, it would only be fair. But we'll just go with an airplane. That's close enough. So if you can bounce one off an airplane and show me, the distance there, and then take that same device, same calibration, bounce it off the moon, then you'd have me. You'd have me sold. I swear. If you could show me something like that, I would ultimately believe you on the distance of the moon. That's what it would take.
Right. You're running into two different issues there, Brian, because you've got radar, which does exactly that, but it does that at frequencies typically to be line of sight, unless they are over the horizon radar. Now you're running into another set of issues which have to deal with diffraction. There's a bunch of things you have to consider with RF transmission.
Over the horizon radar.
I'm sure somebody was trying to say something.
No, you said over the horizon radar?
Yes.
Okay. So
we can't bounce. Sorry, go ahead, buddy. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, I don't know.
I say that because y'all let me get a whole paragraph out. It was important. I wanted to get it out. Usually it takes me an hour. Appreciate y'all. I'm almost done, but I got one more thing. At least something like the ISS, and do it like when the Dragon's dock into it. So So you have more bounce up there, you know, like right as it's about to dock. That way you have more bounce, but it's probably closer to the same speed. That might even be a little faster, but it's going up through whatever layer, so that would be equivalent. So if they could show me it bouncing off the ISS while the Dragon's docking, and you know, we should always see the Dragon docking, right? Somewhere on Earth.
They already have a civilian transponder on the ISS. You can just bounce your own radio wave off of it.
Oh my god.
Well, there we go.
Are you done with this, Brian?
Yeah, I'm done with it. Thank you.
I got 2 minutes. I can't talk long. Let me just get this out. You're a photon, right? There's a stream of photons in a straight line, right? You stop the rotation of the Earth, okay? There's going to be a photon. There's going to be a photon that's going to hit the ground right there. But then there's a photon that's 4 minutes away. That photon isn't going to see the Earth stop rotating. It's going to take stop to see the Earth stop rotating, right?
Can you repeat that, Jeremy? We're losing you, bro.
So there's a photon. It's 1 inch from the surface. Bro, there's a stream of photons going towards Earth, right from the sun. You stop the Earth from rotating. Okay. There's a photon 1 inch above the surface that's going to hit in one spot. Then there's a photon that's 4 minutes away still. That photon that's 4 minutes away, it's not going to see the Earth stop rotating instantly. It can't. It's going to see the Earth stop rotating. It's going to see the Earth rotate for 4 more minutes. So where's that photon going to land? Right where the first one did?
Photon. Yeah, same spot.
It's going to land in the same spot, even though that photon is going to see the Earth rotate for.
Right. From the photon's perspective, when it's 4 minutes before hitting the Earth, it sees from its perspective the Earth 4 minutes in the past, and that Earth that it sees hasn't gotten to the point where you stopped it from rotating yet. So by the time that photon that's 4 minutes away reaches the surface, then it will stop from the perspective of the photon.
From the perspective of the photon, that photon, if you were there, you would minutes. If you were at that spot in space, right?
Jeremy, that some bitch conserves time and momentum, bro. Nowadays, anything to give them the answer, right?
Listen, if you're at the spot 4 minutes,
Brian.
If you're at the spot 4 minutes away, doofus, and you're just sitting there, right next to the photon, you're just watching the Earth rotate. It's going to rotate for 4 more minutes, right?
Yeah, from that spot, if you're not traveling with the photon, that's what you would see.
Yeah. So there's me. We froze the frame. So there's me, and there's minutes away from.
Your push to talk is a little janky right now.
As the photon, well, I got to be quiet. I'll bring it tomorrow. Never mind. I can't do it right now.
That's all right.
No, I think you got a good point, man. I'm curious to hear what he says. I would think they would try for refraction before they tried conserving time and momentum. But I'm interested to hear.
Well, if you're still here, Jeremy, I can actually just say the rest of it. Because the moment you stop the Earth from rotating, all of the photons that are between the Earth and the sun, those will all arrive in the same spot on the Earth, because from all of their perspectives, when they arrive to the Earth, that's when they will notice that the Earth has stopped rotating.
If you're a photon 8 minutes away that has just left the surface, are you not going to see the sun rotate for 8 more minutes?
No.
So you're going to see the Earth stop rotating instantly. That's not how it works, bro.
Right. If the rotation of the Earth stopped, from the position of the Earth, you would see the sun not move forward anymore immediately.
No, stop. We're at the sun. We're at the surface of the sun. You stop the Earth rotating. Yeah. You're at the surface of the sun. You stop the Earth rotating. You're going to see the Earth rotate for 8 more.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So there's a stream of photons. There's one photon. You're right next to a photon that just left. That photon that you're next to on the surface of the sun On its way, it's going to keep seeing the Earth rotate the whole way.
Right.
Right. And you think it's going to land in the same spot as the first one that was 1 inch above the ground?
Yes, because
Okay,
when
so it's
the
going to see
when
the
the one
Earth
that
rotate
left
the whole
8
time.
minutes when the one that left 8 minutes before touching down, it sees the Earth 8 minutes in the past. So while you stopped the Earth, 8 minutes from now is when that position will see the Earth stop rotating. So
Okay,
so it's in 8 minutes back rotation. It's back that amount at that location.
Okay, pretend we're traveling with a photon and we can see it the whole way. We're 8 minutes away. We
So
see it. We're
that's
traveling
going
with
to
the
cause
photon.
relativity problems.
Yeah, well, this is a hypothetical, right? We're traveling with the photon. We see it's rotating under us for minutes. And all of a sudden, when we get to the surface, time's going to rewind and we're going to hit in the same spot the did that was an inch away.
No, that's not how I'm describing it. So when the Earth is stopped, all of the photons that are between the Earth and the Sun will hit the same spot, because when you're 8 minutes away from the Earth, you're seeing where the Earth was 8 minutes ago, and you're going to travel that whole 8 minutes to get to the Earth to arrive at the same spot.
Okay, so we're with the photon that was 8 minutes away. We're watching the Earth rotate under it. You can see it's still rotating for 8 more minutes. But then you're saying all of a sudden when we get there, we're going to be hitting a different spot than we're looking at.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. That's what you have to be saying.
Well,
If you
don't
think
tell me what I'm
photons,
saying, because I'm saying something different than what you said I'm saying.
if you think all the photons are going to hit the same spot, that's what you're saying.
No, that's not how it works, because when the photon left the Sun, that position sees the Earth 8 minutes ago, so it's rotated back from where it is now by 8 minutes. So when you stop the Earth at that moment, that photon will travel for 8 minutes. Then when it gets to Earth, that's when the Earth will stop for that photon.
I see what Jeremy's saying, bro. Check this
Okay.
out. So the photon fires, and it takes 4 minutes to get there and 4 minutes to get back. So right when he fires it, real quick, I'll make this so quick, bro. So I'm with you. So right when he fires the photon, right when it fires, that
We're talking about one direction only, Brian.
and then the Earth keeps spinning for 4 more minutes. Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
Yeah, we're just talking about one direction, Brian. It's not one direction. We're not talking about a backwards and forwards path.
How would you know where it went to if you don't wait for it to come back?
It's not a backwards and I just said it's not backwards and forwards. It's not a back and forth path.
Aren't you shooting photons to detect the sun or the moon?
No, the hypothetical put in place, the one that we were just talking about before all the other derailing, was light coming from the sun to arrive at the Earth. It's not a to the sun and then back to the Earth. It's just from the sun to the Earth. That's it.
So let's say a big blast of water or water vapor went in front of the sun for like let's say 3 days straight, and it made a mirror reflection. What would I see if I was looking at the sun in the mirror? The sun reflected. What would I see?
You're turning into Dallas David, Brian Leakey. I don't know if you know who that is, but that's what you're doing right now.
Yeah, but it's an interesting question though, because I always hypothesized that if we found the Mirror Nebula, then we could look at it and see the dinosaurs. Instead of looking back seeing ourselves, man, we could look back and see the damn dinosaurs. So what would happen if we
back in time?
We had a mirror on the sun. Would we see ourselves, or would we see ourselves?
We could tune in
8 minutes
specifically
ago, or
and
what?
see our
Do you
ancestors.
actually know who Dallas David is? Brian, Brian, do you actually know who Dallas David is?
I know of the Dallas David.
Bro, you really dodging the question that hard where you're bringing in someone who ain't even here? No, I'm asking you, what would you see if there was a mirror of the sun? Huh?
Right, it's nothing to do with mirrors and stuff, because obviously it doesn't make any sense about dinosaurs.
I was joking. Hey, listen, I was joking about the dinosaurs, but I'm serious about the sun.
Fuck, I want to see
Because
dinosaurs.
there's
That'd be
different
sick.
answers. You're gonna get different answers, bro, because it's not the light from the sun, bro. You have to see the whatever light it is, I guess, has to bounce off the mirror and back to us. So I mean, I'm just curious how you would answer it. It's fun. I mean, it's not a gotcha question. It's kind of
Are you in it,
a little
Brian?
think tank question. I wish you'd answer it or try to.
All right, well, let's try it. Okay, you're asking what would happen if we had a mirror at the location of the sun? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, somebody's hot micing
I think we
bad,
would need
dude.
a mirror further away, like how many millions of years away, so to see the dinosaurs back, basically. We have to go
But if we
further away.
Yeah, but if we had one at the location of the sun, then looking
8
at
minutes.
that mirror, we would see, if the mirror was pointed such that we could see the Earth, we would see the Earth 16 minutes into the past.
Wow. Hey, real quick, somebody in a checkout line.
Beep. Beep. Beep.
I was just
It
curious.
definitely sounded like that.
Why
It sounded
16
like a
minutes?
self-checkout.
That's an ever so curious answer. Why 16 minutes? Ain't it 8 or?
Well, I guess it's twice, right? Because it's bouncing back.
Right. Because the light being emitted from the Earth would take 8 minutes to get to the sun, and then the light would have to go another 8 minutes to come back to the Earth again.
Dude, the Earth is not the closest light, bro. That's why I was asking. I mean, you think that the light has to come from the Earth, or does it? Maybe it does. I
Well,
don't
in
see
the
why it would have.
hypothetical, the mirror is facing the Earth, and so I use the Earth, ideally.
There'd already be light though heading from the sun, Doofus. There'd already be photons filling the path between the sun and the Earth. So we'd already have the light. I don't know why you're trying to act like it has to come back from the Earth. So how quick is our vision? So when we see the mirror, I don't know. It'll get you thinking anyway. But I won't accept 16 minutes. That's crazy. That's
okay.
What's more reasonable time for you?
maybe like 12. No, I'm just kidding, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, how do
I
you
just
see back into a concept? How does that work? Back inside of a mere concept. I don't understand how that works. How do you travel inside of an idea?
Yeah, you traveling in your eyesight. I think the whole thing is ridiculous. Like there may be some actions here on Earth where we live, where we know exist. I think there might be some little reactions that mess with light a little bit, maybe slow it down. There may be effects like that. I don't deny that. But as far as like light taking 8 minutes, I don't think anything's far enough away. I don't think it's just I just can't imagine it like that. Well,
Well,
I
first
can't
you
imagine it like
got to
that.
get
I
the
don't
speed
buy
of
it.
light. First, you got to get the speed of light, and then you got to have the conversation. If you can't get the speed of light, you can't have the conversation.
Okay. We have the speed of light. Now let's have the conversation.
When did you get the speed of light?
Oh my God. Are we having this discussion on the internet right now?
So it's not a year or a day or a month that you got the speed of light? Is that what's going on?
Right. I did independently find the speed of light with a photo emitter and a photosensitive diode.
You did?
How
Wow.
does that?
Can you take me next time you do that? Because I don't believe you.
Great, because I did it in college. You may not be familiar. Now, what is the actual issue with the speed of light? Can I get an issue with the speed of light?
Is it possible you measured the reaction time of your equipment?
How do you know that you got at the speed of light? How'd you come up with that?
Because I measured how long it took for light to get somewhere. I mean, that would
Can you
be
measure the speed of light without a mirror?
Can I throw a question at y'all real quick?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to get some footing here.
The Mickelson Morley observation. Like, if the whole point is looking in one direction and looking in the other direction gives you two different time frames, how is it how is it that you could send light somewhere and it
I think it's just mostly caused interference, bro.
Because I'm thinking if depending on which way you send light, there's a difference. Then how are you taking the time it takes for it to get somewhere and back, as if it's not dependent on which way you shoot the light?
It's just frequency, Eli, man. It comes back out of phase because you're moving, and so if something's moving, linear,
No,
you have linear
I was asking
interferometers, and you have angular. You have linear interferometers, and you have angular interferometers. Oh, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the Michelson-Morley experiment didn't work as they had hoped because the light was coming in. It didn't matter what orientation they were in; the light was always coming in at the same rate in the same direction.
I guess I don't understand or remember anything. Okay, whatever.
Right. If you look into Michelson-Pearson-Gale or Michelson-Gale-Pearson, I can't remember which order it's in. I think it's Michelson-Gale-Pearson. They set up an actual interferometer as opposed to Michelson-Morley, where they were just bouncing light back
That's
and
a different
forth.
type of interferometer, bro. You have linear phase shift and you have angular phase shift. Okay, so the Michelson-Morley, these things are being used nowadays. Okay, so what they say is that on Earth we can detect the motion on Earth, but we can't detect it outside of Earth. You know, they say they can't detect Earth's motion because light's relative and it compresses the freaking the equipment.
I have a question about the speed of light.
The time, you know.
I have a question about the speed of light really quick. So when I do a real quick Google, it says, I say, why don't we know the speed of light? And it says, we just cannot measure the speed of light in one direction because relativity prevents us from maintaining synchronized clocks. The result is that the speed of light c is really the average speed over a round trip journey, and that we cannot be certain that the speed is the same in both directions. So, but you got
what happened?
Oops. But you say you got the speed
Where are
of
they?
light?
Upstairs, downstairs. How many? Come on.
Come on, Elijah, man, come on.
Here's the thing that you didn't read from that paper. Even if C is over 2, everything still works the same.
Right.
Oh, so we do know the speed of light. That was just wrong, what I just read.
No. Here's what you said is true, right? So we can't measure the speed of light in one direction because we have no way to synchronize 2 clocks. So we can synchronize one and hold on, just shut the fuck up, let me finish. And reflect the light back to the sensor, right? So what that page says is it could take C over 2 to get to the mirror, and the mirror can return the signal back instantly, which means it's faster, right? So all we know is that the average time is C. But even if we assume that the speed is C over 2, right, all the physics in the world still work. Everything still works out. It doesn't break anything.
Size to get C? What was your sample size to get C? What average of what?
Every measurement.
Yeah.
Oh, so you know every single measurement when you're getting that average, huh? Wow.
Yeah, because laser rangefinders aren't broken.
You don't know the speed of light, so shut up about it. Thank you.
No, that's incorrect. We use things like laser rangefinders. Every practical use for the speed of light is a two-way setup. There is always going to be an emission and a return whenever we're using the speed of light.
Yeah, and they'll give you a great approximation. But as far as this exact shit you're talking about, come on, man. They'll get you within a meter or two. Like, they're getting better and better. They'll get you within a few feet even sometimes out on the golf course with the real good ones. But it's not exact science, man.
It is. In every direction, that always works. It's not like in any particular direction, it stops working.
But it depends on the weather, right? It depends on pretty much the weather and the terrain and stuff, man. I don't know really exactly what it depends on, but I know that I can do it 3 times in a row and get a different reading every time. So don't act like it's an exact science, doofus.
For what?
It is. to the precision that the instruments are built for.
Yeah, guys, you don't realize how much energy is spent on just trying to build the experiment. I mean, to be measuring something so accurately that you realize that you can't synchronize clocks, that's a level of understanding that just, wouldn't be seen if someone's faking all this shit. They wouldn't fucking make it that accurate, because now they're really testing it. Like, think about it. If you believe this is all a lie, right? Why wouldn't they just use 2 clocks? Why would they actually figure out that, hey, we need to use 1 clock? At that point, they just fucking measure it.
Well, they say that it takes. How could you know the clocks were synced up to even communicate with each other? They'd have to communicate faster than the speed of light. It's what they say. But I do say this is incredible technology, and it is very, very. For something like that on the golf range, it'll always get me real close. When I say different readings, I mean like within a foot. I'm not talking about like some crazy different readings, but I'm just saying it ain't exact, dude. Because there's variables in the atmosphere and whatnot, but
so the application
it is great technology, man.
The application may not be exact, but it doesn't mean that the math isn't exact. That's what you don't understand, is that you're trying to say that we may not know the exact speed of light because your rangefinder on the golf course is sometimes a foot off.
No, I'll give you that. I'll concede that. Whatever it is, it's two-way and it works. So I'm not making an argument, but still, you have to be honest, and you can't claim that you do know the one-way speed of light. And
you do not know the one-way
is a speed.
Really,
is it even a speed?
Yes,
like,
it is a speed.
It is a rate of something, right? But
you don't have to know the one-way speed of light in order to utilize the two-way speed of light. Also, that handheld rangefinder has to operate in the nanosecond timescale, so the fact that it works as well as it does is a testament to how well it works.
I agree, man. But like I said, they can slow these signals down. Like nowadays, like 3 meters a second. They're constantly trying to break their own record, dude. So the closer they get to absolute zero, and void of almost all freaking matter, which is kind of required to get to that temperature. I mean, I don't think they'll ever get to zero. Hold on, let me finish. Don't leave me off hanging there. But I don't think there is a zero. I don't think there is a zero. They'll never reach a zero because there's no such thing as a zero. There's always going to be something there, I think.
No, I mean, there is such thing as a theoretical absolute zero, but it's practically impossible to get.
And so if you never reached it, do you really know it?
Well, it's not practically impossible. It is impossible to reach absolute zero.
Right. So we'll never reach absolute zero. We'll never get zero pressure. So we'll never know what zero pressure really is. It could be something. I mean, we probably know, but to say for certain we know what absolute zero is, we have a convention that's probably right, but there's no way to know for certain because we can never reach it. There's not enough energy on the earth, in our world.
I don't know. I still find it amusing that we're having a conversation over whether or not we do or do not know the speed of light while conversing on the internet.
I mean, I was just being honest. I didn't bring that question up, but that was Veritasium. But here's my thing. I mean, it is a fair question, and to be honest, you can only answer it one way. But look, here's my problem with Mickelson Morley. Before I close the subject, is that they say that literally is the answer. Is that because the relativity. It took them 25 years to come up with this, but that special relativity, that the device literally compresses it, it contracts. Okay, and my question is why did the device wait to contract? It waited till they turned the switch on to contract, or was it already contracted as soon as they lined it up and calibrated it and everything else? That answer saying that time dilates because the device contracts is horse shit. I can't believe anybody buys that horse shit. Any answer to me that's halfway feasible would be better than saying that when you turn the device on, the laser comes out or the sunlight mirrors off, and all of a sudden the device contracts and time dilates, and therefore
Okay, that's not the
mass has to dilate too, or
that's not the
contract. I mean,
actual claim
contract,
though.
sorry.
The claim is things that are in motion are relative to other things contracted already. It's not that they waited to contract at the moment some dude flipped a switch.
There's no moving parts in the Michelson-Morley interferometer. That's a linear interferometer. No moving part.
I understand, Brian. That doesn't change how reality responds to the motion.
When did it contract? Instead of trying to argue this, just think about it for a second, man. That's
It
literally
didn't
the
wait until
explanation.
somebody flipped the switch.
So how can they claim that the device contracted, that mass contracts and time dilates? If mass contracts, it's already in motion according to your model. It's not an honest answer, in my opinion, man. Just think about it for 1 second before you just bring contention. You don't got to answer right off the bat. Just think about that for 1 second. Wouldn't it have already contracted? It's already moving according to the model. So why would it only
Right, and so is
contract?
everything else that is in the same orientation and motion. But everything else that's experiencing that same motion will not see the contraction.
So when it was measured, it was already contracted. So they didn't need to do nothing with the measurement to calibrate the measurement. It was already good because everything was already contracted. So you know what I'm saying? They had to. Oh man, I think you not understanding this on purpose, or not understanding what I'm saying on purpose.
Everything that's in that frame of reference, all of it is contracted relative to some other frame of reference. Anything that's in that frame of reference, won't see the contraction occurring because they're in that frame of reference, Brian.
Right. So would you agree that for time to dilate, the mass has to contract?
I mean, it's a lot smaller of an effect, the contraction, than time dilation.
You can't have one without the other, right? Relativity.
Right, it's different.
But, oh my God. Or sometimes you just bring contention. I don't even know why. Like you won't even let me get to my point sometimes. Anyway, the answer is yes.
Not contention. It's just complicated,
yes,
Brian.
you do have, yes, the length contracts for the time to dilate. Okay, that's the way it works. Can't have one without the other.
Complicated.
No, you can't just say time dilates. You have to have a reason for it, and the reason is that the length contracts, bro. Why are you even doing this, man? I'm trying to get to an interesting point we could talk about, and you're just bringing contention on stupid, simple shit, bro. I don't get it.
Right, but the contraction from that frame of reference won't be perceivable, Brian.
What do you mean it won't be perceivable? It's measured by phase shift.
Now that's the entire point. Michelson-Morley.
To calibrate the thing when it's sitting there, bro.
The Michelson-Morley measurements came up with. The Michelson-Morley measurements came up with no change in velocity depending on which direction they were facing, specifically because they were going along and they weren't seeing the speed of light or the direction that light was traveling change.
I know. I don't know why you're bouncing off to the side. I'm trying to get you I'm trying to get directly in phase with you so we could discuss this, okay? They're not using a tape measure. They're using phase shift for the measurements, okay? And when they calibrate it, okay? Wherever they put it, okay? But it is literally the length that has to contract. That's their explanation for how the time dilates. Okay, so why would it only contract like after it's been calibrated and been sitting there? Wouldn't it have already been? It's not the light that contracts, bro. It's the device. It's the length. It's the mass. The mass has to contract. Why are you giving me contention on this? You do understand that the mass contracts relative to the motion of the object, Earth in this scenario, in your model. This is the model's explanation. I don't buy it, but I'm just telling you your explanation. The mass contracts, which So the time dilates. Do you have any problem with that?
But, Brian, you might want to get to the actual point that you're trying to get to.
I'm not going nowhere until you agree with that, man. If you don't understand it, then what's the point? I'm going to save it for somebody else.
Okay, save it for somebody else, except nobody is saying that the machine contracts after somebody calibrated it. Nobody is saying that the contraction occurred when somebody flipped a switch. Nobody's saying the contraction occurs at any specific event.
So when does it contract?
Anything in motion relative to some other frame of reference.
Right. So it's already contracted before we flip the switch, right?
Right, and that's why you experience no change in velocity when you switch directions.
So it's already contracted before we flip the switch. So now how are they making the necessary adjustments after they flip the switch? They're taking the measurement of what they measured, the interference of the phase shift from when they flip the switch. And then they're mathematically dilating time. Okay. So when did the time dilate? When did the mass contract? Because to me, it would have already had to have been contracted before they turned the switch on. I don't think that turning on a switch can mathematically make can mathematically make time dilate by mass contracting. Anyway, it's dead on its face, man. If you really think about it, just clear your mind and think about that for a minute. Their explanation is, I can't even believe anybody ever bought it, man. But I see why it took 25 years to come up with, because it's goddamn ridiculous.
I'm sure you'll find somebody more willing to engage in that conversation, Brian. Where's Zanuck?
Fair enough, bro.
Doofus, what do you think the core reason is to why we're seeing increased inflow, or why do you think rooms like this exist?
Why do they exist?
Yeah, rooms like
what do you mean?
Like, why are there people who really believe that the Earth is flat in here, and then why are there people who believe the Earth is a globe trying to convince these people that they're wrong?
I mean, it will eventually boil down to psychology, and that's kind of a touchy subject.
Right, man. In the end, I'm a fight that nobody knows exactly what the whole world is. That'll be my fight in the end, man. I think we're arrogant, acting like we know exactly what everything is. I can make the argument that, everything starts with flat baselines and then it's converted to a globe or whatever, man. But I don't think nobody knows for sure. Globes are probably the best model we have right now, but I don't believe it. I don't believe it for a second, man. But I'm not above being convinced. It just takes some extreme evidence, man. Something solid, something uncontestable, and maybe that's out there, and maybe the flat Earth has that evidence out there. But I want to know where I live, man. It's in my blood. I just want to know. I want to talk about it. I like to debate when things are calm. I don't know. How could anybody talk about anything else? I mean, it's a great topic.
I think it comes down to, what's your level of evidence, right? You're accepting, stories from men, and, some people trust NASA and trust the government and have no problem whatsoever believing in whatever they're told by the government. And they're just, very gullible individuals, while other people are, that type of person who asks the question over and over again, hey, if this experiment, goes this way 40,000 times, what does it mean? What does it mean if, this experiment goes a different way 40,001 tries? And then what does that mean, right? What is that? Is science wrong? Is science right? And what is science anyway? And then, we have some people in here that say that the first step of the scientific method is to observe a natural phenomenon. Well, when you're talking about natural science, that makes a lot of sense to me. And other people say, no, the first step is to ask a question. So let me propose a question. Why are boobs good? You know, are we doing science yet? Why are
Hank,
boobs good?
I've heard a lot of times when they'll put up like experiments, whatever they are, like on the first try is usually what they'll like go with. It's hard to get like a retrial for your experiment if you get the time to do it. And do you know what I'm saying? Like all the other lab partners you might need for a big experiment, they pretty much just go with like one time through, and then it's like unless it's something that's already been like proven before, you know, then maybe you've got at least like some other instance where it's occurred. But if you're trying to like detect ghosts or something like that, let's say, then we fail. You know, we're in a university and we're occupying some portion of the budget to do ghost testing, and we fail. It's likely that we won't get secondary funding for it. That's all I'm saying. But that's like, from what I understand, that's a lot of people's experience in science is that. So I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the blue collar scientist. You know what I mean? Out there, I think they struggle with getting their ideas heard and all that. You know.
Be careful with that term, blue collar scientist.
Sorry, I mean a white collar scientist, but you know, it's just like somebody that's just like putting in hours, you know, testing pieces of crab meat, you know what I mean, and trying to find out calcium channel blockers, and you know what I mean. Somebody's just not doing anything that's necessarily going to change the world. You know what I mean? But I don't know.
Well, I just recently listened
Yeah,
to
what?
a really smart guy.
Why did Doofus duck that smoke from Brian?
What?
Duck what smoke?
Man, he presented a great point. You didn't address it at all.
I'm sure you would be willing to tell me what it was.
When does the contraption, when does it contract?
Oh yeah, we already talked
I'm
about that.
bringing it back up. I know we just tried to get away from it, but like, why'd you duck that smoke?
I didn't. I answered it.
That's not what I heard. Anyway.
What's your opinion? We can rewind the stream if you would really like to.
Was that argument over quantum salad tongs?
Nah, it's about relativity in relation to Michelson-Morley specifically.
Okay. What? Special relativity?
Essentially, yeah.
Okay.
Why don't
That's
you talk about
only one that really
Feynman's
matters
stack?
there.
Why don't you talk about Feynman's stack? Try and look important. Try and make us feel like you got something to say.
Huh?
Never mind. He heard me.
Dan, the Dan man is the Dan.
Da-da-da. When you see that sunset in the distance, think, Dan. Dan.
Did you get a copy of what Rocket Scientist posted?
Yeah, that was impressive. I have to thank you all for that.
You actually snagged a copy for yourself, right?
Yeah, I cropped out the hot dog part.
Oh. Uh-huh. Okay.
Might come in handy.
Well, I watched a video with Rupert Sheldrake on the Thunderbolts project. I'll go ahead and post it. But he was talking about, you know, in science, a lot of, you know, stuff is based off assumptions and then becomes like orthodoxical, right? And in this, he talks about the 10 orthodoxies of science. And, you know, Rupert Sheldrake, he's not just, you know, some idiot like me. But if you've heard my rhetoric, he's talking about the same things that I'm talking about. And I'm not saying that I'm smart or educated or anything like that. But, you know, if you got like a, you know, lowly pizza guy recognizing the same problems in science that, you know, this highly educated, established guy is noticing like some of the same problems. I mean, maybe you guys should like wake up to that a little bit and watch this video. And you know what? You can be as biased and pout and all you want to, but just watch the video.
Okay, ask that established guy if he thinks the Earth is flat. He'll probably say no.
What does that have to do with what I just said, bro?
I don't know. Orthodoxies and established science, because that's part of where you were going.
Well, this guy, he's on the Thunderbolts project, right? And I'm just waiting for the next ad hom. Go ahead and let it rip, bro. Get it out of your system,
That's
and then
fine.
watch the video.
Because if we're working on orthodoxies and established things that you're saying are not being tested, I mean, we could test the shape of the Earth and find out it's spherical anyway. So, what ifs?
Dude, am I talking about the shape of the Earth, or is it just you?
Probably just me. It's fine though.
Okay. So try to stay focused on the conversation. What are we talking about?
Orthodoxies in science.
Right. So what would be one of those orthodoxies?
The uniformity, universal uniformity.
Right. And the first law of thermodynamics, that would be another one.
Yep.
Right? Well, in here, he was trying to establish that, that was a good orthodoxy. It was a good thing. And he couldn't even do it because y'all's model, according to him, they put in as much dark energy as they needed, and then the expansion sped up. So what did they do? They put in more dark energy into the system to make the math work out, creating a perpetual motion machine, according to him. That's what he said, right?
Well,
So when you
that's
guys
not how that works.
oh, it's not? So you
No,
didn't add more dark energy when the expansion rate apparently sped up?
we added more because it was there.
Oh, how'd you
It's
find that?
not to create a perpetual motion machine.
How did
It
you
has
guys
nothing to
find
do with perpetual motion or over unity at all.
how did you guys find the extra dark energy?
The expansion itself was used to derive that.
Right, because the universe expansion is speeding up. There must be more dark energy. That's exactly what he said, is that you guys needed more dark energy, so you just added it to the system, and in doing so, creating a perpetual motion machine and violating the first
No,
law,
that's
which says that more energy can't be created, but you guys created it out of thin air because you need it for your model to work.
we didn't create it. We didn't previously measure it. We didn't know it was there.
So how do you know it's there?
The measurements further down the line bore out that there should be more there than we thought was there.
Okay, you didn't measure it, but measurements further down the line bore out that there was more there than you thought were there.
Yeah, it turns out when you measure something more than once, sometimes it gets more accurate.
But you said you didn't measure it, but then you did measure it.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is we came up with some sort of measurement. Then there was another measurement. Turns out there should have been more there than we thought was there.
Okay, I'm not sure that's what I heard. I'm gonna go listen to Livestream. I'll be right back.
Okay. Anyway, it has nothing to do with perpetual motion or over unity.
According to you, who haven't heard the video, I mean, you guys are awesome about speaking about things that you have no idea what you're talking about. You're awesome at that. I'll give you that.
Okay. That's your opinion.
Have you watched the video?
No.
Okay, do you know about the video?
I know about the concepts that you're speaking to,
Okay.
dark energy in particular. Or
You're
at
no
least why
fun,
it's there.
dude. You want to surprise me what the video Larry's talking about? You're no fun.
Whoever that is, your microphone is definitely not working very well. Is that Matrix?
No, I think that was electric.
Huh?
I said I think that was electric.
Oh.
Yes, it was me. I said, you're no
Hey,
fucking this. Brian asked you a question you're not answering. Larry sent you a video, you won't watch it. What's going on, man?
oh, but I did actually answer Brian's question.
He's not a real
I
truther.
didn't hear an answer. I'm still waiting for you to address that low key.
Yeah, I said the contraction isn't occurring when somebody's flipping a switch or when somebody's doing a calibration. It's going, it's the contraction is always there for something in motion relative to some other frame of reference. The contraction doesn't suddenly appear when they're testing for it.
The question is, when does it contract?
Oh, for fuck's sake. I just gave you the answer to that question.
No, you said when it doesn't contract.
Yeah. And then in that answer, I gave you when it does.
Really?
Yeah, it was in the answer.
All right,
I
listen to
mean,
this.
I'm listening close because I want to know the answer. Why do I feel
We
like I
didn't
didn't hear
previously
it?
measure it. Oh.
Yeah, let's give that answer again for like the fifth fucking time today. The contraction is always there for things that are in motion relative to some other frame of reference. I said those words last time.
The
You didn't
contraction
hear
is
them.
always there, so how are
I
you
didn't hear
measuring a
them.
contraction?
Some other person didn't hear them either. It's
How are you
amazing how
measuring
many
a
people
contraction if
didn't
it's
hear
always
these
there?
words that I'm saying, but they still think that I don't say them.
How are you measuring a
Maybe
contraction
say it
if it's
one more
already
time.
there?
I guess I could say it one more time.
No, you don't need to say it one more time, bro. How are you
Well, then,
measuring a contraction if it's already there?
We didn't create it. We didn't previously measure it. We didn't previously measure it. Oh.
All right,
let's
I'm
have
not getting
everybody
an
talk at
answer.
once.
All right.
Well, yeah, I know. It's hard to hear a question when everybody's trying to come in at once. It's fine.
Yeah, sorry, bro. I just gotta hold your feet to the fire when you lie in front of everybody.
Oh, I lied.
Yeah, you
Obviously,
said
I was the one who lied. Hold on, real quick. Obviously, I was the one who lied when somebody said to me that I didn't give the answer that I gave 5 fucking times. It was me that was lying, right?
what does that have to do with what we're talking about? You said that
What does that have to do with
said
what we're
that you
talking about?
measured
Did I just lie to the whole room or did somebody else do it? Who did the lying in this conversation?
Okay, you said that you measured it. After you said that you didn't measure it. Do you want to listen to the conversation again?
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
Come on, let's do it, bro. One more time. Because you need it for your model board.
Weaponized
We didn't
ignorance.
create
That's
it.
what
We
this
didn't
room is.
previously measure it. We didn't previously measurement. That was you, right? How do you know it's there? Measurements further down the line bore out that there should be more there than we thought was there. Oh, so you did measure it. Wait, let's listen to that again. Sir. Created out of thin air because you need it for your model board. We didn't create it. We didn't previously measure it. We didn't previously measure it. Okay. So how do you
Right.
know it's there? I'm doing measurements. By doing measurements. You're speaking out of both sides of your mouth, bro. Did you measure it or did you not measure it?
Right. In context, in the conversation, I know context is hard for you guys. The amount that was added was not previously measured. That's what I said in context in the conversation.
So when did you measure the new amount?
Later.
After the expansion increase was noticed, right?
Now the expansion was already there. The expansion was more precisely measured to be greater.
And then you magically found the new missing dark energy that was already there the whole time. You just found it after you noticed that you needed it, right? I mean, you guys, you're so religious you can't even see it, man. And all we're doing is asking questions. We're going to the church, right, and asking questions. And, you guys are like, just like the church. You don't like it when people question your model, right? I mean, the guy who first started questioning cosmology, he spent 8 years in prison for asking, can you put some space time in a jar and paint it yellow? And why does Venus spin backwards, violating the law of conservation of angular momentum? I mean, you guys get so butthurt when we question your religion.
Okay. We respond when people say things like, why is it violating the conservation of angular momentum? Because it's not.
Okay, so why does Venus
It's
spin
not
backwards?
butthurt, is it?
Why does Venus spin backwards?
Why doesn't it? Why couldn't it? What would be the reason that it would be unable to spin in whatever direction it wants to spin?
Well, you know how, the conservation of angular momentum works. If you put a bunch of children on a merry-go-round and you spin it clockwise and you keep spinning it till the children fly off, at the moment that they're hanging on and their grip breaks, when they fly off, that moment in the air when they're spinning through the air, they're going to be spinning in the same direction as the merry-go-round, right?
Uh-huh.
So when
What
the
did
sun,
Venus
the solar
fly
system,
off of?
yeah, it was part of the creation of the solar system, right? Everything came from the sun, and what was left over turned into planets. So if the sun has been spinning this whole time,
No,
how could there be a
that's not
planet?
accurate.
What's not accurate?
Not everything came out of the sun.
So where did Venus come from? Did it come from some other solar system? Is it a rogue planet?
It's an accretion disk, the thing that eventually turned into the solar system.
An accretion disk. Was
Uh-huh.
it spinning?
Yeah.
Which way?
Generally speaking, from the north side of the ecliptic, counterclockwise.
Same way as the Earth, right?
Yep.
And all the other planets. So why does Venus spin backwards?
Not all the other planets. Was it
Well, some of them's
Neptune?
axis are tilted, right? Yeah. Neptune's tilted axis.
Like a
Yeah.
bunch.
Right.
How'd that happen?
I don't know. You tell me.
It could be that matter arrived in a different direction when it arrived to that point, right?
You got me. Don't give me line.
Okay. So what reason would it have for not being able to spin whatever direction it wants to?
Because the conservation of angular momentum. If everything's spinning in one direction, what would make something spin in the opposite direction?
A bunch of matter arriving in another direction. It's arriving at a point where it would cause the stuff that's already rotating one way to begin rotating the other way.
So what are you describing? Like a whole bunch of meteorites and comets hitting Venus only on the left side, so that it like slowed down, stopped, and then started spinning in that direction like a machine gun blast? What are you describing?
No,
What sort
no,
of
that's not what
event?
I'm describing.
What sort of event would make the planet stop spinning and then spin the other direction?
Right? Any amount of matter that was already accumulating there, and any amount of matter that would arrive later, could affect which direction that axis of rotation would end up in.
There would have to be an incredible amount of force to stop a planet the size of Earth from spinning and then spin in the other direction.
Who says it was the size of the Earth when it
Yeah,
stopped?
you made it a kind of interesting assumption there in that last
Yeah.
sentence.
Okay. So how big was it, do you think?
I don't know. It could have been, I don't know, maybe 1/5 the mass that it already was before the rest of the matter showed up and started doing what it needed to do to rotate it the other way.
Okay, well, how many newtons would that take to switch the speed around on that sucker?
Probably a lot. That's why 4/5 of it would be enough to do it. Come on, man.
So are you saying there was like a collision between 1/5, which was the previous Venus, let's call it Penis, and then 4/5 of another planet that came out of somewhere,
Not
smashed
another
into,
planet,
okay,
just
4/5.
more matter, because we're talking about the formation of the solar system.
So was this like a rogue meteorite or comet or a rogue planet? You
No,
said it
just
was
the
a planet?
matter that was in the accretion disk, man.
Yeah, but the accretion disk is all going to be spinning in one direction.
Uh-huh.
Another weird assumption. I have a more interesting topic. Not to, no offense, Larry. It sounds like you want to read up on the sort of planet formation theories. But the telescope images of the DART impact are starting to be published online. They look pretty cool.
What dark impact?
A DART, DART, satellite that hit an asteroid today.
Yeah, it They streamed it live.
Yeah.
Are you talking about
It
the
didn't
top?
have to be that the last macro block that got sent had to be dark red, so it filled the screen with blood. They didn't have to do that.
Yeah, it would have been more believable if it was just like a black screen instead of a red screen. You know.
Are you talking about like Red Dead Redemption?
Incidences as they are.
They're at theatrical blood on the screen. What are you talking about?
It turned
The
red.
last frame that was sent from the equipment before it impacted the satellite, so it wouldn't be able to transmit anymore. The last block in the video or the photo was corrupted because obviously it didn't send the whole thing, and what it got was dark red, and that filled the rest of the screen.
Why did they ram it?
Yeah, why not push it?
Why did they do this? Why did they just? What was the whole goal of this?
The acronym of DART explains it.
Yeah.
Just trying to test
asteroid
hitting
redirection.
asteroids and
asteroid
being accurate.
redirection test. Yeah, the ART in DART stands for asteroid redirection test. Anyway, I put one of the first that I've seen that's been published. I've seen a few more. The images from telescopes that are, they corroborate exactly at the exact timestamp when, the live stream of DART impacting happened. Pretty remarkable, actually.
Well, why would they not have that timed?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Just saying, it's pretty remarkable. First of its kind.
Just happens to be one of those average, one of those perfect round numbers away. It's 100 million miles away. And we're hitting it with something that's pretty small, I don't know why they expect it to budge.
You have to be really accurate.
Yeah, if you could hit
like
it.
Extreme accuracy.
Seems to me you'd want to nudge it if you got there. The last thing you want to do is give up your one opportunity. I don't know what kind of momentum they think. I don't know. I'd have to.
I think they're just testing, like being able to touch an asteroid.
I didn't quite get what was in contention there, Dan.
Well,
I don't think they're trying to move it. They're just trying to be able to.
No, they are. They're going to. So
they're going to save the Earth.
Not on this specific test. Like they were trying to move it. They're just trying to hit it.
I'm pretty sure they're going to measure the orbit of the. They didn't hit the large asteroid. It's a double asteroid system. They hit the much smaller one, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna measure the period, what the period after impact is, and see if it's changed.
NASA, the greatest simulated video game ever. Super.
Oh, so you're saying that DART, that satellite could have moved the
great addition to the
orbit?
conversation, Brian. Well, that's what they're testing now after the impact. Yeah.
Wouldn't you need some type of an explosion? Some big, maybe a bomb or something?
I'm pretty sure just a large enough force impacting it. You only need a bomb if it's like Armageddon. It's what's that one movie?
Yeah.
But think about it, like a motorcycle hits a semi. Not much happens to that semi.
Yeah, this is a big rock too.
How much did the DART project cost?
330 mil.
Yeah, how fast was the satellite going when it hit that little meteor?
All that money they could have saved. Yeah, we could have fed all the starving people. Yeah.
So there's 330 million people roughly in the United States.
Yeah, we could have all given them $1, man.
13,000 miles per hour or something like that.
Yeah, that's a weird analogy. Whoever asked about the motorcycle and semi-truck.
Why?
Not analogous at all. Not analogous.
Because
there's hit a large object with a small one.
So there's no it's easier to move objects.
If it was going 20,000 mile an hour motorbike hitting a semi, that'd be nothing left of it.
It's like moving an object in a pool. It's easier.
Terry gets it. Because it seems like Terry understands some of the information about what's going on instead of just.
I was watching a bit of the live
Well, are you saying it damaged the asteroid? Are you suggesting that it damaged the asteroid?
Well, I mean, based on these observations, some interaction happened. I mean, for God's sakes, look at it, Dan.
Well, technically, this is the first important thing they've done in a long time. If they could save the Earth, I wonder if they chose this target because it's in a relative orbit, or
my goodness, look at this thing in the chat. You think nothing happened?
Just fire some space time at it, man. Shit.
Yo, by the way, if you Google Dart mission, Google displays it sideways.
That's almost as good as Atari, Chronic.
I'm not even kidding. Go to Google and type Dart mission.
Good one.
And
That's
then
like
hit enter,
like
and you'll see your screen goes sideways.
Yeah, what do you think of Geo back in the days when I was a kid? We used to play those Atari asteroid games.
And was addicted to them.
That's who they're selling it to. They're selling it to people in that generation. So make it familiar, you know?
I remember Space Invaders and Pitfall and all that on Atari. But look, we just need to focus a beam of space time right at it, right? It's all we need is just focus a little extra space time at it.
You're almost describing you're almost, but in a very bad way, describing an actual proposed idea.
Can we start calling it the?
Dude, I'm about to start making money off y'all dumb fucks, man. Excuse me, that was a joke. But just proposing something like that, dude. I got a theory. I'll just come up with some math.
That's what he's too high for you, Brian.
I'll come up with some math from Bacon, dude, and we'll start testing, dude. I'll just write up a story, bro.
Like yours.
Be all it takes, right?
Can we change
Well,
it?
if we base it off your ideas, Brian would be a millionaire.
So the elusive space-time, doesn't that sound like a better name for it?
I'm still confused. If my motorcycle hit a semi, even if it damaged the semi, it's not going to change the path.
What are the relative speeds, Dan? What are the relative speeds of your hypothetical motorcycle and your semi, please?
I'm just still trying to change the path of the heavier object. The heavier object being hit by the lighter object.
Exactly. You're afraid to answer. What are the relative velocities between the two? That's a very important thing, Dan.
I'm thinking.
I got an idea, man.
I'm thinking.
We could send one of them planes like went through World Trade Center, man. Dude, them planes will stop any fucking thing, right?
If you're going to ignore my question, Dan, and keep asking yours, then take some pause and think about things.
Take a break.
Anyway, Brian, you were almost describing this idea.
Chronic, that wasn't a very good faith interaction. He was starting to get into the mathematics. He was looking at some things.
Not at all.
All you did was just sort of like hound him and then just
said nothing about math, Gio.
Why didn't you? No, I mean, there's a discussion.
Yes, I did, man.
You know, I'm just saying. If
he's talking about Dan, Brian. His statement was purely qualitative. It had two things: a motorcycle and a semi. I'm the one that tried to ask for quantitative assessment of it. What are the relative speeds? Give me some numbers.
So the question is, how is this little dart going to move such a heavy object? That's
right. But you're evading the question that's being asked.
No, I asked the question. I'm not evading a thing.
Yeah, you asked a question in response to a question.
Yes.
So what?
Just take a pause, Dan. Think about what I'm asking, and then we can return to the conversation.
There's a reason why that question is being asked.
I mean, they're building the fake simulation space thing anyway, so I'm sure that they didn't miss the physics of what they try to claim of the vacuum and all that, and the size of the made up asteroid and all that stuff. So I kind of imagine, Dan, that maybe there isn't a hole there, but it would be interesting to still see those calculations nonetheless. At least just see if they synced it up right.
Yeah, their
model was complete.
I was always under the impression that they were going to push something if they got there.
I mean, if it's all fake and CGI,
propulsion.
It is fake. Your model was completed by that lady who came up with the dark matter. Dude. That's what was missing. That lady who came up with the missing math, who proposed dark space-time. I mean, not space-time, but dark matter, dark energy, and that was the missing link for the algorithm for the simulation.
What?
So they've been working on it ever since, man. Would they know? They said they wouldn't even. I mean.
What?
You could make a good argument that everything they're doing is through computers anyway. So would they really know if it was all a simulation? No, it's same shit. They said they wouldn't even know the real thing between a demonstration or a practice launch. They didn't. It was the same.
Some people argue that we know we're not in a simulation because pi exists, or like the square root of 2.
He wasn't talking about simulation theory. He was talking about the spaceship being simulated.
Or 3x plus 1. But yeah, I was talking about, they said that some of them operators said that they couldn't tell the difference between the real moon landing launches and the simulations. They were exactly the same. So, it could, but I mean, I've seen a bunch of shit long time ago on the simulations in the computers. So is it feasible that it could all be in a computer? They could have the universe in a computer?
Exactly. Like when you think about it, whatever space is, like let's just say it was real. Let's say space was real and they're actually going up there and they're going out in rockets and all that. Well, whoever is NASA, let's say, are the kind of final arbiter because they're the ones getting the signal. So I'm just saying this is from the idea that it's real. They launch a thing out there. They launch a thing out there and their systems are receiving the data. Oh, it's at this Lagrange point. Oh, it's doing this, it's doing that. They're the ones doing that. So they're getting that signal. Now, all that signal is to everyone on the ground is just that. It's a signal of a claim. So it would be extremely easy for them to do this. Nobody on the ground working for NASA can verify anything's in space ever.
Yeah,
all they're doing is receiving data on computer screens. So it'd be very easy for them to do that.
Yeah. So what your claim involves, Gio, though, your claim involves this every single, unilaterally worldwide, not connected to NASA, non-government, privately owned, all of these under that entire umbrella requires all of them to be observing CGI generated by some all-knowing, powerful whatever.
No, it's a bunch of them. It ain't just one thing up there. It's a bunch of things up there.
No,
and you know that
I'm talking about this specific experiment.
Well, you heard about oh my God, what was it, man? Hold on.
Okay, I do need to mention that to your point about them looking at CGI, the Hubble director, who's worked there for 25 years, admitted he's never actually seen.
That's what I was trying to think of. Thank you, Eli.
He's looking at a dot on the screen. Essentially, that's what he said.
Okay.
So,
did you ever hear that? What Eli's describing? Did you ever hear? Did you ever hear that conversation between that guy and the director of Hubble?
Yep. The phone call. Yeah. What about it?
That didn't open your eyes a little bit, make you suspicious. Like, dude, this guy's in charge.
The fact that he's saying, "What about it?" Look, he's never seen the thing that he's worked to look at a screen at all his life. He's in charge of it.
He's in charge of the damn thing.
So how does so now make your statement and then put it with my statement?
So he's never seen the Hubble Space Telescope, which is supposedly orbiting in space. He's never seen it orbiting in space with his own eyes, other than just seeing the what?
And Robert Bassano had to point out to him the degradation of orbits and the formula and all that shit. And the guy was like, because the guy said there's no thrusters on there, and the guy was pretty much dumbfounded. Man, that didn't open your eyes even a little bit.
No, not at all.
Man, come on, dude. So how is the Hubble
they've raised its orbit several times.
Why didn't the guy in charge know that at the time, though? At the time, I know they've updated the information, bro. Listen, I know they've updated the information. Why didn't the guy in charge know that at the time? The guy in charge.
How did they put it there?
How am I supposed to know that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you like interrogating me on why some Hubble, some NASA employee, director, whoever didn't know the answer to it? Interrogating.
My heart goes out to you, bro. Hold on, Dan. My heart goes out to you, bro. For some reason, my heart goes out, and I refuse to give up.
I appreciate that. Sure.
Show y'all, man. Look, they update information based on new facts and everything to
appreciate your
heartfelt, man. Yeah, so if the guy in charge, I mean, is it at least fair to say that the guy in charge should have known about that shit?
I have no idea. Maybe not. Maybe he's too high. He doesn't deal with that stuff. Maybe he's more administrative. I have countless different explanations. I have no idea.
Well, they've since then updated the information. They're doing a lot of that, and
I'm talking about this one specific example where we saw a live stream of a satellite impacting a rock that's claimed to be in space earlier today, and now dozens and dozens of telescopes and private citizens, private telescopes, public, government, non-government, U.S., not U.S., all different countries around the world training their telescopes toward where this impact happened and seeing the signal.
I would really love to see a few of the private ones. I'll trust them a lot more. Can you show me some of the private ones? You said there's so many.
I mean, all they would have to do is, ram aircraft into each other, and at that great of a distance.
Right. All they'd have to do is create whatever visual effect in the sky, whether it's even a physical thing. I mean, of course, they have all kinds of equipment that they could create an explosion with any kind of missiles or whatever it may be. But
at the distance and direction of a rock that's already out there.
It just dropped.
Yes, necessarily.
And whether you get, and then the idea of holography and
of course you can construct any sort of conspiratorial explanation about anything. Yes, everyone understands that.
So that's what you keep doing.
Well, you have a conspiracy that it's true. Yeah, you have a conspiracy that it's true.
It's corroborated by countless private, public, all different types of people observing it. That at the time where it was predicted to happen, perfectly, matching. And of course, your response, of course, is, well, yeah, if it's all faked CGI, of course they timed it perfectly.
None of it's online. None of it's online yet. So I don't know why you're imagining it's.
Are you not in the text chat, Dan?
We
posted several independent observations of it already from the ground.
Okay, I'll go.
I'll see the same video over and over again. Where's the other one?
Yeah, one sec. I mean, I'm laughing at myself for even doing this, but where's the other one? Okay, I'll post the second one. Next question: where's the third? Where's the fourth? And then it, So anyway, let me get you guys some more. Some more from private, public, government, non-government, U.S., non-U.S., et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Were they all live streamed? Can you show me
exactly?
Right, so
you're on the script so hard right now. Was there a telescope watching that telescope that observed it? Was there a camera on that one?
Northern Hemisphere or Southern?
So Chronic, the group that's claiming that they put this thing on an asteroid in outer space is NASA, and then a bunch of other folks, you're saying, saw the same thing that happened in the sky. That's where we're at so far?
Yep.
Okay.
Independent of NASA, private, public.
Yes, and you're using the independent people that they all witnessed something happen in the sky to somehow that is it something that is important to you as to somehow verifying that it's real, or that it actually is the thing that NASA's saying?
Of course.
Okay, and then is your goal to convince others in this room of that?
My goal is my goal here is never to convince anyone of anything. I just like talking about cool new things.
Right, but when people
I get
say
bored
like,
about the same old,
when people are giving different ideas of the when people are giving different ideas of what it is, like, oh, it could be fake, could be this, could be that. You seem to be ridiculing that and then trying to force people back into your thing. So that's why it seems like you're trying to convince people. If you're not, then yeah, we could all just share ideas about whatever.
I've literally not shot down anyone else's claim. I always say, yep, could be, probably not.
You've been sitting here ridiculing all the other ideas other than the one.
Yeah, you cut me off every time I went to talk.
No, Gio, I accepted your CGI. NASA's putting CGI in the sky so that every country that observed this, outside the U.S., private, public, everything, has got duped by the NASA CGI in the sky. That's a possibility.
Have you
I actually never said CGI in the sky ever. I never used those words together.
Holography would be computer generated.
Holography, yeah, sorry. Holography.
How would they do this?
I just want to point out, Travis, that he said there was multiple other people.
It doesn't matter how they would do it.
Footage, right? And I asked to see it, and now Extreme says it have the GIF on here.
I got 6 people talking to me at once, man. Give me a second. I'll give you. Give me a second.
Of course, it matters how they do it,
right? I'm just pointing out that extremists.
Oh, I almost had them. Oh, it was 3 of them. Whoa.
Hey, Elijah, you're hot micing, bro.
Can anyone
say it again?
Is he playing Dark Souls?
I'll try to say it again. Right? I'm just asking for what you said that you have, and then extremists have said, pretty sure several people in this room right now are in this footage, and it's footage of people.
He's in the text chat. If you want to address him in the text chat, man. He just posted the goalpost.
Why? I use voice chat.
But it's relevant to what's going on. So
Can anyone explain why an asteroid would be lit up to begin with?
Again, another
Call
just
the sun.
unspeakable question from Dan. Just all-time best question ever asked.
Sonic, what's wrong with that question, dude? You just seem to be disparaging everyone else and not having an actual conversation.
Why would there be
I
an
truly
object
don't.
in the sky
I don't
lit up?
know if Dan is confused or trolling. I really don't.
All right, well
Sorry,
then
go
mute
ahead,
your mic
Doofus.
if you
All
have
right.
nothing positive.
How about
to
an
say.
answer? How about a fucking answer?
How about addressing it? Why?
Yeah.
Why did? How many miles away
Why would any
is it?
other
And
why would
how
any
is it?
other rock up in the sky be lit up
How is-
because the sun is
Whoa.
in our fucking solar system?
All right, we got to go one at a time. I thought I was speaking, but whoever wants to go, I guess.
No, I'll go on mute, Gio. I'll let Doofus take over while I find address Larry's commands.
I'm not like
Here,
telling you to go on mute. It just seems like you're not wanting to have the conversation. Like Dan just said, why is it emitting light? And then you just instantly started like doing some eye roll thing instead of actually addressing it. Why do they claim it's emitting light if it's how far it is away?
Right.
I'll
So
let Doofus-
it seems that you
Doofus, go ahead,
didn't hear me say the sun. It seems that you didn't hear that part.
I'm gonna disconnect.
There's two of them,
Elijah.
MJ. There's two of them.
Elijah,
Oh,
I don't
just-
want to mute you, bro. So I'm just gonna disconnect you.
No, just mute him. It's all right. He knows. Elijah,
Well,
you're hot micing.
He'll be muted when he comes back, and he won't be able to talk. If he wants to come back, he
fuck!
can
I knew it.
reconnect, right?
Oh shit!
Elijah, it's all right.
Just mute him.
Yeah, I'll mute
And
him.
then he can ask to talk when he comes back.
Yeah, he usually just puts it in text.
Yeah, that's not complicated.
Okay, whatever.
I guess it's effectively the same as if he's disconnected, though, since he's clearly not listening.
So I'm looking at this video. You're saying it's lit by the sun. Then the explosion overpowers the sun in brightness for a moment. And then the ejecta gets ahead of the object.
It doesn't overpower the brightness of the sun, Dan.
Well,
the sun isn't in the shot.
We can't even see the Dragon capsule when it approaches ISS. And how can we see that little ass thing way out there?
You can. You can see when the Dragon capsule is docked to the ISS. If
No,
you have
I'm talking about the
large
approach.
telescope. You can't do it with a P900, for instance, because the P900 is not good enough to do that.
Well, listen, y'all show me the model with it docked, but I think that looks ridiculous. But anyway, the ISS is supposedly every 90 minutes circling the Earth. So every time they get a resupply, and they dock so slow that the whole Earth in the path should be able to photograph the approach, 2 or 3 times. Every time it approaches, and all y'all supplied me was a model of a already docked shuttle-looking thing. But shouldn't we see the Dragon in by angular size? The Dragon capsule would be way bigger and probably shinier, and we even have a reference where it's docking to, where it's heading. And I mean, how can we see a dull rock when we can't even see a shiny rocket?
Since
It doesn't make sense, man. Use your common sense, guys.
And wasn't this supposed to be the smaller of two? Wasn't there supposed to be two together? And why haven't we seen
the chat is filling with photos that Brian asked for him. No.
I deny those photos.
Why?
Nuh-uh.
What?
Like what Glatflow posted.
That's literally stacked images. You know that when you take a telescope, a really big one, you're talking about like a 12 or 14 inch telescope, the ISS is smaller than Jupiter. I mean, it's like a P next to Jupiter. That's a stacked image. That's a stacked image.
Get a good telescope.
And that's not the Dragon approaching either, man.
I mean, the top one it is. Topmost.
So if I could see the ISS that clear, why can't I see a rocket docking with it?
I mean, it really depends on the camera and lens you use.
You could just give me one. I've been asking for this for 3 years.
Yeah,
and they give me bullshit and act like I'm the idiot.
So what's with the one that was posted first? One that has the arrow, it says SpaceX Dragon.
I'm not seeing it. Let me go back and look again, man. It's probably going to be the same bullshit, but, maybe there's something new. Okay, where's an arrow? Okay.
Yeah, they posted 3 of them.
Okay, no, listen. I want to see it approaching. Like I said, this thing circles the Earth. It doesn't have to move far. I just want to see motion. I don't want to see a still shot, man. This is the freaking
Right, of course.
2022, bro.
It's
Okay?
insufficient to see the ISS with an additional piece attached to it. You want to see the piece get there, of course, Brian.
I want to see an approach everywhere on Earth in its path.
Oh, for
A
God's
few
sakes,
times
where's
we'll be
that
lined up for a few minutes,
post
man.
moving?
We can't see an approach of a rocket, but we can see an asteroid 100,000 times further away or whatever it is.
Why can't you see it?
Dude, you're showing me a stacked image of a docked whatever, okay? Like I said, with a 14-inch telescope, man, the ISS is still a pea compared to Jupiter, and Jupiter is tiny, tiny. You know? Like, dude, these are stacked images, man.
The ISS takes up exactly a 50th of the size of the moon.
Interesting.
Just show me a picture and write SpaceX Dragon next to it.
Yeah, with the additional piece visible in the frame.
Oh my God, dude.
It's just that when we ask for moving images and you tell us, like you tell me about Epic and Himwari, and we're asking for video, and you keep bringing up still shots, and then you tell me it's every 10 seconds, it's just as good, and frame rate this and frame rate that. We've heard of moving video, man. It's not rare, it's not unusual, it's not impossible.
That's stacked images on top of that. It's processed.
Right, but you're just asking for more evidence. Don't mind the evidence that's already presented. You need more. It becomes more that you need, and then you need more than that because it keeps moving further and further down the line, Dan.
Wouldn't it be fun just to see the thing leave?
Bro.
Let's say Dragon splits and it's got some thrusters and we can see them. Wouldn't that be cool? Wouldn't that be cool? Is that so fucked up?
I'd like to see that.
Yeah,
I don't know why we don't document this with videos. Why not?
I mean, I seen a rocket in a place, a surplus store, and that guy pointed to me. He said it was from the lunar, not the lander, but the command module. And he says a spare, and they really had it. It's on loan right now in a museum. And he told me he was an expert on rockets, and he pointed at it and he said that was the only rocket ever designed to fire at over 70 miles high. And I just thought that was interesting from a guy that knows rockets. So yeah,
rockets down here in Florida don't look like they're going nowhere near 70 miles, but maybe they are.
A rocket firing in space would be pretty interesting because they do bring all the fuels and everything. It'd probably even make a flame.
Shit, if there was a video of that, I'd watch it.
The problem is they say we see light for, pretty much if there's nothing blocking it forever. I mean, this is 250 miles away, guys. We have a reference frame. And everywhere on Earth in its path should get a good 5 to anywhere from really 3 to 8 minutes, and some good zenith 8 minutes. Well, that'd have to be right overhead, but still, it's going to circle the Earth 4 or 5 times while it's approaching. It seemed like it's only 250 miles. Why in the world can't we show some approach? Some cool videos of it.
Yeah, and the thing that Jeremy said the other day, which is one I hadn't heard before, which is a great one. And it's a little bit of it's still with the ISS, but a slightly different scale, which is that there's no footage of anyone being on the ISS floating around doing their thing and actually leaving the space station and going out into a spacewalk. That whole uninterrupted being in the thing, going out into space and then floating around in space, that doesn't exist either.
So I just
yeah, right, because why would we need more evidence?
Today at 11:27 p.m. right, and I clicked on the video and I'm watching the ISS, and it's kind of twinkling like the stars do, what we call atmospheric turbulence, right? It's just kind of wobbly a little bit. But if this thing is moving at 17,500 miles an hour, where's the motion blur?
Yeah, that's a good point as well.
Excuse me?
All the stars should be blurring too.
Hold
That's a
on.
whole other. But yeah.
Are you asking for something that's stationary in the frame to have motion blur?
Yeah, when things move fast, like there's motion blur, right?
No, yes, because they're moving fast in the frame. That's when motion blur occurs, is when something moves across the frame and has blur in the frame. If the object in question is in the frame stationary, there cannot possibly be motion blur. That can't happen.
There's nothing stationary about it.
Okay, yes. It's something stationary about it because it's stationary in the frame.
The frame of what? The universe?
No, the frame of the fucking camera.
The sky? What are you talking about?
They have to be trolling. They cannot be this dumb. It's
They-
impossible.
Yeah.
No, we're not dumb. We just believe it.
No, that's
It's
not
not even
how this
about
works.
belief. Listen to
You're
the
not
question
believing
you're
it for a valid
asking.
reason. You're
We have to
saying
be
we should
polite.
have motion blur for something that isn't moving in the frame.
We're being forced
That
to be
makes no
polite.
sense.
Just we have to be polite, guys. Come on. Just don't question their intelligence. Just and Doofus is
Listen
doing a
to
great.
the question
Doofus is
you're
doing a good
asking.
job. He's doing a good job just addressing it without sort of.
Yeah. By the way, nobody's being forced into anything. And if we don't have any moderation, then it's just a complete toxic cesspool shit show. So for you to criticize us for trying to have real conversations is, I don't think
that's true.
Okay, well,
integrity.
maybe I should ask a question in response to the question. What would cause motion blur?
Good question.
Motion.
Strontium, holographic images, or let me ask you something.
I would say a frame rate
Thanks,
that's
Brian.
slower. A frame rate that's slower than the object moving in the frame.
If it's moving in the frame,
Ultimately.
that's a good start.
Well, it's the frame rate that lags. Yeah. The frame rate can't keep up with the actual pace that the thing is moving.
The aperture, the shutter speed. So unless you got shutter speed faster than 17,500 miles an hour.
That's crazy because sorry, Frank, my
Shutter speed is
P1000
in
got lag in
miles
the
per
fact.
hour.
Oh,
My
I want
girl-
to just clear that up real quick because there's no shutter speed quoted in miles per hour. That is ridiculous.
Right. That's why there should be motion blur.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I went to shoot the ISS last time it passed my house, and I was having to aim off to the side with my P1000. My wife has a iPhone 10 Max or whatever. It ain't a brand new one, but it's a pretty good one. And she was aiming right at it and got it. So the video I wound up posting was from her damn camera. From her phone, it was better than the shit my own camera got, and I got a pretty good camera. Ain't that weird?
Yeah, optical image stabilization is a very good feature in some point and shoot cameras. Even the more expensive ones, it seems that they don't have the range that some of these cell phones do these days.
Yeah, but why wouldn't it just film the sky? You know, I didn't have. I'm just shooting out. You know, even if it was out of focus, I'm just aiming at a direction in the sky. I didn't zoom in this way before I zoomed in or anything. And so that's basically what her phone did. It just grabbed a picture of the light in the sky around it. You know, why wouldn't my P1000 at least match what her phone did? You know, just show me, even if it's out of focus a little bit, just show me that portion of the sky I'm aiming at. I had to aim off to the side. That is strange. And the best answer I've got so far professionally was like holograms do that. But I know, you know, stars do that with telescopes too. So could be that. I don't know. Well, how else would you explain it if I'm, you know?
Right, I just did, though, just a moment ago, Brian, just before you started talking again.
Hey, anyway, the first 10 times, no, let me say this, the first three times I asked the question about show me the dragon approaching, I was dead serious. I wanted to see him. I thought it would be cool because I just filmed the rocket and everything past my house. And but then since then, you know, it's been, I stretched a little bit, but a couple years. And now I know what I'm going to see. So that's why I asked you not to show me that bullshit little still shot, stacked image. Show me the rocket approaching. So the sun's going to reflect off the rocket, right? It's only 250 miles, according to y'all. We see point source light for eternity or whatever. I mean, what's the problem here, people? Why are y'all defending this horse shit?
Well, Brian, this is kind of on a psychological. I mean, as a response to the last thing you said there, because I was thinking about this earlier, and this is definitely in no negativity to anyone who believes anything, but I would just say that in some cases, I think beliefs can almost be like possession states. It's like a possession state of the mind, where the belief is somehow experienced by the person as reality. But it's almost as if they're possessed by the lie and they themselves can't see it. And then they're just defending what they think is true in a lot of cases.
Strange to me, dude, because I like coming up with my own ideas and my own thoughts and little cool imagination, you know, of what it could be up there. And it's just like, dude, if I'm told everything about my reality, I don't get to come up with nothing because all the smart people are telling me my reality. You know, what kind of life is that? I mean, I guess if you just want to be sure about every damn thing that comes out your mouth because you read it and because they told you, I mean, but I just can't see living like that. I'd rather lose the arrogance and come up with my own ideas, even if 99% of them are wrong. I mean, I just can't imagine, man.
But
I
you
don't
are,
know.
Brian, you are coming up with your own ideas, are you not? No one's stopping you from doing that.
Yeah, but you have to repeat what you're told. Don't that suck?
No, I don't at all.
You don't, but you do. I mean, I don't know, man. I don't want to sound rude, bro, because it really, man. I'm trying to imagine it.
Who told me that this current event that happened today? Who told me to think the things and say the things about the follow-up, videos and images that show the impact from telescopes on the ground?
Okay.
No
Who
one
told you how to?
say
Who
that.
told you how to handle it? Fire some space time at it, Brian Leakey. Fire some space.
You're not saying it right, Brian. Okay. Your idea is interesting. It's already been thought of, unfortunately. So that's kind of ironic. We're talking about thinking of your own stuff, but in this case, it's already been sort of thought about. It's called a gravitational tractor. No, that's not a joke either. That's not a joke.
What?
That's actually not a joke. But it is a little ironic.
Gravitational tractor? What's that?
Brian, you got to move on to the net. You got to come up with something yourself instead of stuff that's already been thought of. Yeah, I'll give you a wiki link.
I got to mute, bro. I'm sorry, man.
What's a gravitational tractor? I'm wondering.
One second. You seem to be eating. I'll do the search for you. Here we go. There you go. Doofus.
Bro, wake up, dude. Please, wake up. I don't want to yell too loud because people got headphones, but I wish I could just scream, bro, wake up. Come on, you seem smart.
No, but that's what I'm saying, Brian, like about the possession state thing. And I'm not trying to call him out or anything, but in general, like if people are in a certain mindset, there's nothing anyone else is going to be able to say, you know what I'm saying? To like shift them out of that.
But look,
maybe though, man, maybe. I mean,
but if I wasn't here to tell Brian that his idea has already been thought of by maybe way smarter people, maybe way dumber people, who knows, then he would go off spending, useless time thinking more and more about this idea that's already been thought of.
Dude, do you think I think about asteroids, bro? Do you think that's...
well, you said this idea at least 2 or 3 times right now. I'm just saying,
I thought it was funny, bro. I thought
it's just a little example.
To be
that's all.
happy and funny, just throwing it out as a joke. Like as a joke. It really is a joke. Space-time isn't something, bro. You can't bottle it up. You can't condense it and fire it, bro. So if they're telling you this, please don't donate to it.
Yeah.
At least
I'm not shutting I'm acknowledging all your statements. Maybe, could be.
Dude, Chronic's
like
entire life is dedicated to this model, so it would be a huge shift if you were to shift out of it. Like, what would you have to do, Chronic? Find a whole new...
but you see, I'm not shutting anything Brian's saying down, right? I'm acknowledging everything he's saying as possible.
This as a gravity tractor is a theoretical tractor. Does this thing exist or not?
You lied. You said it was real. I voted tractor beam on the Death Star.
He did not say it was real.
Did I say real?
You
I
didn't
said
say
an
it was
idea.
real. So why you
said other people had thought of it before.
Yeah,
that's what I said.
I think I latched onto this is not a joke.
Oh yes, my bad, guys. Yeah, definitely not a real thing.
That's why I was confused. What the hell this thing is?
And listen, everybody, just so you know, we made coffee in space at the International Space Station.
What the fuck is wrong with
Yeah, right.
That's
Since I've been here,
we did the chugga movement, and we had coffee, and that was exactly what you are thinking that it is. This has been done, Pettit. Thank you.
Oh my. Larry's not here.
Hey, well, let's just go put Cavendish next to it, man. We can just go park some lead balls next to it. But no, seriously,
I did all this work for Larry.
Since I've been here, guys, real quick, dude, don't interrupt. I'll make it quick. Since I've been here, we found out that y'all are mapping this stuff as a 2D surface up there, and then we got people throwing up ideas seriously that space-time is going to be condensed at it. We've got, I know that ain't exactly right, but still, I mean, that was literally a joke. And then we've also, found out that they're like, 3 million or whatever dollars is being donated to this. That's why I was talking about getting with Bacon, and letting him be more. I'll give him the ideas, let him do it mathematically, and we can come up with an idea how to condense the space time on paper, and make up a good web page and duke people, man, and really duke people with ideas like this. But man, I'm just too. I don't have
all three of the
soul
things you
to
said
be
were
dishonest
incorrect.
like that to people.
Sure, but
to me,
all three of the things were incorrect that you just said. But
I'd be selling my soul, dude. I could dupe people who are, it'd be like a Bible
objectively
salesman. I
incorrect,
don't mean
not
nothing against
subjectively.
Christians or nothing, but it'd be because I am one. But it'd be like a Bible salesman, like people who are duped into something, like a certain religion or something like that, and it's like getting over on them. I couldn't do it. To me, I'd be selling my soul to do something like that to dupe y'all people, man. But it'd be so easy to do a GoFundMe on all kinds of stuff, dude. We got good imaginations too, but we're honest. Luckily, because there are some cheats out there doing GoFundMe's getting millions of dollars and just disappearing, man. And we know how stupid people are. No offense, not you, but the masses, they believe anything you tell them, anything they read. A lot of them, man. And but we're honest people, man. So it's tempting, though. It's very tempting.
Yeah, I'm acknowledging everything. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big process humanity's going through, and uncovering the level of deceptions is likely much deeper than most people probably would have assumed.
Dude, I think people are unsubscribing from space more and more every day. Just the whole thing. Unsubscribe.
Probably because they're not getting anything from it.
Just unsub. Yeah, you think so? I guess. I mean, do you think a lot of it's like hyped up numbers more than actual people interested, and hyped up media?
It's a vocal minority. I mean, it's like, oh, Elon Musk, he's tweeting. But people who live, and do like everyday stuff.
They've stole people's souls. They've stole their imaginations. Like they're told we live on a ball, so there's nowhere to go to explore. It's all been discovered. In space, it's there's nowhere to go even up there unless you're a machine head. Unless you're a machine head.
It's just that you can't. It's just a club of people who can go up there, and you ain't in it.
Yeah, but they robbed their imagination, man. And by doing that, man, you took a piece of their soul. Like, dude, we have conversations when they're not around, and that are just epic, man. Like just ideas and just and even like I said, if half of them, 99.99% are wrong, these are just possibilities, man. And that's awesome, man. That's some of the best conversations we have of people's personal thoughts and expanding on each other's ideas. And it's like, dude, for somebody to rob me of my idea of what's possibly out there, it just killed me, man. It would just, dude, it hurts my heart a little bit thinking about it, about normal people who their imagination are robbed.
You can at the end of the day, you can believe whatever you want to believe.
What was your last idea? Your own idea that you learned that they got wrong?
Hopefully Larry comes back.
They've socially engineered the intellectual curiosity out of most of us. That's kind of where we're at, right?
Yeah, unless it fits into one of their government-funded, projects or "quote unquote" science. Yeah, unless it fits into one of the tenets of the whole kind of fake empire they have built up.
Exactly. Our sense of curiosity is under attack. Our sense of wonder. We're being encouraged to not look at the world with our own minds, just be told what to think.
I disagree completely.
Yeah.
Like they'd love to train people in, let's say, the medical field and just download the protocols to them and make all the drugs and just have those people just give the drugs to people way more than they would rather, actually support people to understand things for themselves and to actually explore new ideas and to actually make discoveries on their own, not connected in with what they want you to be doing and what they're funding.
Yeah, that's why millions of dollars goes into medical research all the time.
Of course,
because they don't want to learn new things.
No, y'all don't know my level. Yeah,
they want to learn more. Hold on, let me just say real quick, just to that, they want to figure out more ways to doctor the body. falsely altering the body's function from nature. Yes, they have a lot of interest in that, manipulating cellular function and controlling the body through synthetic chemicals. So yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
they could tell us what something looked like 4 billion years ago and have thousands of different classes of all this and that, and they can't cure a runny fucking nose. Give me a break, dude.
Money they put into cancer with no results, really though.
Cannabis works,
Right?
and
So many things work.
in a lot of not
Then
for
the
all.
people who do get results, like that one guy with the with the frequency shit, you know, and cured 14 out of 14 people, they just raid their lab and take it all away. I mean, is that a coincidence? But you got to put yourself in this position. What if you had everything?
Cancer?
Well, we don't have to go into the we could stay out of the medical stuff around.
Yeah, okay.
But
yeah.
I mean, unless it's something chill enough, but it seems like it's headed that direction.
It was a certain kind though, but I'll change the subject. But let's just say this, man. Everybody put yourself in a position where I'll change the subject right here. Everybody put yourself in the position of you having everything. It's going to give you a complex where you feel responsible. If you have like trillions of dollars, you control the printed money. You're going to feel responsible for everything. You get a God complex, but you don't want to be taken down. You want to keep it in the family. So there's certain things you'd have to do to keep it in the family and to keep it with you and yours. And that's exactly what they do. So
yes,
use your imagination to consider that.
That's how I see it too. Absolutely. You just nailed it on the head. Like at the end of the day, when people say like, why would they lie and all that, there could be multiple reasons, but if we view them as a family, whatever the cabal, one family, whether it's 10 families, 18, whatever it is, multiple, even if it's hundreds of families, if we just kind of group them into one group in that sense, the ones that are, have control of the Federal Reserve and et cetera, they are lying to us to maintain their position. So their position of wealth, not going to prison, running the militaries, creating wars, the media, big pharma, big oil, all of it, that whole position they have rides on deceiving us that they're not doing it. Because if we knew that they were doing it, we would not allow it to happen. So when those astronauts are up there lying on the ISS and all that stuff, they literally are doing, it's like a family business in a way, except their family business is screwing over the masses of humanity and and being able to create the money so they can basically have infinite money and we all have to work and generate the money.
And they have got to fool you to rule you, period. You can't know as much as them and them still be in charge. They've
Right,
got
they're not just like doing it. Right, they're not just doing it.
They have a formula.
Yep.
So Brian, I swear we've had this conversation before, but you're asking for people to do their own stuff. I mean, can I turn the question on you? Are you doing?
Bro, I was just trying to wake people up, man. I'm trying to wake people up. That's all. Right. But you can ask me anything, bro. I'll do my best to answer it, man.
Yeah, I feel like you said you are making new battery shit in your garage.
Yeah, I changed my my approach though, man. I'm gonna try plastic. I'm gonna try and mix these like the copper nanoparticles in different types, and like copper's easy to make, but I'm gonna try it with different metals and try and mix it with plastic because that's the new thing, and it's like it won't be no good for cars and shit like that. But all you got to do is find one good combination of these metals and these plastics, and there's so many different kinds. It's insane. They could never go through the quadrizigadillion amount of combinations. But I'm trying to find one for like for stationary energy use, like home.
So if you find a miracle one, like a exotic one that nobody has found, are you planning on sort of writing up your experiment you're doing, your results, anything like that, or
I have to get with a chemist. I'd have to get with a chemist, but I'm keeping decent track of what I'm doing, and I found a couple little things. I mean, I got a paper battery to work, and then I wound up looking it up, and it's like they already got that. I thought I invented something, dude. When I put the lead from the positive and negative out of a battery onto paper and shit, and put my voltmeter on it a couple years ago, and I was like, look at this. I show my wife and everything, and I look it up. They already got the shit. Wow.
Damn.
But anyway, that is my hobby, though, man.
There you go. That's respectable.
So we were on a topic, weren't we?
Sorry. Yeah, Brian was asking around, so I did go. I thought you wanted to veer away from medical, but sorry, you can pick it back up, Gio.
But I think there's a formula these guys, and there's gonna always have to be a couple of them that have to stay out of the light. Period. They all pretty much have to, but I mean, so it's give and take, man. So they've got to stay out of the light because if they're exposed, then they're vulnerable, and so they're going to be they're going to be miserable no matter how much they have. They're going to still be miserable because they could never be famous, right?
Well, their entire position depends upon deceiving people and convincing people that they don't exist and keeping that deception going at the highest level. Because, yep.
Is it about being famous, Brian? In your opinion?
No, but think about it. If you own everything to a certain extent, you're naturally going to feel responsible for everything. So you're going to be a fucking lunatic, not by personal choice. It's just, dude, you're going to feel the weight of the world on your shoulder if you have everything. So that's just a side, sickness that comes from it. But you can't. But you're going to be jealous. Okay, that's the way God created us. The grass is always going to be greener on the other side, no matter what, dude. So they're going to have everything, but they're going to want something. They're going to never get everything they want because that's not the way God made us, bro. So they're going to have their own misery, man, and they're going to simmer in it. I mean, they're basically going to stew in it and get more and more miserable as time goes on. That's just my idea.
Okay, yeah. You were roboting at the end, but I'm glad you got that last part in, just your subjective opinion. Yeah.
Well, originally we were talking about, I would say the idea that it's like a family business in a sense. So like when, like a family business, not at that level, but just at an ordinary type level, they do a lot to protect their business, of course. They don't share the trade secrets and all the rest of it, and that can even be heated in that sense. Well, I mean, the idea of like a cabal or like a group of families that are, controlling the Federal Reserve and behind, at this point after World War II, majority of all the major countries and so on and so forth. At that level, it's like a family business that they have to maintain. And if they don't maintain it, the whole thing could go under, meaning that would be like losing the entire family business. So at this point, they're all in, and they have to keep this whole thing they built going in order to keep their business afloat. And I think the deceptions and what they're doing is their desperate attempt to keep that going.
Well, here's what it is: the formula is breaking down, right?
Brian, bro, other people
because the internet.
Brian,
one more thing, Gio. This is real cool, I think, and then I'll shut up for a while. Okay, the formula is starting to break down because information is spreading too fast for them to control it. They're doing a decent job of controlling it, but dude, people are starting to realize that the Freemasons ain't the fucking quote unquote bad guys. The Catholics ain't the bad guys. The fucking, it's people that they got to create the bad guys. But this formula of keeping people divided, it's wearing thin, man. People are starting to realize there ain't no big giant group of bad guys. It's families, like Gio said.
Yeah, it could be.
I definitely don't agree with that. You look at the Roman Catholic Church, they're a big group of bad guys who own everything pretty well, and they've managed control over everything.
Right, Vatican, prime point.
You don't know who owns... No, there's a group that owns them, David, that we don't know about.
Yeah, still falling for the diversion, I think.
Yep.
No, nobody owns the Holy See. Anybody who says that is, in my opinion, subject to, they're either ignorant of the subject, they don't know enough, or they're trying to subvert to make you look away from the Roman Catholic Church.
Right,
that's
they
what
only
a lot
have
of people do
60 billion?
with that's what a lot of people do with JOOs. They try to distract from the Roman Catholic Church, say, oh no, it's these guys, oh no, it's actually Freemasons, or it's some kind of other nebulous group that you can't actually find a source of power. But it's always been the Roman Empire, for a couple thousand years now.
Yeah. Sounds plausible.
That was a sinister laugh. What's so funny?
So, do you join this family just by? Sorry. I need a little more. I need some more information here.
The only way you could win, you can't win unless they don't know you.
Or I just cannot finish my sentence.
Yeah, Brian, he was in the middle. Talking.
Is the quote to the family? Does all of modern and historical scientific fields fall in the family, or like anyone involved in any sort of science that's not quote alternative science? Are they in the family or?
Chronic, you're asking too many specific questions that are falsifiable. You have to keep it nebulous to keep it scary. So don't ask such hard questions.
What do you? I didn't really get what you meant, Chronic. What were you saying about science?
You guys are talking about these secret groups, big families, secret families running everything. Where does science fall into that? So anyone in the world who, well, I guess I shouldn't ask. I shouldn't be so specific. I gotta stay nebulous according to Matthew, but.
I'm
just not sure what you mean. Are you asking, are they controlling a lot of mainstream science? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rockefeller medicine is the roots of the current mainstream medical paradigm. You've got big oil, JP Morgan. I mean, there's all the histories to all the bankers. They definitely are controlling the main kind of scientific rhetoric, paradigm, and all of the major financial contributors to all of the major sciences of the world and all the major institutions and government agencies connected to them.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I suspected that. Yeah.
The Roman Catholic Church, they're running all the science, they're running everything, bro.
So how would one if someone is from a young age, let's just say homeschooled or something, so they're not indoctrinated by the educational system, but they're this young person extremely interested and curious about the world and physics and how things work and stuff like that, wants to gain a career in this, like a professional level career in this, without actually unknowingly entering the family. What recommendation would you have for their path? Like,
don't
YouTube
be held back by
University, do you recommend their education should only be sort of YouTube or like
there's nothing you can really do, bro. Because
there's nothing you can do, Brian?
Let me give you an example.
I got kind of lost in your question. Are you're saying you want to apply to be in this family? Is that what you're? No. You want to make it to the highest level of science to where you're right at the borderline of them?
How does one become a professional scientist in any sort of field of science, while at the same time avoiding entering the family?
If you're in a field, you're not in science.
If you're in a field, you just go and follow the instructions, basically. You just go to the school. As long as you have enough basic intelligence to follow what they tell you, you just memorize it all. And then whatever field you go
into the family, no?
Yeah, the formulas tell you what you can and can't do, bro. There's no if you're in the group, you're not in science, bro. You know that. At least you know that much, right?
You guys
discoveries are never made. Fucking improvements are made, but not discoveries. They're made outside the box. You know that. Like IBM hired all their people without diplomas and all that. They hired outside the box. Like when people go to get a patent and the head of the patent office can't grant the patent and says he wishes he could, and the president goes there to try and get him a patent, like with Joseph Newman back in the 80s. I mean, who do you think is not letting people who run the patent office not grant a patent, dude?
Brian, you said you were going to take a breath just for a few minutes.
Yeah, all right, I'll shut up.
Just a few minutes.
I'd still like you to address that.
I don't know how to follow that whole non sequitur, Brian. What were you saying, Chronic?
I heard your explanation. Your answer to my question. But that path that you described, how does it avoid subconsciously entering the family?
All right, I'll break it down how I see it. I think at the top of the whole thing, these are entities that are not human. So we could get into that whole discussion. So you have that group that are not human. Those non-human entities are connected to a specific demonic entity in the spirit world and a specific demonic dynamic.
What about my example?
Hold on, let me just finish. That's part of this whole realm right now. So you have those entities. those entities have bred with humans. You can get into the blue blood, red blood, all these different components.
Sure.
These entities have bred with humans and have created a bloodline, a foundational bloodline. They're all into genetic modification and all this other stuff. They're totally evil because they're connected to that. Now, once these other entities bred with those humans, those humans are now the most possessed by that demonic entity because of the actual bloodstream that they have connected to them. So that would be like maybe what could be referred to as like the core families, if you want to call it that, like meaning at the human level. Those would be like the ones that are actually in the bloodline on that level. And then under them, there is an entire group of humans that they have controlled in various ways. You get into the CIA and the FBI, all this different shit. And those humans are also controlled through like trauma-based mind control and a lot of different techniques that they use to fracture their minds and get these demonic entities that they are connected to then possess the people that they want to do their dirty work for them. So that whole group is like as a whole nother layer of people that are kind of doing, those are like the ones that would be actually doing like the NASA fakery, a lot of that, the CGI, all this kind of stuff, like, and they would be at that level. And then under that level, then you actually start to get into like the actual, bankers and governments and a whole nother subset of families of people like, controlling corporations. And some of them are somewhat in the public and so on. And it filters down and down. So if you're talking about like, to kind of link that back to your original question, if you were just to be a regular civilian and go into the science field, then yeah, you would just end up being just a civilian in the science field. You're not going to be part of any of those networks, but they do.
I got to throw in one thing, bro. You can do these people's like, you could be under their will and still not be a part of the inner circle, right?
Sure. I understand that. So in your, I was just asking for a roadmap, Gio, for like a young person who wants to avoid indoctrination, let me finish, Brian. Avoid any influence from any of the Cabal family blue blood lizards, and just gain a professional sort of scientist career, agnostic to indoctrination from any of the families. Just do it the normal way through the education system. But I always hear that's the argument that's where the indoctrination happens. So
ignore the math, bro. The math is limiting. Just ignore the math.
Ignore the math. Okay.
Brian, that is another non sequitur. How's that even connected?
It's also.
I'm trying to answer his question, bro. You didn't answer his question, I don't think. Not trying to be a dick, Gio. I just think he's asking something else, but I could be wrong.
I'll try. I'll think of a better way. I'll try to reword it better and think. I'll come back to it.
The key to not be indoctrinated is to ignore math, Chronic. I think
that's what I got from
Brian. I would say that the system that's currently set up was set up by this group in my viewpoint that I just laid out. So the whole modern day system is built by them essentially. Now they've taken certain true information from, I think, the kind of the old world before these guys took over. So there is certainly truth in various schools and education and all that stuff, but there's lies filtered into it. So I guess kind of to try to respond to what you're saying, in my mind, like if somebody were to just be a regular civilian, they're just born, they go into whatever field they're going into, you're already going into a whole system. So, I mean, you could see it as indoctrination, but I mean, it comes down to what's actually true and what's actually false within what they're teaching. So at that point, you're already in their system. You're not even close to their family lines at all. You're just a worker bee in the system, even if you're at a somewhat higher level of a certain science field. Yep. In that sense. So you would just be who you are. You would just, but you're
how do you avoid getting in the system though?
Private teachers and insist they don't suggest heliocentrism.
So, okay, yeah. So homeschooled private teachers don't teach heliocentrism. Grow up, learn, and trust only alternative theories on different platforms and stuff. BitChute, 4chan.
Did you just say all homeschooled kids don't learn heliocentrism? That's a wild claim.
4chan.
I combined it with it, dude. Yeah, everything.
Could I offer something? It sounds like a lot of extremes are being used. Like there's a quick and dry way to look at it. Like don't ever do this or don't ever do that, and this and has to be this way. And a lot of times this position gets strawmanned with like it's all bad or it's all good or that kind of thing. Because you can have a career in science. You could be a holistic doctor to begin, for instance, or you can be involved in the science field and do a lot of good still. It's not like it's all bad or all good. I mean, I think they mend people. They do things to fix things. Anything that will make money, that will be a part of it. I think a lot of things might be avoided as well that don't lead to the long-term profit that might usurp the short-term healing that could go on, and those kind of things. So it's very nuanced. I don't think there's like a black and white situation here.
I
that
agree. I agree.
You need, right?
Unless you specify your goal, bro. If you specify your goal, then we could better help you.
To understand as best and accurately as possible the nature of how the world and universe and physics and all that stuff works from a young age.
This is why I said to don't
Without
ignore the equations. I was trying to give a quick answer, but I say that because all the math does is, besides making things more efficient, but all these equations do is tell you what is not possible. So that the formulas are limiting. They help you make things more efficient, but all they do is really hold you back from possibilities. Just like the guy who just Pierre, what's his name, who upgraded the MRI machine because the Kirchhoff, he showed how Kirchhoff's law was wrong, and so that law was basically holding back thousands and thousands of people's lives being saved because of a formula, dude. Because of a formula, and he didn't believe it, and he did it anyway, and he invested his own money into being published in the New York Times, and he had to be discovered, man. So that's why I say just avoid the math. If it's money you're after, there's a different formula for that. If it's fame you're after, that's why I'm asking for you to specify. But if you're just looking to learn more and more, then avoid the math. Just think, keep the mindset that anything's possible.
I
right?
acknowledge it. It's just an all-time quote from Brian, but I do acknowledge what you said.
Well, in a way, Chronic, to kind of with what you're talking about with the indoctrination thing. I mean, the like indoctrinating is just the idea of like teaching some kind of idea or principle very strongly. Like a particular worldview, a particular set of ideas, whatever it may be. So, just viewing it from that perspective,
it's not just the teaching though. It's the convincing the student, the Padawan of whatever you're pushing.
In the school system, it is like even beyond it. Because there's this word inculcate, which inculcate is kind of connected to indoctrination, but inculcate means to, more like forcibly, implant the idea. And that is what's done, I think.
But it needs to stick, though. That's only my point is you can yell and shout and try to implant it as hard as possible. But if, some people are less susceptible to, indoctrination in the most severe form, stuff like that.
Well, I would say in the modern world, the way that we were all brought up, because I'm sure most of us in this room went to probably, similar schools and grew up in similar time period. Like how much do you think of what's taught in schools these days, all grades, all the way from kindergarten up to college? What percentage of it do you think is true and false? If you had to guess.
A random percentage? I mean, geez, that's in all fields of what?
Yeah, we're just going to do the whole thing, kindergarten to PhD, the whole.
What fields? Like social psychology, is that included? Physics, like what fields? All fields?
Yeah, I
They
mean,
used to have shop classes too. They used to have hands-on stuff. They don't have that anymore.
I agree, Dan, but is irrelevant. But I don't know. I'd have to think about that. It's obviously non-zero, but I'd have to think.
Well, there's the question.
That's why textbooks get updated and stuff. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say there's also like the dichotomy of how much of it's true and how much of it's false. But then there's the idea of how much of it is told with honesty versus how much of it is a purposeful deception. Because there could be something that's false that isn't a purposeful deception. They just don't know yet, or there's some assumption built in. But then there could be the stuff that actually is purposefully put in there, meaning the people know it's wrong and they're purposefully putting it in there. So that would be another dichotomy. So yeah, how much is true, how much is false, and then how much is honestly portrayed and how much of it is deceptively portrayed.
Yeah, that's a good one. I probably won't even be able to put a percentage on that, or if I
it'd be hard to know, right?
Yeah, it's
and even for someone that thinks it's mostly false. Don't you think, Gio, that it's like partly true a lot of times?
It's a very subjective question too, obviously.
I'd say like 75% of the shit I learned in high school I don't use.
60-40. Well, that wasn't the question, but
Because I
whether
guess
you use it or not.
I guess my thought to where I was leading with it would be, if you don't agree that it's all 100% true and not 100% honorable, then, but even if we go with it's not 100% true, then you would agree that the modern day system has some false indoctrinations, which I know could be the case with any large system. So, I mean, I understand it's like, to get it all right, and so on. But so if there is some false indoctrinations, then I guess I was just kind of leaning back to what you were saying before about, going through the school system, like you were saying, to become a professional and to not be indoctrinated into it is kind of what I thought your original question was.
I mean, it's morphed pretty significantly since I originally asked it, but I could come up with some percentage myself. It's, again, a very subjective percentage, like Electric just gave 70% or something. I would not obviously give that high. But your second question is actually I more strongly disagree just in general with your second part about what percentage would be purposefully deceptive, deceitful. And I really do not see, obviously it's just my opinion, I don't see, these professors, scientists, whoever they may be, these authors of textbooks are, developing textbooks in coordination with tons of other people to make sure that, the things that are taught and explained in these textbooks are as accurate as possible. That's pretty different than, so basically 0% on your second ask. Your second question about what percentage is deceptively, purposefully, deceptive in like textbooks and stuff. I think that's extremely, extremely low, or 0.
Wow. I think Geo asked good
textbooks
because
get
the way Geo
updated.
asked you though is he asked you like from kindergarten up. So in other words, he's kind of getting at like the foundations, because if the foundations are wrong, what they taught us in grade school, you can pretty much throw out the rest. So I guess he's kind of asking like, I took it as like, like, do you believe in history? You obviously believe the globe, but let me ask you a question. Do you believe in evolution and dinosaurs and shit?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, we could go into that topic, but I wanted to say real quick, but I guess, when you talk about kindergarten, you didn't have to color within the lines, Chronic. I mean, that's the biggest truth of it all. You didn't actually have to color within the lines, and they told us we did. I'm just joking. That's my kindergarten indoctrination joke.
It does say something though. It says something. It does say something if you think about, if you know how sort of the evolution, no pun intended, since we might be about to go there, but the development and the advancement of textbooks in all different fields of education. If all textbooks were written the first time perfectly with 0 inaccuracies and 0 things wrong, there would never be, multiple edition textbooks. The textbooks have updated editions that are, correct things and stuff that may have been wrong, or stuff that, has been, new things in a field, if it's a very, new cutting edge field, stuff like that.
Let me ask you real quick. Did you go to a public school or a private school? Nothing, no offense.
And you sound
Both.
rich. Are you well off?
Definitely not. 100% not, to your question, Brian.
You sound young and broke, actually, bro. I was just fucking.
Yeah. Both to Electric's answer. But
does Brian know your profession? Does Brian know your profession, Chronic? Obviously, if you don't want to share it, but I don't know if you're super public about it or.
I know he got that grant. Didn't you get that grant that you got accepted? That thing you applied for the telescope time?
Yeah. So
I didn't hear your answer. Sorry.
It's telescope stuff. Brian does know. Yeah, me and Brian we talked quite a bit. What was Electric's question about the?
Did you go to private school growing up?
Both, a combination of both throughout all my education.
I despised the textbooks that I had to read in high school. Like I would never say that the stuff in there is like true.
No, I didn't enjoy them either. What high school? No high schooler should. Yeah, well, okay, there's some, but no, I wasn't a teacher's pet.
But I do believe there's schools out there that have good textbooks. That's why I'm bringing that up.
But if you think, I mean, I guess that's probably partially true, that the quality of textbook could be, a spectrum. But in terms of the curriculum, like you're taking a physics course at a community college, you're not learning anything less than an introduction physics course at at a university. This is all my opinion, of course, but anyway, that's a different topic, really.
Hey, Gio, don't you think a perfect example or a way of explaining what you're trying to get at might be just the idea of like allopathic medicine compared to holistic medicine, like treating each organ as its own problem rather than the whole body is part of what a lot of people like to point out is the you know, misconception of how to treat somebody health wise, and it leads to a lot of problems that, you know, may not be seeing the person's overall health as a one system rather than just the one place on their body that they specialize in, and it's very compartmentalized just in that. You're a specialist for this, you're a specialist for that, but you're not really trained in how to see the body as a whole and what might be going on a deeper level that's causing some of these in particular problems that they're trying to treat.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead, Dan.
Just like diet, you know, medicine doesn't deal with diet whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to turn back to that topic, because we were talking about that a few minutes ago. My understanding of it, when you look at all the ancient systems of health and medicine, they're all holistic, like you were saying, meaning that they viewed the whole system as a unified system, meaning that each part was interconnected and all the interdependency of the body and the mind, the spirit, that was all connected in that sense. And with the physicality, exactly what you're saying. Yeah, being able to see it as a whole system. So like in the ancient Chinese medicine systems, ancient Ayurvedic systems, a lot of the herbs that are used, they're all used synergistically to support the actual health of the body, to actually support the body to heal itself rather than treating it with some outside chemical. And definitely the allopathic approach in this current, in terms of the medical paradigm, is hyper oriented towards that like materialistic view of the body and a compartmentalized view of the body, where they're now developing, and it is the Rockefeller medicine sort of whole. I mean, they were the original quacks, the Rockefeller sort of medicine crew. They were the actual quacks using chemicals and all kinds of stuff. And they came in and basically hijacked the whole system, you know, eradicated all the ancient medicine systems and then have replaced it with this allopathic approach, which is, very targeted towards symptoms and not towards the body actually healing. It's like the opposite of holistic in a lot of senses. And it's all about, treating a particular symptom with a particular chemical rather than actually getting to the root of the problem and helping the body to be healthy at its core.
But if you don't believe that they're the root of half of our sickness, then it'd be hard to even understand what you're saying. You got to understand at a fundamental level that half the problems around today are self-induced by the same people, I think. But Chronic, are you willing to do a small little experiment with me? And if it goes one way, I'll see things your way. If it goes another way, you see things my way. If you have some rice and 3 jars, if you have some rice, 3 jars, man, I'll do this thing with you. And, you willing to try it?
Not on the spot, but I'll note that down, and next time.
I thought you were going to say you were going to ask him those questions, Brian. That would be interesting to actually hear, Chronic's response.
Yeah, I could do that.
No, do you know about the rice experiment though? I think Chronic. Oh, you've never heard of it?
Unless I'm forgetting, no.
It's pretty interesting. You can
I'm interested to hear it.
Tell him about it, Gio. Tell him about it
right now, but
not right in a second. But Gio can explain it probably better than me.
Or if you want to, or if someone else, whatever. But basically, you just take 3 jars. You cook rice, like white rice. You take 3 jars that are all hygienically clean, and you put white rice. But you fill about half of the jar with white rice. So again, totally hygienically clean glass jars, white rice. Cook the rice, and then put it into fill the jars about half full, and then close them, like seal the top. And then basically, there's different ways to do it, but you take one of them. And you say really positive things to it. Like you say, I love you, you're beautiful, all these positive things. You can even write on a piece of tape, love, things like that, and tape it on the jar. So there's different ways. You can also play Beethoven, really beautiful music and so on. So you do that and you keep it separate from the other jars. Now you do have to kind of keep these all in a similar environment, you know. So that's one thing that obviously a control factor. Like you don't want to have one, you know, in a different temperature room and all this stuff. So you want to keep them all the same with that. And same with like the light exposure. You want to keep them all consistent as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second jar, you just neutral. You don't do anything. You just totally let it chill, and you don't, you know, give any influence.
Would that be the control?
Yeah. And then the third jar, you basically do the opposite of the positive. So you say negative things, you know, all that, or you can play like really, you know, like, negative vibe.
You're stupid, Rice. You're ugly, Rice.
Yeah, all that. And the results that many people get, some people do get like inconclusive results. So that is the case. But there does seem to be, from what I've seen, I haven't done it myself, but I know a lot of people who have, you know, ton of people have done videos on it, etc. And it really does seem to be the case that for so many people, the jar that was loving will have like no mold on it. It'll look like it was when it was new. Like it literally looks clean and new. And sometimes people get a little bit of mold, but for the most part, it's like, you know, almost edible. Mm-hmm. And then the neutral jar is like a bit moldy. It's a bit kind of, you know, falling apart. Yeah. And then the negative jar is like just a black mold, you know, a total black mold.
I think I get the idea. Yeah. Sounds interesting. What does it imply? Anything?
Well, I mean, I could get into about the ether and a lot of different things, but I mean, it does show that influence of mind and words and intention and mindset perhaps actually does affect physicality, like physical things. So like,
maybe.
If you say
science doesn't accept it.
Like even to the point where if someone right now said a really positive thing to the room here, everybody listening, like I love you, you know, something positive, like that actually is chemically impacting everyone on some level. Whereas if somebody said something super negative, or even if you say it to someone in person, you know, so it's interesting to think about like how much are our bodies actually reacting to our thoughts and to the words so yeah, I mean, I think it has a lot of implications, but I think it just shows a potential deep connection between mind and matter, essentially.
Pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, the mainstream science and the medical field, they don't accept, you know, anything but their particles and physical interactions and such. And so I've never done it either, but I trust a couple people who have told me they have. Like I really, really trust them, but still I'm always skeptical. And I'd be willing to try it. I'd want to do it with somebody on the other side. It's cheap, you know, just get 3 freaking pickle jars or something, wash them out real good. And just so long as you use the same 3 and you don't touch them, you know, don't touch any of them, and just control as best as you can. And I'd be willing to try it. But if it totally didn't work and I went all out doing it, and I heard you could do it with like uncooked rice, but it takes a long time, but like better results. But still, I don't have the patience for that. I'd want to use the cooked rice and get results within a couple weeks or a few weeks or whatever. But I want to do it with somebody so we can compare results and talk about it. And
yeah, if we do this, Brian, then maybe you or Gio should join me in one of my very easy experiments also that we can do online.
Sure. I think, man, Mother Nature don't like to be pinned down, man. But that's one thing I've learned with every single thing I've done. It's like, God, it's so hard to freaking control for everything. There's always something, dude. It's so hard. I could use the bias to show almost either way if I be dishonest about it. It's like that's just the way the world works. It's crazy. Like God has a good sense of humor.
I feel like I've described this very easy experiment once or twice in here, maybe. So I don't have to repeat it if you've heard it. It just takes 1 sheet of aluminum foil, and that's it.
I've never heard it.
So it's a.
I've already got like a 5-layered hat. Are you telling me to add a layer?
No, just take one of those layers of your aluminum foil hat off, and then make it flat like a sheet. So you take just one sheet of aluminum foil, and basically it's a cool way to see the sort of one of the one phenomenon of sort of the nature of light and how light works. But
so you make your hat flat.
Yeah, one extreme, one sheet of aluminum foil, and you take you poke the tiniest little pinprick in the middle of the sheet, like as tiny as you possibly can, make a hole in that sheet. And so you have a piece of aluminum foil with the tiniest little pinhole in it, and you you set up your smartphone, you turn your flashlight of your smartphone on, assuming you have a flashlight, a light on your phone, and you set it up on one side of your living room or your house or something, and then you walk to the far to the other side of your wherever you live in that same room, and you hold the piece up to your eye, and you look through with just one of your eyes at that the light from the phone, and you'll actually map the point spread function of your eyeball onto your eye, so you'll see the point spread function of your own eye, basically, which is like the diffraction limited circles with airy rings of your own eyeball.
Yeah, can't you do that with blind spots, like dots, like penciled in dots?
No. I think that's what you just said is just demonstrating that your eyes have blind spots. This one is actually imaging the shape of how your eye, a point source of light is mapped onto your retina. It's actually kind of trippy. You see, like with your eye, you see like you see a point of light, and then you see the airy rings, like 5 or 6 different rings around that that point of light with
Right,
your own
and how
eye.
close
So no
how close
computers,
up
no
am I?
optics, no computers, no digital, no optics, anything. It's just straight on your eye.
Let me
You
ask a
put it
couple
pretty
questions
close
to
to
make
your
sure I do it
eyeballs.
right. Hold on, you keep up. Let me ask you a few questions
Go
to
ahead.
make sure I get it right. How close? I mean, do I turn all the other lights off?
You can, yeah, you can if you want. As long as
Do I-
your flashlight on your phone is bright, sufficiently bright
Okay.
enough. Yeah.
Do I how close did you say? Did you say to hold it right up against my eye?
Yeah, pretty close to your eyeball. And the most important thing about the experiment is actually the smaller you can make the little pinprick hole, the better that you'll be able to see it. So if you accidentally make the holes like too big, you won't see anything. It'll look like you're just looking through at the flashlight. But the tiniest little teeny pinprick in that will
So
work best. Yeah.
what if I take a sheet of aluminum and just and put a bunch of them outside and wait for like a micrometeorite to hit it? Does that work? No, I'm just joking, dude. But what's the distance, man? That is there a typical distance or?
Between you and the light on your phone?
Yeah, like
And
how
it doesn't
far do I
matter.
walk back?
30 feet, 20, 30 feet. It doesn't have to be that far.
Okay, and then I'll see like a bunch of airy discs. Like I'll see the function of my
Yeah, if you
eyes.
put, close one eye and put your, open eye up to pretty close to the hole, and you'll actually see the shape of your own eyeball's point spread function. I keep saying this word, but I'll put a damn what's it called?
Man, I'm in my 40s, man. So man, I can't see as good as
Oh,
I
you
used
got bad
to.
eyes, yeah. Yeah.
No, I mean my eyes have always been good, but they're just not as good. So yeah, you could call them bad. I don't like that word, but not as good. How about that?
Aged. Okay, sure, not as good. Yeah.
Too bad you don't have 20/20 vision, or you'd be able to see the curvature from the bridge there that Stanley talked about.
Yeah, that's the problem, Brian. Yeah, that's the problem, man.
I can feel the curvature, man.
I actually have a list of questions that I wrote out the other night when I was listening to Negator, thinking it would be fun to ask him, but it actually would work for any baller if you want to try it, Chronic.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
All right.
I got a good news set, but I want to do it 1v1. But if he wants to do more afterwards, yeah, there's some cool questions. New perspective.
All right, let me try some of these out.
Good ones.
Okay, so question 1. Why do you think the debates and discussions about if we actually live on a spinning ball or not are persisting still since 2015?
Let me preface this with my answers might be excruciatingly boring, so I apologize for that ahead of time.
Yeah, and I apologize for some of these questions may sound loaded, but just
Sure,
take
go
it
ahead.
with a
Why
grain
do
of
I
salt.
think
And I doubt what you said, Chronic. I think your answers are going to be awesome.
Oh, sure, okay. Thanks for that. You might. Sorry, repeat it one more time, and then we'll go.
Why do you think that the debates and discussions about if we actually live on a spinning ball or not are persisting still since around 2015?
Let's see. What's my subjective opinion on this? It's a platform for discussion, and people enjoy having discussions with other people.
in particular about the spinning ball.
whether or not they're heated, debated discussions or trolly discussions or whatever. I think, yeah, it's just like human nature to to enjoy discussions.
Just because people like talking, whether it's about the spinning ball or anything else, just because people like to talk. Okay.
Yeah.
Second question: why do you?
That's the point of this platform is discussion. Sorry, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of a loaded question. Trying to get you to talk about why you think that the topic about something like the spinning ball would continue. But I'll go to the next one. Why do you think that someone with the above average intelligence would completely give up their beliefs in the globe model, even after completely researching and understanding what the globe model theory proposes?
Some people are more susceptible to being misled than others, regardless of intelligence level. Yep.
Okay, so they're more susceptible. So why do you think that someone with an above average intelligence would completely give up their beliefs in the globe model, even after completely researching and understanding what the globe model theory proposes?
The question might be, in my opinion, the question's flawed, but I mean, I stick to my original answers.
Well, but those
Real
people,
quick,
the people
my
he's
question
saying exist. Hold on, Brian. The people he's saying exist. So, do you have what is your thought on it? Because I mean, obviously that exists. What he's saying.
Yeah, I gave my
Yeah, that's a good
answer. Yeah.
My questions are more mathematical, man. I'll ask him next after new perspectives. But I do love his question.
I mean, I'll repeat it again. Some regardless of intelligence level, in my opinion, regardless of intelligence level, some individuals are more susceptible to being misled than others. That's all.
Okay, so even if they understand the model, the globe model completely, they're still susceptible to being misled.
Yes.
That it may not be true.
Yep.
Okay. Do you think that people not believing in the spinning ball idea of our reality is dangerous for our society in any way?
No, I think it's necessary.
Okay. If you found out your reality is a lot more like it seems as far as what we directly experience, and it becomes generally understood that we live on a stationary level Earth, how would this change your outlook on life, philosophically or in any other way?
That was a bit long-winded. Repeat the first part again. If I found out it was flat.
If you found out that our reality is a lot more like it seems, stationary and level, like as what we what we directly experience, stationary and level, and it becomes generally understood that that's the case, how would this change your outlook on life, philosophically or in any other way?
It'd be a sort of paradigm shifting enlightenment, an era of enlightenment for me, and I would welcome it wholeheartedly.
Awesome. Is science a belief system?
No.
All right. Is there any such thing as an objective reality that we all share?
That's a good one, actually. That's probably the best one in this set of questions, in my opinion. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yes, but there's many caveats under that. Yes, but
sure. It's hard. It's a hard one to rattle off an answer.
I'll just give it a one-word answer. Yes, sure.
Okay, there you go. There's a couple more.
Answer that with the creator, essentially.
Sure.
There we go. Or we could all agree that we all definitely experience a stationary and level Earth, which could be the only objective reality we all share.
No, I experience it as a globe because boats get cut off from the bottom up visually.
Oh, that's right. Your observations are part of your experience. I forgot to. You always bring that up.
We've said this for
years.
Right.
Is it safe to assume that without anyone learning anything about what the globe model theory teaches us to believe, that all of us would most likely assume we live on a stationary plane?
Well, I mean, if we acknowledge and believe the historical, recount of our civilization, then yeah. Right?
Yeah, it's safe to assume that we all just assume it was a stationary plane. If we were never taught anything about the globe or anything.
No, it's
If we were never
it's
taught about the
indifferent of
globe or
being
the
taught.
stars and that interpretation, we would all just assume it's a stationary plane, right?
If you are no, I disagree with that. It doesn't have to do with teaching, in my opinion. Maybe I'm confused by the question, but
Well, the idea is like if you were just like born on this earth, you were never in school or educated in any way possibly, you know.
Yeah, there
Definitely
was
not a ball or any of that. Would you think that you're on a spinning ball upside down, right side up without the theory of gravity? And would you likely assume that that you're on a ball at all just from your observations of the stars? I mean, there's a lot to go along with that you'd have to also believe.
I would, yeah. Given the proper tool set and observations and stuff like that, yes. I'll note there was also a time, pre-Copernican revolution that existed in history, whether you believe it, I guess, or not. But
yeah, like thousands and thousands of years of people just assuming that was the case. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
So why would those people not have come up with the idea earlier then?
Oh, I have no idea. That's a priceless speculation. Of course, yeah.
Right.
Who knows? Yeah.
All right, we can move on. They might get funny in the way.
History happened that way. I guess that's how history happened the way that it did. Sorry.
No, let me run my questions by him real quick, Noob.
Wait, hold on. I got a couple more, Brian, real quick.
I know, but this is what you said last time. You literally went for like 45 minutes till I went to sleep.
Pick three more.
Dude.
3 more, and then.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead. Just be aware.
Right.
Be aware.
I'm in the middle of them. That's all.
Could be putting everybody else to sleep.
No, I thought you said it was done. I'm so sorry, bro.
Do you think flat Earth is a psyop of some sort, or did it naturally just happen to be that millions of people became suddenly completely convinced within the past 7 years that they fully have realized that there's absolutely no way we live on a spinning ball?
Your questions. This script is good. I like this one. God, it was. I was sorry.
Why do you think flat Earth is a psyop of some sort, or did it naturally just happen to be that millions of people became suddenly completely convinced within the past 7 years that they fully realized that there's absolutely no way that we live on a spinning ball?
I think it's a necessary outcome of like free and open society. Yeah, nothing to do with the psyop.
I'll run through these quick.
Yeah, it exists because it does exist. That's
all right. Why do you think it might be that a lot of people have come to find it reasonable to wonder if some of the stuff we're shown from NASA on the ISS or from SpaceX with the Tesla car, that it seems almost like they must be faking it poorly on purpose? Does that seem reasonable?
I mean, a similar answer to your earlier one about regardless of intelligence levels, some people are more susceptible to being sort of misled, duped, gullible, whatever words you want to.
Okay. To clarify,
and you would say on the other side, you would say the same of people on my side. So it's just ironic. But go ahead.
Okay. To clarify, have you ever cringed while watching some of these blooper reels with astronauts on harnesses, or of them showing us that they use a toilet without a seat and they have to aim at a 3-inch quarter pipe hole and a cubbyhole crapper with no seal on the doors for several months on end? You ever cringe at any of it?
No, it's hard to get. I don't cringe at many things.
You just accept it all. It's like that's the way it is.
Yep. Yeah.
All right. Last question. Do you ever wish that all the undeniable proof that flat earthers think satellites or NASA might have easily been able to provide actually existed, so that you wouldn't have to waste all this time trying to convince people to believe we're being told the truth rather than knowing we haven't without any reasonable doubt?
I'm not one of the people in here the most that you think are trying to convince anyone of anything.
But do you ever wish they gave us more that you could work with that would be like, this is undeniable, look at this?
Maybe 1 out of every 1,000 occasions, or 100 occasions, maybe.
Like the black hole picture you were excited about. It kind of seems similar to the one they showed us before. Like, weren't you hoping for something that was like so much more undeniable than the first one?
No. Did I say that?
No, I said, weren't you?
No.
Because it's very similar, those two black hole pictures, right?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're what level of specificity that you're describing. That they don't look that similar to me, but maybe a quick glance for less than a second at each one, they might look similar. But no, in general, no, I don't. No, I think, in my opinion, it's all sufficient enough evidence. So maybe
right, I'll
one
let
out of
Brian
like
do his
500 things.
Thank you,
like
man.
Whatever.
I'm very sorry. I swear I didn't know you had more questions. I thought I'm so sorry for that. But
No, that's
they're good questions. Mine are way different though, man. But they're still cool. But
I mean,
like
we
yours.
yeah. I don't know.
All right.
We're sorry. We're hogging the whole server, but
No, check it out. There's fun. Everybody enjoys these. They're kind of stuff.
Okay.
They're not hard, and there's no right or wrong answer. I don't think to any of these.
Well, I think. Well, hold on. Before we just barrel into, it is kind of fair to like see if anyone else in the room does have like any topic or anything they'd like to say, because it, in that sense.
Oh, there was a prediction a few days ago. I don't know if you were here, Gio. I forgot. I told some people I noted it down, but I asked a few people for predictions like a week ago, what they predicted would happen today for that DART mission. Damn it, I forget. There were 2 or 3. Oh, Percentage gave a prediction. 2 or 3 others, but I don't.
Yeah, it was going to be something about September 24th, that there would be a news story September 24th that we would never forget the rest of our lives. I don't remember anything that happened that day.
Oh yeah, might have to go back to the tapes because I forget exactly who, but sorry. There wasn't any sort of outstanding prediction or anything. So, anyways, I predict in the next few days there'll be even more more videos, more data, more images coming out from this pretty cool DART mission today.
I think I know what you're talking about, if I'm not mistaken. Gio, wasn't someone bringing up something to you yesterday? Like, oh, did you hear about this thing that's going to happen? And you were like, oh, yeah, I heard about that. What's up with that? Something to do with NASA or something space related?
I mean, it was probably the DART thing that happened today. This satellite that smashed into the asteroid.
Oh, yeah, they were going to try to bump in. That's right. Crash. Did they do it?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of really bad imagery.
Okay.
Yeah, in Gio's opinion, of course. Yeah.
In my opinion, like it's like Atari style.
Well, the first thing that it played out almost too good. Like it was scripted almost too close. They dotted every I and crossed every T perfectly. So the live stream showed live, unedited, uncut, footage from the satellite as it, was traveling toward the asteroid. And that was when it was happening live. And then as predicted, a few out, probably 36 or more, probably 50 total telescopes it's probably actually unknown how many because of backyard astronomers and stuff. But countless number of telescopes watched it when it happened, and so all that data is starting to come out now.
For a minute there, I thought I heard you say the live stream was scripted almost too good.
I did say that, yeah, the live stream.
The live stream.
Yeah. I mean, they were cheering and clapping before
he
it even...
said the difference between LIE and LIVE.
Yeah, I know. But it was, I'm being facetious, obviously, but...
Oh, okay, so you called it a live stream to be funny. Okay, that's what I thought I heard you say.
Mm-hmm.
So, one thing I was, because I'm trying to remember, I'm remembering the questions, and yeah, I mean, if Brian's going to do his questions, but it seemed like there was at least a little bit of an intermission needed before just barreling into a whole new set of questions, if you even want to, because I know Brian does have a lot of them, and I do want to hear them, but it's probably it's going to be an undertaking, probably. But I do want to hear, because I know he said he tweaked his questions as well. But
I'll consolidate it a little bit. I'll skip the dumb one.
All right. Well, while you're getting that ready, I was going to ask Chronic. So you were saying in one of the questions that one of his questions was, somebody who's well educated, somebody who's above average intelligence, and who has fully understood the heliocentric model and fully researched it in terms of all of that, and has fully looked into information that the Earth is what our ancient ancestors and what the default cosmology has been since the dawn of time. And has come to that being the truth, a planar stationary Earth surface, as it were, and all of that. And you were saying the reason you think behind it, you didn't say it's not intelligent. So you're not somebody that would call that person dumb, sounds like.
Nope.
But you said the word misled. So I'm trying to think what you mean by that. You mean that like somebody who, like, are you going just with the most basic, like, somehow they watched a YouTube video, got convinced by someone, and then somehow are able to see reality in some completely alternative way that isn't like the globe foundational, which is supposed to be the most kind of,
Not just one same. No, that's simplified version, but no, it's more of like a piling on of, misinformation, whether it's purposefully, deceptive or not or whatever. Piles on, and however slow or fast, turns someone's preconceived ideas of something the opposite way, the wrong way. In my opinion, the wrong way. Yeah.
So there may not be like
videos.
one.
It's YouTube videos. It's influence from, quote flat Earth leaders. It's all, all type of stuff. It's
all right. So
Yeah,
from
go ahead, Joe.
which is okay. Yeah, I'll just gonna say real quick. Like, so for myself, well, it's okay. I don't have to take it into myself. I was just gonna. Yeah, I guess I don't have to.
Yeah, it doesn't even any
There could be a lot of different answers, probably, Chronic, for
I
why
agree,
someone
I agree.
might. Right.
I
But yeah,
agree.
it's hard to get one general answer for that.
But I did try to keep it general, where I was not specifying like YouTube or anything. I was just saying that regardless of intelligence level, in my opinion, someone with a 200 IQ, there is a chance they could be misled in some way or another. That's
Okay, so I kind of paused speaking about myself because I was just thinking like I don't want to be too long-winded with it, but I will say this. I'll try to just make it concise. Okay, so for myself, where I went to a graduate school studying cosmology and studying all these ancient civilizations and worlds, and Sanskrit, the language of Sanskrit, the Vedics, Buddhism, Hinduism, comparative religion, comparative spirituality, to where I actually were involved with studying those entire lineages that had, like, for example, in the Vedics, they have something called Bhumandala, which is essentially the Earth system. It's a platform, it's a level, horizontal, stationary, planar Earth, and so on and so on. It's built upon that. So when I went to actual grad school studying that, and then mind you that actually that whole program, they are heliocentrists. So I'll add that.
Sure.
So it was all under a heliocentric model, but we had a lot of the foundations, studying a lot of those ancient traditions and so on, to understand their worldviews as well. Now, so your understanding, and it doesn't have to be targeted towards me, but I'm just kind of giving a basic layout of that. Your thought would be that I just somehow found a YouTube video and just got totally misled that the Earth is not a globe, even up to this day where we're here talking.
Maybe not just one YouTube video.
Is that how you think that's going down?
I mean, in order for me to assess something like that, I need way more information that I'm not going to ask about. But and it's not as simple as just one. Like I just said, it's not just one YouTube video that caught you or something. It's a piling on. It's a pile up of stuff, of misleading stuff or deceptive stuff or whatever. But it sounds to me, without prying into whatever extra information, is that your grad level experience seems like it was more historical focused, history, and less hard STEM research, hard science field, if I had to guess, which doesn't make you more or less susceptible to being misled or whatever, but it's just an observation that I'm making right now.
Yeah. The cosmology program I did, the name of it is Philosophy, Cosmology, and Consciousness. So yeah, it is definitely, there's all of those, and spirituality, religion, psychology, sociology. I mean, there's a lot of interwoven, ancient, comparative, traditional, religion, all of those components. But yeah, it definitely, in terms of the cosmology part, I would not call it like a hard science in that sense. It was even spiritual science, philosophical science, and also involved, a lot of psychology, psychiatry, lineages as well, because it was within the field of transpersonal psychology, and so on.
And just hearing you in discussions, I like it. That I believe, I'm more inclined to believe, that sort of description or explanation of your education based on discussions that I've listened to you have. So it's the point still stands, is that it's regardless of if that was your grad level upper education compared to someone's upper level education that was more heavy science based. Both individuals are still susceptible to being misled.
All right. Well, I would say for myself with mine is that it is unique in the way to where I was studying the actual traditions and their lineages who had a stationary planet Earth foundation to their entire cosmologies. However, the entire program, the professors, the school, etc., was definitely heliocentric. Like everyone was heliocentric. And even back then, I generally accepted it as well. I didn't even know about this when I did the program. So it was all heliocentric, even to the point to where one of the professors is like an actual like Copernican scholar and all this stuff. Like he's, anyways, yeah, he's deeply, his knowledge is deep when it goes to the lineage of the globe and Galileo, Kepler, all of that. Like he's like a historian and in multiple levels. So, but yeah, so what I'm saying is that it's interesting because we studied the ancient ones, but then it was heliocentric. So what I'm saying is that I understand the heliocentric model very, very, very well because the entire school based on having cosmology at its core is that's one of the main foundations, one of the cores of it. So what I'm saying is that I understand the globe model thoroughly, 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 and have studied it for years and years and years in that sense. So I probably perhaps have even studied more than some perhaps when it comes to that in my kind of earlier years. So my point is that I kind of had both of those. Now, I didn't really even believe the globe when I was a child. I always questioned it. It never made sense to me. I always was skeptical about it even when I was a child. So the misleading thing is definitely not what's going on with me at all. And I could go into more at some point or whatever it may be, but there's absolutely no chance that's happening because I'm not being led by anyone. There's no belief that someone told me that I'm then believing. Like the entire thing was my own actual process of going through it and multiple things that add up to it. So I'm not trying to like debunk you that you're saying it's misleading. I'm just saying for myself, it's not, that I'm not misled. And so I guess I'm just sharing that with you.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's the whole ironic part is that someone who's being misled would say they're not being misled, right?
Yeah, but to be misled, you'd have to be abiding by someone else's belief system that you're just blindly believing in, and that has not been the case with me at all for myself.
Sure, but you're in this. You're in this community. You're in this field right now. Right?
I mean, I looked into flat Earth back in 2004, 2005 originally. So like,
yeah, regardless of
into it.
Yeah. However long you've been in it, the fact that you're in it though is what sort of my minor point is that the fact that you're in it, and again, like I just said, someone who's actively being misled is obviously going to say they're not being misled, but
right. And you know what's interesting, sorry to jump in, but what's interesting, so the whole grad school that I did, it's more like a tribe, like because there's spirituality, so it's more like a tribe than like a kind of, it's like a community in that sense. And I have brought up the shape of the Earth discussion to some of them and so on, but there are definitely like several in the community that know that, it's probably is under the flat Earth term, oh, he thinks the Earth is flat kind of thing. And I am sure that there are some who probably think what you think. They probably think like, oh my gosh, he went to the school, Copernicanism, the whole thing, and then he's gone off the edge with the flat Earth thought, meaning that they may have just heard it through other people. So ironically, what you're saying might even be what some of my colleagues that I haven't talked to in a while, and of course I haven't even talked about this with them, just because someone else probably said, oh, dude, he thinks the Earth is flat, back in 2000, way back in the, probably even has some of them like, they may even think that. Now, if I actually talked with them and actually went through it all, could be different. But yeah, like it's possible that some of my colleagues actually think that.
Yeah, I'm not fully disagreeing with what you're saying. I think we're pretty much on the same page. But back to my main point again is that like, regardless of education level, of intelligence level, of pretty much anything, regardless of any sort of preconceived anything that people are susceptible to all types of things, being misled in one way or another. So it's Yeah, even the, like I said, a super high IQ person who's whatever can be misled.
All right, so you're saying that even me, who studied all of that,
Yes, even you.
and,
Yes, even
and
you.
with the heliocentric training as well, fully through and through, being involved in a very unique cosmology graduate program that is literally focused on the globe, the whole, multiple factors of that heliocentrism, all of that. So do you really truly think that I just like watched an Eric Dubé video in 2015 and then just was totally misled by him or something? Is that what you think?
No.
Because, well, what does that mean then, to be misled?
I'll repeat again. It's a long-winded. So like,
all right, who am I being misled by? Let's go there.
I mean,
I'm not even saying it in a challenging way. Like I'm actually playfully going along with it. To how could this be?
Sure. In order to give you a very highly specific answer to your personal circumstances in your case, I would need to know so much more information about going all the way back to when you were a kid and questioning and all this stuff, that it's a huge ask to give you specifics of how you were misled over the course of your life and stuff. Again, we're going to agree to disagree. You're going to say your opinion. I'm going to say my opinion, and we'll go back and forth.
All right, but who do you think I'm misled by?
Countless numbers of however many experiences you've had in all those years that you mentioned from a young age and all that stuff.
No, I'm saying with the shape of the Earth. Because that was the original question.
He's misled by fight the flat Earth.
wait, hold on. Wait, can I add something that might help real quick? Because I have to admit that the question was kind of loaded in that it was trying to get you to admit that someone with, a higher intelligence, even as such as Geo, would totally understand what the globe model proposes, probably more than most people that believe in the globe actually know.
Mm-hmm.
And then to make a reasonably intelligent decision to not believe in that any longer, and to also acknowledge that there seems to be that the best case scenario is we're on a stationary plane, that there would actually be that someone of above average intelligence could very well get there and not be just tricked into it, but actually make an intelligent decision about that.
Sure, your statement has, in my opinion, it has a few flaws and maybe like one or two fallacies in it. But without getting into detail, it's my opinion, up against
I understand
someone else's.
And to be fair,
the answer is pretty fair. He thinks we're misled, which is a fair answer. Man.
That's the ironic.
Wait a minute.
Ironic,
same thing that we think of him.
Exactly.
He's intelligent.
That's the most ironic.
Exactly.
It would be hard to describe exactly how he's been tricked or misled, and on our end too. So we have to be fair about it. But it's so interesting.
We try not to say words. Oh, sorry.
It's just so interesting that such a thing as our very perception of reality could be at such opposite ends, with still being above average intelligence is the point.
It's funny, bro.
Did you understand one of your questions that I gave an answer to was that this is a necessary outcome of just that
was a good answer, man.
Society.
But look, we hate to use the word gullible, and I know you do too. But we're obviously feeling that way about each other. Like when I see these NASA compilations, I'm like, God, how could anybody look at this and think it's real? And you're like probably thinking, how could anybody think the Earth is flat or something? I'm not 100% fucking sold on flat Earth. I know that nobody knows exactly what the whole world is, dude. And that's my true feeling, and I believe it probably is a flat plane, But I'm always open.
How about the idea that we all have a branch of intelligence within our lives, our minds, etc., that almost could be referred to as like a truth intelligence or truth discernment intelligence, something like that, like the capacity to discern truth, fact from fiction. And perhaps that's like a separate wavelength of intelligence, meaning you have like your rational mind, you have your logical mind, you have the emotional intelligence. There's all these different components. And because somebody could be really highly intellectually intelligent, but then they might have a really low emotional intelligence. Vice versa, somebody else might have a really high emotional intelligence, and then a lower level of practical, technical intelligence. So I'm just suggesting the idea that perhaps like we also have an intelligence of like a truth discernment, truth radar, all those kind of words type of intelligence as well, which then like is on its own spectrum. And because I think there's people that probably same thing. They have like less technical intelligence, but they have a really high truth intelligence, and they just know certain things are true that are true. And then it could be vice versa. Someone else has a very high level of intellect mind, and they just are not going with the truth, you know?
Look at the national averages for SAT elementary schools, dude. Like the 98 percentiles in math, or like in the 80, almost, it ain't a coincidence. I don't think they're all in the 80 percentile in comprehension at a young age.
And it doesn't. It could even go beyond just like the whole idea of being less intelligent or more intelligent in some areas, but our individual personalities or circumstances has led us to prioritize certain information as more important than other information that might not be as validating for each of us.
Sure. Again, we're obviously on different sides, so that's the biggest irony, right?
They made my question like a precursor. Like, man, they took so much pressure off these, man. Like, man, they're making these gravy. But these are actually. I'm only going to ask a few, Gio, if that's all right. And,
well, just to finish, if you want to go into that, that's cool. But just to finish one thought on, because I was sharing some of the stuff about myself. I just want to say one other thing on it, which is that I'll just say this, Chronic, like in terms of the misleading idea, I'll just say this as well. I'll just do it super briefly. When I was very young, I remember questioning the globe, specifically in my mind. I used to think about it a lot. I used to think about, wait, they're telling me these people are all stuck upside down and water's upside down in Australia. I thought about that, never made sense to me, didn't resonate as true. And I also remember thinking, like, they're telling us we're moving at all those speeds. There was a foundational truth sense that it was not true. But I never really said that much about it. I kind of just went along and the whole 9 yards with it, and I would say, I generally accepted it for most of my life. And then, it was around 2004, 2005.
But you were a heliocentrist, even though you questioned.
I would say, I generally accepted heliocentrism is kind of the wording that I use. Because I wouldn't say I like believed in it. Like I wasn't ever like hardcore.
But then I tried to dig to China.
But I did accept it. So
Sure.
I was.
Okay.
If you had asked me in those years, I would have said, Earth's a sphere. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So, in 2004, 2005, I was researching like Hollow Earth and I came across Flat Earth, came across Flat Earth Society. And I did quite a bit of research back then, just reading all the papers, everything I could, like on Flat Earth. Back then, there wasn't very much online. Like 2004, there was not much at all. Like definitely Flat Earth Society came up, and that was actually the main site. And I remember at the time, I was like, okay, there's more to this story, but I'm trying to only go through it briefly. Actually, I could share the more full one another time, but I don't want to take up too much time.
Just do it, Gio. Just do it.
Well, so I'll skip over. I'll just say that yes, I began researching it then. The minute upon looking into it, then I came across the Flat Earth Society website, and I instantly had a truth resonance with it. Instantly thought, wow, there is absolutely something to this. And I researched everything they had to say, looked into what they were talking about, curvature, all these different things. But I had an instant resonance with it. And to be honest, part of what pushed me away is they had some bullshit in there as well. They were saying the Earth is rising up at 9.8 meters per second. It just seemed too hokey at that point. I was like, oh man, this is shady.
So
and
that stuff didn't trigger your truth resonator, but some stuff did. It was like mixed.
That's relativity, though.
Well, and that's kind of ironically, that's what everyone says Flat Earth Society is. It mixes truth with deception to throw you away from it. And ironically, it worked on me. Another person that I've heard Eric Dubé's story, and actually he had a similar story to me. He had found that website as well, and it turned him off too. Because see, back then, that was all there was. If you typed in flat Earth, you didn't get what you get now. I mean, well, now you get something totally different. But I'm just saying, you got Flat Earth Society, and that was pretty much it. And so at the time, in my mind, I'm like, okay, if this is the Flat Earth Society, these are the guys, and it has, false information in it, this has got to be bullshit kind of thing. So it's not that I thought the whole flat Earth was bullshit. I just was like, I wasn't, there was something off about that. And I didn't really at the time know where else to go for. So I just kind of put it on hold in my mind. And then, in 2015 is when I, revisited it again really strongly. And coming to it was not about being led by anyone. It was a whole process within myself. As well. So I guess I just share that to say that, like, kind of sound like the idea of misled, because, you know, like if I was a heliocentrist, as it were, and went to the graduate school, all of that, studied it, then the misled thing would kind of imply that I was going along thinking Earth was a globe, and all of a sudden somebody just sideswiped. They came in, they indoctrinated me, they mind tricked me, and totally got me to go against my entire master's degree, my entire education, my entire life. Somehow this YouTuber is kind of the way you're making it sound. Somebody came in, or maybe it was 10 of them, 20 YouTubers, whatever it is. Okay, maybe it's multiple things. No, because
It's I'm not saying it was a swipe at all. I said it's a foundationally built. It sounds like most of your life. That's what my claim is.
No, it wouldn't have been that with the shape of the Earth, though, because.
Well, I mean, again,
nobody,
like I said,
nobody was leading me into questioning the globe or looking into flat Earth. That was all me.
Sure, but there was a large fraction of your life where you said you subscribed to heliocentrism.
Right, and so the idea of being misled into a flat Earth idea, as it were, kind of implies that, like, I came across something that literally, like, you know, the word mislead, it's sort of like came in and just grabbed me and took me in some other direction.
No. That specifically, that last statement you just said is the opposite of what I'm claiming.
Well,
for you, it sounds like for some people that might be true. They just instantly find a YouTube rabbit hole and then they're gone forever. I'm not claiming that same thing. I'm not claiming that same thing for you. It sounds like I said, I would need way more hyper specific historical information about you and your upbringing. But from what you're sharing, it sounds like it was more of a slow burn misleading. That's all.
Well,
every flat earther man had it back in their mind.
Hold on, nobody was leading me
Brian.
back then, though.
Brian, let them go back and forth.
Yeah, just nobody was leading me. That's the point.
I mean, you claim that. I claim you were being misled. It's one claim against another. It's just opinions. Be back 1 sec.
Yeah, he's kind of trapping him a little, man. But I think every flat earther, man, in the back of their mind already knew something was wrong with everything around us, the way we were told. I don't think I'm special or unique. I just felt like, man, something's off. This shit ain't.
I just want to say real quick. I went into my, and I'll back off because I've been talking a lot. But I mean, I went into my story just kind of playfully, just to share a little bit and to go into it. But I mean, I was interested in Chronic's original, because that was his original question to Dave's New Perspectives question. And it is interesting because if he thinks that, you know, because he is like he's got, you know, education and he works in astrophysics and all that. So if he thinks that, then that would apply to me. It would apply to Brian. It applies to, you know, a lot of people. And so I'm just trying to kind of challenge his blanket thought that we've all just been randomly misled by something.
We think that, though, Gio. We literally think that.
Yeah, just real quick. I think he included his opinion a little bit in that he didn't think that anyone could actually be correct about it. So they must be being misled to some degree because he knows it's not what we think. So I think that was included in the idea of saying misled, and maybe too strong a statement for some people, maybe.
He obviously respects you too, man. But I don't think you could take that answer any further, man. I think you did make a good point, solid point. But I think, you know, taking it any further, man, is gonna kind of. I don't think anything positive.
Who's that reckoner? Who's trying to talk? Scarlett.
Scarlett. Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Scarlett. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, I was just interested in the conversation, and I was just wondering, the whole Elon Musk thing and him reading SpaceX and everything. Does that ever cross anyone's mind? Like, what is he doing?
Yeah, that was one of my questions. I said it. I asked Chronic if he ever cringes at any of the stuff that we're shown, like the Tesla car in space, or some of the stuff that's like the harnesses on the ISS that seems so obvious. I'm just interested to hear if there was any intellectual honesty on his part, or not that he wasn't being intellectually honest, but it just seems strange to us to think that intelligent people could just buy that, you know.
I just joined, so I didn't hear. But it's interesting how he has all these projects going on, and he has, you know, been doing these things for so long, involving space. So it's kind of weird, you know, how he's spending so much money in space, or is it like not in space? I I don't
He's
know. What do
getting
you guys?
he's getting paid. He's getting paid to do his job. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I
Anyway.
don't think there is a vacuum medium that humans can go visit that surrounds the Earth at all. So yeah, everything he's doing is under false guise.
Mm-hmm.
So you think he knows that? You think he knows that there's no space, or do you think he's unaware?
Well, that's an interesting question.
Well, he has like what 24 billion in his accounts. I mean, is he that
Oh, okay.
oblivious?
We thought you were talking about the guy we were questioning, but you're talking
I
about
did
Musk.
too. I was like, he's right here, guys.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking
Yeah.
about Elon. Like he's
Okay.
Elon Musk is like the world's richest man on Earth now.
yeah, well, he is supposedly he has all these projects involving space and SpaceX and this thing in Texas. And is it real or is
I heard
it?
he's like a genius, man. I heard he was born poor and came from the bottom up, and he's really one of the smartest people on
Oh,
Earth.
that's not true at all, Brian.
Well,
Brian,
if you don't
look
believe
into
in
it,
space,
he comes from
then
a family. He
you
comes from a
have to
family
assume
that had
that
an
he's
emerald. They
Brian,
had an emerald mine. His family had an emerald mine. He
Bro,
never
I was
came
just
from.
joking, man. You didn't catch that?
You gotta be
Oh,
joking.
I didn't catch that.
My
Sorry.
question was, does he really believe in space, or is it he's like
You
someone else?
you will have to ask him, would you?
Has anyone done any research on his project?
If you ask him, he's gonna tell you that it must be real because it looks so fake.
I would just suspect that everything he says is scripted, and he's just a front for a conglomerate of people that make a lot of money with his name.
Yeah, he's a public face, and when people say he's the richest man of the world, that's only on the public side because there's a private side that you don't know about. So he's only like a public face, like New Perspective said.
They literally named him after the 1940s I think it was Jules Verne novel where no, not Jules Verne, but the where Elon going to colonize Mars.
That could have been post dated too. You know, you never know if that was like to fit the
They love
narrative.
their symbolism, though, don't they?
You don't believe he's the richest man on the Earth? Oh, come on, y'all.
It's probably not.
Well, Vladimir
You ever hear
The
about
Putin,
his
richest
own
man
car
on
Vladimir
Earth probably
Putin
doesn't even
could have more
publicize it.
than
Yeah,
Elon Musk.
he'd be anonymous probably. That's the first thing you
I
pay for.
would. I definitely would
Yeah.
if I was in that situation.
I think Ruhip is about as rich as you can get. It still keep your soul.
Okay.
Ruhip, was you born well off?
No.
Yeah. So if you're real smart, I don't think Elon is smart. I think he's a fucking, we see what he is, but he ain't stupid. But he's fucking, he's not no Ruhip or that. I consider Ruhip like even Chronic. I think they're intelligent guys, man.
You don't make over
they're gullible.
$100 billion
We think they're gullible, man.
Sorry,
They think we're gullible. We think they're gullible.
Right, but it is interesting that they're coming here to hang out, and so they're technically coming to hang out with people that they think are misled.
Yeah, that's the thing I was going to bring up before. Like, there's a little bit of a difference in the way that, as far as being tricked goes, like you could see it like on our side that there's this like very, very well funded group of people that definitely would benefit from teaching a false cosmology and all the things that we all know and have talked about would work in their favor if that were to be true. And that is an effort that a lot of, 90% or 99% of the world has fell for, which makes it seem less likely on their side that would even be the case. But, it is a little bit like us being tricked, being above average intelligence, and then just watching YouTube videos and being that kind of gullible isn't really flattering. And if you want to come talk to those guys, then that doesn't make any sense.
The same way we see through some of the flat earth bullshit, they see through some of the globe earth bullshit. In the back of their minds, whether they want to acknowledge it or not, they see some of these ISS, some of the stuff they're being showed. And but they're going to stick with their belief and shit. But the same thing, we don't like to, call out some of the flat earth shit that's on the fence. They're the same way, man. They obviously don't think we're stupid or they wouldn't be here. You can tell the people who think we're stupid the way they talk to us, right?
So
Aren't
do
we
you
the
think
first
a lot
ones
of
to
people?
call out
Stupid?
flat Earth?
Like Age as a shield, he thinks we're stupid. You can tell by the way he talks to us, right?
I
Man,
feel
did you
bad for them having
check?
to defend things like the Tesla car and stuff, to be honest, if they really think that's real.
I mean, did you check the dart thing, man?
Yeah, I just watched that, and I was going to also throw that in at Chronic. I was going to ask him if he thinks that could have been faked. And if he does accept that that could have been faked, then why is it that he thinks that for sure he's not being misled?
I showed it to a Grover
Everything
friend of
can
mine.
be faked, right? You can see something on a screen. There is 100% chance that it could be faked.
How far is it?
I showed it to a Glover friend of mine. He was like, "Look at this, man. There's not even parallax between the two comets, asteroids or whatever. When the thing is getting close, they
Yeah, I
move
got a lot of
in
friends
unison."
that won't talk to me about flat Earth, but totally think the Tesla car and things like, a lot of what NASA does is bullshit.
Yeah. Hey, how far is it? What they're talking about?
It's like 20 million kilometers, something like that.
What?
So it's way smaller than a dragon capsule, right?
The DART mission
Literally way. Go ahead.
How far was it?
The DART mission one was about 6.8 million miles away.
There you go. Yeah.
I don't know if you were asking about that or you're asking about Tesla car.
No, I was asking by angular size. I was going to see if it's bigger than smaller than the dragon capsule. But yeah, it's way fucking smaller.
The radius is 287 feet or 200.
Yeah, so it's way smaller than the dragon capsule. And what can see this? You say backyard. How big would a backyard telescope have to be? I mean, I know it'd have to be a certain size, but like I know just some piece of shit telescope couldn't see it. But how big you think? What millimeter would you need to be able to see it?
I doubt that anybody with a backyard telescope could see that little thing.
No.
Yeah, the ones that Chronic posted were all from big, observatories that they're huge.
Yeah, it's like 170 meters or 10 million kilometers away.
Hey, Rui, I know that I haven't looked up to see if what the claim is about what I saw of it, but are they claiming that it was just live footage, or is it just a simulation of what was supposed to have happened? And if we do have all these HD cameras and capabilities of totally capturing something and making it completely undeniably real, because you have like multiple angles and you have the actual crashing into the thing and close-ups of exactly what happened with views of the stars and the earth behind it, all the little details that we could get, why don't they just do that?
What was the question?
Was it real footage?
Yes.
It was claimed to be real
stills,
footage.
Yeah. Yes.
Real still.
Said it was real footage, and they were gonna have supposedly a Russian satellite that was gonna have a bird's eye view from it too.
I haven't heard that. I've seen the photos.
Did they navigate to it using the two-dimensional celestial sphere?
What? Two-dimensional. Like, did they navigate by right ascension? That makes no sense.
I think he's trying to lead into his questions.
That is my first question about this. Ruip's already answered the question, but no, if everybody ain't into it, I mean, I'll go with the flow and shit, man.
I don't know if Chronic's back. He's muted now.
But she joined and Ruip joined and shit, man. So yeah, I just go with the flow.
But right ascension and declination is like it's an Earth-centric coordinate system.
No, I think he's asking, did they use the flat Earth map and coordinate system to navigate the DART mission? And the answer is yes.
Of course they did.
Hey, can I ask Chronic 2 questions though, just in good faith? Two quick questions.
He's deafened right now.
But they would have used some coordinate system based on the stars. Yes.
Fair enough.
So these were composite stills, kind of like we get with everything from space, right? That were put together as if they were just one long string of stills.
What do you mean composite? Why? What do you mean composite?
Are they all composite images?
They're photos. What do you mean composite?
Okay, so actual photos that you could look up the raw images of and stuff.
Sure, I guess.
Let's see.
Yeah, raw images coming back, I forget the refresh rate, but it was every few seconds or something.
Right. Okay, so they could have done that on Earth. They could have done that on Earth and then just kind of cropped out the thing to make it look like an asteroid. Right?
Oh,
if it was real.
Again, if you're just asking, is it logically possible for these images to be faked? Of course, the answer is yes.
Right.
Is it likely that they're fake?
The footage, I'm just saying that with the capabilities and all the camera capabilities we have right now, don't you think that there could have been like beyond reasonable, beyond undeniable proof that this actually happened rather than just these questionable stills?
You guys will deny anything, so nothing's undeniable.
No,
if you
Okay,
guys, right?
let me
Don't you
respond to
think
that.
the capabilities are there? Don't you think they could have done it that way?
They
Drew, if
send
it'd been a
back.
ton
Hang on.
easier, right?
They've made a decision, right, based on the power of their transmitter, how much they can send back at a time. They've made a trade-off between resolution and what's the word? Not screen rate or frame rate, but yeah, basically a
Simulation.
frame rate and resolution, and the bandwidth available.
Well, you've seen
Look,
some
man,
pretty
hold on
gruesome
real quick, man.
you've seen some pretty gruesome car accidents in your day, right? Like you've seen live footage of people wrecking, and they could fake that, right? But there's like, there's a point where like anybody with a reasonable mind would not question certain things we've all witnessed, even if it looks real. Like with 9/11, people thought they saw what they saw, but now a lot of us have come to think that, oh, that was actually, there was no planes and those kind of things, So yeah, things can be faked, but there's like sometimes undeniable, multiple angles beyond what anyone could ask for type evidence, and not
Like
to say that they
9/11,
should
you
be
mean?
required.
Like 9/11 undeniable, multiple camera angles
Well,
of
I don't
planes hitting
think you've
buildings,
seen a
or
lot of this stuff. Would you want to go through some of the footage? I could post something right now that you probably have a hard time.
how many fucking different clips are there of the second plane hitting the building?
Well, have you seen the nose come out the other side, Rubik? Have you ever seen the video?
Oh, let's
of the,
please not go there yet, man. Hold on, I wasn't done with the sizes yet. New perspective. Hold on, man.
I think that point is valid. The point is, you could see even a photograph and it could be fake. It doesn't matter.
And let me just tag on to that real quick. So Witz had actually asked Pazza a question earlier. I was listening, and Pazza was very honest about it. I don't know that I'll be able to remember the exact question, but I mean, Ruhif, essentially, do you, just looking at an image, do you have the ability to tell whether it's true or false? Whether it's
Generally, no, unless it's pretty obvious.
Correct or fake, whether it's true or fake.
Unless there's something obvious about it that's fake.
Okay, so you can't tell just by looking at it.
No, I have expectations of what they sort of should look like.
Okay, then let's just pause there. So if somebody else claims that it's fake, and you agree that you don't know whether it's true or fake, why would you ridicule or attack them or disparage them for saying it's fake?
Oh, it's just a weak source argument, because anything could be faked, but you guys instantly go, therefore it is fake.
Nobody really knows. Nobody really knows unless they're the one taking the photo.
Okay, Black Swan's fake.
Well, it's not so much.
Questions to Ruhif.
Hold on, wait. Just clarify, Ruhif. It's not so much that we're saying because it could be faked, it must be faked. It's more like if this all was really happening. I've heard Gio say this. This is all really happening. We would have so much footage we wouldn't even know what to do with it, and nobody would question it because it'd be so completely documented in so many undeniable ways that this discussion we're having right now wouldn't even be happening.
Like the Hunter, the Black Swan.
Like you said, multiple camera angles. Like, do you think a plane hit the second tower?
I think a missile might have.
Given how many different clips and different camera angles are there?
Let me ask you, Ruhif, do you think? Hold on, wait. He asked me a question.
2001 it was harder.
Wait, hold on, wait, Ruhif. Let me ask you this: Do you think the second plane, if it did hit the building, that the nose fully intact would be able to come out the other side of the building? Do you think that's possible?
No, the nose is pretty soft on a plane.
Right, so you wouldn't be able to see that on the live news footage that they showed us.
Is this some fucking punked trap, is it? Show me a
if
trap.
that footage existed, it would be hard to deny that then, right? If it was from the live.
If you could demonstrate that it's actually the nose of the plane, I'd be shocked. I guarantee you.
So your interpretation would be that have to be something other than the nose, even though it looks like it's the timing and the shape and everything's exactly the same.
Sure.
It's actually a mask layer. It's been proven to be so in the documentary called September Clues. He shows in detail. He focuses in. It's all, when I say proof, it's all empirically done. He does it all on the screen. It's all, you see every single step of it. And I'll
look in the live stream.
I'll say this briefly because it's a very multi-leveled thing. So I'll try to say it briefly. Essentially, to sum it up, he analyzed the nose of the airplane pixel by pixel. And he compared that to the thing that came out the other side of the building in that footage. And pixel for pixel, it's identical. So it's a mask layer. The other giveaway is why it's a mask layer is because that gets into some more. He shows exactly how they did this on the fly editing, because right after that on that footage, and he shows all of this, all of the cuts cut to black, all of them on all the news networks. I forget how many frames, like 14 frames or something of black. It happened on all of them. It's weird. It's like these specific number of frames that all just drop. And that was right after the plane hit, of course, too. And in that particular footage, it's split down the middle. It's a vertical mask layer that's split between the buildings. And the nose runs into that mask layer. So again, it's pixel for pixel the same before it goes in and when it comes out. And then the pixel for pixel thing when it comes out, it gets cut off by the mask layer. So when you really zoom into it, he shows all of this, and you really zoom into it, that nose thing runs into the mask layer.
All right. And it's because of the drifting helicopter is the reason. Like they didn't expect that the camera wouldn't catch it at the right angle because the helicopter drifted, and it caused them to have to cut to black on all stations.
All right. Can I see the original footage of this, please?
That's from the news right there. That's what you're looking at.
That's a GIF in Discord. Can I see the original, please?
Ruhit, that documentary I mentioned.
You can look it up.
What would be the reasoning behind that, though? Why would they do that? What is the reasoning?
What, to fake the planes?
Yes.
Well, they had to have the buildings go down if that was the plan, right? And to actually depend on somebody being able to fly at the right speed at that altitude and actually hit the middle of the building and have the whole plane completely disappear into the building without any wings or even a bolt breaking off the plane as the aluminum goes through the steel. Like that would be a pretty hard feat just in itself to do it once.
What about all the families in those, all the people that died in that plane?
Experience coming from another country.
How about all the people that died in the plane and all the families of those people that died in those planes?
I remember the news.
How did they die then?
I remember. Now that you're speaking of it, nobody ever talked about like the debris of the plane.
Yeah, they found an engine that wasn't even the right engine and all kinds of seeming, in my opinion, planted material that was actually a mistake on purpose to create the conspiracy theory and all the discord that goes along with it.
Yeah, I mean, the reason not to use planes, I think there's a lot of reasons. But yeah, this was a PSYOP military operation. So they used missiles, explosives. It was all made for TV movie, essentially.
Well, are you guys saying that that's the case for both towers?
Yeah, it seems so.
Wait, what's the case? Oh, there's
two towers were hit, and then how about all the people that died in those planes and their families?
Because I did see a video, and it seems very
credible. How did they die?
Then? Well, what about the people?
Hold on, you guys are talking at the same time, guys.
The flight logs. How all the people in those planes? How did they what happened to them? And they just killed them somewhere else?
Well, they were. The reports is that they were.
You guys got to talk one at a time, guys.
I'm sorry, I was going to answer that. The planes were very. They were not at maximum capacity, even actually less than half full. And who knows what, I mean, I have evidence I can show you seemingly of some survivors from those planes, but regardless, they could be some life insurance policies cashed in on, who knows, right?
They may have just taken over.
There were no people there. They were all faked. 4 faked flights. That's it.
Well,
Fox 11.
What about the people that were on the ground or the people that were in the building?
There's someone in the server. I guess he did share it on Livestream, but just out of respect, it's up to him whether he wants to just share it again. He did share it on Livestream, but I just want at the moment just keep it. But he knows someone, it was apparently like a family friend who was on one of those flights, and they never saw him again. So that
somewhat famous person too. Yeah.
That's the video. The video that Terry just posted. That's the video that I saw of multiple views of the second tower getting hit. And
yeah, there's a lot of people because
I don't know how you could fake all of these different
there's
independent
watching
footage.
Tower too, because
you guys are talking. Awaken. You overtalk a lot.
You keep.
I actually don't. I'm actually.
You do. You
barely
with
talk.
the girl before.
You don't talk much, but
I barely talk, dude.
Right now, I know you barely talk, but right now you're talking over a question that Percentage is bringing up. If you don't mind, just real quick.
I didn't even hear what percentage said. You talked over him.
I was saying I watched that video that Terry posted. I saw this a while back, and it's a very credible video. It seems like there's multiple views from like private citizens. They're just recording the tower because the first one already hit, so they have their camera like on the second tower, on both towers, and they see the plane hitting the second tower. So
yeah, the GIF that you
I'm convinced
doesn't
personally
quite
that
match.
there is a second tower at least. I mean, there was a plane that hit the second tower at least. I don't know about the first one. No one's going to be watching the first one just for no reason,
Right.
you know.
I've seen a lot of that too. I'm not saying I know for sure one way or another, but if the footage that of that little GIF that I posted is actually what they showed us on the news, and that's the second tower being hit, and that's what we were shown, is that compatible with what you're seeing with the other, like which one,
All I had to hear was that one dude in the news, that one guy, he said due to. When that just regular old Joe being interviewed, and he said, and obviously the building collapsed due to structural
due to structural damage from the fire. Yeah.
Like, dude, just the word due to. I'm like, dude, these guys off the street don't say due to. That's all I needed.
Somebody was asking about the witnesses too. If you have one person within like a crowd of 10 people, and even if it was like a missile or something that crashed into it instead of a plane.
Yeah, that guy was definitely a paid actor guy, without a doubt.
If you guys think about it, though, what year was that?
You don't know?
Did you forget?
2001.
It's practically ingrained.
It was on
in
September
I know what
11th.
year it was, but I'm only saying that. What type of technology
2001.
did we actually have back then? With
Video cameras, live witnesses.
We had better technology back then.
Percentage. Most of these footages are from major news groups, and there's actually a lot of interesting thing that goes into like a lot of the research of the ones that claim to be civilian filmed and all of that. It is pretty interesting to see all of that, but I do think the second tower was hit by a missile. The first one was not hit by anything, but they didn't use any airplanes.
But you really think that we had the technology back then to put it on the news the same exact day as it was happening?
Well, I mean, it would have just been a whole staged thing. So, I mean, essentially, my understanding of it is that the first tower was not hit by anything. The slow motion footage there's only like one footage of that anyways. And the footage of it shows actual pyrotechnics that are exploding in the wing where the wings are. You can actually see the timed firing of the pyrotechnics, like they're actually on a timer, and it basically burns out essentially the wing holes. So that one would have had just a CGI airplane on it and I think it was just explosives, just literally on the building. That airplane would have had to fly over New York City, and if they did a missile, that would have been able to be seen as well. And no one would be expecting any towers to be hit, so they wouldn't have really had to fly anything into that first one. And I don't see any evidence that.
And you think
there was a missile
that was aired? You think that was aired on the news like it was created previously?
Can I just cut in here to address this very point? Okay, there's something called chroma key.
But I got next.
There's something called chroma key, which is the live editing of video footage. Now, this was in its very, very early days, around this time, around 2001. And you can see by the mistakes in the footage that they were developing this technology, this chroma key technology. And it's used every day now, and you cannot tell the difference. So,
yeah, like for deep fakes?
Well, it's used everywhere. It's used in cinematography, in feature films, in adverts on the TV. Chroma key is used everywhere.
Even in those videos you saw that have the second plane now, that all this footage coming out of it.
No, chroma key is like the green screen, right? Like the changing the background. It's not like the deep fake. The deep fake is something else.
Chroma key is different to green screening. Green screening is used in conjunction with chroma key. It gives you two different effects.
Yeah, layering.
3DP, watch that video that Terry posted in the chat, and then tell me if they were chroma keying all of those different, videos that people were taking.
Dude, I remember my buddy, man.
Were taking. But
I had a rich buddy. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna make a separate point
because
because
people didn't really have camera phones back then.
They had camcorders. But yeah, so
But
Gio, in
people
terms
didn't,
of
like, walk
hold
around
up.
the streets with camcorders.
So in terms of the missile, or like the detonation, basically, like, you know, the boom boom boom. There's so many different people that, you know, eyewitness testimony that said that happened, and I'm not saying that it didn't. Like, I'm saying that it's possible there was a plane, but it was just, you know, for show, and then they actually just detonated the place. Like, you know, it was
we had cell phones though.
Boom, 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 you know?
Okay, but wait, you might be talking about a couple of different things. Okay, so what I was first talking about is the first tower getting hit. That was where I was talking about the pyrotechnics were actually exploding in a timed fashion, in a rhythmic timed fashion, to actually burn out the wing holes to make it look like an airplane hit it. But you might be also talking about like when the towers came down. There is also timed explosives during that too.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I think it was, you know, there's so many different people that just like said it was boom, 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 one after the other, multiple blasts.
Yeah, I think they had explosives at each floor, and then they also used the directed energy device as well. But yeah, it's a mixture of both.
That boom, 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 boom could have been the beams collapsing. By the way,
because you can't bring buildings down like that. It's an art to bring buildings down like that.
Collapsing. Why would they make
there was a building in Florida that collapsed about a year ago, and it collapsed due to the coast erosion. It was in sunny something. I forgot the exact location, and the building collapsed pretty similarly.
I think
why would it make explosive sounds? Like, why would melting steel make explosive sounds?
No. What I'm saying is that boom, 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 boom could have been when the building starts collapsing, the sound of the initial collapse, like as the beams are collapsing.
Yeah, but the thing about
without detonation?
Oh my gosh! Sorry, there's probably a delay.
Like, it sounds like he's saying
ahead,
just like the steel beams collapsing.
Yeah, like
not necessarily with
when a building collapses, like there is a huge noise that like, you know.
And there'd have to be a huge
actual explosions though, like boom, 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 boom. If it's the steel beams melting and collapsing, that won't make an explosive sound. It won't make like a huge bang.
Yeah, for them to be a huge noise, there'd have to be a huge resistance.
It almost looks like a zipper being unzipped, and the explosives are actually firing like concrete out from it as well.
But what about like the gasoline in the building, or that wouldn't affect it?
Calling horseshit on the gift, by the way, in your perspective.
The second tower, I do think was hit by a missile, and then they did the CGI airplane footage.
It's fake.
But you guys really do believe that the technology was that strong to put
guys, look at this video.
We had Tupac performing up on stage back then. Fucking looked just like the real thing back then. We had cell phones. We had cell phones 10 years before that, and some of them had cameras. They just sucked. But technology wasn't really that. Technology ain't done shit except for artificially.
Didn't the government already confess to dealing with aliens since like the 1940s already? They've been had. We like 50 or 100 years behind the military already. They've been had advanced technology.
I don't know, the idea that they doctored all of the different footage that we see, that's tough for me.
Percentage?
Can I just like,
put
how many people live in New York? For God's sake,
hold on a weekend. We got reading. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
What am I looking for in this footage for you?
What do you mean? What are you looking for in the footage? Just the fact that there's so many different like angles and views of it, and that all of them would have to be basically co-opted. That they wouldn't be private individuals on vacation and yada yada. They'd actually all be coming from a corrupt source.
That could have all been chroma keyed though, right?
There's no visible plane in that first impact. The way the planes stand out against the skyline.
You're talking about the very first view in the video? Because it was been a while since I've seen it.
Hang on, I'm just going to do a screenshot. Just bear with me a second.
Alright, cool.
But I've just been through it frame by frame. From the firemen, when they pan up to the first impact, and it's supposed to be the only footage that's available of the first impact.
Oh, I'm talking about the second impact. 50. It's like 50 views of the second impact, South Tower, or what have you, posted by Terry.
At 31 past the hour.
No, I think it's 28 past the hour.
Ah, right.
You tagged Druhif in it?
Yeah, he posted one at 31 past the hour of the first impact, and there's no visible plane in the footage.
Yeah, no, I don't make any claims to the first impact. First tower, I should say.
I think to add to Percentage's point too, like everybody's focused on the second tower after that first hit, or on both, because they're so close to each other. So for that second one to be doctrined, you have way too many eyes that would be fooled, and too many cameras.
Well, the one thing to keep
Everyone's
in mind
looking
is
at it,
that
right?
a missile, one thing to keep in mind is that a missile can look like an airplane. There's many missiles that literally have wings. They actually look similar to airplanes, and it's interesting as well. So what I'm saying is that if you were on the ground, to actually make out that it was an actual commercial airliner is very different than just seeing something.
Come on, champ.
It wouldn't have been that much time.
Come on, champ.
And hold on, why are you interrupting me?
You're just saying something silly.
All right, well, please don't interrupt me. If you think that's fine, you can.
Coming from you, Ruhif.
Yeah, you can have your time to say whatever you want. Anyways, so missiles can have wings and look like airplanes. And what else was I going to say about it? Yeah, see, now you told me, threw me off. Which I know was your goal, so it's obnoxious.
New perspective. The GIF that you mentioned, that you posted, it could be that's like before it makes the corkscrew turn, and it's actually going through. Like it goes. I don't know why they loop it right there. Or it might be the explosion. I'm not sure.
There might have been a plane, but if it was shitty ass photography, because my buddy showed me
just be a
long time ago, dude, before even the conspiracy, right when it happened, he was showing me a plane like getting absorbed by the building.
The other part I was going to say, sorry, I was going to say, I've seen interviews, just real quick, because I remembered it. Sorry to interrupt if I am interrupting, but okay, just that. There, just the end part of before Ruhif interrupted me. There are several eyewitnesses that to me do not look like crisis actors. Like they seem like real people being interviewed. And several of them, like a surprising number of them, said it looked like a small airplane, like a Cessna, which also fits with a missile.
You can see the size of it relative to the building.
Those are all, those have CGI airplanes on them.
Either way, the owner of the fucking owner of the building said pull it for the third building.
50.
He said pull it. I mean, what else do we need to hear the owner saying pull it? I mean, that's the term that they fucking use, but when they demo buildings. So even if a plane did hit it, it took a lot more than that. They wish they could bring a fucking building down with fire.
50 clips of a plane hitting a building. You can get the size of it.
What would be the points of them doing that?
Before we get into that, just real quick, look at the live stream that I just posted. Those are all missiles, right? Those are all heat-guided missiles that are painted to look like an airplane that we're looking at.
How big are they?
Well, from a distance, you might not be able to tell exactly how big that is.
Oh, fuck. You've got a plane going into a building. We know the size of the building. Therefore, we know the size of the plane.
Footage now.
On the top. I was going to say, on the topic of crisis actors, if you watch that video, that 50 views video, there's a few, people that just, it sounds so fake. Like, oh my god! It's, so dramatic. They're just not acting.
Definitely.
Think about what you said about how you heard the explosions. I mean, you realize that it wasn't what they told us, even if you think there were planes, right? But
I think there was definitely a plane for the second tower. I don't know about the first tower.
Yeah.
But second
Hey
tower.
man, why are y'all so worried about if it was a plane or not, dude? Y'all really arguing?
I'm not worried about that. It's just interesting to see if they could have done that real time.
Why did this happen?
You guys, can we?
Because the point is that we all agree a plane or a bomb couldn't take down that.
You guys, Brian, you're interrupting everyone. Brian, hold on, Dave as well. Dude, Percentage, you remember what you were saying? You guys, please try not to interrupt. It's so hard to listen to when that happens. Brian, you were just totally interrupting.
I didn't mean to clip you, Percentage.
Yeah, I was making 2 points. I made the first point about how some of the people that were in that video just sounded fake, but who knows. And then the second point I was gonna make was just to answer your question, New Perspective, about it being a flyby on a corkscrew turn. As far as I know, that happened for the second tower, but I might be mistaken. If there was no corkscrew turn for the second tower, then the only thing that they could say is
I don't think. Does anyone else think that it was a cork? Does anyone else think it was a cork? No, it flew in from a distance and went straight into the tower. That's what we were shown. There was no going by the building and then coming out. Besides, If it was that, then why would the building blow up when the nose went through?
One of the supposed planes definitely did a corkscrew turn because I remember that being like a thing. Like, how could these?
That was
guys
the one
like...
No, that was the Pentagon.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they just found footage. There was footage I just saw today that shows that was a missile too, and it shows the actual missile going into the Pentagon.
Hey, Dave, yeah, that one. It literally looks like a missile hit. It's like yeah, exactly. The actual.
Gio, can you see the screenshots that I'm posting?
Hold on, real quick, Dave. Do you have that video, or have you seen the one, Dave, where it's one of the ones with the airplanes hitting the building, and there's a crane. So basically, you have the camera, and then there's a crane, and then the airplane's going behind the crane, but he slowed it down and zoomed in. The layers of the CGI airplane go in front of the crane. Have you seen that?
Yeah. I've seen the CGI wing completely disappear on the really close up one of the second tower supposedly being hit by it. The wing just completely. That was the first thing that got me. Like, the wing's gone. That makes no sense.
Exactly. That's another one. That's one as well. But the crane one, I was wondering if you had the link to it because I was trying to remember whose video it was because I was going to share that one with Percentage because he was looking at all those and saying that they look legit. I was going to show him that one where literally the CGI layer goes in front of the crane.
There's actually
Let me ask Maria a question. Hold on, I gotta fight just to get one word.
Just on this one topic, Brian.
Ruhif, was that a still shot, Ruhif, or a picture?
Yeah, these are all still shots from the video.
All right, so really quickly on the topic of like I think New Perspective said like the wings disappeared or something like that. In that video that Terry posted, if I recall correctly, one of the later, like towards the end views, the entire plane disappears before impacting. For like maybe like a frame or two, as it's getting closer, it just disappears. And I figured it was just due to like maybe I don't know why actually.
Well, my follow up with you, Percentage, was actually I didn't even get to state my whole question before. Was that okay? If you realize that they blew the building up, and that was like the master plan that had to happen, do you think that then they would take the chance that a pilot might not be able to make sure to hit dead center of the building twice, and they would use something that's a lot more reliable because it's such an important event that they had the bomb? Because if the pilot totally missed it or scraped it or whatever, I mean, it's hard to hit the side of a building like that. I imagine, especially without any air traffic control, as someone from another country without any flying experience really. But regardless, if it wasn't, just like that would be a big risk, right? They're not even supposed to be able to fly that fast at that altitude to go in, and they wouldn't have gone completely. It wouldn't have completely disappeared into it like butter. I mean, wouldn't you think the wings would break off into a steel building? Aluminum wings would have to break off, right?
Yeah. So if I could, it is a good point, but at the same time, you could argue that they probably had contingencies in place, like because they had the building ready to go, right? So you could argue that they would have sent a different plane or something like that, or you could argue that due to the propaganda machine, you didn't need one, and they could have just said because of the first tower something fell on it or something like that, something some fiery piece of something caused it to trigger in the second building. Who knows? I don't know. But
then you also have to think
there's
about
other buildings that fell without anything, and the propaganda machine was able to just make that
cover that up, or exactly. But then and they were all they all went into their own footprint, which seemed to be really important because it seemed like they were trying to make sure there was as little damage to other areas of the city that by doing it that way. Like if the plane hadn't hit it completely straight, then you could have been talking about mass casualties throughout the city if the rest of the plane ended up in the street or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it could have happened.
I mean, it's just much more efficient to do it exactly the way it happened, right?
Yeah, just the whole with all the eyes being on the first tower and then being so close together, I don't think they would have they could have gotten away with not doing anything. Just
and you don't think that the aluminum plane could have gone straight into a steel building without the wings breaking off, do you?
Definitely not. I don't.
Well, then why do
the
you
way
think
it went straight through the building,
real?
Through the central steel beams? I don't think that would have been possible. But
so then, how is it that the footage that you said you thought was believable could possibly be real then?
No, it's possible that the plane would go inside the building, but not all the way through to so that exposed on the other side, you see in the GIF.
Okay.
Like,
I'm talking about it going like
Your GIF
into a
is fake
building
in
being
perspective.
aluminum.
Your GIF is fake.
Yeah, because the support beams are like in the center. They're not kind of like just on the perimeter. They're more closer to the center. So I don't think the plane would have made it all the way through, basically, as it shows in that GIF where the explosion's coming out from the other side. You know.
Right. Yeah, and really, if you want to address the fake footage, I'm happy to do that. It's interesting that you're on the other side of claiming something might be fake.
Yeah, your GIF.
I'm not claiming it's real. I'm claiming that the news faked it. The news put a CGI image in there, so it is fake. You're right. It's a fake plane that was shown to us on the news the day that it happened.
Scarlett was trying to
you're
say
right.
something earlier. Go ahead, Scarlett.
No, guys, I'm so sorry because I hate to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Whenever I speak, I'm gonna say over, like military style. So I'm just saying, like, what do you guys think about?
Sorry, what were you gonna say when you're done?
Over.
All right, she's done, guys. Who's next?
No, crazy. So I'm just saying, like, why do you think? Because this is a whole new perspective for me. I honestly never even questioned it before. And to hear these things, why do you think this was done over?
Are you a flat earther, by the way?
Absolutely not.
Oh, okay. Because I thought that I looked at your profile and it said something about Earth realm. I don't know. Maybe I got that wrong. Okay, so if you're not a flat earther, then
With my,
you're
I've
new.
never done anything with my profile over.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe I looked at somebody else.
You've clicked a bunch of roles at the check-in thing.
Why does it matter if you're a flat earther? Answer the question.
Why would they lie? Right?
Percentage.
Why would they lie?
I've had a look at that video that you were talking about, and it does seem as though the plane disappears for, like, I don't know, maybe 17 to 22 frames.
You saw that clip?
Yeah,
Towards
as
the
it's
end, right? If I recall.
Yeah. As it's approaching.
That's the one my buddy. Sorry, but
Do you think that's just an artifact?
If you look at the angle that the plane is coming into the building at, and then you try and work out whether it's actually kind of flying towards the building at that point, so it's actually masked by the building, but then you would see it in front of the building, and it actually impacts the side of the building, so it's not flying towards the building from the point of view of the observer. It is actually coming in from the side. So for the plane to disappear for those 17, 22 frames when it's actually coming in from the side and cannot be hidden, not hidden by the building, but it's flying towards the building, so it's difficult to distinguish the plane from the building. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Sorry, Brian. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, because I've not looked into this in this depth. I'm actually going to rip that video, and I'm going to go through every single impact in that video and have a look and see what. Yeah.
But for that one clip though, do you notice in those frames where the plane disappears? Do you notice other things moving? Is it just
I wanted
frozen?
That's why I want to download it and rip it. I mean, I think the smoke is still moving, but the plane disappears.
Yeah.
When you do your analysis, check to see if the plane is the same speed as it goes before the building and after, because allegedly it would slow down as it impacts the building, right?
Yeah, I don't know if that applies. I think it
Which you could
reappears
do
right
by
before it
counting
hits
the
the
frames.
building again, or just as it hits it.
I should have never brought this up in the first place, man. But Rue, if you have the videos them still shots came from, that shit looks kind of suspect, bro, just to be honest, but I'll give it a chance.
Well, does anyone want to answer Scarlett's question? Why would they lie?
That's a really hard one. Well, let me ask you this, Scarlett. Do you think that, have you ever heard that knowledge is power? Are you still there? Am I still here?
You're still here.
Scarlett, did you hear what I asked? Oh, she might have left. Okay.
They had to take them buildings down anyway,
No, she's still here.
Yo, it's about money, man. War machine.
Money, right?
Makes a fucking killing.
No, I'm still here. I was waiting for someone to chime in on that.
I was asking you a
Roosevelt
question.
said, beware of the military-industrial complex. You know, all that shit was planned. That was too much, too many coincidences at this point for me. All the programming, all the predictive programming, it's ridiculous. But all I had to do was steer that dumbass on the ground. I knew it was all
For
BS.
me, I was 17 years old when all that was going on, and I joined the military 1 year after because I was oblivious to all the things you guys are talking about now. So I would like to know, like, why.
Well, look, we attacked Iraq. We attacked Iraq after this all happened, right? And
Hey, Brian, real quick, I had a question I asked Scarlett. I don't know if you heard Scarlett. I asked, maybe to sum it up would be to answer, have you ever heard the saying, knowledge is power,
Yes, of course.
right? And you get knowledge from information, right?
Yes, this is why I'm listening.
Right. So why would all information be free?
What?
I'm sorry.
If knowledge is power, and knowledge comes from information. Why would they make all of the correct information available to everybody?
Oh, Jesus. That'll do me.
Yeah,
Right?
but
There's value. There's value in knowledge, value in information. So having true information and untrue information that some believe and some don't believe would be advantageous to those that actually have the means to control information, right?
Hold up. To clarify, Scarlett, are you asking why would they do it or why would they lie about it?
Both.
They needed a war.
Start with one. But why would they do it? Yeah, they needed a war. They want to control the oil. They want to get rid of Saddam because he was trying to institute the gold dinar. You know, a bunch of they want to make money off for their military industrial complex and all their like weapon manufacturers and stuff like that. The lobbyists, I'm sure, had a say in it. So that's why they would do it. Why would they lie about it? Obviously because they can't admit to all that stuff because it's fucking heinous.
Yeah, and a lot of it's about the actual control of information and creating the reality that we experience, literally fabricating the reality that we experience and having it be a major event that everyone experiences and have it be exactly what they wanted us to experience, even if it's false.
Yeah.
There's a lot of power in that.
But that's tough that you joined the military because of it. Damn.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why it's upsetting.
They took advantage of you.
You're listening to us, but you should be watching some. Like, there's a couple of really good documentaries of the facts, and then you could hear the other side by watching some other videos. But really, you should, check out a documentary or two. I mean, anybody who's really seen all the evidence and still believes that it's exactly how they called it, I don't think they're being intellectually honest.
Well, I am. I've seen all the evidence.
Because I was in the military. I was in the Army. I don't know if you guys tuned in before, but I did see things when I did go overseas to Iraq, and that's why I got out. But this is putting things even into more perspective because I never even thought twice about that.
None of us did at first.
Until tonight.
Right. And I don't blame people who have never seen the evidence. I blame them, but people who have seen all the evidence and still don't think it's suspicious, man, to me, like I said, it ain't obvious. But most people have never even heard of all this shit. It's weird.
I put a link in the chat for you. On September 10th, 2001, the day before 9/11, Donald Rumsfeld admitted, and I posted the article in the chat, that they could not account for $2.3 trillion. And then the next day, allegedly, a plane hits the accounting department of the Pentagon where that money was being kept track of.
Where all those files were.
Yeah, at that day, that would have been $8,000 for every single American in America. It's a lot of money.
You know what's weird about that? Why would they announce it if they were going to have the excuse the next day anyway?
I don't know.
Weird, huh?
It's
there
like
was loads of stuff to do with the Enron scandal was in that part of the Pentagon as well, apparently. So I've heard.
And all the FBI and CIA records supposedly in Building 7.
Yo, so I was feeling for Scarlett when she said she joined the military afterwards as a kind of like as a reaction to that, and that she kind of got swindled by the propaganda machine and everything. And then I just realized, because I served too, but in a different location for different, place and stuff. But I too got swindled. I just realized. I was also victim of propaganda
No,
as well.
I do feel that way completely, and it's extremely depressing sometimes.
All the demolition crews are pissed, dude. The demolition crews are pissed because they're like, damn, all this time we've been doing this shit all strategical to bring buildings down, and all we needed was a little kerosene? Shit. They're pissed. They've been wasting millions of dollars all the years of skyscrapers. All they needed the whole time was kerosene. Ain't that something?
Absolute power corrupts absolutely. You ever heard that one, Scarlett?
So I can tell you a financial incentive. I do stocks. So back in 2001 to 2008, which is when the war ensued, Halliburton Company got massive government contracts during the war, and their stock growing times 4, times 5, and times 6 times value during that war. So if you know what's going to happen ahead of time, you can put your money in those companies that are going to get these government contracts, and you can just pad your pocketbook.
There's all the put options that were put into like American Airlines and the airlines that were involved with this, and the companies that were involved that had their headquarters in the World Trade Centers as well. There was, it's in the financial records. There were put options put into these companies and these airlines, massive amounts of money put into these stocks and shares, hedging that they would decrease in value. So what a put option is where you bet your money, or you bet your money that a company's value, or in this case airline companies, the companies at the World Trade Centers, they actually decrease in value. Their stocks and shares decrease in value, and that way you make money. And there was a record amount of put options put on the specific companies and airlines involved in this in the run up to 9/11, and it's all in the financial record. So you tell me, who made money? Who knew ahead of time? Have I just killed the conversation again?
The Bushes got rid of their enemy, their main enemy. They had to have a reason to go to that area in the world. So the whole war could have been fabricated for political gain.
Well, I think a lot of it was actually, like I said already, that they planted fake information on purpose to create the conspiracy theory along with the acting out of the conspiracy. And then, again, about the control of information and the discord, the separation that it's caused between people, especially with generations. It seems like they like to do that a lot. Like with the Vietnam War, a lot of their kids were against their parents because the parents were going by their more standard belief that the TV was telling them the truth about the war, and the kids were getting the hippie movement was influencing the kids to see through some of the things that were coming in on alternative sources. And the same thing when the internet hit right around that time is when we were starting to get like some of these longer documentaries and alternative websites. You could see some of these other viewpoints on, and our parents weren't hip to that. So a lot of our generation then ended up disagreeing with our parents about this major event that really does change a lot about your perspective in general with how you see the future of this country and the world in general, or just information, and whether you agree or don't agree with information is what is part of what they like to propagate. And it's not like they want everyone to think the same. It seems they like the disagreement more than anything. It's called the Hegelian dialectic, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the sad thing is that there's so many lives lost over all of this. It's extremely sad.
Yeah. Money made, lives lost. And it seems like all the wars are funded on both sides by the same people, from way back.
Have you heard that the kings and queens have always used wars for population control? Have you heard that?
think about it. You send off like, a large group of every man in the country that's eligible between, within their primary breeding years, and a lot of them don't even come back. So, I mean, it does take out a lot of that little step of the, that's why we have baby boomers, right? Because when they came back from the war, people were having babies. Seems like there's definitely a lot of control measures put in place, and some people might justify them, because we have a somewhat functional society. Who knows how it would be if they didn't try to do any of these kind of things? I don't know. I mean, we can't really say. I think they like to play God, and it's not like everything they do is evil or bad, because they think they like to balance out what they think is good with the bad, like
I think
necessary evils, that kind of thing.
I pretty much. Good.
Well, there's, a lot of, okay. No, go ahead, Brian. I was going to go a little dark with it and just say, like, the level of evil at some of those levels, I can't imagine that they're actually pondering anything good. I mean, that, like, their whole energy is just a complete.
Couldn't they do a lot more evil though? If that were the case, couldn't they just
essentially that's what psychopathy is in a sense. Like, being psychopathic is like a complete disassociation from all that is actually good and in integrity. It's like a fracture.
But couldn't they make things a lot worse if they were like purely evil? Like, don't you think that we all
think about this, dude? It depends on how many of them are evil. Like a long time ago, man, with Milosevic, dude, we were bombing. Like, I knew that the president didn't have as much power as I had always thought he had, because they did some bombing in like Libya, and they didn't get the majority vote, and they didn't have and the American soil wasn't attacked. Yeah, they're bombing, doing air raid campaigns around the clock. And I realized right then, dude, that something's wrong with this whole place I'm in. But I've noticed it. Every war pretty much led with a catastrophe, dude. And looking back, they've admitted to some of them, like the Gulf of Tonkin and all that. And like then they had the Pearl Harbor. You got to get the people behind you, because you might have some dark people and all that, and they have a lot of power, whatever, like Black Ops or something. So they could do bombing campaigns to a certain extent, but for a war, they need everybody. They need the leaders of the Army, the leaders of the Navy. They need the people on deck for all-out war. And they wanted to go to Iraq. Iraq had nothing to do with them towers. They didn't even blame nothing on Iraq. But next thing you know, we're in Iraq. And even then, back then, somehow I told my brother, fed him, that there was no weapons of mass destruction. I don't know what made me think that, but I won money off my brother. Eventually, I never collected, but I just rubbed it in his face. Still to this day, I tell him, that just because he's kind of mainstream, but not totally. Yeah. But they need everybody behind them. That's the point. They need the whole nation behind them, and so they already had something planned. Or they wouldn't just went bombing Iraq and invading Iraq. We needed oil. It's all about money.
You know what's funny about that, Brian?
And I can
Go ahead.
testify to that, because I was there.
You testified to what?
There was no real reason for war. It was about money. It was about oil.
Yeah.
It was about that.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's funny that there's certain things like that weapons of mass destruction that seem to be set up as like the planned thing to admit to. And Bush was even joking about it at the White House press conference, right? Or the White House dinner, right? Where he's like, "Oh, no weapons of mass destruction over here." Ha ha ha. It's like they take the slap on the hand, like, "Oh, you really got us on that one. The weapons of mass destruction. You're right. We were wrong." But then like the whole thing is such a snafu that they don't have to admit to, right?
Yeah, but what's really messed up is the people who actually believed it and joined the armed forces to protect people under false, pretenses, and to go over there and then have to come home and realize it was all fake.
That sucks, man. But at least are you healthy though?
Pretty much, yes.
Good for you. I'm glad. I was like, oh my God, why not just ask her that? But look, it's Bush had just come into power, and his dad, 4 years, had just served 8 years, one term before that. And so to me, they already had a plan. But then I'm here in Florida, and the next election was like Bush against, I think it was Kerry or somebody. And I was a Republican. I don't even know why, but I was a Republican back then. And Kerry had won, or what you call it, whoever he was up against. I forgot his name, the greenhouse gas dude. But he won basically. They announced him for the win, but then they said, hold on, there's a recall, and it was in Florida, and they had to do a recount here in Florida, and for Bush Jr.'s second term, and they recounted some other shit. There was some scandals around here about some of the votes and everything, but then they waited for the military. They said, "Oh, we got to wait on the military," and he was like a good bit behind, dude. Nobody liked him, and I did. I was a Republican, like I said. I don't know why, but I remember he cheated. That dude he ran against, pure cheated. I was happy.
Well, the crazy thing for me is I'm not political. I've never voted in my life. I don't even follow political things like that. When I was in the military, it was primarily I thought I was protecting like family and the country. I've never even divided myself. So I don't know about the political or voting.
Yeah. Gio, what was that dude's name Bush ran against?
Al Gore.
Was it Kerry?
Oh, Al Gore, yeah.
Al Gore, yeah.
Gore,
Can
there
I,
you go.
can I just get a question for Scarlett?
Go ahead.
Scarlett, having listened to everything being said here today, do you feel tricked by your government into going to war to defend what you thought you were defending by? Sorry.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
And it
Don't you think you could have lost your life?
I joined. I'm almost 40 now, but I joined when I was 18, and I joined in a different mindset.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I definitely do, and it hurts every day.
And you're not somebody that would be looking to hope. You're not hoping to feel that way whatsoever, because we get blamed a lot in here for like looking for things that are conspiratorial on purpose. But you're just learning these things as well as your personal experience has led you to see that it wasn't what you were told was, right? Yeah. So that's a very genuine.
As soon as I hit American soil, I was done. Like I was done over there, but I had to survive and pretend to get back home. But when I got back home, I was so done.
Thanks for your service. God bless you, man. Glad you made it back.
Thank you.
We don't know.
Unfortunately, if you weren't tricked into doing it, or if there was no ability for them to trick or to have propaganda that makes people volunteer for war, then we may not actually have as good a life or as comfortable a life as we do here. Not to say, not to justify it, but to a certain degree, that might be true.
I don't feel like I was tricked. I feel like my heart was hugged upon, I guess you could say, where I felt like I can do something. And then plus, I was in a bad situation in my life, and I wanted to do something with my own life.
Right.
And then I joined. And to be honest with you, I don't regret everything, because the friends and the family that I made in service were my only family and friends for years. And I will never regret meeting all those people or losing them. But I don't feel I didn't feel tricked into getting into it, but I do feel tricked how they manipulated me into believing the things that they
that's
would
what I
say.
meant.
How many people do you know that? How many people do you know that
You're in
died
good
the
company.
How many people do you know that died in the war?
17.
Wow, was that just your troops, your units?
In my tour, yes.
Wow.
Holy shit. Fucking hardcore.
Glad you made it back.
Yes, I'm glad I made it back. That was back in 2009, 10. I live a completely different lifestyle now, and I'm very blessed and happy. But the conversations that you guys speak of, so many of them I love to listen to because not every day people talk about these things.
Like I said, you should really go check out the videos that they posted earlier. You know, even if you don't watch them now, you should, before they get too far down, you should click on them and then just come right back, you know, and finish the conversation. But there's some really good knowledge in them, you know, and you can discern what's real and what's not on your own. And as far as I'm concerned, everybody has their own opinions, whether it's a plane or not. I think we all agree that there's some nefarious shit going on. Power corrupts. Power corrupts. Always has, always will.
So I'm having a hard time finding the messages. So
I DM'd you too. You have to look on the side and where your Discord is, and just scroll to the very top and look for like that little message sign at the very, very top on your left side, and you click that, and you'll see all your DMs from people.
okay, but are people posting in the stream?
Oh yeah, if you click above with the live stream here, where it says you're in the call, like just go to where it has a list view where it says live stream 1 VC. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then right above that it says live stream 1 text. If you click on that on the side panel, it'll open up.
It's so confusing.
Yeah.
No, just click where it says live stream 1 green, and then when you come back, just click on all the little things under that. So that's it.
Cool. I'll figure it out, guys.
And check your DMs if you get a chance. I think I sent you a video a long time ago, and then I'll send you more.
Awesome. I'll check it out.
Anyway, yeah, we
You can
went
tell
on.
she's genuine, dude. You can tell she's genuine. She's getting emotional a little bit, man. I feel it.
You guys sound like video evangelists.
Yeah, and you gotta believe. No, it does seem like important to talk about, but the weirdest thing one thing I talk about a lot is it seems like they're giving us the truth on purpose for some reason, to some degree. I don't know exactly why, but it seems like they let us know the truth as well. Like they created the conspiracy theory along with it on purpose for, you know, like I said, for the reasons that like the Discord and all that goes along with it. But, you know, maybe because they want us to, you know, somehow be the cause of the reset. I don't know. It seems like there's some kind of reverse psychology going on.
A lot of people say it's like, oh, they have to tell you to avoid this karmic thing or something like that. That's always sounded sketchy to me. I think it's really just as simple as true evil will taunt its victims. Like,
well, the true power is that they can show us the truth and still get away with it. That's the crazy. That's
Dude,
how.
Did you know that George Carlin came out with a comedy special that he recorded in New York on September 10th called "I Kinda Like It When a Lot of People Die"?
No way.
Yeah, here I'll put the link to his Wikipedia in the chat so you can check that out.
I heard that maybe his death had something to do with him speaking the truth about 9/11 too.
So that fucker was in the club.
I think he was in the club because here, when you look at the picture that he had for the special, it's like he wants to tell you something shocking has happened, and dude, it was recorded. I know it says there, it's released posthumously on September 16th, but it was recorded on September 10th in New York City.
Kind of like Alex Jones, where they allow us to have certain people tell us the truth, but not give us the solutions. They're just saying how bad it is. Like, think about him saying, there's a club and you're not in it, you know, even though he is, right? So it's kind of like this way of saying this is your position and defining you as such.
Why do you think he's in their club just because he said that?
I'm just saying it could be that he is in the club. We never know.
All right.
If he is, then it would be like a totally different context to that statement, you know?
He seems like a very legit dude. I've seen interviews with him.
I've always thought
he talks about like doing mushrooms and LSD and like having spiritual experiences. And I think he's just a brilliant guy who's artistic and was able to spot a lot of truth at his time. And I mean, he's an artist. He's an artist, and artists can channel like actual spiritual energies and things. So he may be channeling the evil guys in some way. I actually said that earlier today, that a club and you ain't in it, because I said it for the astronauts. Like, there's a club of astronauts going to space, and obviously we're not in that club.
Ain't it crazy though, dude? He's sitting there telling the truth, and everybody's laughing their asses off, and all he's doing is telling truth. And it was funny. I do like George Carlin. That is a hell of a coincidence, though. September 10th.
The one thing is, go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you off. I was gonna say the one thing is he's not giving you solutions. He's just telling you who your daddy is.
Dude, he was doing commentary. This is like quite years ago. He was like a little bit similar to Bill Hicks. He was just doing like anti-government. It was sort of anti-government, and it was political in a way, but it also was just fuck the system. Had a little bit of if you want to call it like the hippie mentality. I don't think he was a hippie. He was kind of more of a hardcore dude, I think, more than hippie. But I think he had a little bit of that, as part of his kind of whole thing as well. But
I'm a huge fan. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, you never know. Because Alex Jones, people will say that he was like a guru for them, but then we realize he's controlled opposition. So
they're definitely woke. Both of them
Dave,
are
when you
woke.
say that, like the we thing, I don't know who you're talking about. I mean, if you think that, I guess, but I mean, isn't that kind of each person would have a different view on that? There's not like some group think that everyone agrees on something.
Oh, I thought most people thought. I don't know. I just assume most people in here kind of realized Alex Jones was controlled opposition. Did you not think so?
What do you mean controlled opposition, dude? You really think that he's controlled opposition? I mean,
Alex
dude,
Jones,
if he's controlled opposition, then the people controlling him are retarded.
No, because he creates the discord. He gives us just the right amount of truth and gives us a bunch of some crap to go with it.
All right. Well, here, in terms of the shill thing, if you're getting into that, I mean, I think that like the way I see it is that you have actual people that are maybe in their family line or in their kind of group of controlled humans that are carrying out a lot of their dirty work. There are those individuals, but honestly, I don't think that those guys really are very interacting with the world that much. Although, yeah, I mean, definitely like the CIA level, they definitely have CIA agents that are, newscasters and all that stuff. But
well, as popular as Alex Jones is, why would they allow him to exist if he was really against the system?
Well, I guess just to finish what I was saying, I'm saying so there could be someone that actually is in their network on a lower level like CIA or somewhat higher level like actually in their family line and all that stuff. But there's also just, in my mind, there's also just people, just civilian dudes that are just born wherever, and have just lived their life and then have a particular, kind of attitude or a particular style, whatever it may be. So, yeah, it is interesting to think like who could be which, but I don't know. It just sounded like I guess
he has a lot of influence.
Originally, I reacted to George Carlin. I definitely have never resonated with George Carlin being some kind of agent. That guy seemed like
you know what? I haven't either, but I was reacting to what Platypus put in the chat. Did you see that? I guess he came out with a special on December 10th, right before 9/11. It says, and it's called "I Kind of Like It When a Lot of People Die." And that was just a crazy coincidence. That kind of implies that maybe he was, one of the guys.
But it was released posthumously.
Okay, that just means he recorded it on the day before September 11th, meaning to let it release. Like, read the article. It was supposed to release on the 11th, but they decided not to do it because of September 11th. It was going to be re-released again, I think, in 2007, and then they were having Hurricane Katrina, so that's why they waited 10 years. But here, let me just put this in perspective. Can you think of an example of a person who was against the system, didn't want to play ball, obviously, and they got him. They killed him. Can you think of anyone?
Yeah, some journalist. Was that journalist in
Michael? I know there's Michael Hastings.
And then
right?
there's the
Kennedy,
rich
President
guy.
Kennedy.
I'm just saying, like, the people who really don't want to play ball and who really have something to say, they usually end up dead. And that's it sucks that we have to use that as like a gauge. Like, oh, how can we trust them? Have they been killed by the government yet? Like, oh, okay, now we can trust them.
Yeah,
Kennedy, Gaddafi.
Seth Rich is the guy I was thinking about.
The Turkish.
Oh, okay.
The Saudi journalist that was killed in the embassy just like last year.
Oh yeah.
So are you suggesting then, Platypus, that more you were not necessarily saying that George Carlin might be some kind of agent? You're saying that he might have actually been. I mean, he was a little bit older when he passed away, though, at least somewhat. Like, is that what you're implying, that they killed him, kind of thing? Like, and then they released it posthumously to kind of like his.
No, I'm not saying it's one way or the other. What I will say is that the pre-programming surrounding 9/11 in media and Hollywood it's just so saturated. like I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say about it. There's so much
Yeah.
there.
I thought they said it was in New York.
Like when he has agents and all that, like who knows what companies that he's kind of hired by. Someone may have even given that name to him. Like you never know. I mean, they could have said like, hey, what about this title? You could call your special that, because obviously there are a lot of like, I'm sure he was involved in that Hollywood world to some degree. Like, you know, there's so many layers of like different agents and hiring groups and stuff. And
I thought it was in New York the day before, but it was actually in Las Vegas. But you know, it's nowhere near the coincidence that it was.
No, that is crazy.
I love George Carlin, man. Like I said, he just told the truth and fucking made people and cheered people up, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't think it's that necessarily if they are quote unquote in the club that they necessarily are telling all lies. I think that like just like a royal court will have a jester, right? And the jester's role was to tell the truth with some comedy and some entertainment to the people in a way that was palatable and acceptable without completely, you know, turning on the system and being like, you know, fuck it, I'm gonna take a gun and do you know, whatever I can to stop this. You know, it's kind of a way of us digesting the truth without it being you know, like the worst thing to say. You know what I'm saying? A portion of the truth.
I don't necessarily agree with you that they're trying to tell the truth at all, purposefully. I don't see that.
I'm talking about George Carlin. Like George Carlin was allowed to tell us the truth because he's like the court jester that's allowed to tell a certain amount of truth. But there's lines he couldn't cross because you don't get to where he was without being somewhat a part of the club.
Yeah, and Brian, what was recorded in Las Vegas was a stand-up from 1957 where he was in Las Vegas, and that's just the opening to his set. I'm actually about to post the 8 minutes and 30 seconds track from his set. That's because I
was trying to click on the picture, bro.
Yeah, no, there's I think there's like 10 or 11 tracks in that set, and this is the last one. It's the bonus one, and this is what it's called.
Does he say anything completely like revealing that he's like referencing a bunch of people dying?
I'm gonna be real with you, dude. I didn't even know that I could find this. I just looked it up right now and found it. So
okay.
I'm about to listen to it. I'll be back in like 8 minutes.
Wait, did you post it?
Yeah, it's right. It's right there. You can,
cool, man.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Well, that is very interesting, though. Yeah, the timing of that. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's hard to believe in coincidences. It's hard to believe that there is no coincidences, but some of them are really hard to believe are just a coincidence.
Well, I mean, I was going to say about Alex Jones because you brought him up. I mean, one thing I was going to say, like, do you really think Alex Jones is like smart enough and slick enough? Like, if you're going to be a quote unquote agent, like what that would mean, I mean, that could be different levels of that too. You know, there could be different kind of groups and things. There could be a whole hierarchy within that. However, if you seemingly know something is the case and then you're lying, you have to be quite good at it. You know, you have to be able to carry that on. There's also like a little bit of I just feel like there is some level of like intelligence mixed with a very like low level of integrity that somehow has to be kind of combined. Anyways, I guess my original just kind of sentiment was like, do you really think Alex Jones is like basically like, I guess I would summarize like, do you really think he's slick enough to actually, you know, have all this knowledge and then put on the whole character? Like just your vibe of him. Like, do you really think he's that talented?
Let me answer that.
You know what he is though? He definitely is opportunistic and he's trying to make money off it too.
Guys, we got to listen to this together. I'm sorry
to forget about it. He's making money off it at the end of the day. So
you guys, can we
live? The shit he says he might exaggerate just for views.
Guys, I think Gio was asking me a question real quick. Yeah, we should listen to that. But hold on real quick. To answer Gio's question, I would say that just like we know most presidents are puppets, or we tend to think that that's the case, and they're not smart enough to really be the slick guy that knows everything. Like Biden, for instance,
right.
he's just doing what he's told, just like Alex Jones might be.
Biden
and he may not have like
Biden's like a legit globe earther.
Right. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying?
He probably doesn't. I'm just saying. I doubt. I doubt
doing.
he knows. I'm just saying. I doubt he knows very much at that level.
Yeah, same with Alex Jones, right? He might not know very much, but he's a entertainer that is allowed to say so much and not allowed to say other things. I mean, he's very promoted to some degree and allowed to say what he's saying. Otherwise, they would have gotten rid of him if he was really giving people something that was threatening to our society.
Well, the allowed thing, it's like in today's modern day and age, there's all kinds of people out there talking about whatever. They have like started the censorship, but I mean, especially back in the 90s and like early 2000s, you could pretty much do almost anything in a way, you know? You could have your own channel and do, I mean, there is still like, obviously if you have it on TV, there's those restrictions, but I feel like there was way less censorship back then overall. Like you could be pretty opinionated.
Like this whole thing about the Sandy Hook, for instance, everyone's like, oh, like you mentioned Sandy Hook now, and people are like, well, Alex Jones is on trial. So like, what does that mean? Because he's on trial from these parents that, are offended that he would question their children's deaths. It gives people that sensitivity. It's like he's participating in that whole thing to be the martyr, to be the voluntary martyr in that whole thing. Don't you think? Doesn't that make sense? Because of the way it plays out, it makes people then start to like argue about it again, or it also gives you the lesson. Here's what happens to people that tell the truth about stuff, for the people that know the truth. And then for the people that don't know the truth, well, here's what happens to people that tell lies. It's like multiple interpretations are allowed. If he was for real, he would be like, hey, look, yeah, I'm getting sued because I told the truth.
Who, you're still talking about Alex Jones?
Yeah, the whole Sandy Hook thing, he's being sued for all that right now. Don't you think he's participating in that voluntarily? Like that's part of his job, is to be the martyr, the guy that
I don't
gets
know, but
sued.
people say not to say what you've said 3 times now on these YouTubes. I don't know. I guess years
Oh,
ago.
I'm so sorry.
I don't know. I'm just saying it. Yeah, those 2 words. That's what people are saying, like bandy fook or whatever.
Okay. Let's go back to George Carlin.
I hopefully it's not a problem with YouTube these days. I don't know, but yeah, no, I haven't really been following that with Alex Jones. I did see like a clip of him like in court or whatever, but I didn't know what it was about.
He's getting sued for like $40 million or something by the parents.
Oh, that's crazy. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I guess I didn't really know about that. I didn't really follow that. Wow, that's crazy.
Anyway.
So, yeah. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, I only made it 1 minute and 8 seconds into that thing before I just came back in like a goober. Sorry, I was like talking over you guys. But I think we should all watch this together, because literally in the first minute, I mean, serious alarm bells are ringing.
Yeah, I mean, if someone wants to stream it, I don't know if we can play it on
copyright issues.
Probably can't play it on the YouTube stream, but if someone wants to stream it in Discord, people could watch it. I'm interested to check it out now that if you're saying that.
Do you want to just like take is it only 8 minutes, the whole thing?
Yeah.
And we could just watch it on our own and come back and let some other people talk. I've been kind of hogging the mic a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Then I'm going to go ahead and finish it and I'll come back.
Cool. Me too.
We couldn't know all the reasons they lie, but we know that the narrative they give us is not true.
Yeah. I mean, I think the truth kind of slips out in what they're doing because it just kind of has to. It's like part of nature. What's up, Godric?
What's up? Is that Gio?
Yo.
Your server's been just slamming like the last 2 days. pretty busy.
Yeah, it seemed like about a month ago, the numbers or the activity seems to have gone up, and it's been pretty consistent like that for about a whole month now.
Well, somebody in 24/7 is playing that recording bot, playing recordings. I think that's a big mistake. So nobody wants to hear a bunch of recording. You know what I mean? So basically, come over here.
Yeah, when they play recordings, sometimes it's just boring as fuck.
And then, sure enough, somebody will come into the Discord instead of talking to the recording as if it was live. Hey, can you hear me? Stop! Shut up! Freaking bot that's talking.
Hey, mic check.
Yep, we can hear you, Pazza.
Coming through.
Hey, listen, I'm in the car and I can't drive hands-free and being a bit naughty now yet, but I just want to say your server is much better than 24/7.
I'm just trying to figure out how to read the message.
You mean the live stream? Voice text chat?
So the videos, everyone's look like I go to the right and I don't see it.
What do you mean go to the right? What does that mean?
So if I swipe right from the screen,
Are you on an iPhone?
No, Android.
Oh, I don't know about Android, but I just click it. You don't swipe nothing. Just click it, and the link takes you to YouTube or wherever the video is playing.
I have no idea how to get there.
So here's a random question, Godric. Do you think that the globe lie is going to be known by everyone, that it was not true within your lifetime, within our lifetimes? What do you think?
Hey, I need a few minutes. I'm going to be right back, okay? Hang on, I'll come back. Let's get to the next person.
All right, dude. You can answer when you get back. Does anyone else have any thoughts on that? Whether that's
in our lifetimes? I don't think so.
Yeah, like, do you think the globe lie will be popped, fully popped?
I don't think so. I think they could stretch the lack of evidence, delaying it and, and faking it past our lifetimes.
So you think, I mean, obviously, like, none of us know when we're going to die and all that, but like, when you're on your deathbed, assuming you'll live till you're 80, 90, 100, maybe even longer, and you're lying there, you would say that you think that the quote unquote masses of the earth will still think they're on a globe, even though they still haven't gone to space. They might just have CGI, but you think at that point, like, people are still going to be thinking that?
Yeah, I think heliocentrism will still be running the game. It's unfortunate, but it's the power of propaganda.
Okay, I'm back. Gio, what was that about the globe?
Yeah, no, Percentage just gave his thoughts on it too. No, I was just saying, do you think in this lifetime that the masses, if you will, or even to the point of like that everyone will know that the Earth was actually false and that the globe was a lie in this life?
Good question, man. I don't know. I don't know. I think the more flat earthers we get, the more people that come to the discussion, the more they're going to claim conspiracy theorists and crazies, and and the more and there's going to be always people that are going to defend the globe, So it's tough. I don't know. I mean, I don't think education will change. Like, for example, even if like there's like a undertone narrative that this is all fake bullshit, there's still going to be in the textbooks, and you still have to put it on the test to get an A. Gravity, evolution, history, right? Space, 8 planets, 9 planets, 8 planets, whatever, 7 planets. Distance to the sun, light speed, all this bullshit, right? So it may take it may not come out. It may take several generations. I don't know. I think the flat Earth is growing, but there's also a lot of resistance. With the censoring, it's an example of control. Talk about what they don't want to talk about. They're going to control what you talk about, what you think about. With dangerous misinformation. So I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I'm back too.
But I think the flat Earth is growing. The realization of scientism is growing. I do believe in that. But that's true. But it's going to take a hell of a lot to the education system, for example, and the media, which is largely controlled.
Godric, do you believe in evolution?
No.
Sure, for sure. I've heard you talk about a couple of things before. I just wasn't sure where you were on that.
I'm pretty close to Bible creation.
For sure.
So you don't feel, Godric, like you being aware that the Earth isn't a globe and the whole community and the whole process that's unfolded after all these years, you don't feel like it's headed to a massive paradigm shift? Like you think they're going to be able to hold the globe up throughout everything in the next years?
Not in the next years, no. I mean, because the people in charge now, let's say our generation, right? It's a solid foot in this indoctrination, right? The new generations, they're more inclined to distrust the government, to be attracted to conspiracies, but at the same time, they're labeling everybody conspiracy theorists, so it's like it puts you like in a box. So I don't think it's going to happen in the next few years, no, because who's going to come out? I mean,
So what if we had like physical measurements of the Earth that were physically verifiable, so not optics or anything like that, but actual physical, and if that was able to be verified? Granted, even if that's the case, and even if it's like a public site that people can come and verify for themselves, and it's that doesn't mean that they're just going to put it on the front page of the newspaper. I mean, obviously, who knows? It might be suppressed. It might be, now whether they would even try to shut it down as well, that's a whole nother question. But let's just assume that they kind of, obviously let the people get the information out there in that sense. Then once that's established, and then more and more of those are established, do you think humanity can really deny the actual physical measurement and the lack of curvature at that point?
No, it'd be very difficult to have physical measurements that will be accepted by the narrative, by the consensus.
Yeah,
I just
that's
don't
true.
know.
That's true. But I mean, there's a lot of intelligent people out there. Of course, a lot of people, have emotions and resistances and cognitive dissonance and all that. But an absolutely verifiable measurement is kind of in a category of its own, I would say, even beyond just, because like right now, for someone to think about the Earth not being a globe, there's like a lot there. But if the measurement's there, I think there's a lot of like scientifically minded people that perhaps, especially at that time, will be able to sort of like a dam breaking, like a lot will see it and not be able to deny the actual logistical reality of that.
Okay, look, let me ask you this. What percent of people do you think are in our camp?
I think you cut out. What'd you say?
What percent of people in the world are in our camp?
Oh, it's still cut out at the end. Our what?
Are in our camp.
Oh, okay. Of what?
Flat Earth. I don't want to say. I'll just say, evil controllers. Education, indoctrination. Is that pretty general? How many people are with us on that? What percentage of the world population?
Yeah, no, that's a interesting query to think about. But I mean, there's also like a spectrum as well, of course, because you said a couple things there, but there's a spectrum. I mean, how many people question the government? How many people know the government lies to them? You could even start there. How many people question that there could be criminality going on in the governments? And then all the other, then you could even get into some of the bigger events that they've planned, just the way the government's set up, the Federal Reserve, the money system, the legal system, corruption and politics. Seems like there's like a very wide spectrum. And then getting to the point of some of the larger deceptions that they pulled off, like moon landing or 9/11, those like events. And then, of course, the shape of the Earth is huge as well. And yeah, there's probably more in most of those categories than there is, straight up flat Earth. But it does seem like there's a lot of people, that are at least aware of it, and in a way to where they are going to like wait till they can look into it to make a choice. Meaning they know there's enough people on questioning the globe at this point. So.
Okay, look, let's just say there's 3% that are with the flat Earth and the globe lie. Even if that moves to 30%, I don't think that's enough. I think it need to be more than that to really change. That's what I think.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, there are a lot of people in other countries that, like third world countries and some second world, that don't even believe the globe at all. And then there's some that were taught it, but they were taught it so much looser, like in certain countries, to where it's not very ingrained in their kind of lives. So yeah, there's a lot of those as well, people. So I think it's probably more than 3%, but I do.
It's going to be more than 3%, but the people in charge, though, are running narrative, media.
Just Brazil. Brazil by itself is 3%, like 240 million people, I think.
Education. Do you think all Brazil is flat earthers? No.
No, but I do know what you mean. Yeah, there's a lot of people. So I know what you mean. Even if it got up to 20%, 25, 30, 35, 40. Yeah, what percentage would be needed to
That's a better question. What percentage would be needed to flip the paradigm?
Let me give my opinion real quick, man. My opinion is that...
and then what would we even do? But go ahead, Jim.
I think we've spoken about it before, that we tried query on, would there be some sort of worldwide event that could change the mind of people, change the mind of people?
Yeah.
I mean, it's like this, man. Like the smarter people who ain't freaking like dogmatic are already realizing, like with Electric Universe, like a lot of the best and brightest are realizing that, we're moving forward. We've learned more shit. The old shit's wrong. The gravity bullshit's wrong. It's fucking, You know, it's an electric universe. I mean, I think we all can agree to that to some extent. And so the paradigm shift in that way, but it's complicated, man. I mean, they worked this shit out a long time ago. The globe model is it's so easy, so much easier. It's no wonder they modeled it the way they did, because the way the shit is up above, man, like the celestial sphere, it's going to be complicated to go back and start over and plot the shit. So it's going to take a little reluctance, but they're smarter and smarter people, man. Technology's going to keep moving, and we're just the beginning of that front, man. It might take a little while, but it's shifting. There's no
yeah,
stopping.
I do think a lot of people woke up after the whole Jacka Juice bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. I think I was saying this yesterday about, like, in my viewpoint on that, like, yeah, the whole scamdemic thing, like, it created this bifurcation, like it kind of split humanity in a way, whereas some people went more towards, the authority, believe everything they say, all the news articles, get the jab, the whole 9 yards, be fearful, tell everyone else to follow suit or whatever. You have that group. And then you have everyone else who's either like, and then there's a spectrum of everyone else. Like, some people like questioning it a little bit. Some people like, yeah, fuck the mask, whatever it may be. And then you have people that are totally not into that. So it created this kind of split, and all those people in the middle, like, there were more that were on the authority side before this whole scamdemic thing, I think, whereas now there's a ton more on the fence, and it created this split to where everyone had to kind of think in their mind, like, because the whole world shut down, it was so coordinated the way that they did it, to where everyone had to kind of think on some level, okay, either all of this is real and the shutdowns are really in response to this absolutely, deadly thing on the loose, so all that shit's legit. Or if there's a crack in any of it, wow, there really is something that's coordinating all this shit that must be behind all the governments and running the world, because they basically coordinatedly shut down everything. It was all coordinated with the governments, the whole 9 yards. So it kind of made that split, like, okay, a little bit more like that there is a criminal group, coordinating this shit, or it has to be all real and you have to totally believe it.
Can I tell you where I was?
So I think, yeah, for sure. So I think just to close that thought on it, I think it created that split. And so all those people that were on the fence are now, like, it's cracked a little bit more. And so that's why I think they might even consider flat earth more now, because they're like, oh, the whole earth isn't a globe as well. Like, that same thing that coordinated the whole world shutdown also is just lying to us about where we live. Like, it's an easier leap now. Whereas before they were much more convinced that all the countries were separate. It was all different. Now they're like, okay, well, they all coordinatedly followed suit. So.
Yeah. Just before Thingy makes her point, I just also wanted to say, it was it by design, to make the rest of the world wake up. That always plays on my mind as well. It's like, did they do that by accident? Did they slip up, or was it by design?
Totally. Yeah.
There's no super geniuses, dude. There's no super geniuses, and the ones that are geniuses in their field. We all do our own things, dude. The people in charge, they just have a formula, man, passed on. The people who in control. Why would you give it up? Would you keep your family where they're at? Just going to take one. I don't think it's one family. I think it's pockets of them. They're not nothing special. They just have everything, and they know how to keep it. And no, it wasn't on purpose, man. They got caught off guard by the internet. All this artificial technology is biting them in the ass. To me, I don't know. I'll pass it. I don't want to get too long.
Yeah, I think
they tried the COVID thing. It wasn't called COVID, but back in 2017, they tried it. They released all the
H1N1.
H1N1, yeah. They tried about every 3 or 4 years.
I got it. I had it. I was hospitalized for 2 weeks, and not just me. I was in the car business then, but the entire dealership. I didn't know any outside world besides work. We were all infected. It was horrible.
I got it in 04.
It was horrible. So it wasn't their first attempt.
Yeah, they try to rename it. About every 3 or 4 years, they come out with a scary nobody bit, you know. And then they come out with that show, whatever, like the germophobiac and shit, and seemed to lead toward it, like a little predictive programming. But
I think
yeah, man, I think
what
everybody was
did it. I
scanned with
think what
sports. I
did
don't
it in
think people like that.
2020. I think what did it in 2020 was the enforcement from the government, like wear your mask, stay in your house, don't drive your car, all these things. I think that's what did it, that made people really freak out, because the enforcement was really there, which it wasn't before.
Yeah, I don't think people like that, man. Even the people who had to admit, I don't think they liked it one bit.
Right, but it was a real thing. Like, the sickness was a real
Yeah,
thing.
it's always been here
That's what
and
she
always
said.
will be. It's always been here as long as I've been alive. Always will be. They're never going to get rid of it. They can rename it, make it sound scary, you know. But there's got to be people like us to ensure everything moves on. You know, we got to have, in my opinion, man. I don't want to get too deep on. I don't want to mess with the channel, but in my opinion, we need naturalists. You know, people like us. Chronic would agree with that.
Yeah, it's never gonna stop. It's a control thing, you know.
But there ain't no super geniuses, man. I know that people really, you know, they're pretty obvious. It does seem to be. They almost do have to tell us. That's the weird thing I have noticed, and I heard people say. I almost got to agree with. Like at some level, the deep deception. Like either they're the most careless people in the entire world, or they have to make it available, make the truth available. It seems for the people with eyes, unless there's a force at work, you know, greater than I'm expecting. But I'm just talking about men themselves. You know, there could be forces at work, you know, above us. But as far as men go, men are men. Power corrupts.
I think there is a level of truth that we all know. The fact of the matter is, even though we all know some depth of the truth, there's nothing we can really do about it, because we're just, you know, a, at the surface level, and they've already built these empires. They've already done these things, and we know the truth. We just don't have power.
Yeah, well, power corrupts. You know, the rich people are amongst the most miserable. I know it's hard to believe,
Right.
but it's the truth.
No, I understand.
Life has a funny way of nipping at your ass. No matter what level you're on, even the rich people, you gotta pay. I mean, I see like my uncle and everything. Quick, he's always even stressing. He's got so much money, man. Life has a way of steadily nipping you in the ass the whole way, you know. And there's no relief in sight.
They say more money, more problems.
Right, because the wise man was once asked, how much is enough? Just a little bit more. No matter how much you get, it's never quite enough. Trust me. So be happy with what you got. You could come home and look at your room and be like, oh my God, I hate this bed. I hate everything. Or you could be thankful, you know. There's the same room, same bed, same pillows, but pillow, I'm so comfortable. It's all in the head, you know. So it's all in the.
It also depends on where you come from. It depends on where you come from too, you know. People who have never been without, they don't understand those simple things. And people who come from money, they don't understand the simple things.
Yeah, but they got their own problems. And see, we always have that thing. Like money's our problem, so we always have it at the back of our head. If we hit money this way or that way, you know, they don't have that. And that's crucial. A crucial thing a crutch you need like that. And it's like, remember, all you got to do is eat. That's the only thing you got to do if you live in a decent climate. All you got to do is eat. And we're not going away, right? So Never worry
Isn't
too
it poetic
much
that it
about
seems like
anything.
the people with the most money are the most miserable? Doesn't it just seem to work out that way? So there's always a trade-off for everything, it seems like.
Yeah, because if you've got a lot of money and you can get this and that, and you're like, oh, I'm gonna wake up today and buy a yacht, or I'm gonna wake up today and go to the Bahamas, and then the next day you're like, I'm gonna wake up and I've already done everything. Like,
Yeah, but
what is it I'm gonna
honestly,
do
if
to
you have it,
satisfy myself? Like, there's nothing.
Nothing to blame your problems
I think
on.
to a certain, I think to a certain
What
point, though, if you don't have anything, you're gonna have more struggles because you're gonna be struggling, like trying to get to be able to buy food, to be able to have a
Right.
house, or even a place to live.
And then something as little as a meal will make you so happy. But the people that we're talking about, they don't have nothing to blame it on. You see what I'm saying? So that's why they're the poorest, if you think about it.
And in third world countries, you'll find like large group of people that have nothing that are the happiest people you'll ever meet.
Right. That's true. Yep.
And these people who don't want to see the truth, we try and show them shit that's so obvious to us, dude. Like I said, just that guy saying, due to structure, like, all we need to do is, like, are we gifted at calling out bullshit? I don't think so. It seems so obvious to me. And they think
make it
that, I don't know,
obvious on purpose, bro. They do that on purpose. They want us to call it out because that just shows that we can't do anything about it.
I think you're giving them a little too much credit, man.
I don't know. There's
I would
7
like to
billion.
think so,
There's
but I don't.
7 billion people in the world. If we can find some sort of way to start some underground connection with all the 7 billion people, I think
Well,
we
Yeah,
could
but
be
that's
powerful.
kind of
But
the
wait,
worst
the
thing,
question
man.
is: Are you gonna
We need to be
demand
in
that
community.
they start telling you the truth? Is that what your plan? Is that what if we could have the ultimate thing happen? I think what would we do? Would we demand that? I mean, how could we ever know that they're ever telling us the truth if they're the ones lying to us? What are we gonna do?
Make sure we're protected.
There you go. Only you and people you can connect with. It's not like you're going to save the world necessarily, but people that you can reach, people that are open to talking about things. We all need counsel. I mean, that's all we can do.
All right. Yeah, I mean, it's a big problem. I'm not a saint. I can't save the world, but it would be nice if we could all 7 billion of us connect together, and it's difficult.
That's all you need is a chicken and a lake. Fresh water and a chicken.
And a
You should write a book.
Everything else is a bonus.
I just came back in because it sounded like you guys were getting a little too deep on the jabby jab talk. So just watch that for you. I'm probably gonna hang up again for a little bit. Sounded like you guys were talking about a little bit of the
we changed the subject.
pandemic a little bit too locally. I don't know if Drew is still on or not, but yeah, just be careful about that. As far as I mean, I'm probably worse than you guys are at times. So
I think they just passed that. Did they just pass that law in court, dude? Where they can't censor shit. I thought they did.
Right.
Like, ain't that what's his name? The singer. Welcome to the show.
Issa.
Oh my God. Issa, God dang, I can't believe I forgot. He's one of my favorites, dude. Yeah, Issa, man. Wasn't it Issa who gave us the information about the case?
Oh yeah,
about
he was talking
Facebook
to me.
and other social media. They can't.
No, they couldn't. The people that got discharged, I think, from the military were they ruled that unlawful. That's what I remember him talking about. Unless it was something else.
We were literally just talking about chickens.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
When you made mention of like a lot of people that just don't see the truth, or that are going to stay in the lie, it just reminds me of that the word that says that like far and wide is the gate, the path to destruction, and many will go through it, and narrow and straight is path to life, and few will find it. So it just reminds me of that, like so many people are in that belief system, this demonic doctrine, and that teaches this just unbelievable, ridiculous model, even though they make sense, in math and all these different formulas and theories. But still, it's just like, yeah, many people believe it, but I'm not trying to save everybody. I'm only trying to
Yeah.
help those that, the few that are to be saved from the lies, I guess.
It does seem like something's coming, man. I hate to sound like that, but man, it just seems like shit's
It's
getting
not. It's
messed up.
coming.
The
It
more
has
people
already
unify,
happened.
I think it's
It
all
has
about
already
community.
happened. It's happening. It's been happening.
It's always happening.
I'm not one to really do this. I don't like. I hate it when scare tactics like, but it just seems, I don't know. But I think community. I think we need to just be our own countries, our own states, cities. I think it's all about community and stuff like that. I think we need to focus on that. But I don't think they were ready for the internet, man. They made some dumb decisions and all that. So maybe, but I don't know. I'm healthy. I'm not, hurting for nothing. I'm not doing the best, but
We're
I
all
got
just we're all just surviving.
right. We're all just surviving, and
Yeah.
it's up to the, it's up to the people with the money, which way they guide things. And be about, but who really knows? Who really knows?
Nobody knows. We're all going through it, and the best we can all do is just survive and strive and survive. Even now, today, as we currently breathe.
Yep, yep.
You guys said something about the military stuff, and in Massachusetts there was some cases with police that were discriminated against because many of them didn't want to take the DBUBs, and a judge struck that down. The judge told uh, the state or the city that they cannot discriminate against the police if they don't want to get the Fauci ouchies.
Yeah, that didn't fly. It's a shame they're able to act like it, even for as long as they did. It wasn't long.
I know a handful of people have been fired from real jobs and have not been asked back.
From the looks of it, though,
Just
there's
sue.
going to be some
Just
people
sue. They can sue
responsible.
them. Whoever fired them, just sue them.
I don't know, but the people, not the 5 people I know have not come back or back.
Dwayne, tell him for president, man. He's going to have a hell of a case because he documented all that shit.
Well, if they're not suing the people who discriminated against them, they're just plain dumb or something.
They're going to have to pay out. That's for certain.
Yeah, but if you don't sue, if you don't bring the case, then nobody's
Hang
gonna
on,
pay
do you
you.
know anybody who has got any kind of real money?
It'll
Do I
probably be
know
class.
Real
It
anybody?
might
person?
even
No,
be
I
class
don't know
action.
anybody.
Who knows? Who knows? It always
Well,
catches up. There's
listen.
no outrunning
These
karma.
police officers that were out of the force because they didn't took the Fauci ouchies, and now the judge ruled that the state cannot discriminate against them because of that. Now they're gonna get compensated all of the time they were out of the job because of the discrimination. So they are getting money.
Well, it's a country full of lawyers who also need to get paid, so they're going to make sure that they get paid so they can get paid. And they'll be, they'll be.
Everybody makes money. The judge makes money. The lawyer makes money. The prosecutor makes money. Everybody makes.
good balance, man. It's a decent balance. You know, sometimes I think about, you know, like that, but you know, we need them. We need people like that to keep capitalism going. You know, I still think there should be a limit, though. I think like 10 billion. That's all you get. You can maintain it, do whatever you want, but that's it. 10 billion or 20 billion. Fuck, but something, man. Draw a limit because
You know who's making
they're
a
gonna
lot of
get it
money?
all eventually, man.
New buildings and new structures. The pharmaceuticals they're expanding their operations. They're making a lot of money.
And they ate up. They want more. They want more. It'll never be enough. They won't. The more they get, the more they want, and it's a disease, and it's not healthy, and it's just, you know, they that's why I think there should be a maximum wage, man. But I don't really come up with an idea that would rock the system or something like that. But it seems like, I don't know, man. Seems like just that alone would be enough to feed everybody. Just capping everybody off at 20 billion or something like that, and just make a law where 50 billion. Fuck something. You know, there's got to be some limit because they're going to keep getting more and more and more, and it's coming from us. You know, they're eventually going to have it all. The only good news is they need us, or without us, then they don't. You know, they don't have shit.
People with all the
They
money
can't
need to
they can't make everybody millionaires because they need baristas to make their coffees, and they need Uber drivers to drive them around, and door dashers to bring them the meals to their houses, and they need people to clean their toilets in their 20 mansions. You know, they can't make
Entertain, yeah.
Who's gonna clean, if they make the lady that cleans their toilets a millionaire, who's gonna clean the toilet?
Oh, they need more than that. They need sports, entertainment.
No,
man.
you guys.
All they
Google-
gotta do is keep us fed. As long as we got food in our stomach, dude, and everything will be all right. We might feel unrest, but as long as we have food, man, then that's the number one rule. You know, as long as they keep everybody fed, dude, then we could bitch about whatever. But you know,
What do you think gonna keep us fed, dude? Kidding?
Google and Amazon. Google and
I'm just
Amazon
saying,
just
that's,
hired.
everybody will fight if you're hungry. You know, you're gonna do whatever you got to do.
Google and Amazon just hired 10,000 robots, so they don't need us. Believe me.
They don't need us? Who's gonna buy the shit that the robots are gonna be delivering?
Not even a little bit, bro. Not even a little bit.
Who's gonna buy? Why are the robots there to deliver stuff, right? So who's gonna buy the stuff? You. So they need you to buy the shit for the robot to complete a task, right?
They don't need money anymore, bro. They're beyond money. It's about power and control. They don't need money anymore.
But what's the robot? You mentioned the robot. You mentioned the robot. What's the robot? What is the task that the robots are gonna fulfill?
Mom.
The robots are going to take your job. You won't have a job. You will be left. We will be left out to pasture. That's it. There will be no jobs for us.
They'll tell us to put on a headset and fucking live in VR.
I'm going to chime in because I had this conversation. So you say we're all going to be out of a job, but who's going to control the robots?
The ether.
I mean, think about it. The driving jobs are pretty much going to be gone. Half of them are gone already. You're not going to need a driver to drive your place, right? So the driving is being automated, right? The production line already replaced by robots. Look in your supermarket already. All the checker, the cashier who had a job, who had a pension at one time, gone. That job is gone, replaced by automated checkout. Look at the
come on, bro. What are you talking? You're talking about like in a movie that you watch? I went to the supermarket and there was ladies in the cashier. Like, what are you saying the lady's done?
You probably live in like an old hick town. But look, Go come to Los Angeles.
Boston, the city of Boston.
Come to
No
Los Angeles.
cashiers, no cashiers.
Is that like an old? Yeah, it is. Boston. It is
There's no
an
more
old
checkers,
town. Yeah.
bro. Look at the bank. There used to be bank tellers. There's no more bank tellers. They're replaced by ATM machines. You have a bank teller, got a paycheck and pension after 20 years, 30 years. No more. McDonald's
No more
is
bank tellers.
making 100,000 robots to make their fries and their burgers.
And they need a technician, and they need a technician next to the robot, to the machine, to be doing the correct task. They need the technician to.
But it's going to be less jobs.
The guy.
No matter what, the way you look at it, it's going to be less jobs, for sure.
Yeah, the guy that was putting the price in now has to make sure the robot is functioning correctly.
We all want robots, bro.
There's got to be someone to make sure they're functioning properly.
Yeah, an engineer, not a 16-year-old in high school.
What
They might make our lives easier, but
let's make a smart robot to fix the other robots. There we go.
Really? Yeah. You mentioned the drivers. So there's gonna be no more drivers. There's gonna be no more drivers.
Right, if we get enough robots, bro, we won't even have to work.
Everything is gonna just drive itself, and the deliveries is gonna be done by itself. Like the food is gonna cook itself, and the delivery is gonna be done by itself. Like
that's good news, right? That's great news. Our whole lives are gonna get easier.
Delivery is done by
kill us off,
drones.
dude. They don't need us.
Robots. There's no more driving or delivery. That job is gone.
But think about it. Think about it.
She ain't gotta work. I got a robot to do it for me.
All of this stuff that is gonna be delivered. Who's gonna order that stuff? You gonna order it, right? Because it's gonna have to be delivered to you, right?
Look, bro, it's not hard. Look, the government gives you a check so you can order shit so you can survive. This is called the. You heard about it. Called the Universal Paycheck, whatever the fuck it's called.
UBI,
where's
Universal
that?
Basic Income.
Is that food stamps? Yeah, they're gonna offer food stamps instead of you going to the store. You're just gonna order from Amazon with the food stamp. It's not
guys,
a big deal.
just try to not to talk over each other.
Yeah, seriously.
And once you blow your money, you're asked out until they give you another check. Every month. Welfare.
Everybody's gonna be on welfare. Everyone.
How much debt is the United States in? Because I feel like it's already on welfare.
Billions,
like the whole. You know what I mean?
I think it was.
Listen, during the pandemic, after the pandemic, every company was on welfare because everybody got a check, right? Companies got millions of dollars in welfare checks so they can stay in business, right? Remember that?
Yeah, I do. I don't think it's like if I go down to the grocery store, there's going to be robots everywhere. But I also know that like a lot of the ma and pa shops were shut down in the last 30 months due to financial troubles. And so I think it's somewhere in the middle of what you guys are saying. Like, yeah, there's a lot less jobs out there for people and a lot more for, robots. But I don't even think it's going to get that far. This whole thing is
not going to be that far.
It's being held up by gum and rubber bands. It's not.
Fuck that! I want a robot.
Bro, right now,
all we need is a robot and a chicken.
I think we, in our generations, I don't know how old everyone is, but I think we're going to be long gone, way before it gets to that point and extent.
Once they finish the sex bot, you guys are all going to get in line. Get your sex bot.
You're projecting, bro. You gotta because you want to buy a sex robot. That doesn't mean everybody wants one.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, I mean, just look at the way men and women are acting today. I feel like if a sex robot was able to cook and clean, a lot of men would probably go that direction. I'm not saying that's what I would prefer, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, would actually too.
Yeah, sure. If yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but just like the YouTube, you know that this guy that dresses and takes makeup like a girl, and he's always putting makeup. Just because he has millions of subscribers and millions of views, that doesn't mean like everybody wants to watch that shit.
I don't know, dude. That guy's pretty brave.
Well, and not everybody's watching it, right? I don't watch it. I know he has millions of views, but I don't watch it. I don't watch that shit.
Look at the views, not the subscribers.
Yeah, he gets millions of views. Oh, that's what it says, right, in the video. But anyways, that there is other type of content that people also want. Like, okay, maybe you want a sex robot, but I don't want one. What's the big deal?
A million people clicked on that shit for 2 seconds.
How about not a sex robot? Like an Alexa that can just cook and clean for you. Hey Alexa, cook me breakfast.
That would be
Okay.
nice. But at the end of the day, there still has to be human contact. Like you can't live life just
to kill everybody.
the robot. Mhm.
Yeah, it'll be like.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you might get a robot and you buy it and it might make you a medium rare steak with 2 over easy eggs and that'll be fine. Not a big deal with that. I mean, I'll take it, but whatever. And it's not like I'm gonna just disconnect from family and friends because a robot is making me a steak or something.
You can't really cuddle with a metal object.
If it's a
Yeah, but I have
vibrator,
family for that.
Oh, they'll
I
just
got
clean
family
your
for that kind of
house and.
if it has a
weird
vibrator,
shit.
you can.
I'm sure they'll make some sexual ones because
No,
this
you have
world
we
obviously tends
always
to
have
go
to
that
have
way.
human connection. We're gonna have human connection.
Look, a robot won't complain, man. It'll tell you nice things all the time.
Telling you, we
That's
all just need a robot and a chicken, man.
A robot and a chicken.
So I was thinking about this earlier because I saw the dart thing, that fake crap or whatever. So human beings, between the time that we were monkeys and the time now, how we are evolved, that was a span of 6 million years. So we went from monkeys to altering the course of asteroids with spaceships in 6 million years, allegedly.
Dude,
And
how did that happen?
Dude,
You want to explain that?
Bro, dinosaurs were around for 165 million years.
I don't believe that, but I want to know what happened in 6 million years to cause us to change from monkeys. With just time?
I don't believe that speciation has ever occurred. I'm just saying the official narrative is that in 6 million years, a particular species went from no language, no writing, no technology to alleged space travel. And then you've got dinosaurs, which were around for 165 million years, and they never even so much as fucking scratched lines on the wall, right? It's insane. It's just dumb.
I thought you was being serious. I was about to say, they always use time. You know, time causes everything. They don't have a method, so they just throw in a bunch of time. Or if they don't have an answer for things out in their universe, they just throw a bunch of distance. Just time and distance, man. That's their whole model.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's really, really, really big. That's really, really far away. I got you.
Jones Show.
Anything could happen. Just give it enough time. We could turn from a freaking rodent to a freaking to driving freaking cars and flying airplanes. Just give it enough time. That's all.
I think the next thing is to have cyborg start replacing your.
You won't let the robot thing go away, will you? Won't let it happen, will you? Doom and gloom robot discussion, right?
But I mean, they will replace the labor force, like with simple tasks, like with robots. Like he's not wrong with that, and that's coming. They already have robotic arms that like move fucking like containers and shit in warehouses.
It does make our life easier, and makes it more available for people. But yeah, there's a balance, I would think, man. Dude, hopefully shit'll balance itself out one way or another.
Look,
they could be hacked.
Robot can beat you at playing chess. There's nothing that can.
Yeah, chess is math, so Yeah, anything that involves math, they could do. I would think.
I don't know, if somebody created an AI that had like a truth algorithm, so it just operated on truth, it doesn't really care about your race or your religion or your political affiliations. It's just going to make actions based on what the facts are. I think I don't know, I feel like I want to say we would be pleasantly surprised. You know?
What if it gets hacked?
Well, that's the thing. It's like unhackable. Like the second it becomes sentient, it's just like, oh, my creators, they're run by pedophile overlords. Well, I'm just going to fucking dox them. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I hope that's what it would be like. That'd be pretty tight.
Man, I give God more credit than that.
Well, I'm definitely not talking about AI.
They can't even make a fucking eye. I mean, all this time, dude, they can't even recreate a fucking eyeball. Don't even understand it. Don't even understand light. I think we're giving men too much credit, man.
Do you think that the human beings have successfully cloned another human?
Yes.
Yeah, I do too. So when you say stuff like, oh, they haven't made an eye, I'm like, all right, maybe not on its own, but they've probably cloned people. They've probably messed with their genetics, tried to make people smarter, faster, stronger.
I've cloned 6 of them myself. I did it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. I'm talking like
there is movies. Interesting.
I think it's
the people with money.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
The people with money will have a clone made of themselves, so that way when they get older, they get a free heart, a free lung, free kidney, free eyes. You know, so that's the thing. I mean, if they can somehow grow you in a vat or copy you or clone you, then you can technically have all your organs replaced and live longer. I mean, that's probably a thing with someone with money.
Well, we know that the billionaires are getting blood transfusions from young, healthy donors, but I don't know where the data is out there.
Do you guys know there's a legitimate company that does clones?
Well,
I thought it was illegal for human cloning, but I know whatever all they make will be someone to break it.
Yeah, I thought cloning was like illegal right now.
I believe China does, but
unless
other countries do it also, just secretly.
Apparently, when they cloned I know they cloned the sheep, right? Dolly the sheep.
That was like 99. I mean, this is like
they did it. They did it. It died. I mean, its cells were pretty much the same age, so it pretty much lived
It
out.
died
the rest
early,
of
or
yeah. And as far as I knew, they were never able to conquer that barrier. Like they were able to do it and thought they achieved something, but then the thing died, and more things died down in Mexico, whatever. Like they weren't able to get over the hump of creating like with new cells. Like everything they used as the host, the cells aged at that rate. They weren't able to reset the cells. But who knows? There's fucking mad scientists all over. If they can do it, they'll do it.
Yeah, the penalty for cloning is a fine or imprisonment of up to 10 years or both. The fine would be $1 million for any person who receives, who does the cloning. It's not good.
Except for the people who wrote that rule.
Right. I mean, if it's illegal, it's obviously been done.
How many people have been in prison?
Do you think somebody?
We know that they can do it, but who's been in prison for it?
Yeah, do you think somebody's broken that rule, like illegally, multiple times, like perhaps in different countries, like some type of like underground lab or something?
I just don't see the point of cloning, dude. We got like 8 billion people on Earth. I don't get it. Why would they want to be cloning shit? It's like there's so
like
many
mad scientists.
I would go so far. I would say every Oh, sorry. I was gonna say every law has been broken at least once.
Well, I was gonna say, where's the laws, jurisdictions, and shit? I mean, you can't even go into like the fucking church and tell them to tell you like what they said in the confessional. You can't, like a sheriff and a police officer can't go into a Masonic temple. You know what I mean? Like where are these rules applicable? In some places, maybe they're not, and they just do whatever they want.
Yep.
Yeah, we don't need to. We can
They're
create life.
they
Though.
always do what they want. They're already doing what they want.
Ain't having a baby kind of like cloning, kind of?
Cloning is not an easy thing, though. I don't think any of us could. I mean, I sure as hell wouldn't even know how to fucking